A special card leads a person in dire straits into an endless game of terror. If you survive, you will have the opportunity to acquire countless riches and become a person of high status. If you can't survive, you'll become nourishment for all sorts of vengeful spirits and die inexplicably after leaving the game. Are you ready to enter the game? It's okay if you're not prepared, you have no other choice. Welcome to the horror game, Flower Acacia. Thriller Game Key. Preface. 1. This is a work of fiction, please don't apply real-world logic, stash your common sense away. 2. This story is purely fictional, purely fictional, purely fictional. Important things bear repeating, Omega, and with that, let the tale begin. Mom, it was Big Sis who stole my pencil case, I didn't lose it myself. Why, give your brother his pencil case back this instant. And no, it wasn't me. Wasn't you what? Didn't Mom buy you your own case? Why would you steal your brother's? The Hua in Hua is her family name. The Y is the character for locust, wood plus ghost. I didn't steal it. So you're saying your little brother is lying? How old is he, would he even know how? Dad, it wasn't me. Her pleading, humble gaze met no mercy. Your mother's right, stop wasting everyone's time, your brother still has homework. Why? She hadn't done it, yet they forcefully pinned the crime on her. It wasn't the first time. Do you all wish I'd never been born? Hua ran away, soaked by a torrential night rain, utterly wretched. She hoped her parents might feel guilty and come comfort her. Sorry, we were wrong. But no one came. The family remained warm and cozy, never once reopening the door. Turns out the household was the same with or without her. Rain soaked her face and clothes, the winter chill made her shiver uncontrollably. She crouched in a corner, praying the rain would stop and sunlight would arrive sooner. Every second felt unbearable, an icy pain inside and out, as if a century had passed. She would probably freeze to death in the dark. Woof woof. A scrawny evil dog glared at Hua, fangs bared, ferocity in full display. Her breath caught, the dog looked savage, its eyes fixed on her like prey about to be devoured. She dared not look away, she couldn't lose this staring contest first. Otherwise, the beast would surely pounce and rip her apart. Judging by its appearance, the dog was clearly starving. Not far off, shards of glass lay scattered beside a garbage heap. On such a cold, rainy night, almost no one was out, no savior would come. She had to save herself. She wanted to live live to show those who wished her dead. After a tense standoff, the dog judged Hua weak and leapt straight at her. She rolled aside just in time, barely dodging its attack. She was inches from the glass shards, but her fingers were too numb to pick anything up. She breathed hot air onto her palms until some feeling returned. Snatching a shard, she found the dog already upon her, jaws wide. With no time to wrap the glass, she blocked the beast and clamped its neck tight. The dog was too strong, even starved, she could barely hold it back. To keep the glass in hand, it sliced her palm, blood mixed with rain across her cheek in a ghastly bloom. The scent drove the dog wild, eager to tear into its prey. Stuck, release her grip and it would bite her throat. Once dogs latch, they don't let go. Yet holding on left her unable to strike, the beast would simply wait until she collapsed from exhaustion. Before her strength failed, she let go, jerked her upper body aside, and plunged the shard into the dog's neck. At the same instant, the dog sank its fangs into her shoulder, teeth scraping bone. She kept slashing with the glass. When her right arm gave out, she switched to the left until the dog whimpered and went limp in her arms. Relief and lingering fear sent tears streaming down her face. Perhaps the pressure had built too long. She wept, howled, then clamped her mouth on the dog's neck and tore at its flesh. The savage act eased the knot inside her chest a little. As she pulled away, her teeth hit something hard, she yanked it free. It was a card slick with the dog's blood, its surface shimmering, neatly printed with big words, horror game key. She flipped it, the back showed a scepter-wielding demon, crimson eyes, its grin stretched ear to ear, horrifying. Startled, she flung the card away, but instead of falling, it hovered before her and opened a crimson, invisible screen. Player Hua Huai, binding successful. Horror game rules. 1. Death in-game equals death in reality. 2. Clear a game to receive money, deposited straight into your horror game key, PIN 000000. 3. Specters inside the game can be bound to your key. The higher a specter's trust in you, the better the binding odds. 4. Items may drop in-game, producing many unexpected effects. 5. Players cannot kill each other, violators suffer backlash. 6. Difficulty ranks, SSSSSS greater than A greater than B greater than C greater than D greater than F, higher tiers yield bigger cash rewards. 7. Clearing a game grants rest time, SSS equals 20 YRS, SS equals 5 YRS, S equals 1 year, E equals 180D, B equals 90D, C equals 30D, D equals 10D, F equals 3D. 8. During rest periods, you may still choose to enter a game voluntarily. 9. Player tiers mirror difficulty, SSSSSS greater than A greater than B greater than C greater than D greater than F. Tier depends on accrued rest, SSS equals 2000 YRS, SS equals 90 YRS, S equals 30 YRS, E equals 3 YRS, B equals 1 year, C equals 120D, D equals 30D, F equals 29D or less. Ranks only rise or stay the same. 10. The first to reach SSS tier earns a special surprise. An SSS level player needs 2000 years of rest, while the hardest game grants only 20. In other words, even clearing SSS difficulty 100 times is virtually impossible. Besides, a human life is finite. 2000 years of rest equals 20 lifetimes. Thinking this, Hua Huai found the SSS surprise impossible to anticipate. The crimson screen flickered, displaying her player profile. Player, Hua Huai. Age, 12. Level, F. Money, 0. Rest time, 0. Items, none. Bound specters, none. Detected rest time at 0, loading horror game immediately. A loading bar appeared, the surroundings turned into a void. Hua Huai knelt where she was, mouth full of dog fur, face streaked with its blood mingling with rain down her collar, lost, bewildered. Copy, Chauncey Holistic Education School. Hua Huai had no right to refuse. The pain in her body gradually subsided as the scene dissolved into nothingness, until the pain was completely gone. Her wounds instantly healed. Just moments ago, she had been shivering in a cold, winter rainy night. Now, it was like a summer morning, the sun was just rising in the east, and a gentle breeze brought a warm, lazy feeling. Game loading complete. Game dungeon, Chauncey Quality Education School. Game difficulty, C level. Mission requirement, survive for 7 days and wait for your parents to pick you up and take you home. On the open ground outside the campus, besides Hua Huai, there were 8 other people standing scattered around. They openly scrutinized the others, and when they saw Hua Huai, everyone's gaze visibly paused. After all, she had messy hair, her face was covered in blood and grime, the dog hair on her mouth hadn't been cleaned off, and her clothes were tattered. More importantly, she was a minor, and her youthful face could not conceal her true age. Hua Huai did not miss the contempt in their eyes, nor the calm indifference, as if they were looking at a dead person. They voluntarily gathered together and began introducing themselves. The first to speak was an adult man with excellent proportions and a strikingly handsome face. Hello everyone, my name is Jean Kongtai, a D-level player. Next, a man who was so thin he looked slightly shriveled, said with a subtle gleam in his eyes, my name is Tan Tai, an F-rank player. This is my second time entering a dungeon, and I'm still a bit confused. He rubbed the back of his head. Is this C-level dungeon very difficult? The one who answered him was a young woman whose simple and natural clothing gave off a refreshing vibe. Yes, it's difficult. I once entered a C-level dungeon, and almost everyone was wiped out that time. The woman's expression was solemn, and she didn't forget to introduce herself. My name is Xiang Lu, a D-level player. The remaining 5 people introduced themselves one after another, they were all D-level players. Hua Huai cleaned the dog hair off her mouth, doing her best to look somewhat normal. She then hesitantly walked into the crowd and said, "My name is." Before she could finish, Jean Kongtai interrupted her. "Who wants to know your name? A young kid like you, do you want to be dead weight for our team? Taking you along will greatly increase our difficulty in clearing the dungeon. This is a life or death game, and I won't gamble with my life. Also, you haven't experienced a dungeon even once, right? You're an F-rank player." Every word Jean Kongtai spoke was like a needle piercing her heart, and his final question was a soul-searching accusation. She was indeed an F-rank player who had never experienced a dungeon. In fact, she didn't even know what a dungeon was. What is a life or death game? They must be joking. Tears welled up in her eyes, but she clenched her teeth tightly, refusing to let them fall. She couldn't cry in front of people who looked down on her, it would only give them more reason to mock her. Tan Tai chuckled and gave her a shove. "Exactly. Kids can't run fast and only know how to drag others down. They're useless. You only said a few words, and her eyes are already red." Even though Tan Tai was skinny, he was still an adult man. Shoved by him, Hua Huai nearly fell to the ground. Jean Kongtai snorted coldly, not sparing Tan Tai either. "You're also F-rank. You don't deserve to team up with us. Figure out how to survive on your own." Tan Tai's smiling face instantly froze. There were 7 D levels present and only 2 F levels. Hua Huai was a child and had just been mocked by him. This meant that if the D levels didn't want to team up with him, he would have to fight alone. No one gave him a second glance. Jean Kongtai led all the D-level players into the school. Tan Tai cautiously followed behind them, maintaining a distance of 1 meter. Hua Huai didn't move immediately. Instead, she instinctively tried to memorize the school's exterior outline. This school seemed different from ordinary schools, the exterior walls shimmered with a strange watery sheen. Upon closer inspection, a pungent odor rushed straight to her head. She reached out a finger to touch it, and a military green liquid stuck to her finger, feeling sticky. It seemed like some kind of low-quality architectural coating. Why would a newly renovated school be so impatient to let students start classes inside? Even a child like her knew that such pungent coatings must contain harmful substances, and prolonged exposure to such air would easily cause illness. Beep. Suddenly, a loud whistle sounded. A rough male voice, full of vigor, passed from the dantian through the chest cavity and out the throat, shouting, "Assemble!" A man in camouflage stood not far away, a metal whistle hanging from his wrist. He had blown the whistle and shouted the command to assemble. Judging by his appearance, he seemed to be the instructor here. Hua Huai didn't know what the consequences of disobedience would be, so she hurriedly rushed into the school before the gate closed. Wait, was something posted on the main gate? She couldn't see clearly, but it looked like an advertisement flyer. There was no time to look. Jean Kongtai and the others had already lined up, so she quickly took her place at the end of the line. Upon entering the campus, Hua Huai found that the scenery inside was completely different from the outside. The inner side of the school wall was dilapidated. Much of the dusty paint had peeled off, exposing the blue bricks underneath, which were covered in moss and showed no signs of maintenance. In front of them, the instructor paced back and forth. Unlike a soldier, he did not stand straight, he was slightly relaxed, hunched over slightly, and his steps were not crisp. His skin was slightly dark, and a faint blue tattoo was visible on his wrist, extending inward toward his cuff. Overall, he gave the impression of someone very difficult to provoke. As did his rough voice. Your parents sent you to the school to correct your bad habits. Starting today, you must quit internet addiction, quit puppy love, and quit rebellion. If you have personality defects, it doesn't matter. As long as you enter the school, we can make you as docile as kittens. He stood high above them in the posture of a disciplinarian, his eyes revealing a strange sense of excitement, as if anticipating what was about to happen. He glanced sideways, and immediately, 2 women, also dressed in camouflage, walked over from nearby. You two, take them to the meditation room and lock them up for a day to temper their spirits. The two responded in unison, yes. Hua Huai heard the term meditation room for the first time. She didn't know what kind of place it was, nor how it was supposed to temper their spirits. She secretly observed Jean Contai and the others and saw them following the two female instructors with calm expressions. They were D-level players, so they must have more experience than her. Hua Huai chose to follow behind them, entering the corridor of a teaching building. The exterior wall of the teaching building was uniformly painted with military green paint, just like the school's outer wall, but the interior wall was decaying. Earlier, when they were far away, everyone hadn't clearly seen what the dusty interior wall was made of, they just thought it was due to dust and grime. Now that they were closer, they could see that those dusty patches were blurry human faces, trapped in the inner wall with distorted expressions, struggling as if they were about to burst through the surface at any moment, making for a terrifying sight. The players crowded into the center of the corridor, afraid that if they got too close to the inner wall, they would be dragged in by whatever was inside. Finally, everyone reached the end of the corridor, where a small window was cut into a thick iron door. The small window was only palm-sized and fitted with a pane of glass. Looking through the window, the inside was pitch black and extremely suffocating. Above the iron door, a metal plate bearing the three characters "meditation room" was installed. It seemed this was the place the instructor mentioned for tempering their spirits. The room door was opened, letting out an old, creaking sound, followed by a pungent stench that hit them in the face. There were no windows or lights inside the room, and Hua Huai couldn't see what was happening inside. She could only use the natural light shining in after the door opened to discern signs of animals inside the room. Perhaps she didn't even need light to know this, because a rat scurried out of the room, clinging to Xiang Lu's pant leg and squeaking, alerting everyone to its presence. Ah! Xiang Lu screamed in terror, quickly took a step back, and shook off the rat. Unexpectedly, her fear did not elicit pity from the female instructor, who instead kicked her into the meditation room. Changxi School, meditation room. The players present were dumbfounded. The female instructor's actions were too brutal. Most players voluntarily walked into the meditation room to avoid being targeted by the female instructor and suffering the same fate as Xiang Lu. After entering the meditation room, the stench grew even stronger. Unlike the smell of cheap paint on the school walls, this was a combination of decay and fermented excrement. Ugh! Tan Tai couldn't hold it in and started dry heaving on the spot. The female instructor sneered at the sight, "If he throws up, you all will have an even harder night." Instantly, all the players' gazes fixed on Tan Tai. Someone interjected, "Shut up quickly. Don't make us suffer with you." Someone else echoed, "If you dare to throw up, we'll make sure you eat it back." Imagine, what a disgusting scene that would be. Tan Tai clenched his teeth tightly, swallowing back all the vomit that had risen to his throat. Most players had entered the meditation room, but Jean Kongtai alone stood at the doorway, hesitant to enter. He boldly approached one of the female instructors and whispered something in her ear. The female instructor smiled slightly. "All right, you come with me." A male player inside the meditation room, Sun Sui, couldn't sit still and demanded, "Why doesn't he have to be confined to the meditation room? What did he tell you? I can do whatever he did." The female instructor scanned him up and down, her eyes full of disdain. She didn't speak but closed the door of the meditation room without hesitation. Suddenly, the world plunged into darkness, with only a sliver of light filtering through the transparent glass window installed on the door. The sound of footsteps outside receded, and Sun Sui's complaining voice rose again. "What kind of crappy dungeon is this? If we encounter an anomaly now, we're dead." Who knows what method Jean Kongtai used? We agreed to team up, but he secretly kept something for himself. I wouldn't dare to team up with someone like Jean Kongtai again, or I wouldn't even know how I died in the end. This last remark resonated with most players, who voiced their agreement. In Hua Huai's ears, the words anomaly drifted by. On that scarlet screen, the third rule of the horror game also contained a description of anomalies. It said they could be bound to that card. But what exactly was an anomaly? She parted her lips. That.
What is an anomaly?
Her tender voice immediately allowed everyone to identify who had spoken. Sun Sui said, "You really are a newbie player who hasn't experienced a single dungeon.
Since we're idle anyway, I might as well tell you directly. An anomaly is a ghost. Ghosts come in many forms, strong and weak, but without exception, they are not something players can contend with.
However, ghosts don't kill indiscriminately, they have their own law of slaughter.
As long as players don't violate the rules, they won't be targeted.
And different dungeon levels mean different numbers of anomalies, different strengths, and different laws of slaughter within the dungeon. Although telling you all this is a bit of a waste, I still want to lament that you're truly unlucky.
Your first dungeon is sea level, with almost no chance of survival."
Listening to Sun Sui's description, Hua Huai's heart was in turmoil. The sea-level dungeon seemed to be a very difficult dungeon. She had barely survived the evil dog's jaws, but was she still going to die in the dungeon?
So unwilling.
Inside the meditation room, everyone's vision was obstructed, and there were no items for entertainment, making time feel exceptionally long.
Rustling sounds came from the surroundings, whether from insects, ants, or mice. Sitting idly only made their hearts more anxious. Many people got up and moved around the room.
Suddenly, there was a sound of metal colliding. It seemed something had been knocked over, and a faint splashing sound reached everyone's ears.
Sun Sui asked, "What happened? Did you kick something?"
The player who kicked the item squatted down, fumbling on the ground.
For some reason, the stench grew even stronger.
That player touched something soft, wet, and slightly squirming.
What is this?
Goosebumps spread all over his body, and he was about to imagine all sorts of horrifying and bloody scenes when Xiang Lu interrupted him.
"Who knocked over the chamber pot?" "It stinks."
So it was a chamber pot. The player breathed a sigh of relief, then frantically shook his hands.
Those squirming living things were probably maggots.
With this player's previous experience, the other players dared not continue fumbling in the dark, afraid of touching something they shouldn't.
Inadvertently violating the anomaly's taboos.
Only Hua Huai threw caution to the wind. After all, Sun Sui said she was doomed. Feeling along the wall, she found the surface uneven, not the feel of naturally peeling paint. Some marks were deep, like scratches made by a sharp object. They weren't ordinary scratches, they were regular words.
"Can't escape, got caught again. I might die here. I wonder if Mom and Dad will regret sending me in. This is hell."
Those instructors are devils, and there are students who are their accomplices. If only someone could tear down this school, then I could live. Unable to see, Hua Huai used touch to decipher all the words, which took a long time. Suddenly, in the quiet space, a boy's woo-woo crying sound came from beside her ear.
"I want to go home. I'll never play games again."
His voice sounded very wronged, but the meaning conveyed in his words made all the players present break out in a cold sweat.
When did he enter the meditation room? Why didn't he make a sound just now? Or was he an anomaly?
Anomalies are not affected by physics and can freely pass through closed rooms. All players kept their mouths shut, slowed their breathing, and tried to minimize their presence. Hua Huai, however, was completely different, likely due to her fearlessness as a novice. She came to the boy's side, squatted against the wall, and tears immediately welled up, crying even more aggrieved than the boy. "What's so good about
home?
My mom and dad wished they never gave birth to me.
I might as well just die here."
As soon as she finished speaking, she burst into a loud wah cry, exceptionally clear. The boy's crying stopped, and it was eerily quiet. Hua Huai's cries, however, grew louder and louder, as she mumbled, "I didn't steal my brother's pencil case, but Mom and Dad don't believe me.
Why would my brother slander me?"
Maybe it wasn't slander, but even if it was accidentally lost, they shouldn't suspect me of stealing.
I'm his older sister, why treat me like this?
Hua Huai instinctively wanted to protect her family, not daring to speculate with the worst intentions. She was afraid that in this world, she was all alone.
Family, in reality, was not family. Then what was the meaning of her existence?
She hoped her existence had meaning.
Changsey School, picky eaters. Hua Huai cried until she was tired, and gradually stopped.
During this process, only her crying echoed within the meditation room.
Just when everyone thought the boy had left, he spoke.
My parents are fine, they were just deceived by the school. His voice was gentle and clear.
He let out a long breath that felt as cool as air conditioning on the stuffy summer day. Hua Huai touched her cheek, which had been brushed by the cool breeze, and asked, "Big brother, are you an air conditioner?"
As soon as she said this, all the players held their breath. The probability that this boy inside the meditation room was a malevolent entity was extremely high.
Hua Huai actually dared to call him an air conditioner.
They were truly afraid that in the next moment, the boy would start a massacre and fill the meditation room with blood. After a long time, there was no smell of blood in the air, but rather a soft chuckle, yes.
He actually admitted it. The players huddled in the corner, afraid to move.
The aura around Hua Huai dissipated, the boy seemed to have left. Her heart, which had been hanging high, finally lowered a bit. She was sweating cold sweat no less than the other players. She had guessed that this boy was a malevolent entity. After entering, she had been wandering the nearby area, and she knew perfectly well whether anyone else was around. As for why the boy came to the meditation room, it was highly likely because she had touched the writing. Based on the boy's words and the timing of his appearance, it was not difficult to deduce that the writing was left by the boy. He escaped, only to be caught and brought back. Now that he was in the state of a malevolent entity, his end must have been death within this school. Time passed minute by minute, and not a single sound was made again inside the meditation room. Everyone tried to make time pass quicker by sleeping, otherwise, just waiting in such a terrible environment could easily lead to a mental breakdown. Hua Huai had already exhausted all her energy fighting the evil dog outside the dungeon. Maintaining her squatting posture, she vaguely drifted into sleep. In the dream, her parents became kind and amiable, and her younger brother became clingy and well-behaved. Cooking smoke curled up, and the aroma of food drifted to her nose. Her mother smiled gently and said to her, "Xiao Huai, come eat." Her father put down the newspaper he was holding and walked to the dining table. "The food today looks really good, but it smells a little strange." Her younger brother grumbled, "What's strange about it?" "It smells great." "Sister, you should eat too." Her younger brother pushed a rice bowl in front of her, signaling her to eat quickly. Hua Huai picked up a piece of braised pork, but before she could put it in her mouth, the braised pork suddenly turned into a wriggling fatworm. She broke out in a cold sweat and abruptly opened her eyes. It was pitch black all around. It turned out she had been dreaming. The sound of porcelain clashing came from the doorway. The school had sent someone to deliver food. She hadn't noticed before, but besides the small window, there was actually a small door on the main door, and the food was delivered through that small door. After everything was delivered, the small door closed. It was unknown how much time had passed, but the stomachs of all the players, including Hua Huai, rumbled in protest. The players all went to grope for the food, but those who arrived late found nothing.
"She gone?" Tan Tai groped around on the floor in disbelief.
As if confirming something, he roared, "Someone took my share." When the small door opened, everyone could see several portions of food being delivered. Now that his portion was missing, someone had clearly taken his food. Hua Huai arrived even later than Tan Tai and also found nothing. These players were all adults. If they wanted to hoard the food, she had no way to stop them. The players who got food remained silent. Since they weren't the ones starving, it wasn't their concern. The meditation room was pitch black, and no one could point out who had hoarded Hua Huai and Tan Tai's food.
Hua Huai returned to the wall and squatted down.
It seemed she would have to go hungry. She comforted herself that skipping one meal wouldn't kill her from starvation. Tan Tai did not have her patience. He said fiercely, "Whoever took my extra portion, the slowest one to finish eating, be prepared to face my wrath." Chopsticks and porcelain bowls inevitably made sounds when they clashed. Even if they ate carefully, they could not escape the sense of hearing in the pitch-black world.
But relying solely on hearing wouldn't work. The player who took his portion could choose not to eat it, yet still not return it to her. By then, everyone would finish eating around the same time, making it impossible to determine who took his food. Ugh! Suddenly, someone gagged. The food tastes wrong. Did it go bad? The heady stench of decay in the air had masked the smell of the food. The players only discovered the problem when they put the food in their mouths. One person threw down their bowl and chopsticks. The school is giving students spoiled food. Are they crazy? Whoever wants to eat it can eat it. I'm not eating this stuff. Hearing this, many players quickly put down their bowls and chopsticks. Clang! Shortly after they put them down, the door was immediately pushed open forcefully, and natural light shone into the room. A female instructor led over a dozen students into the meditation room. Every student held a discipline ruler about 1 centimeter thick, looking expressionlessly and coldly at the players inside the meditation room. Using the natural light, the players clearly saw the true appearance of the food. Yellowed vegetable leaves drooped over hard rice, and the leaves didn't seem to have been washed, as shriveled greenworms could be seen wrapped inside them. Just one look, and Manhwa could already imagine what that kind of food tasted like. The strange smell mentioned by her father in the dream was actually the smell of the food outside the dream. Manhwa pursed her lips and turned her gaze to the female instructor and the students. She thought she knew what the phrase "students who become the devil's accomplices" on the wall meant. This school not only had students who wanted to escape but also students who helped the school commit atrocities. By becoming an abuser, one could avoid becoming a victim. The female instructor looked around, her gaze landing on the players who had thrown down their bowls and chopsticks. Your parents sent you to this school to change your bad habits. And picky eating is one of those bad habits. The school absolutely forbids students from having such bad habits. To correct your wrong behavior, students with these bad habits will first be punished with 10 discipline rulers. In the meditation room, 5 people had put down or thrown away their bowls and chopsticks, including Sunsui and 4 other players. The students walked up to them, forcefully held them down, and compelled them to hold out their palms. 2 or 3 students held down one player, pinning them down so they couldn't move. Smack! The discipline rulers struck their palms fiercely, with a neat rhythm as if rehearsed countless times. The players cried out, yet they couldn't break free from this group of students. After 10 strikes of the discipline ruler, their palms were already swollen beyond recognition. Some even had fine streaks of blood seeping out. Just when they thought the matter was over, the female instructor spoke again. Presumably, you have deeply recognized your mistakes. Adhering to the school's principle of not wasting food, students who threw down their food, please lie on the ground and clean it up by eating it. Changsi School, Mud. With things progressing to this point, Tan Tai was undoubtedly the most pleased. Through the light, he learned that the culprit who took his food was Gon Hong, the player who had dropped his bowl and chopsticks. He was corpulent, and it was clear he usually ate a lot. He probably worried about not getting enough to eat, and since the meditation room was pitch black, he tried to take advantage of the chaos. But he was pampered and couldn't eat spoiled food. Dropping his bowl and chopsticks made a noise, attracting the female instructor and the students. He wondered if this was his retribution. Next, would he really have to eat the food from the ground? This time, it wasn't just spoiled, the floor hadn't been cleaned for who knows how long. Besides dust, there was a thick layer of grease, and cockroaches occasionally crawled across the floor, leaving small black pellets. The players who hadn't dropped their bowls and chopsticks felt lucky. Fortunately, they hadn't, or they would surely get sick after eating. Even if they didn't get sick, they'd at least be disgusted for a year or so. What kind of joke is this? This is already dirty. Eating it will kill people. Gon Hong roared, his eyes filled with tears. His already swollen hands had taken 10 ruler strikes and were now unbearably disfigured. How to describe it? They resembled pig trotters. He didn't move, but his body was already trembling. He wasn't a novice player anymore. He knew resistance would be punished, but he simply couldn't bring himself to eat it. Sure enough, the female instructor gave an order. I like hard bones like yours. Keep hitting him until he eats it.
The students, like robots programmed to obey, firmly held Gon Hong down as the ruler fell upon his red and swollen palms. Each strike made him let out a chilling scream.
If he was trembling from fear before, now it was a physiological tremor he couldn't control. It hurt too much.
After just 5 more ruler strikes, his palms were raw and bleeding.
Any more, and they might be completely mangled, exposing bone. Finally, he cried for mercy, repeatedly saying, "I'll eat it, stop hitting me." The other players watched the scene, their eyes overflowing with terror.
Then, some covered their mouths in disgust, watching Gon Hong fall to the ground and miserably use his intact hand to grab the food from the floor. He shoved it into his mouth without a moment's hesitation, desperately suppressing the urge to vomit.
After he finished eating everything, the female instructor smiled and said, "This is what a student of our school should be like." Changing her tone, she added, "Do you have anything to say in response to the instructor's teachings?" What did they want to say? What could they say? Most of the players looked bewildered. Xiang Lu took the lead and said, "We are deeply grateful for the instructor's teachings."
As expected of a player who had experienced a sea-level dungeon, her reaction speed was much faster than the others.
Upon hearing this, the other players suddenly understood and quickly followed suit, saying in unison, "We are deeply grateful for the instructor's teachings." The female instructor stared at Gon Hong. "What about you?"
He swallowed the food in his mouth with difficulty, repeating the other players' words, "I am deeply grateful for the instructor's teachings."
The female instructor nodded in satisfaction, finally leading the students out of the meditation room. Throughout, the female instructor did not spare Hua Huai or Tan Tai a glance.
Perhaps because they hadn't eaten the food, but also hadn't wasted it, they didn't meet the criteria for being picky eaters. Besides the two of them, Xiang Lu also wasn't punished because she had eaten her food. The meditation room became quiet again, and Tan Tai's laughter was exceptionally clear.
He laughed heartily. "Oh, I didn't expect you, you fat slob, to not only take my portion but also the little girl's portion. Now that you've finished one portion, there are 2 left.
You must eat them all, or else the female instructor might rush in and smash your other hand too." Facing Tan Tai's mockery, no player spoke up, which only fueled his arrogance further.
"You D-level players aren't that great, are you?
It's only the first day, and you don't even understand such obvious rules. This is a quality education school, and you still dare to be picky eaters."
Only that Xiang Lu has some skill. But, didn't you form a team? Why didn't she warn you? That last sentence was truly a soul-searching question. Sun Sui remained silent for a long time before asking, "Why?"
There was no subject, but everyone knew who he was asking.
Xiang Lu replied, "I wasn't sure, and besides, things happened too suddenly. I didn't have time to speak before the female instructor brought people in."
No one knew how much of her words were true and how much were false. Hua Huai only knew that for the rest of the time, no player spoke again. Until the sky gradually darkened, and the small patch of world illuminated by the tiny window on the door turned gray. They seemed to have arrived at the school in the morning, when the sun had just risen.
Now, it was already night. The school only served 1 meal a day. No wonder she was so hungry.
Hua Huai maintained a squatting posture, which helped alleviate the pain of hunger. Most of the surrounding players were asleep, their shallow breathing audible. Hua Huai had slept during the day, but now she couldn't sleep at night. She stared blankly at the only faintly glowing spot in the room, lost in thought. Meanwhile, in the stairwell of the same building, Jean Kongtai, disheveled, struggled in the stairwell, crawling with both hands and feet. Cold sweat trickled from his forehead and temples, and his back was already soaked. Deep fear was buried in his eyes.
He muttered, "Don't follow me, don't follow me."
After crawling down a short flight of stairs, he timidly looked back, and another pale face was almost pressed against his. Blood and brain matter flowed from the other party's damaged head, drip-dropping onto his shoulder.
"Ah!"
Jean Kongtai stumbled back repeatedly, "Don't kill me, don't kill me." He quickly turned his head, scrambled to his feet, and ran upstairs.
Footsteps were always close behind him, no matter how fast he ran, they followed like a shadow. Every time he heard a footstep, his heart involuntarily trembled. The chase through the stairwell, only a few hundred meters long, felt like an eternity. He ran to the rooftop, forcefully shut the iron door, and locked it. The footsteps vanished. That thing left? Just as he was about to sigh in relief, he couldn't control his legs. Step by step, he walked to the edge of the rooftop. What to do? That thing was still nearby. He was going to die. Please, I don't want to die. Looking down, an 8-story height was more than enough to kill him. Just standing there made him feel dizzy. Eerie, ethereal laughter came from the surroundings, then suddenly pressed close to Jean Kongtai. His eyes were barely a centimeter from the eerie eyes, and he could feel the bone-chilling cold radiating from the other party. The eerie voice said faintly, "What should I do? I don't want to die either." The next moment, its mouth stretched into a grin impossible for a normal person, "But I'm already dead, so why don't you come down and join me?" The cold air that emanated when the eerie being spoke was enough to freeze a person solid. A layer of ice crystals solidified on Jean Kongtai's body hair, shaking off as his body trembled. The other party's eyes curved into a smile as it watched him take a step, willingly falling from the 8th floor to become a pile of mud. Shaanxi School, combing. Bang! Something fell from a great height, making a tremendous noise. Hua Huai was startled stiff. She scrambled up from the floor and tiptoed to the small window on the door, trying to see what had happened. The view from the small window was narrow, but it still allowed her to see the source of the sound. A person, dressed loosely and messily, seemed to be lying motionless on the ground. The posture was very strange, not one a normal person could assume. There was a lot of liquid beneath him. Although it was hard to see clearly, it looked generally red. Integrating the known information. The conclusion was, this person jumped off a building. He was dead. This was the first time Hua Huai had seen a dead person, and it was at night. She quickly lowered her feet and squatted back down in her original spot. Except for her, the rest of the players seemed to be sleeping soundly and hadn't heard the heavy object hit the ground. She also quickly closed her eyes. It would be better to pretend she hadn't seen anything. That dead person wouldn't suddenly lift his head, stare at her, and say, "Come down and join me, Hua Huai." Too many thoughts raced through her mind, making her shudder as she tried to shake off those terrifying images. She had clearly seen it, how could she pretend she hadn't? Hua Huai didn't fall asleep until dawn. In the early morning, the door was opened. The natural light shining on the players' faces was surprisingly blinding. Hua Huai squinted, trying to make out what was in front of her. The female instructor didn't wait for them to adjust and said, "Hurry up and get out of bed. I'll take you to the dormitory." The players had already learned their lesson from yesterday. Being sensible today, no one dared to defy the female instructor, and they quickly got up and followed behind her. Walking out the door, they smelled a faint scent of blood permeating the air. Hua Huai instinctively looked at the spot where the dead person had been lying last night, only to find that it had been cleaned up at some point, leaving no trace of blood. The only thing remaining was an excess puddle of water on the ground, suggesting it had been washed. Following the female instructor, the players arrived at the dormitory building. The outside of the dormitory building was painted with fresh, not yet dry military green paint, while the interior walls were still covered with blurred, dusty human faces, making people's scalps tingle. They entered the dormitory. Calling it a dormitory, it actually resembled a prison more. Perhaps it was even worse than a prison. Inside one dormitory room, 2 extremely simple tables were placed in the middle, each holding a small alarm clock. There were 5 bunk beds, and the bedding, having been used by an unknown number of previous occupants, was generally yellowed. The names of the players were stuck onto the iron frames of the dormitory beds. There were 9 players, but 10 names were posted on the bed frames. Looking through them one by one, she found one player's name circled, and another unfamiliar name, also circled. Before Hua Huai could think further, Xiang Lu said with a grim expression, "Co-ed living? The female instructor neither confirmed nor denied it. You're all children. What's wrong with co-ed living? If you can't even control yourselves in such a situation. She gave a slight, icy smile and said, I will properly educate you. She waved her hand, and immediately, students brought in 8 sets of school uniforms. You have 10 minutes to wash up. Change into your school uniforms and follow me to class. The bathroom is next door. Having said that, she glanced at the watch on her wrist. It is now 7:10. 8 school uniforms corresponded to 8 players. A player noticed something was wrong and asked, Where is Jean Contai? The female instructor leaned against the doorframe, slightly raised her eyelids, displayed a bizarre smile, and stated bluntly, Dead. Dead? How did he die? She didn't answer, continuing to watch the time and count down. You have 9 minutes and 30 seconds left. 10 minutes was too little time to wash up, now was not the time to worry about Jean Kantai's cause of death. Xiang Lu, leading the way with the school uniform, rushed into the bathroom and was shocked by the sight before her. The bathroom walls and floor were tiled. The tiles, which should have been white, were now barely recognizable due to the grime, and the filth between the grout lines was indescribably thick. Simple shower heads were installed along the wall, plastic tubes connected to the nozzles, and the switches were so covered in filth that it was hard to bring oneself to turn them on. Even if someone forced themselves to open it, they would constantly feel that what was spraying out might not be water, but some strange mixture. Like water mixed with dirt. Or perhaps mixed with a little blood. There were 2 small cubicles in the bathroom, seemingly prepared specifically for Xiang Lu and Hua Huai. Pulling open the cubicle door and stepping inside inexplicably caused a sense of panic. The female instructor's countdown was continuing, and the consequences of running out of time were definitely not something they wanted to experience. Gritting her teeth, Xiang Lu locked the cubicle and began washing. Hua Huai also didn't want to be beaten. Moreover, she was incredibly filthy and had to wash up, or she might get sick. She turned the switch, and clear water came out. Hiss. She sucked in a sharp breath. It was so cold. There was no hot water in the bathroom, no matter how she twisted the switch, only cold water came out. Fortunately, it was summer. After showering for a short while, her body gradually adjusted to the temperature. The grime washed off her face, revealing a clean, fair complexion. Her dark pupils sparkled brightly. When she blinked, it was as if stars in the sky were twinkling. Her eyebrows were perfectly shaded, her nose bridge high, and her lips rosy, looking like a peach blossom under the water's sheen. Her dark hair, now clean, fell below her shoulder blades, clinging smoothly to her back in a gently undulating curve. She was purely untainted by the mundane world, naturally refined without the need for external embellishment. Quickly finishing her wash, Hua Huai changed into the school uniform. The school uniform was size S, but it still looked too large on her. The top wasn't the main issue, it was fine if it was long enough to act as a dress. But the trousers were not only long, they were also very loose at the waist. There were no ropes or anything nearby to use as a belt. Time ticked by second by second. The female instructor announced from the doorway, 30 seconds left. Hua Huai grit her teeth, put on the pants, and tied a dead knot in the waistband, which finally kept them from falling down. 10. 9. 8. She pushed open the cubicle door and stepped out, immediately attracting the attention of the other players. Someone exclaimed, I didn't expect her to be so cute. Someone else scoffed, what use is being cute? Now that she's entered this sea-level dungeon, she's dead for sure. 3. 2. 1. The female instructor counted the number of people in front of her. One was missing. Where is that big fat guy? Among all the players, only Gon Hong, who had been beaten until his skin split yesterday, matched the female instructor's description. A figure rushed out of the bathroom. No one had looked closely at his palm before, but now, upon inspection, that hand was already festering and ulcerated. After being subjected to the cold water, his hand had reached an unbearable state.
He cried bitterly, his breakdown mixed with unbearable pain.
Instructor, my hand hurts so much. Can you please treat it first? If this continues, I'm going to die.
It had only taken one day to go from the arrogance of throwing away food to his current humble pleading. The horror of this dungeon might not just lie in the strange entities within it. The instructors and students in the dungeon were equally terrifying existences.
Facing Gon Hong's emotional outburst, the female instructor remained expressionless.
As she walked toward him, she said, "If you fail to complete the washing task on time, then I will help you complete it." Seeing this, Gon Hong retreated in fear until he reached the corner of the wall, with nowhere left to go. The female instructor grabbed his hair, forcefully dragged him toward the wash basin, expertly turned on the cold water, and pressed his head firmly
into the basin.
Initially, cold water streamed down the back of his head, flowing over his eyes and preventing him from opening them. Then the wash basin filled up, and the hand on his head pressed down hard, submerging his entire face into the cold water.
Gurgle. He couldn't breathe. Was she trying to drown him?
Bubbles continuously rose to the surface of the water as he struggled with his hands and feet.
Who?
The female instructor loosened her grip slightly, allowing him to take a breath, and then repeated the action at least 3 more times.
The players thought that at least no one would die, but unexpectedly, the female instructor's final press was exceptionally forceful, practically burying Gon Hong's face into the bottom of the basin.
No matter how much he struggled, he couldn't break free. The time was extraordinarily long, so long that he gradually stopped struggling, slipping weakly from the female instructor's grasp.
Changxi School, morning run. Dead. 7 players remaining.
The female instructor casually tossed Gon Hong's corpse to the ground like a rag, then took out a handkerchief to carefully wipe the water stains from
her hands.
She led the way out of the bathroom, her steps steady, showing no trace of having just killed someone.
"I hope you don't fall behind."
The players, who had been stunned, quickly followed behind her upon hearing this. They arrived at the playground and saw the male instructor they had met yesterday upon entering the school. He held a long whip in his hand, seemingly a riding crop used for horses, thick and resilient. The players couldn't help but stare. The male instructor didn't put away the whip, instead, he swung it in front of them and said, "Starting today, everyone must come to the playground at
7:30 a.m. every day for a morning run. Complete 15 laps within half an hour, otherwise." What did 15 laps mean?
1 lap was 400 meters, so 15 laps was 6,000 meters. Half an hour might not be too difficult for an adult male, but for Hua Huai, it was an almost impossible task. The instructors at this school wouldn't go easy on her just because she was a child. A whooshing sound came from beside her ear. It turned out someone had thrown a basketball into the air, and the instructor accurately struck the basketball with his whip.
Bang! A loud sound.
The basketball exploded in mid-air. The instructor's words continued, "Exceeding by 1 minute will result in 1 whiplash." The players gasped. The power of a single lash was unimaginable. They hadn't expected the meditation room yesterday to be child's play. Today truly revealed the horror of a sea-level dungeon. They absolutely couldn't get whipped on the first day, otherwise, if they got injured, it would be even more impossible to complete the morning run
within the stipulated time on subsequent days. At that point, they might even be beaten to death.
All the players stood at the starting line. With a command from the instructor, they shot out from the starting line like arrows. In a life or death game, you have to do it even if you can't. If you can't, you die. If you want to live, you must give your all and squeeze out every bit of potential from your body. No one dared to start slowly, they had to use all their strength and not waste a single second. The stimulating tension of death caused everyone's adrenaline to surge, as if stimulants were injected into their bodies. The fastest player was Sun Sui. He was tall and thin with long legs, giving him a natural advantage.
Running in second place was Xiang Lu.
As a female player, her ability to reach this position showed she exercised regularly. Running last, without a doubt, was Hua Huai. She hadn't eaten all day yesterday, and coupled with the disadvantage of her short legs, even if she ran with all her might, she couldn't overtake Tan Tai, who was slightly faster than her. Perhaps due to being equally hungry, he was only slightly faster than Hua Huai. At the end of the first lap, everyone maintained their positions. In the second lap, some players' paces gradually slowed down. Third lap. Fourth lap. More and more players slowed their pace. By the fifth lap, the overall rhythm had slowed down. The air Hua Huai exhaled from her mouth and nose was scorching, while the air she inhaled was icy cold. Her legs gradually went numb, and even lifting them became somewhat difficult. Cannot stop, cannot stop. From the start, Hua Huai had been silently counting the time in her heart. Perhaps her timing wasn't entirely accurate, but she tried her best to count. The first lap took about 1 minute and 10 seconds, the second lap about 2 minutes and 22 seconds total, the third lap about 3 minutes and 40 seconds total, and the fourth lap about 5 minutes and 3 seconds total. The further she ran, the slower her speed became. If she stopped to rest, it would be even more impossible for her to complete 15 laps within 30 minutes. She couldn't get injured, and she absolutely couldn't die. So, even if she couldn't run, she had to. She fiercely pinched her thigh, the pain bringing tears to her eyes, while also clearing her mind a bit. The fifth lap ended, total time 6 minutes and 29 seconds. The sixth lap ended, total time 8 minutes and 1 second. The seventh lap ended, total time 9 minutes and 37 seconds. Unknowingly, Hua Huai, relying on her astonishing perseverance, overtook Tan Tai. And in every subsequent lap, she overtook at least one player. By the end of the 10th lap, Hua Huai had already reached third place, with a total time of 16 minutes and 25 seconds. However, she had reached her physiological limit, her legs felt like they were filled with lead, and every step required a huge amount of energy. Her breathing was heavy, and it felt like her internal organs were on fire, burning, and seemingly having their own thoughts, colliding with each other. Especially her chest, which felt an indescribable pain. The 11th lap ended, total time 18 minutes and 30 seconds. Ugh! Hua Huai covered her mouth and nose, she felt so nauseous, she wanted to vomit. The thought of stopping kept flashing through her mind. If she just stopped, the nausea and physical pain would surely lessen. Resting would make it better. Her vision blurred, and in a daze, she saw the outline of the male instructor holding his whip. She immediately banished the thought from her mind. Persevere, she must persevere. The 12th lap ended, total time 21 minutes and 8 seconds. The 13th lap ended, total time 24 minutes and 2 seconds. Only 2 laps left. Steady, deep breaths. By the end of the 14th lap, the time Hua Huai was silently counting was no longer accurate enough. All she could do was run faster, and even faster. Fortunately, when the countdown reached 3 minutes, the instructor announced the time, increasing their sense of urgency. At this point, Hua Huai had almost reached the end of the 14th lap. Perhaps because she had pushed past her physiological limit, she no longer felt as nauseous and uncomfortable as before, and her steps even felt a bit lighter. When Hua Huai was past the halfway point of the 15th lap, Sun Sui was the first to cross the finish line. Xiang Lu's pace remained consistently 5 steps ahead of Hua Huai. 5. 4. 3. The instructor was counting down, only 3 seconds left. The players behind Hua Huai ran desperately, but the distance was too great, 3 seconds was simply not enough to reach it. And she herself was at least 10 meters from the finish line. She gathered her strength and sped towards the finish line. 2. With only 1 second left, she took a large stride, and, unable to control her momentum, tumbled across the finish line. 1. Student Sun Sui, Student Xiang Lu, and Student Hua Huai have passed. Hua Huai's palms and knees were scraped on the track, which was extremely minor compared to the injuries inflicted by the evil dog. She lay on the ground, utterly exhausted, drenched in sweat. Her clothes clung to her body, but she paid no mind to the sticky discomfort, just gasping for air with difficulty. Just then, a plastic-wrapped package was thrown beside her hand. Looking closely, it was a loaf of bread. The school system is clear: where there are punishments, there are naturally rewards. This is your breakfast. Hua Huai was ravenously hungry, her eyes lighting up at the sight of the bread. She struggled to sit up, tore open the packaging with both hands, and slowly put the bread into her mouth, chewing it carefully. It was different from ordinary bread, it was particularly dry and hard. However, to Hua Huai in her current state, even this could be called a delicacy. Of the remaining 4 players, 2 were overtime by less than 1 minute, 1 was overtime by 1 minute and 15 seconds, and the last one, Tan Tai, was overtime by 2 minutes and 32 seconds. Overtime within 1 minute counts as 1 minute, within 2 minutes counts as 2 minutes, and 3 minutes similarly. In other words, if you didn't pass, you would get whipped. The whipped players cried out in pain, a terrifying bloody mark left where the whip had struck. Their skin instantly split open, and blood visibly seeped through their clothes. Tan Tai received the most lashes and fainted on the spot. Today's lessons had just begun, how could he faint? The instructor's voice carried a chill: bring a bucket of ice water and splash him awake. Shaanxi School, Jiaoling. Splash. Cold water on the wound was incredibly stimulating. Tan Tai was jolted awake by the pain, his body trembling uncontrollably. Morning class is about to start, get up and follow along. The instructor showed no mercy, directing the players' actions. Upon arriving at the classroom, the instructor left, replaced by a man nearing middle age. His face was stern as he introduced himself: I am your homeroom teacher, responsible for teaching your cultural courses. The main focus of the course, it turned out, was memorization. And it was memorizing things completely unrelated to culture. Hua Huai dragged her exhausted body to the classroom and fell silent as she looked at the books distributed to her. The entire book was filled with praises for how good this school was, attempting to subtly change their way of thinking. Preferably, even after leaving this school, they would continue to extol its benefits, attracting other parents to send their children to the school. Today, first memorize the first 3 articles. Recite them to me before lunch, or you won't get to eat lunch. Hua Huai had just finished a bun. Although she wasn't full, she was no longer so hungry she wanted to bite someone. Her condition wasn't optimal, but her memory was excellent. Moreover, there was logic between these words, and with several hours until noon, memorizing 3 articles was not difficult for her. For the first hour, Hua Huai roughly skimmed the content of the 3 articles, primarily to alleviate the fatigue from running. Once her condition recovered, the words easily leaped into her mind. Another hour later, Hua Huai was the first to approach the homeroom teacher to recite. All the players watched Hua Huai, seeing her recite the 3 articles word for word, completely and accurately. You may go to the cafeteria to eat. No one except Hua Huai felt balanced inside. How old was she? She actually passed the 6-kilometer run. And her memory was so good when reciting. She was far ahead of them. She had already eaten breakfast and was now going to eat lunch. The injured Tan Tai looked down at his abdomen, having not eaten for nearly a day and a half. His wound stung, and hunger made his vision blur. He couldn't remember anything written in the articles, all his senses focused on his physical discomfort. It made him feel even more uncomfortable. Someone spoke up indignantly, why? Is she really a novice player who hasn't experienced a single dungeon before? Sun Sui was a bit uncertain and said, she doesn't even know what a yi is, so she should be a novice, right? Xiang Lu put down her book. How can you be sure she's not lying? Based on his experience, Sun Sui still leaned towards Hua Huai being a novice, she's so young. How many players of this age have you seen in a dungeon? Basically, even if you did see them, they didn't make it out of the dungeon alive, right? Xiang Lu fell silent because Sun Sui was right, she had seen them, but they had died in the dungeon. Perhaps Hua Huai just happened to have a talent for long-distance running in memory. The school's area wasn't very large, so Hua Huai could find the cafeteria's location without needing someone to lead her. It was still early, so she wasn't in a hurry to enter the cafeteria. In reality, her legs were still weak, but within a tolerable range.
At home, she often did chores and ran errands, so her usual activity level wasn't small.
Once she recovered her strength, she wouldn't choose to rest. To find a way to survive, she had to understand this inexplicable world. Taking advantage of the free time, Hua Huai returned to the dormitory, checked the bed, and found Gan Hong's name circled. Earlier, the female instructor said Jean Kongtai had died, and now Gan Hong had died before all the players' eyes. So, all the names circled on the beds belonged to deceased people. Then the bed with the unfamiliar name was also a dead person's bed.
Not a player? Or did a player enter the school before they entered the game and die?
This was unknown, but she silently memorized that unfamiliar name.
Zhao Ling.
Leaving the dormitory, Hua Huai glanced at the adjacent bathroom. The corpse inside was gone, and the floor was thoroughly cleaned, just like the open space in front of the meditation room. A chill ran through her, and her heart felt uneasy. She had a persistent feeling that someone was watching her from the shadows in some corner. She quickly walked out of the dormitory and into the sunlight, and the chill emanating from her heart finally lessened somewhat. A white shadow flashed past her, and by the time she focused her eyes, the figure was already almost out of her sight.
A student?
From yesterday until now, Hua Huai had only seen the group of students the female instructor brought into the meditation room. Out of a desire for exploration, Hua Huai followed behind that student. The student walked quickly, and she had to jog to keep up. Her movements were not small, but the other party never looked back. They went all the way into the teaching building, then quickly walked up the stairs. From a classroom next door came neat, uniform reading sounds, reciting the articles Hua Huai had memorized not long ago. She quietly peeked in and saw that not only were the reading sounds uniform, but the students also seemed like programmed bots, even the amplitude of their head movements was identical.
The entire scene appeared eerie and unsettling.
Hua Huai's scalp tingled, and she quickly averted her gaze, continuing to run up the stairs. She had paused for at least 3 seconds, yet the distance between her and the student on the stairs had not widened.
Was he deliberately waiting for her?
After a moment of hesitation, she chose to continue following him. This student appeared much older than her. If he truly intended to harm her, there would be no need to go to such lengths to lead her here.
The student opened the iron door on the top floor and disappeared from Hua Huai's sight.
She then passed through the iron door and arrived on the rooftop. A flurry of white drifted down from the sky, like snowflakes scattering across the rooftop.
Where was the student? How could he be gone?
She had seen the student walk in with her own eyes. Hua Huai circled the rooftop but still found no trace of the student. She recalled the things that had spoken to her in the meditation room, and her hands and feet immediately turned cold.
No. Calm down, calm down.
She didn't believe she had touched the rules of the GES killing. She shouldn't scare herself. The papers floating down from the sky seemed to have traces of writing. She picked one up to examine it. It was a suicide note. I want to live, I really want to live, but I'm living a life worse than death here. I'm afraid of seeing the instructor, afraid of seeing the teacher, and even afraid of seeing my own parents.
I'd become unlike myself.
I truly wish I had corrosion ability to corrode myself, leaving no trace.
I know this is impossible.
All I can do is rot uselessly in the ground, disfigured.
Goodbye, Mom and Dad.
To say I don't resent you from the bottom of my heart is impossible. But this suicide note will most likely not reach your hands, so let me vent one last time.
I resent all of you.
The strokes of the last sentence pierced through the paper, revealing intense resentment and unwillingness. Hua Huai's hand trembled, and the suicide note floated from her grasp.
Front, back, left, right.
All were identical suicide notes. The handwriting and the extent of the paper being pierced were exactly the same, an effect that printing could never
achieve. What did resent all of you mean? Was she also one of the targets?
Hua Huai looked at the iron door to the rooftop. It was still open. A slight sigh of relief escaped her. She hoped she could leave the rooftop alive. She walked step by step towards the iron door, fearing that it might suddenly slam shut with a loud bang at any moment.
Changsi School, military posture. Ding-a-ling-ling. Class was dismissed for lunch break. Hua Huai quickened her pace, swiftly crossing the iron gate and entering the corridor.
She had entered, and the door remained open. At least, for now, the anomaly showed no intention of harming her. Most likely, it was because she hadn't triggered the anomaly's law of slaughter.
She jogged downstairs. It was getting late.
There would probably be classes in the afternoon, and if she didn't want to go hungry, she had to eat now. Arriving at the cafeteria, Hua Huai went to the counter to get her meal. However, the counter was designed a bit high, and she had to stand on her tiptoes to see the dishes inside clearly. Compared to yesterday, today's dishes looked more edible, just a bit plain, with hardly any neat dishes. The only neat dish was probably the steamed egg. Just as she was about to speak, a meal was already placed in front of her. No choices were given.
Alright, she'd make do. She didn't want to be beaten up by the instructor and those students over something like food.
After all, Gon Hong's death this morning was still vivid in her mind. In this dungeon, the most important thing was not to get injured. Injuries would affect physical strength, making it impossible to complete subsequent tasks, leading to even more inhumane treatment. Turning around with her meal, she coincidentally saw all the players except Tan Tai entering the cafeteria, meeting her gaze. They saw her but didn't greet her. In their eyes, she was destined to die. It was normal for them not to bother greeting her.
Hua Huai also didn't greet them, sitting down and quietly eating the food in front of her.
The rice was dry and slightly undercooked, making it hard to swallow. The greens weren't yellow anymore, but they still weren't clean. Having seen green worms so many times, she was no longer surprised. Silently, she used the back of her chopsticks to remove the green worms, placing them in the corner of her bowl. Actually, she was quite scared that the instructor might consider the green worms food and force her to eat them. She secretly glanced around. There was no instructor here, but there were many students. Based on the words carved in the meditation room, she knew that some of these students would report to the instructor. Therefore, she acted very cautiously, with very small movements. Xiang Lu, Sun Sui, and the others sat not far away after getting their meals. They also feared the consequences of picky eating. They endured and didn't pick out the green worms from their dishes, choosing to eat them directly instead. Hua Huai's features almost contorted into a grimace, and she looked away. After carefully eating the food in front of her, she prepared to place her bowl at the recycling station. The students here all did that, so she thought she should too. Unexpectedly, before she could put it down, a player blocked her way. What was this player's name again? It seemed to be Zhang Mingxian. He said maliciously, "Did you not finish your food? Being a picky eater is not allowed." Was he referring to the green worms she picked out? He saw it? As his voice rang out, all the students in the cafeteria stared intently at Hua Huai, as if trying to bore a hole through her. It was like having daggers in her back. As a fellow player, why did he harbor such malice towards her? The other players, Xiang Lu and Sun Sui, watched the scene indifferently, showing no intention of helping her. Not only did they let her fend for herself, but they also wanted to push her further. Hua Huai felt very wronged. She glared at Zhang Mingxian and said, "I finished my food, I'm not a picky eater." Zhang Mingxian persisted, "Then put down your bowl and let everyone see if you really finished it." Hua Huai didn't give in to his wishes. "Why should I listen to you?" Zhang Mingxian suddenly reached out, "Then don't blame me for taking it." Hua Huai, of course, couldn't snatch it back from him and simply let go. The bowl landed in Zhang Mingxian's hand, spotless and empty. He blurted out in disbelief, "How is that possible? I saw you pick the green worms into the corner with my own eyes." But he had no proof, and Hua Huai felt extremely wronged. "You saw wrong. Please return my bowl, I need to take it to the recycling station." No matter how unwilling Zhang Mingxian was, he had nowhere to vent his frustration. He could only return the bowl to Hua Huai, who then took it to the recycling station. Hua Huai left the cafeteria and walked along a sparsely populated path, overgrown with bushes. Suddenly, the branches trembled slightly. Shriveled green worms hung on the leaves, in the grass, blending in with the surroundings. In the afternoon, the instructor arranged for all players to undergo 3 hours of military stance training.
Under the scorching sun, they couldn't speak or move, or they would be whipped.
Most players initially managed to persevere, but only Tan Tai struggled immensely. He had received 3 lashes from a horsewhip, was doused with a bucket of cold water, failed to recite the text in the classroom, and didn't even get
lunch. He was already cold and hungry, and now with alternating hot and cold, he was so famished that his lips were pale, and his face was devoid of color.
Because he couldn't move, liquid hung beneath his nose, flowing down to his mouth.
Tormented by this dungeon, he was barely human anymore. However, everyone was looking straight ahead, and no one saw his current miserable state. An hour passed, and everyone gritted their teeth and held on. Hua Huai was not in good condition. The aftereffects of staying up all night had appeared. She was drowsy and her mind wasn't clear. The undercooked rice from the cafeteria also made her stomach uncomfortable. She looked up and saw the instructor sitting in the distant shade, drinking iced beverages and eating fresh fruit salad. How leisurely! It formed a stark contrast to the players' predicament. It also challenged their limits of endurance.
Gulp! The sound of swallowing saliva filled the air. But no one made any unauthorized moves, not even Tan Tai, who toughed it out.
No one broke the rules until the military stance ended. The instructor showed a creepy smile.
I didn't expect your physiques to be so good.
It seems tomorrow we'll have to increase the difficulty.
The players were stunned.
What? If no one broke the rules, the instructor would still autonomously increase the difficulty. How about adding an hour of military stance training?
It was a question, but without a questioning tone. It was beyond refutation.
If no one broke the rules for a day, an hour of training time would be added.
If no one ever broke the rules, by the 7th day of the survival mission, the military stance training could last up to 8 hours.
After the instructor left, the players did not disperse.
Xiang Lu's face was grim as she said, "The dungeon mission is for us to survive 7 days. It sounds simple, but it's actually an almost impossible task. If we don't break the rules, the instructor will increase the training difficulty, raising the chance of breaking the rules, but if we do break the rules, we'll get injured, causing all subsequent morning runs, recitations, and military stances to become major problems." Her gaze turned to Tan Tai. He was almost collapsing from exhaustion.
Xiang Lu continued, "He probably won't even make it through tomorrow. For him, this dungeon has at least escalated to hell difficulty." Sun Sui followed her gaze and frowned, "So you mean we're all going to die?"
Xiang Lu shook her head.
"Of course not, no dungeon would be designed to be unwinnable.
My point is, there isn't only one path, which is to listen to the instructor.
We are adults, not actual students in this school. Our thinking is too narrow-minded.
Perhaps we should step outside of our student identities to find the answer."
Chauncey School, contradiction.
Hua Huai was a complete novice, and no one was willing to guide her. The desire to live forced her, despite her abdominal pain, to remain where she was, listening to the discussions of the other players. The more she knew, the greater her hope of survival. Xiang Lu was an experienced D-level player, and she could offer many lines of thought that Hua Huai had never considered.
Among the players present, no one understood what Xiang Lu was trying to express. Zhang Mingxian didn't understand and seemed very annoyed. "What exactly do you mean? Stop speaking in riddles."
Xiang Lu looked at him coldly.
"Since you have that attitude, you can figure it out yourself.
I'm sure your pig brain will have a hard time coming up with a solution to break the situation. I wonder how you passed the previous dungeons.
Did you just rely on others to carry you through?" Players who had safely experienced several dungeons were not to be underestimated. Zhang Mingxuan's face turned red with anger. He brandished his fist and said fiercely, "You stinking woman, don't think that just because I give you a little leeway, you can go overboard. Believe it or not, I can kill you with one punch.
Sun Sui and another player went to stop him, barely restraining him in his fit of rage.
Xiang Lu forced a smile, full of provocation. If you have the guts, then kill me. But do you dare?
Rule 5 of the game rules states that players cannot kill each other, or they will suffer a backlash.
Or do you want to try the taste of being backlashed by the game? Zhang Ningxuan's momentum slowed, but his anger didn't dissipate.
He scanned Xiang Lu up and down, then suddenly curled his lips.
No, I was wrong. My tone and attitude just now were bad. I apologize to you.
There was something naked in his eyes.
As if she had seen it somewhere before. Ah! She remembered.
In the meditation room yesterday, the female instructor's gaze towards Sun Sui was also like that.
Xiang Lu didn't notice anything amiss and snorted.
I'm not a petty person, I'm too lazy to bother with someone like you. In the game dungeon, there are actually hidden mission objectives that need to be completed through exploration.
There's a chance to leave the game early. Confined to the identity of students, there are too few places we can go. We should be bolder and explore the entire school.
Many hands make light work. Every night, everyone returns to the dormitory to share the information they've gathered, and perhaps we can piece together useful clues. It turned out that the last sentence was the key point. If it weren't for the difficulty of exploring alone, she probably wouldn't have shared this information. Hidden mission objectives. Hua Huai kept it in mind, then rushed into the toilet to deal with her abdominal pain.
Once the abdominal pain was resolved, a new problem arose.
She had no toilet paper.
Nor was any provided in the toilet.
Her legs were numb from squatting.
Could she get up? No, she couldn't.
Desperate times called for desperate measures.
She weakly spoke, Is anyone there? It would be truly terrifying if someone actually responded.
The toilet was silent, no one responded to her.
She sighed in relief, yet couldn't hide her disappointment. Woo-woo, I'm so miserable. I don't even have toilet paper and I'm stuck squatting in the toilet. Since no one was around, she let go and gave up on herself. I don't want to run around smelling like poop. It's so embarrassing. Is there anyone kind out there?
I really need toilet paper. Suddenly, a fair hand reached through the crack in the door, holding a small pack of tissues. At the same time, a somewhat familiar male voice came, so noisy.
Hua Huai's legs trembled, and she hesitated to take the pack of tissues.
Because she recognized the owner of the voice, it was that strange entity.
After a long pause without action, the other party urged, Do you want it or not? If not, I'm leaving. Leave?
No, she didn't want to go out smelling like poop. She quickly snatched the tissues from his hand and subconsciously said politely, Thank you.
Why was she thanking a strange entity? And this was the women's toilet, how could he come in? She couldn't help but remind him, this is the women's toilet. The male voice chuckled. All right, I'll go. But, I only came in because I heard your wailing.
Ugh, Hua Huai covered her face. So embarrassing, she had lost all face in front of a strange entity. Hua Huai successfully emerged from the toilet stall, and the strange entity had already disappeared. It was getting dark, and the surrounding scenery seemed strangely distorted. Hua Huai felt a chill in her heart, always feeling that something bad might happen if she stayed outside.
She couldn't help but quicken her pace and return to the dormitory.
The door opened, and several players were gathered around the table discussing. They paused for a second when they saw Hua Huai, then continued their discussion.
Tan Tai was lying on the yellowed bedsheet, his entire state very abnormal.
He looked sick, but there was no infirmary in the school. Perhaps, as Xiang Lu said, he wouldn't live past tomorrow. After Hua Huai washed in the bathroom, she climbed onto her bunk and squatted.
The bedding smelled terrible, full of the fermented stench of sweat.
Since the weather was muggy, she didn't plan to use a blanket tonight.
After a day of exhaustion, now that she was calm, sleepiness was particularly strong. She yawned and vaguely fell asleep.
She didn't know how long she had slept when a cry of pain came from beside her ear. Immediately after, a male voice angrily said, "Crazy woman."
The commotion was too loud, waking everyone in the dormitory.
By the moonlight from outside the window, everyone saw Zhang Mingxian tightly clutching his abdomen, crimson liquid flowing from his fingertips. A utility knife, its blade pushed out, stained with blood, was in Xiang Lu's hand. Xiang Lu's clothes were disheveled, but her gaze was extremely sharp.
"You're the crazy one, aren't you? If it weren't for the game rules, you'd be dead by now."
The other male players immediately guessed what had happened when they saw this scene. Hua Huai was still young and only half understood such matters.
However, she could distinguish right from wrong. Zhang Mingxian was not a good person, and neither was Xiang Lu. But Zhang Mingxian was much worse than Xiang Lu.
When everyone thought she was young and left her to fend for herself, it was Zhang Mingxian who jumped out to point out her violation of the rules. They clearly had no previous grievances. This person was rotten to the core. Sun Sui stepped in to smooth things over.
"We don't have many people left who can act."
Zhang Mingxian made a mistake, but it also shows, in a different way, that you're beautiful.
"How about we calm down?"
Saying nothing would have been better, his words only made Xiang Lu's blood pressure rise. She endured it for a moment, then said to Zhang Mingxian, "Get lost." Of the remaining 7 players, only 5 could truly participate in actions. It was only the second night, so Xiang Lu had to swallow her anger. Everyone was about to return to their bunks when Sun Sui glanced at another empty bed and paused, wondering, "That's Tan Tai's bunk, isn't it? Where did he go?" Before everyone went to sleep, Tan Tai still looked sickly. His bloodstains remained on the bedding. Someone replied to him, "Who cares? He probably went to the toilet." No sooner had the words fallen than the school's alarm blared, loud enough to cover the entire school. A voice came over the broadcast, "Everyone, gather at the playground within 5 minutes.
Changxi School advertisement." Doors creaked open all along the previously silent dormitory building, followed by the sound of footsteps in the corridor. The players exchanged glances, then opened their own doors and merged into the stream of students. When they reached the playground, a raised platform stood not far away. Bright lights illuminated the scene, everyone could clearly see an instructor on the platform holding a student at bay. The skinny student bore 3 fresh whip marks. It was Tan Tai, who had vanished earlier. What happened? Why is he being held up there? The players' questions bubbled up inside them.
The instructor soon provided an answer. "This student is impossible to discipline. He actually tried to sneak out of the school last night. He's the very model of a bad student. For such bad students, we can only intensify our efforts and do our best to turn them into good ones."
BZZT BZZT BZZT.
The instructor flicked the switch on his baton, sparks instantly crackled around the weapon, visible to the naked eye. The baton struck Tan Tai again, drawing a pig-like shriek from him. Excitement crept into the instructor's eyes as he watched Tan Tai twitch and writhe.
"Do you know?
Half a year ago, a student named Zhao Ling also tried to escape." His voice suddenly turned sharp. "But let me tell you, the school is an iron fortress. You have no privacy.
Don't even think of running. Accept your discipline. Only when your parents come to pick you up may you leave. Do you understand?" In unison, the students on the playground answered, "We understand."
The players echoed the reply, their faces ashen. The instructor on the platform was killing the chicken to scare the monkeys. They watched Tan Tai suffer, struggle, and finally collapse, eyes wide open in death. The show over, the instructor and students dispersed. Xiang Lu stared at the platform. Tan Tai seems to be clutching something in his hand. Tan Tai was now a corpse. The night was thick. Once the crowd left, the place felt eerily quiet. A creepy feeling sprouted in their hearts, as if something in the darkness were baring its claws, urging them to flee toward the light.
Sun Sui hesitated. "It's too late. Let's head back to the dormitory and check tomorrow?"
Xiang Lu rolled her eyes.
"Scared? Fine. Do you think the body will still be here at dawn?
A big man dithering, if you're useless I'll go alone. With that, she strode toward the platform.
Sun Sui asked himself, was he less brave than a woman? He quickened his pace, overtook Xiang Lu, and reached the platform first. Up close, Tan Tai really was holding something.
Freshly dead, his hand was still soft and could be pried open easily. What appeared was a tattered scrap of paper.
No, an advertising flyer, showing half an excavator and a phone number.
Sun Sui studied it, baffled.
Why was he holding this?
Seems useless, maybe he grabbed it in panic and never let go.
He moved to toss the flyer away.
Xiang Lu snatched it from him.
Who says it's useless? It's vital. Zhang Mingxian, clutching his wound, sneered.
What use could half a flyer be?
Xiang Lu didn't even look at him.
This flyer might be our ticket out of the dungeon early.
Did any of you notice the scratches on the meditation room wall?
The players shook their heads. Hua Huai watched silently from a distance. There's nothing sharp in the meditation room, those marks were gouged out with fingernails. Every character is rimmed with dried blood. When eyes move from light into darkness they see nothing. But coming from darkness into light, they're dazzled. When Xiang Lu left the meditation room, her eyes had adjusted. In the faint light she read the wall.
Linking the final sentence there to this flyer reveals a glaring clue. The dungeon had already given them a hint on day 1.
Xiang Lu recited the wall text, stressing the last line, if only someone could tear this school down, then I could live. Sun Sui saw the light.
The hidden quest is to demolish the school. Zhang Mingxian scowled, playing devil's advocate. Demolish it how? With half a flyer?
Xiang Lu spared him no mercy. Shut up, fool, you make pigs look clever. Nothing in a dungeon is meaningless, this flyer appeared for a reason.
We need to dial the number on it. The moment she finished, Sun Sui pulled out a mobile phone. Xiang Lu frowned. What are you doing?
Sun Sui shrugged.
The flyer's missing 3 digits, let's guess them.
Xiang Lu rubbed her temples.
Sure, guessing works, except your phone can't make calls inside a dungeon. If the call connects, whoever answers won't be human.
A sudden cold breeze swept past, everyone broke out in goosebumps.
One player wailed, can we not talk about this in the middle of the night?
Especially with a corpse right beside us, who are you trying to scare to death? Sun Sui pocketed the phone.
Then what? We can't use ours, so steal an instructor's? If caught, we'd be dead meat. These people can't think for themselves. Xiang Lu sighed. Phones are usually carried on you, stealing from an instructor is suicide.
After we finish tomorrow's task, search the teaching building for landline phones.
School staff offices usually have them. Let's not stay out too long, back to the dormitory.
She tucked the flyer into her pocket, Hua Huai never got a clear look at it. They returned to the dormitory and woke to early morning. The first thing everyone did was wash up, the second was to assemble on the playground on time. Because many had failed yesterday's morning run, today's difficulty stayed the same. Sun Sui and Xiang Lu finished on schedule, Hua Huai crossed the line 28 seconds early. Other players, their wounds reopened under the strain, ran while bleeding. 2 barely beat the cutoff, 1 was 15 seconds late, and Zhang Mingxian 1 minute 56 seconds late. His hasty bandaging couldn't handle the exertion. Blood soaked his uniform, but the instructor showed no mercy. 2 lashes let him truly taste Tan Tai's agony. He knew he had to find a landline today, or he would die here.
Changxi School landline.
The reward was the same as yesterday, a small, hard piece of bread. Since all players had completed the military stance training task yesterday and were permitted dinner, they wouldn't feel terribly hungry even if they
skipped this morning's reward. After the morning run ended, they immediately began the morning class recitation task.
Hua Huai once again surpassed the other players, finishing the recitation task of 3 articles in just over an hour. Her memory seemed exceptionally good, she only needed to read the content of that book a few times to recite it perfectly. Taking advantage of the extra time, Hua walked along the corridor, passing many classrooms. The students inside the classrooms were the same as those seen yesterday, reading aloud articles, still acting like pre-programmed bots. Every classroom was a copy-paste. They filled all the classrooms except the one assigned to the players, and looking at them for too long gave one the creeps. It was currently class time, and the teachers were also in the classrooms. So, was the teacher's office empty? Hua quickened her pace, sweeping past classrooms and taking the stairs to the top floor. It was extremely quiet here. Unlike the rooms downstairs, which had large glass windows, this area was generally dark-toned. As she walked, she saw a sign hanging on one door, Teacher's Office. Found it! Hua was excited, looking around like a thief. She then quietly opened a crack in the door, cautiously widening it. There was indeed no one inside the office. The landline phone was quietly placed on the desk. Unfortunately, she didn't have the advertisement leaflet, so she couldn't try dialing a number. But she didn't leave immediately. There was still some time until class ended, and perhaps she could find useful clues during this period. Like a loach, she slipped into the office and carefully closed the door. She approached the desk to examine the documents on it. They were all trivial matters. Hua put the documents back and tried to open the desk drawer. Perhaps relying on the student's fear of teachers, who wouldn't dare break into the office to rummage through drawers, the drawer was unlocked. Hua opened it easily and found a document inside. Student who died unexpectedly, Zhao Ling. Age, 16. Reason for enrollment, internet addiction. Cause of death, unable to endure life without online games, he went alone to the school rooftop at night in despair, attempting to slander the school. With his death. After reading the text before her, Hua felt an urge to tear it to shreds. It infuriated her. It was slander again. These people, with their bare mouths and moving lips, could twist black into white and white into black. Anyone who didn't know the truth wouldn't bother investigating its authenticity. Forcing herself to suppress the urge to tear it up, Hua flipped to the next page. Patient name, Zhao Ling. Diagnosed condition, mild depression. Symptoms observed, self-harm behavior, traces of wall plaster in his fingernail beds, cracked nails, bloody and mangled flesh. The date of this diagnosis was only a few days earlier than the previous document, indicating that the diagnosis was made after his enrollment. The symptoms happened to match the marks on the wall of the meditation room. Flipping further back, there was a letter. To the principal of Changxi. My child is addicted to online games every day. As soon as he gets home from school, he locks himself in his room. We have to beg him repeatedly just to eat. We haven't raised a child, we've raised a master. However, since sending the child to your school, whenever he comes home for his monthly break, he looks extremely well behaved. He hasn't touched his mobile phone, let alone games. When we call him for dinner, he immediately comes to the table and sits properly, finishing his food neatly without being picky. It's just that sometimes he cries and tells me he doesn't want to go to school. Your school is truly a good place that can make children obedient. He really doesn't know how to be grateful. The signature was Yu Shulan. So, Zhao Ling had told his mother he didn't want to go to school, but his mother refused to listen to him. This led to deeper issues that Zhao Ling couldn't discuss further with his mother, eventually accumulating within him and becoming the weight that broke the camel's back. As for the final straw that broke him, it was probably profound despair. In the meditation room, he spoke up and defended his parents. In reality, he was lying. He resented his family but, like Hua, was unwilling to admit it. If they admitted it, would they still have a home? In Zhao Ling's suicide note, in the final moment of his life's release, he still vented his true feelings. He had run out of time, he wanted to take one last breath of fresh air. Hua finished reading everything and couldn't recover for a long time. Tears welled up in her eyes. She felt sorry for Zhao Ling, and she felt sorry for herself. At the same time, she asked herself, is a home like this, are family members like this, truly necessary to have? The landline phone on the desk showed the time, indicating class was almost over. After Hua Huai put the documents back in their place, she quietly left. Just as she finished closing the office door, she saw a dark silhouette on the door. Hua Huai's heart skipped a beat. What was that? Class wasn't over yet. Was it a ghost? She quickly looked back. Thankfully, it wasn't a ghost. Xiang Lu was looking at her with a strange expression. Why are you here? Hua Huai brushed past her. Weren't you looking for the landline phone? It's inside, but class is almost over. She walked toward the stairs. Xiang Lu followed behind her and asked, you went in to find the landline phone? Why are you helping us? Hua Huai didn't stop walking. If you can complete the task, I should be able to leave the dungeon too. After all, once the school was demolished, all the students would naturally be picked up by their parents and taken home. Therefore, Hua Huai wasn't helping Xiang Lu and the others, she was helping herself. Hearing this, Xiang Lu looked stunned for a moment, then stopped and sincerely said, you are very different from the children I've met in dungeons before. Hua Huai also stopped, her mouth moving faster than her brain. How am I different? Xiang Lu replied, as soon as they enter the dungeon, they cry and whine, demanding to go home. All players have to tolerate them, or else they become ticking time bombs, ready to explode at any moment and randomly take out several players. This was an answer Hua Huai had never considered. So, some veteran players despise the children in the dungeons. They won't play with them from the start, hoping they just self-detonate where they stand and don't harm other players. Given her age, not only was she at a disadvantage physically in the dungeon, but combined with the stereotypes held by other players, her future path in the game was bound to be much harder than others. Xiang Lu's words served as a reminder to Hua Huai, and she sincerely said, thank you for telling me this. She actually said thank you to her. Xiang Lu was momentarily dazed. Having stayed in the game dungeon for too long, she couldn't remember the last time she heard such polite words. She thought her heart had become utterly hardened. But now she realized it could still beat happily due to warmth. Perhaps she should leave the dungeon world and rest properly in reality for a while. The bell signaling the end of class rang, and Hua Huai quickly went downstairs, soon disappearing from her sight. Changxi School, betrayed. The afternoon was military stance training, which was extended by 1 hour, making it 4 hours long. Under the scorching sun, the players sweated profusely. Having persisted through 3 hours yesterday, Hua Huai found today less grueling. She had even gotten used to eating the undercooked rice in the cafeteria, feeling no discomfort. By the end of the training, she was in the best condition among all the players. Xiang Lu and Sun Sui had good physical fitness and were not injured, allowing them to steadily complete the military stance training as well. Zhang Mingxian was not so lucky, his face was drained of color, and the blood congealed on his school uniform, sticking to his skin. A slight tug made him gasp in pain. Driven perhaps by the desire to survive, he gritted his teeth and endured the training, completing the task. The instructor walked over, clapping his hands, his eerie gaze lingering on them as he said, not bad. Everyone completed the training again today, so we'll add another hour tomorrow. A malicious and gloating smile hung on his lips, challenging their limits step by step. As the instructor left, Zhang Mingxian immediately grabbed Xiang Lu's sleeve and asked, have you found the landline phone? I won't last until tomorrow, I have to leave today. Xiang Lu mercilessly shook him off. What does that have to do with me? I'm not the one who did the killing. Since she didn't kill, she wouldn't suffer backlash from the game rules. Zhang Mingxian said with difficulty, don't tell me you've already found the landline phone but are deliberately delaying completing the task. Intending to watch me die? That's right, you can play it this way. It must be said that Xiang Lu was more familiar with the potential rules of the game than the other players. Like the hidden mission objective, if she didn't say anything, none of the other players would know about it. Since death was inevitable either way, Zhang Mingxian suddenly erupted, grabbing Xiang Lu's neck with both hands and fiercely saying, I'll drag you
down to hell with me.
The two of them were very close, and Zhang Mingxuan's sudden attack meant no one could stop him in time. The veins on the back of his hands throbbed, and his fingers continuously tightened, choking Xiang Lu until her face was red, as if she would
suffocate any second. Xiang Lu showed no sign of panic, instead laughing aloud. You're ruthless. I know where it is, and I can give you the flyer too. Whether you can survive depends on your own ability.
Half a flyer drifted from her hand to the ground. The remaining players stared at the flyer, their expressions greedy.
Zhang Mingxian didn't dare delay.
He quickly released Xiang Lu, bent down, and picked up the flyer, lest someone else beat into it. After picking it up, he felt slightly relieved, his tone showing no weakness.
Where is the landline phone?
Xiang Lu pointed to the teaching building behind her.
The top floor, the teacher's office.
Zhang Mingxian lifted his foot, ready to move, but seemed to remember something and returned to his original spot. He scanned the circle of players, finally settling on Hua Huai, pointing at her and saying, "You, come here." When Hua Huai didn't come over, he walked toward her himself.
Do you want to live?
That was nonsense, of course, she wanted to live.
Hua Huai nodded.
He continued, "Help me lure the teachers out of the office and find a way to stall them for half an hour. I can then try the password, and everyone will survive." Changing his tone, he grabbed her collar.
Otherwise, I'll kill you right now. You know I'm a dead man walking just by staying in the dungeon.
I don't care about taking one more person with me. Zhang Mingxian could do it, he had just proven it with his actions. Although he was injured, he was still an adult male. Killing her wouldn't take much effort. The other players had no intention of helping her either. If she didn't want to die, she had no choice but to agree. She spoke anxiously, "How am I supposed to lure the teachers out?"
With Zhang Mingxuan's mind, he couldn't think of a plan, so he randomly said, "Whatever."
"I don't care, you figure it out."
"Damn it. It's getting dark. I'll give you half an hour to come up with something." If he was inhumane, she wouldn't be blamed for being unjust. She smiled innocently. "I have an idea."
10 minutes later, a piercing alarm sounded on the third floor of the teaching building. Hearing the commotion, the teachers in the classroom offices stepped out to investigate. Taking advantage of the teachers leaving their offices, Zhang Mingxian slipped into an office to try dialing the phone. Hua Huai stood at the stairwell corner, watching the teachers head toward the floor where the alarm originated. Counting the time silently, after about 5 minutes, she frantically ran to where the teachers were, panting as she said, "Teachers, you've been
tricked. Someone secretly broke into your office."
Inside the room, several books were burning in a brazier, and the smoke drifted up to the sensor, triggering the alarm. It wasn't a fire, someone had deliberately triggered the alarm.
Hua Huai's accusation matched the current situation, so the teachers didn't suspect anything and hurried back into the office. She didn't follow them in, standing outside the door, hearing Zhang Mingxuan's miserable scream was enough.
The fire alarm system in this school was designed by floor. If the first floor sensor was triggered, the alarm would sound on the first floor, and similarly for the second floor and third floor. Hua Huai had previously agreed with him to place braziers on different floors at different times. By taking the brazier away before the teachers arrived and placing it on a different floor, forcing them to check every room in the building without understanding why, she could definitely secure half an hour of free time.
Zhang Mingxian would never have guessed even in death why the alarm was still sounding, yet the teachers had returned.
The strong smell of blood drifted into the air, and the players' ranks lost one more person. Just as she was about to leave, a familiar voice came from behind her. "Why did you betray your friend?" Hua Huai turned her head, and a young man came into view. He had delicate features and wore a clean school uniform that smelled faintly of laundry detergent.
"Zhao Ling?" He had no unnecessary words, repeating with a heavier tone, "Why did you betray your friend?" In his eyes, was the person inside actually her friend? What did he want to do now? Was he going to kill her?
Because she had touched the rules of slaughter. The young man's bones made a grating, dislocating sound, and his head suddenly split open. Brain matter and blood flowed down, staining the clean school uniform. Yet he was still blinking, approaching her step by step, continuously repeating, "Why did you betray your friend?" It was the first time she had seen such a sight, a corpse that could move. Although Hua Huai guessed he was a strange entity, seeing him in reality still caused her mind to momentarily crash. She couldn't do nothing, he would kill her. With tears welling up in her eyes, she suppressed her fear and retorted, "Have you ever seen a friend who wanted to kill you?" He clearly knew what kind of people those teachers were, yet he still asked me to lure them away. Did he think I was young and easy to bully? With so many adults, choosing me meant he thought I was easy to manipulate. I am not someone who accepts defeat. Even if 1,000, 10,000 people want me dead, I will find a way to live strongly. Unlike you, coward. You clearly had a chance for a monthly break at home, but because of a single sentence from your mother, you didn't dare tell her the whole truth. About the school. Was it really all your mother's fault? You bear responsibility too. Don't think about washing your hands of it completely. In the end, you chose to jump off a building and commit suicide. The school remained unaffected, but you lost your life. Was it worth it? As she spoke, Hua Huai felt more anger, mixed with a slight feeling of disappointment toward Zhao Ling. Shangxi School, brother. The intense malice surrounding Zhao Ling dissipated slightly. With red-rimmed eyes, he said, "You simply don't understand. My mother won't believe me, she only believes what she sees, the changes in me. As long as I hold my mobile phone, whether I'm playing a game or looking up study materials, she immediately assumes I'm playing games, and she speaks with impatience and accusation, saying no wonder my grades are so poor. During meals, I must be seated at the table before she finishes cooking, and I absolutely cannot wait for her to call me herself, or else she will put on a stern face and say I'm ignoring her calls. When we are out, I am just capital for comparison. Because my grades are poor, my mother is always ashamed to mention me, and when we return home, she constantly tells me I'm useless. Why does she have to demand so much of me? Is it really my fault?" Accompanied by his questioning, a line of bloody tears slipped from his eyes, revealing deep sorrow. What poured out next was full of self-doubt and inferiority. His pupils dissolved like ink, filling his entire eye. Father never cares about these things, he only echoes mother's words. What they clearly need is just a compliant accessory, completely devoted to them, with grades good enough to show off. I can't do it. I can't do it. I can't find the meaning of my existence. Since it's so painful, why can't I be free? Zhao Ling's body began to self-destruct. His body, which had retained some semblance of human shape, twisted hideously, enveloped by a mass of black mud, transforming into an unbelievably ugly appearance. A stench of rotting corpse emanated from him, as if he had been decomposing for a very long time. It was utterly foul. His movement became a creeping crawl. Perhaps calling him a monster at this point would be more appropriate. Hua Huai could completely empathize with Zhao Ling's feelings. Both of them had lost the only familial affection they possessed. They no longer trusted their relatives, and in their despair, they stopped hoping for any emotional reciprocation from them. Thinking about having to walk the road ahead alone, infinite loneliness spread in Hua Huai's heart. He needed warmth, and she needed it too. Let it be an act of saving him, and also saving herself. Hua Huai mustered her courage and took a step forward, saying clearly in her tender voice, "From now on, how about you be my older brother?" Older brother? It was an unfamiliar term. To be honest, I ran away from home, on a cold, rainy winter night. But they didn't come out to look for me. I think I might have become a child without a home. Since I was little, I've never tasted the feeling of being favored. I feel like a pitiful worm. But it doesn't matter. From now on, I'll favor you instead. It's the same, since your experience sounds pitiful too. If you don't want to, that's okay too. I will respect your choice. It's just that I'll feel a bit disappointed. Hua Huai was young, and many of the things she said were exceptionally pure. Her successive words were filled with sincerity, making it impossible not to be moved.
The black mud gradually peeled off Zhao Ling's body and sank into the ground.
His head was completely restored, returning to its clean and handsome appearance. Seeing the anxious emotion in her eyes, he opened his lips and said, "Okay." Instantly, the sun shone brightly. Hua Huai couldn't suppress the smile on her lips, and her eyes sparkled brightly like stars.
Really?
Influenced by her emotion, Zhao Ling also smiled, looking exceptionally handsome.
Really?
Hua Huai was so happy she jumped up.
Wow, I have an older brother. I have an older brother. She took his hand. The touch was icy cold, as if it had just come out of a refrigerator.
But soon, the icy feeling receded, replaced by a normal temperature.
He can actually control temperature?
Hua Huai looked at him confusedly, only to see a work badge hanging quietly from his fingertips. Without this, even if you dial the number, it won't work.
An item related to the hidden mission? It was actually on Zhao Ling all along. He is the abnormality, the strongest existence in this dungeon.
If he hadn't voluntarily taken out the work badge, probably no players would have thought the item was in the hands of an abnormality. The players would constantly dial the string of numbers on the advertisement flyer and fall into deep self-doubt.
Unable to solve it, they would only try to complete the mission of surviving for 7 days.
It's only the 3rd day today, yet only 5 people remain in the player faction. At this rate of reduction, if they really make it to the 7th day, probably no one will survive. As expected of a sea-level dungeon, the difficulty of clearing it is too high. Hua Huai took the work badge. After flipping it over, she noticed that the space for the teacher's photograph was blank. Zhao Ling said, "In this school, there are no 1-inch photos of the teachers."
None. How could the dungeon design an unsolvable puzzle?
Zhao Ling is a student here, so he must be very familiar with this school.
If he says there aren't any, then there likely aren't any.
A blank work badge cannot prove that it belongs to a teacher. Zhao Ling's 2 sentences practically laid the answer right in front of her. The translated meaning is, stick a teacher's 1-inch photo onto this work badge, then dial the number on the advertisement flyer, and you can
complete the hidden mission and leave the dungeon. The current difficulty is that there are no teacher's 1-inch photos in the school.
The sky gradually darkened. Hua Huai returned to the dormitory, wearing a frown of worry over the unsolvable situation. Sun Sui saw her return alone and asked, "Where is Zhang Mingxian?" Hua Huai opened and closed her mouth.
He died.
Instantly, all the players in the dormitory gathered around.
How did he die? What happened? Was there a problem with the phone number on the advertisement flyer? Or did he fail to secure enough time and couldn't figure out the real number?
When Zhang Mingxian was just grabbing her collar and threatening her, these players weren't nearly this enthusiastic.
Feeling stifled, she casually replied, "Dead is dead."
I didn't dare squat outside the door to peek, so how would I know what happened?
Anyway, he never came out of the office, so he must be dead. Hearing this, the players said disappointedly, "Doesn't that mean the advertisement flyer is lost too?" That was the only clue. Xiang Lu, why aren't you worried at all? Don't tell me. The advertisement flyer you gave Zhang Mingxian was fake?
Xiang Lu remained calm, taking a piece of paper from her pocket. Of course it was real, but I copied a version beforehand.
If you want it, you can copy it too.
Well, thinking about it carefully, if Zhang Mingxian had succeeded, they would have been able to leave the dungeon too.
Xiang Lu had no reason to give him a fake advertisement flyer. Zhang Mingxian's failure was within my expectations.
Her gaze met Hua Huai's, and she smiled. However, her returning safely was outside my expectations. After all, tricking the teachers in this school is a very dangerous thing. Thinking of something, Sun Sui suddenly took a huge step back in horror.
She couldn't be the abnormality of this dungeon, could she? What kind of child is this strong? Running 6,000 meters 2 days in a row without going over time.
And her article recitation is incredibly fast, without a single mistake. She also completed the military stance training very well. It's the third day, and besides the scrapes from the morning run on the second day, she has no other injuries. I heard from some seniors that some abnormalities like to blend in among the players, taking advantage of the players' lack of guard to make them inadvertently trigger the law of slaughter. The more they listened, the more the players felt Hua Huai resembled an abnormality. They backed away one after another, stammering, "And no way? Then how are we supposed to play? She's standing at the door, we can't run away. Should we jump out the window instead?" Hua Huai was speechless. She pulled open the room door and said, "This is the 5th floor. You guys should just use the door. I'm going to take a shower." Changxi School, cooperation. One of the players laughed foolishly, "She's actually really nice, she even reminded us to use the door." Xiang Lu couldn't stand it and pressed a hand to her forehead. "If she were a ghoul, you would all be dead already." Furthermore, the strange voice that appeared in the meditation room on the first day clearly belongs to a male ghoul. The other players nodded in agreement when they heard this. That makes sense. But how can you be sure there is only one ghoul? Xiang Lu spoke meaningfully. "In a sea-level dungeon, there can only be a maximum of one ghoul that is not restricted by the dungeon shell, possesses independent thought, and can move freely. This type of ghoul is usually called the dungeon boss." Hua Huai had finished washing and was about to step out when the bathroom door was closed shut. Sun Sui leaned against the bathroom door, blocking it completely. He stared at Hua Huai, whose hair was still dripping water, and asked, "Do you want to cooperate with me?" Hua Huai was extremely wary of Sun Sui. He was the male player in the group who had suffered the lightest injuries. Instead of rushing to refuse, she asked, "Cooperate on what? And how?" Sun Sui explained, "Although the game rules state that players cannot kill each other, the reward money after the game ends is actually split evenly among all players. Since we now have a strategy to get out, the other players no longer need to exist. I really admire you. You have such strong resilience, and your mind works well. After the daily memorization task, you have plenty of free time. During this time, I assume it would be easy for you to enter the teacher's office. It would be most suitable for you to make the phone call. Therefore, I will handle the matter of getting rid of the other players. You only need to be responsible for making the phone call and completing the hidden task." Are the players in the dungeon all such terrifying beings? Hua Huai looked at Sun Sui's expressionless face. Human life was clearly inconsequential to him. Wait, she had also used a dungeon NPC's hand to eliminate Zhang Mingxian today. But it was different. Zhang Mingxian had wanted her life first, she was merely acting in self-defense. Hua Huai pursed her lips, her eyelashes slightly lowered, casting a shadow. After a long pause, she said, "How are you going to get rid of the other players?" Sun Sui had almost thought Hua Huai would refuse, but she unexpectedly asked this question. Sun Sui smiled, "Isn't that simple? Just find a way for them to violate the rules. The ones killing them are NPCs, it has nothing to do with me. Better to offend a gentleman than a villain." Sun Sui was blocking the doorway, refusing to budge. If she didn't agree, he probably wouldn't let her leave this door. Forced to use a stalling tactic, she nodded, "Fine, I will only be responsible for making the phone call." Only after receiving her answer did Sun Sui step aside and personally open the door for Hua Huai to exit. By the time her hair was completely dry, it was completely dark, and it was time to sleep. Hua Huai climbed into bed. Unlike the stench of yesterday, today's bedding carried the clean scent of laundry detergent. She checked the bedding, the original yellow stains were gone, there was no trace of sweat, and it felt extremely comfortable to lie on. It must have been Xiao Ling. Only he had the ability to switch out her bedding without her noticing. She couldn't help but curve her lips. It felt wonderful to be treated with such thoughtfulness. In the middle of the night, Hua Huai heard rustling sounds. Someone opened the door and left the dormitory. Perhaps they went to the toilet. Hua didn't pay attention. But after waiting for a long time, she didn't hear the person return.
Does going to the toilet take this long?
Drowsily, Hua opened her eyes just a slit. The dormitory door was ajar, and the corridor was pitch black, as if hiding monsters from the abyss, making people afraid to approach. The bed in the dormitory where a male player should have been lying was empty. The blood-stained bedding had long since congealed, looking at first glance like a crime scene. An hour passed, and that person still hadn't returned.
They probably wouldn't be coming back.
Hua closed her eyes and fell into a deep sleep again.
Until dawn, Sun Sui asked, "Why is someone missing?"
The door is still ajar.
Did something come in last night? Xiang Lu took a utility knife from under her pillow and slipped it into her pocket. Have you ever seen that kind of thing need to open a door to enter? The implication was that the player had actively gone out. Sun Sui gave a hollow laugh. Then when did he go out? Why hasn't he returned yet? Xiang Lu rolled her eyes at him. Don't ask me, I don't know. The two bickered back and forth, but it didn't interfere with their actual actions. After washing up and preparing to go downstairs, they saw a pool of blood in front of the stairs, with no signs of splashing. There was more blood near the wall and less blood near the stairs. Hua looked at the wall. The struggling, distorted faces somehow looked somewhat satisfied. Did the things inside the wall eat the player? Following Hua's gaze to the distorted faces, Xiang Lu also realized what Hua was thinking, and her expression became extremely unpleasant. They arrived at the morning run location on time for assembly. Only 4 players remained. The instructor's expression hadn't changed, indicating he knew the rest of the players had died. During the morning run, Sun Sui, Xiang Lu, and Hua completed the task on time. However, the remaining player, for some unknown reason, would stumble every time Sun Sui passed him, resulting in a delay of 9 minutes and 40 seconds. Facing the instructor who was about to execute the punishment, the player's face was ashen. He pointed at Sun Sui and said, "It was him. Instructor, he deliberately tripped me, otherwise I definitely wouldn't have been late." This player had already suffered whip injuries during the morning run task on the previous 2 days, forcing him to exert all his strength during today's morning run just to minimize the whipping. He hadn't expected Sun Sui to trip him. He didn't notice the first time and hurt his knee after falling. He thought Sun Sui had done it accidentally, but then there was a second time, a third time. Sun Sui clearly intended for him to die in the dungeon. Unfortunately, the instructor wouldn't listen to the player's defense, he only executed the result he witnessed. After 10 lashes, the person was nearly ripped apart, his bones disjointed, lying in a grotesque posture. Before entering the dungeon, Hua couldn't have conjured a fiend in her nightmares that looked like this. Sweat dripped down her jawline as she looked at Sun Sui. If she cooperated with him, at the final moment of completing the hidden task, he would probably eliminate her directly and take all the reward money. Right? Thinking carefully, the reward money after clearing the game dungeon was actually split evenly. The fact that this wasn't explicitly described in the game rules, was it to prevent players from killing each other? Or was it to test the degree of human greed, leading to 2 types of gameplay? The first type, everyone cooperates to clear the dungeon and receives a reward, though the amount will be smaller. The second type, someone becomes greedy, uses the NPCs and ghouls in the dungeon to eliminate the other players, clears the dungeon alone, and receives the entire reward. How many players could withstand this temptation and choose the first method of gameplay? Her gaze shifted to Xiang Lu. Could she also be a player skilled in the second method of gameplay? While walking toward the classroom, Xiang Lu secretly handed her a note, glancing warily at Sun Sui. Hua understood that Xiang Lu suspected Sun Sui. She didn't rush to read it, only after returning to the classroom did she unfold the note to see its contents. Let's cooperate. That Sun Sui guy is too sinister. I wondered why he was so kind last night, giving his food to someone else. He probably put a laxative in it. After that player returned to the dormitory, he kept having to go out to the toilet. He couldn't hold it in and went out again in the middle of the night, but never came back. He must have violated some sort of taboo in the school. In a school with such strict rules, generally, leaving the dormitory after lights out is forbidden. Even if the NPC didn't state it explicitly, it was an unspoken rule for veteran players like Xiang Lu. Shaanxi School, lackey. It was even more obvious during the morning run today. It was clear that Sun Sui wanted that person dead. Next, it would likely be Xiang Lu's turn. Sitting in her seat, Xiang Lu predictably couldn't find her books. If she couldn't recite the text before class ended, her fate would likely be grim. Sweat drenched her back. She hadn't expected to survive so many dungeons only to be defeated by a petty person like this. Sun Sui's reading voice was like a series of death warrants, tormenting Xiang Lu's mental defenses. An hour passed. Hua Huai came before the teacher and successfully recited 3 texts. Xiang Lu couldn't help but be astonished, so fast. It was faster than yesterday. Before she could think further, Hua Huai's book landed on her desk, and a tender voice reached her ear. There are still 2 hours until class ends. You better finish reciting it within an hour. Why help her? Did Hua Huai agree to cooperate? But the morning was too rushed. She hadn't had time to write down the benefits Hua Huai would gain from cooperation. For Hua Huai, cooperating with anyone should make no difference. Never mind. She'd better listen to Hua Huai and first find a way to complete the task within the hour. Curiosity and the joy of being resurrected from death put her in excellent form. Although she exceeded the time limit by 10 minutes, it wasn't too excessive. Instead of leaving immediately, she walked past Sun Sui and used a utility knife to slash his books. Over the past few days, Sun Sui had always completed the task right on the deadline, showing that his memory was far less developed than his athletic ability. If he dared to secretly hide her books, he should have considered that she would retaliate. Sun Sui was furious but couldn't defend against the sharp utility knife, resulting in gashes and bloody marks across the back of his hand. Blood soaked the book, blurring the words on the ruined pages. The teacher on the podium seemed not to notice what was happening below the stage. Perhaps for the teachers of this school, the process was irrelevant, only the result mattered. Seeing this, Xiang Lu raised the corner of her mouth smugly and lowered her voice. You're not worthy of trying to get rid of me. If you don't want your hand to rot away, try sucking up to the teacher. The teacher likes students like that. Maybe you can save your hand. Sun Sui's face was full of rage, but fearing the utility knife in her hand, he could only let her leave the classroom. Hua Huai was waiting for her outside the door. As soon as she saw her, she handed her a piece of white paper and a pen. Help me draw a portrait of the teacher. It needs to be 1 inch in size. Xiang Lu wiped the blood from her hands, her face full of surprise. How did you know I could draw? Hua Huai pointed to her bloodied hand and countered. What kind of person usually carries a utility knife with them? Xiang Lu smiled knowingly, wiped the utility knife clean, and put it in her pocket. Yes, I can draw. But what do you need a 1 inch portrait of the teacher for? Hua Huai took out the teacher's work badge, showing the side where the photo was missing. Xiang Lu realized, I didn't expect you to have another key item. When did you get it? No wonder Zhang Mingxian failed. Even if he dialed the correct phone number, it wouldn't have worked. I really can't imagine that you're just a child, and I succeeded in clearing the level thanks to a child. I feel useless no matter how I look at it. As she spoke, she quickly sketched on the white paper with the pen. Her drawing skills were very proficient. In just a few minutes, the teacher's outline appeared on the white paper. Right, for the missing 3 digits, can you guarantee that you won't repeat them when dialing? If you repeat them, the remaining attempt time might not be enough. Unexpectedly, the remaining 3 digits lay quietly in Hua Huai's palm. She said, you just need to give me the preceding numbers. Xiang Lu narrowed her eyes. How did you get those? Of course, Zhao Ling gave them to her. She looked away. You don't need to worry about it. Isn't it enough that I can lead you to clear the level?
Since Hua Huai was the one dialing the phone, if anything went wrong, Xiang Lu would be safe. She saw no need to delve further and raised the corner of her mouth. As you wish. About half an hour later, a complete portrait was finished. Hua Huai went to make the call, while Xiang Lu remained standing at the door, watching Sun Sui struggle to distinguish the characters. Just hold on a little longer. Once Hua Huai clears the dungeon by making the phone call, he can also complete the task. But deep down, he couldn't help but wonder again, Hua Huai had just given her book to Xiang Lu. Had she immediately turned around and partnered with Xiang Lu? If they chose to make the call tomorrow, wouldn't he be doomed? He kept scratching his head, his thoughts disturbed by the actions of Hua Huai and Xiang Lu, making it impossible for him to memorize the text. He simply couldn't recite it. No, that couldn't be. If they didn't make the call today, the military stance training this afternoon would be extremely difficult. He didn't believe Hua Huai could keep enduring it. Time was up. He would take a gamble. The result was, he lost the gamble. Sun Sui recited haltingly, making mistake after mistake. If he had only made 1 or 2 mistakes, the worst consequence would be missing lunch, but given his current state, his palms would definitely be beaten raw. In this weather, without timely treatment, beaten raw palms could easily become infected. Gritting his teeth, he attempted the method Xiang Lu had suggested. Kneeling on the ground, hugging the teacher's thigh, he said humbly, "Teacher, I know many students at the school are unruly, and you teachers and instructors are too few, making discipline very exhausting. I am strong and healthy, and I can certainly help you manage the students here. If you tell me to go east, I will never go west." The ruler the teacher had raised indeed stopped. He looked at Sun Sui with interest and said, "Very well." He agreed just like that? It was that simple. The teacher left the classroom. Just as Sun Sui was about to smile, he found himself unable to breathe. A skeletal, clearly defined hand, pale as a corpse, grabbed his neck, and a continuous crunching sound emanated as it tightened. Sun Sui was terrified, struggling constantly, but it was as useless as an ant fighting back. Not until the bones in his neck shattered and Sun Sui completely breathed his last did Zhao Ling finally mutter, "Why be the teacher's running dog? If it weren't for people like you, I would have left the school long ago." Damn it! Xiang Lu witnessed the entire event, covering her mouth tightly with her hand, afraid that she might scream and alert Zhao Ling. Completely contrary to her actions, her eyes were burning with the flames of excitement. Sure enough, she was right. This was one of the bizarre killing rules. 20 minutes ago, in the teacher's office, Hua Huai did not immediately input the string of numbers. She was unsure if using a drawing instead of a 1-inch photo would work. If it failed, she didn't know what consequences she would face. Moreover, if Sun Sui walked out unscathed, encountering him next time would be very troublesome. She might as well dial the phone right at the deadline. Whether he lived or died depended entirely on fate, and the same went for her. Quietly waiting for time to pass, at the very last moment, Hua Huai dialed the number on the advertisement flyer. First, it beeped twice. Just as the third ring was about to sound, the call was connected. The other party asked for the name of the school and the identity of the caller. After everything matched, they stated they would send someone immediately. Footsteps sounded from the corridor outside the door. Hua Huai didn't have time to leave. Changxi School, completed sea-level dungeon. Before she could figure out how to dodge, the world around her had already dissolved into nothingness. A scarlet panel unfolded in front of her eyes. Congratulations, players Hua Huai and Xiang Lu, on clearing the sea-level dungeon and completing the hidden quest. Rewards, rest period extended by 30 days, prize money doubled, 500,000 yuan per player, already deposited into your horror game key. Because Zhao Ling has left, dungeon difficulty has been downgraded to D level. Compared with Xiang Lu, Hua Huai received far more information. Dungeon exploration progress 100%, item obtained, Zhao Ling's suicide note. Spectre trust 100%, sea level anomaly obtained, Zhao Ling. The words vanished, replaced by a fresh page of text.
Supplementary explanation for first-time specter acquisition. 1.
Players may summon specters in the real world, they appear in human form.
Higher ranks grant longer daily summoning windows.
2. Specters share the same rank system as players, but each requires different conditions to advance, and advancement is harder.
Check individual specters for details.
3. Real-world summoning time by rank, SSS equals 24H, SS equals 20H, S equals 16H, A equals 12H, B equals 8H, C equals 4H, D equals 1H, F equals cannot be summoned. 4. Call the specter's name to summon, perform the call in an unpopulated area or the summoning will fail. 5. Inside a game dungeon, a specter may be summoned without time limit, but only one may accompany you. Once summoned, that specter's abilities cannot be used for the rest of the dungeon. 6. Abilities vary by specter and may be used a limited number of times per dungeon.
Check individual specters for details.
7. While a specter is not summoned, the player may still use a portion of its abilities. 8. When the specter's own energy is depleted, the player loses access to its abilities. 9. Specters enjoy high autonomy inside dungeons, player control is limited.
They may break the bond or even turn on their master.
The scarlet screen flickered, updating once more. Player, Hua Huai. Age, 12. Rank, D.
Money, 500,000 yuan.
Rest period, 30 days.
Items held, Zhao Ling's suicide note.
Bound Spectre, Zhao Ling, sea level. When your desire to enter a dungeon becomes strong, the horror game key will pull you in again.
Returning to the real world now.
Back in reality, the pain in Hua Huai's shoulder flared, tears sprang to her eyes without warning. Rain was still falling, and the evil dog's corpse beside her still held warmth. All of which told her she hadn't been gone long in the real world.
Everything inside the game dungeon felt more like a dream. But was it really just a dream?
The horror game key lay quietly in her palm, telling her it had not been a dream at all. Her injuries were too severe, she had to reach a hospital immediately. Clenching her teeth against the pain, she stood and headed for the main road only to stop when she spotted something in a nearby trash bin.
It was a pencil case?
It looked exactly like her younger brother's. She walked over, ignoring the filth, and pulled it out, pencils packed tight inside, plus an eraser. On the eraser were two characters, Hua Yuan. Their parents had wanted his future road to stretch far, so they chose the character Yuan. Sometimes Hua Huai truly wished she didn't have to suspect people of such malice. She crushed the pencil case in her fist, as though to grind it to dust so she would never have to see it again. Their parents doted on him, yet he had thrown the case away just to avoid homework, then accused her of stealing it.
Hua Huai almost wanted to laugh.
And laugh she did out loud. Her parents indulged Hua Yuan, whatever he said, they believed.
And Hua Yuan knew it and used it.
When the laughter faded, Hua Huai felt her heart finally turned to stone toward this family. She looked back at the old building draped in wires, its windows glowing yellow. From this day on, she would never need them again.
Driver. Hua Huai reached the main road and tried to flag down a taxi.
Several cabbies took one look at her and drove off without a second glance. Only one kind driver rolled down his window.
What happened to you?
I'll take you to the hospital. After being refused again and again, Hua Huai was overwhelmed with gratitude at the kindness. But she had to tell the truth.
I don't have any money.
A child without money was nothing unusual, the driver didn't mind.
Hop in, no charge.
Hua Huai climbed in uneasily, moving cautiously for fear of dirtying the seat. Seeing her restraint in the rearview mirror, the driver said, "It's fine, relax. If it gets dirty, I'll just clean it." He turned the heater up, and the warmth soon chased the chill from her body.
You're only 11 or 12, about my daughter's age.
I can't stand seeing a girl your age hurt so badly. The driver glanced at her clothes, noticing the school's name embroidered on the chest. Since leaving the dungeon, Hua Huai hadn't changed.
You go to one of those quality education schools?
I hear they're where they send the bad kids.
Hua Huai looked down and only then realized the logo was there. She still didn't understand what the horror game really was. Why could clothes from inside a dungeon be brought out?
There were too many new things for her to take in all at once. Unable to explain, she lowered her head.
My clothes were torn, these aren't mine.
That was all she could say.
The driver didn't press. He laughed. I wasn't calling you a bad kid, just curious.
But with all that blood on your shoulder, you'd better not let the cloth stick.
Roll your sleeve up if you can.
Not understanding, she obeyed, seeing only concern in his eyes. When he glanced back, his pupils contracted sharply. That wound looks like something bit you, bones showing.
Hua Huai answered truthfully, a stray dog. It must have been starving.
The driver slapped the steering wheel, startling her.
Strays with nothing to eat in this city? That hungry? This isn't the 80s, people toss leftovers. No dog should be hungry enough to bite.
Still, breed matters.
Hard to say. He muttered on, talking to himself.
Only after a while did it hit him to ask, with you hurt this badly, where are your parents? At that question, tears burst from Hua Huai's eyes. She hadn't meant to cry, but she couldn't stop the tears.
Blinking them away, she said evenly, I'm an orphan.
Her emotions were strange, unlike anything the driver had seen. Perhaps collapse produced that look, and he'd simply never seen anyone break down before. Realizing his blunder, he soothed, sorry, I brought up something painful.
Her voice came again. No need to apologize, it's not your fault.
Her maturity was heartbreaking, she should have been carefree like his daughter. He said no more, focusing on driving to the city hospital. Once there, he opened the door for her himself.
They walked in together.
Staff saw her injury and hurried to help.
The diagnosis, stitches, rabies shots, and a stay, none of it cheap.
Altogether it would cost a lot.
Remembering she had no money, the driver paid the bill with his mobile phone.
He waited until her wound was dressed, she changed into a hospital gown, and lay in bed. He pressed a business card and 200 yuan notes into her hand.
Call me if you need anything.
It's not much cash, but take it for emergencies. On the card was the driver's name.
Zhang Zhangye. A stranger she'd met only once could be so kind.
If only her own father had been such a man. She exhaled, looked up at him, and said solemnly, thank you. She would never forget his kindness.
Shopping.
After completing the sea-level dungeon, Hua Huai had plenty of time to recuperate. The exhaustion caused by prolonged mental tension in the dungeon contrasted sharply with her current comfort. Heavy rain was still falling outside the ward. She lay in the soft bedding, staring blankly outside. What path should she take from now on? At 12 years old, no one would dare hire her for work, right? Recalling it, the scarlet panel showed 500,000 had been deposited into the card.
Could this kind of card really be used outside?
If it didn't work, she'd probably be treated like a lunatic. But now she could only rely on this card, or she would truly end up homeless.
In any case, she didn't want to go home.
Even if she did go back, she needed to return with confidence.
Never mind.
Once her injuries recovered a bit more, she would go out and try it. Hua Huai's wound was deep, it took a full week of rest before it started to improve. During this time, Zhang Zhengye visited her several times, always bringing fresh fruit or pastries. Today, she decided to go out and test whether the card could actually be used. Before leaving, she placed a note under the pillow, just in case Zhang Zhengye panicked when he couldn't find her upon visiting. Zhang Zhengye was a good person. Hua Huai clutched the 200 yuan in cash she held. The hospital provided free meals, so she hadn't touched this money. She planned to first go to an affordable brand store to buy an outfit. After all, wandering around in a patient gown was far too attention-grabbing. The store door was pushed open, and Huawei walked inside. The sales clerk looked at her, a flash of astonishment in her eyes. Rarely was there such a beautiful and cute little girl, even the patient gown looked like a child model's runway outfit on her.
But why was she entering the store alone?
The sales clerk approached her with a friendly smile, crouching slightly to ask, "Little friend, where are your parents?"
Huawei shook her head.
"I don't have parents here, I came to buy clothes myself." She paused, looking directly at her.
Is that not allowed?
The little girl in front of her seemed to possess a maturity beyond her peers. She was very clear about what she needed to do. The sales clerk looked slightly stunned.
Of course you can.
Although she said that, she couldn't help but size up Huawei with her eyes, until she saw the 200 yuan in her hand.
This amount of money was a bit tight for buying a whole outfit at an affordable brand store.
However, if she went to a more common, unbranded store, they might not even have a card machine, and she wouldn't be able to test if the card worked. Huawei selected clothes from the rack, the beautiful styles dazzling her. Her tender hand pointed to a princess dress.
I want to try this one.
It wasn't that Huawei particularly liked the princess dress, but she had never worn one before, sparking a desire to try it on. The price of that princess dress exceeded 300 yuan, but the sales clerk didn't say much. It was just a try-on, no harm done. The dress was handed to Huawei.
She walked into the fitting room and put on the dress.
When she came out and looked in the mirror, the sales clerk gasped, "So cute." Huawei in front of the mirror truly looked like a little princess at first glance. The dress complimented her, and she complimented the dress, an effect most people couldn't achieve. It looked beautiful, but Huawei felt this kind of dress wasn't suitable for her. She returned to the fitting room to change out of the dress. When she came out again, the glass store door was slammed shut. A woman holding a box leaned against the door, lifting her head to look at the people outside. Outside the door were three men, all dressed in black, wearing black sunglasses, and headphones in their ears. They didn't look like ordinary people. The sales clerk inside the store hid behind the counter, one of them picking up the phone, ready to call the police at any moment. Seeing the situation inside the store and noting the surrounding surveillance cameras, the three men outside ultimately chose to leave.
The woman sighed in relief and turned around. It was an acquaintance. Xiang Lu saw her, chuckled, and said, "What a coincidence." She then looked her over. "Why are you wearing a patient gown? Where are you hurt?"
Logically, injuries sustained in the game shouldn't carry over to reality, unless you were already injured in reality.
Don't tell me you got hit by a car after running away from home? Xiang Lu's guess was so outlandish.
Huawei tightly pursed her lips and silently rolled her eyes as she turned sideways.
Xiang Lu walked closer to her. Did you just roll your eyes? Huawei continued selecting clothes from the rack. No.
Xiang Lu glanced at her.
I saw it. Huawei nodded.
Oh. She gave off a feeling of indifference, as if denying it was fine, but admitting it was fine too.
The atmosphere between the two fell into an awkward silence. Xiang Lu was the first to break the silence, saying, "You're here to buy clothes? I have good taste, I'll help you pick some out."
She put down the box she was holding and consecutively took down clothes from the rack, about 10 sets in total.
Go try them on.
She shoved all the clothes into Huawei's arms, then pushed her into the fitting room. The first set was a Gothic-style black dress, with a cinched waist and complex skirt, giving off a sense of luxurious sophistication. Xiang Lu praised her, "My taste is sharp, this kind of dress suits you perfectly." The second set was a more complex Lolita style, with layered skirts and bows everywhere, giving a playful feeling, highly suitable for her age.
Xiang Lu was satisfied. This set is also very good.
You're practically a clothes hanger for children's wear, it's a shame you're not a child model. Huawei, without exception, achieved excellent results in the next few outfits as well. She was like a doll, letting Xiang Lu dress her in the selected clothing. After trying on the last set, Xiang Lu sporadically picked out a few more dresses from the rack. Huawei took a step back and refused.
I'm done trying things on. Xiang Lu walked toward the counter with the clothes. It doesn't matter if you don't try them on. She pulled out a card, identical to Hua Huai's. Card payment. Hua Huai observed the sales clerk's reaction upon receiving the card. The result, there was no reaction. How could the strange pattern on the card not draw an extra look? Xiang Lu noticed Hua Huai's gaze and chuckled knowingly. The pattern on it can only be seen by players. To ordinary people, it just looks like a normal bank card. Furthermore, this card allows you to withdraw money at any bank, but you cannot deposit money. The card is bound to the player. Even if another player picks up your card, they won't be able to use it. As they spoke, the sales clerk finished packaging all the clothes. Nearly 20 outfits cost Xiang Lu several thousand yuan. Hua Huai asked her, "Why did you buy me clothes?" Xiang Lu replied candidly, "Thanks to you, I was able to leave the game safely." What is this amount of money? Besides, I'm not short on money. Xiang Lu's hands were full, leaving her no free hand to pick up her own box. Hua Huai bent down to pick it up, but the box didn't budge. What's inside? It's so heavy. Xiang Lu chuckled. Paint. I ran out, so I came out to buy some. I didn't expect to run into you. Hua Huai asked, "So how do we leave?" Xiang Lu took out her mobile phone. Let's call a taxi. I'll take you back to the hospital first. Demon Guild. The two of them got into a taxi and headed straight for the hospital. That was the plan, but through the rearview mirror Xiang Lu spotted the persistent shadows still tailing them. Driver, change of plans. Skip the hospital for now, cruise the city center a few extra loops. I'll tell you when to stop. At first, Hua Huai had no idea what was going on. Only when the cab rolled from broad daylight into a starbright cityscape did she sense something was off. The cars behind never dropped back, even Hua Huai could feel the chase. The fuel gauge was almost empty, they had to reach a petrol station. The hunters read their intent. After a whole day of cat and mouse, it was time to end the game. They overtook the taxi and forced it to a halt. A stranger stepped out, very young, barely into his 20s. Sharp features, mirrored shades perched on his nose, who knew if he could even see through them. He walked to the front passenger window and tapped the glass. Xiang Lu rolled it down. The man slid his shades a fraction, glanced inside and grinned, bringing the kid along? Xiang Lu's face was ice. What do you want? Isn't it obvious? I'm here to invite you into our guild. Top rookies like you are hard to come by, why else would I shadow you all day? I'm a bad match for your guild, and I'm not looking to join one. More black-clad men climbed out. A couple looked familiar, probably the same ones from the children's wear shop that morning. One of them said, "Brother Yao, the boss says if she still refuses, we don't have to hold back." What's this? The mafia? Xiang Lu sneered. The rules, players can't kill each other, inside or outside the game. Brother Yao jerked a thumb toward Hua Huai in the back. What about her? Just a kid, but you know us, we don't do courtesy. What Xiang Lu said next almost knocked his shades off. She's a player too. The man stared at Hua Huai, incredulous. You're claiming this child's a player? He burst out laughing. Impossible. A player that tiny? None of them ever come out alive. Unless she's never entered a single match. But that can't be, first-timers get yanked straight into a dungeon with no grace period. Conclusion, Hua Huai wasn't a player, Xiang Lu was bluffing. He strode to the rear door and slammed his fist against the window. Open up. It was the driver's car. Not wanting damage, he quickly unlocked the doors. The instant the lock clicked, the door was yanked open and Hua Huai dragged out. HSS. Her wound hadn't healed, the violent tug almost split it, so she braced with her free arm to keep the pair apart. Staggering from the cab, she steadied herself by clutching the man's shirt only to feel icy metal kiss her neck. A razor-sharp knife. Fresh out of Death's Gate days ago, she was already back on the threshold. Did fate insist she die? Xiang Lu wouldn't allow it, why should Hua Huai pay the price? Voice trembling, more furious than frightened, Hua Huai snapped, I barely know her, how does threatening me help? Whatever your guild wants, if she won't join, fine, I'll take her spot, deal?
Survival made her babble anything that came to mind. Before the man answered, Xiang Lu spoke.
Their demon guild.
The horror game key shows a demon with a scepter on the back. Some players believe if you worship the demon you'll be protected and clear every
dungeon, hence the cringy name.
Their death rate is still sky high.
To keep the guild running they poach every promising rookie by any means necessary.
They've grown big lately, the boss is an A-level player. The guy holding the knife is Shu Wenyao, young master of the Shu group, a C-level player. Inside the dungeon Hua Huai had thought Xiang Lu seasoned, to Demon Guild she was still just a rookie. The blade against Hua Huai's throat wavered, Shu Wenyao frowned and lowered the knife.
You're telling her all this, don't say the kid actually is a player? Hey, kid, what's your name? So rude.
To save her neck she answered, Hua Huai, D-level player.
Clatter. The knife hit the ground.
Shu Wenyao and the black-clad men froze.
Why you're telling me you're D-level?
Xiang Lu added, her last dungeon was C-level, only the two of us made it out.
Shu Wenyao knew exactly what sort of person Xiang Lu was.
He had considered that Xiang Lu might have carried Hua Huai through, but that was next to impossible.
Xiang Lu herself could barely survive a C-level dungeon.
Shu Wenyao's gaze at Hua Huai turned wary and uncertain.
We'll let you off today.
Maybe Hua Huai wasn't ordinary, some hidden power could be backing her. The horror game scene ran deep, he only skimmed the surface and dared not dive further. Shu Wenyao and the black-clad men left, Hua Huai and Xiang Lu returned safely to the hospital.
Xiang Lu set down the shopping bags, sat by Hua Huai's bed and asked brightly, when are you entering the next dungeon? Let's go together. Hua Huai flicked on the ward TV. We can enter together? Xiang Lu smiled.
Yes, if we're close enough and each silently says the other's name, we'll land in the same dungeon.
Some guild veterans use it to shepherd rookies. Hua Huai refused.
You don't look like a good person, I'm afraid you'll kill me inside.
So blunt. Xiang Lu burst out laughing. Sounds like something I'd do.
But you're different, smarter, tougher.
I like you, I won't hurt you.
Besides, I still want you to model for me, I couldn't bear to lose you.
No modeling, no team up. Today I almost died because of you.
Xiang Lu couldn't argue, Shu Wenyao had come for her. Before leaving she left a number, she had plenty of rest time and wouldn't enter a dungeon alone soon, if Hua Huai ever wanted to team up, a call
would bring her running. Call.
Only Hua Huai remained in the ward, the television sounded exceptionally clear. A piece of news she would normally ignore made her freeze mid-channel surf when a familiar profile flashed across the screen.
Recently, famous actress Ms. Su visited a nightclub late at night.
The male model she hired, Mr.
Jean, died of asphyxiation.
According to the autopsy, Mr.
Jean had been subjected to BDSM.
Nothing that followed mattered, Hua Huai didn't hear another word.
Even though Mr.
Jin's face was pixelated, she still recognized Jean Kongtai.
Death inside a dungeon meant death in reality as well.
His identity had been nightclub male model, apparently, before entering the meditation room he'd been using his own assets to seduce NPCs and avoid
the sealed space.
Unfortunately, his little trick had backfired. Zhao Ling was a student desperate to escape the school, Jean Kongtai siding with the teachers was tantamount to provoking him. He hadn't jumped to his death, Zhao Ling had killed him. Recalling that dungeon, Hua Huai realized she'd been so busy nursing her injuries these past few days that she'd forgotten to check what the item she'd obtained did. She drew off the card, the moment the thought formed, a blood-red panel unfurled.
Inspect item, Zhao Ling's suicide note.
Description: Zhao Ling longed for his parents to take him home, but he can never go home again.
Please deliver this letter to his parents.
Usage: silently recite the item's name to teleport to its associated dungeon.
No reward? And it links to another dungeon?
Huawei stared at the panel, full of question marks.
With another thought, the text shifted. Inspect Spectre, Zhao Ling. Description: a pitiable student whose soul is forever imprisoned in Chunxi Quality Education School.
Your arrival freed his trapped soul, you are his salvation.
Spectre ability, Corrosion.
Range, target, and grade all affect number of uses and duration. Upgrade method, deliver his suicide note to his parents and listen to their confession.
Oh. So the reward was waiting here.
The description of Zhao Ling's ability looked vague, she'd have to test it inside a dungeon to know its real limits.
She glanced at the corner of the TV, 4 hours remained until midnight.
Huawei called Zhao Ling's name, and he appeared before her. Still in that school uniform, his pale face devoid of expression.
Huawei asked, "Big brother, do you want me to give this letter to your parents?"
After all, it was Zhao Ling's possession, Huawei wouldn't decide unilaterally. Zhao Ling lowered his eyes, staring blankly at the note. After a long while he nodded and whispered, Outside the dungeon, Zhao Ling looked no different from an ordinary person, normal skin tone, body temperature just like anyone else's. Aside from initial bewilderment, he brimmed with curiosity about this world.
He would stare at the television or walk to the window to gaze at the night view. Who knew how long it had been since he'd tasted human food?
Huawei leaned in front of him.
"Big brother, I'm starving, let's grab a late-night snack together?"
There was no rush to enter the dungeon tied to the letter. Today had to be lived to the fullest, her limited summon time couldn't be wasted. Huawei didn't have much cash on her, but it was more than enough for two at a barbecue stall. They ordered heaps of lamb skewers and a big bottle of soda.
Amid the tent full of adults, the two of them stood out conspicuously.
Zhao Ling moved stiffly, as if he'd forgotten how to eat.
The aroma of grilled lamb drifted under his nose enough to awaken anyone's taste buds, yet he couldn't picture himself eating. Open mouth first? Or grab the skewer first? How do you swallow? Must you chew?
In the end he sat motionless. Huawei observed him the whole time, reading people had always been her strong suit. She picked up a skewer, placed it in Zhao Ling's hand, and guided it to his lips.
"Big brother, open up."
Zhao Ling blinked and obediently opened his mouth, rather too wide, slightly eerie.
He hadn't forgotten he was a spectre.
Huawei quickly said, "Just a smaller opening, like me." With her demonstration, Zhao Ling's movements became far more natural. He bit off a piece of lamb and swallowed it whole without chewing. Huawei panicked, hastily checking his throat. Only when she confirmed he hadn't choked did she relax. Zhao Ling's gaze followed her, slowly realizing he shouldn't swallow like that. Seeing her worried expression gave him a solid sense of being cared for.
He volunteered, "I can't choke."
Huawei's expression softened. Since she'd pulled Zhao Ling out of the game, she naturally wanted him to live a normal human life. This was only day one, Zhao Ling needed more time to adjust. Over the following days Huawei used the horror game key to withdraw money from the bank.
Just as Xiang Lu had described, to ordinary people it looked like an ordinary bank card.
The teller only showed slight surprise at the balance and paid no further attention. After withdrawing cash, she summoned Zhao Ling and took him shopping into the amusement park. The joy she'd never tasted in 12 years became real these past few days, and she began to feel genuine affection for the card embossed with a demon
on its reverse. What a marvelous feeling.
Her parents usually haggled over every cent. If they disagreed on a purchase, they'd argue non-stop. Yet they were lavish with Hua Yuan, whatever he wanted, they'd move heaven and earth to provide. With her it was the opposite, so she'd never dared ask for anything. But now she had money. She could buy all the things she liked. And she could buy things for Zhao Ling too. Happy times always fly. 15 days had passed since the last dungeon. New flesh had grown over Huawei's wounds, and the hospital informed her she could be discharged. At her age she couldn't legally rent a place, so lodging became a huge problem. She had 2 phone numbers in hand, perhaps they could help. When it came to Xiang Lu,
Hua Huai couldn't bring herself to trust the woman. That left only Zhang Zhengye's number. She borrowed the nurse's mobile phone and dialed, but no one answered after a long wait. Probably busy with something. She realized she'd grown overly dependent on others. Because Zhang Zhengye had been kind to her, she instinctively sought his help whenever trouble arose. Was that really right? Her gaze fell on the pencil case nearby. Go home, she needed a roof over her head, even if the place made her sick. Even if it made her nauseous. Go home. 15 days wasn't long, but for a 12-year-old who had run away from home, it was long enough. During this time, Hua Huai's parents had never looked for her. When the neighbors ran into Hua Huai, they asked in surprise, Xiao Huai, why haven't we seen you lately? Did you go to boarding school? They then looked her up and down, marveling, it's the first time I've seen you wear a dress in this style, it's really beautiful. It was the gothic dress Xiang Lu had bought her that day. The quality of the clothing wasn't great, but compared to her previous clothes, it was a world of difference. Dressing up was a luxury. She should be thankful she wasn't freezing. Before, when she saw these neighbors, she didn't even dare to look them in the eye. Inferiority seemed to be something deeply ingrained in her bones. In their eyes, she was introverted and socially isolated. This wasn't the real her. Hua Huai looked straight back and smiled generously, I didn't go to boarding school, I was just sick and hospitalized. She spun around in front of them, this is a new dress I bought. I think it looks nice too. Thank you for the compliment. Her presence in the eyes of others was so low that when she disappeared, no one noticed anything unusual. Today, she wanted all of them to remember her, the kind of remembrance that left a deep impression. In the old building, every floor had many residents, and old electrical wires tangled high up nearby, looking extremely messy. The old building had grayish-black walls, and the corners were covered in mold spots and moss. The front doors of every household were old wooden doors that creaked when pushed open. Compared to the prosperity of the city center, this place was practically a slum. The neighbors stood in the courtyard, watching Hua Huai knock on her own door. The door opened, and a middle-aged woman with permed, medium-short hair came into view. This was her mother, Jiang Yanha, a woman whose mind was full of outdated ideas from the last century. When she saw Hua Huai, her pupils widened slightly, and she quickly glanced at the neighbors in the courtyard. There were quite a few people, so she said, come in. Hua Huai returned home. The living room was almost unchanged from when she left. Returning to the bedroom, she saw the bunk bed she shared with Hua Yuan. Because Hua Yuan didn't want to climb the ladder, and her parents were afraid he would fall from the top bunk, Hua Yuan slept on the bottom bunk and Hua Huai slept on the top bunk. She could still hear the words they had said to her back then, you are the older sister, and your younger brother is still small, so let him sleep on the bottom bunk. It didn't matter, he was her younger brother, and she should look after him. Actually, there wasn't much difference between the top bunk and the bottom bunk. But she had only been gone for a little over 10 days, so why was the top bunk piled high with various junk? They thought she wouldn't come back, didn't they? Suppressing her emotions and steadying her nearly breaking voice, she asked, Mom, where do I sleep tonight? Jiang Yanha said carelessly, sleep on the floor. There was nowhere to put those things, and since you weren't here, we just borrowed the space. Our house isn't big either, and we can't think of anywhere else to move these things for now. Also, what are you wearing? I don't remember buying you clothes like that. In Jiang Yanha's eyes, this style was novel and striking. Hua Huai's head ached from anger. Suddenly, the front door opened again. She looked at the clock. It was 5:30 p.m., the time her father usually brought Hua Yuan home. Turning back to the living room, she indeed saw the figures of her father, Hua Yingxiao, and Hua Yuan. When Hua Yuan saw her, he shouted in surprise, Hua Huai. When they were alone, Hua Yuan often called her by her full name, not treating her as his older sister. Realizing he had been too surprised and had called out Hua Huai's given name, Hua Yuan immediately corrected himself, Jejia, why are you back? After all, he was still young and couldn't hide his true thoughts.
Even though he changed the address, his question was still problematic.
Why couldn't she come back? This was her home.
Huahua felt a ball of fire burning in her chest. She took Huayuan's pencil case from her suitcase, quickly approached, and threw the pencil case directly at Huayuan. Her action was too fast. Before anyone could react, the pencil case grazed Huayuan's cheek and hit the wooden door with a bang. Huayuan thought his face was about to be hit. He froze in place, too scared to move, and cold sweat instantly seeped out. His older sister was a little different after going out. The fury burning in her eyes was a terrifying coldness he had never seen before. Her words were forceful and resonant. Huayuan, I found your pencil case for you. It was right in the trash can at the entrance of the alley outside. I remember you were happy for days when Mom first bought it for you.
Is this how you treat it? Huayuan frantically denied it. This isn't my.
Before he finished speaking, Huahua said, It's not yours, but does it contain an eraser with your name written on it? There was no refuting it, the facts were laid bare. This time, it was clear that Huayuan was in the wrong. But... Slap. Huahua's cheek swelled up visibly. Her father had slapped her. An adult man's slap was not a joke. Huahua felt a ringing sound in her ears. You go out once and suddenly you've grown guts? Who are you yelling at? Did you feed all the etiquette I taught you to the dogs? It was like this again. Regardless of right or wrong, her parents would never side with her. What etiquette? Had they ever truly taught her anything? Perhaps the resentment and stubbornness in her eyes angered Hua Yingxiao, and he began to pick faults with her unnecessarily. What are you wearing? It's hideous, change out of it immediately. When she stood still, he stepped forward and started pulling at her clothes. As a father, was this behavior right? Huahua wanted to break free from Hua Yingxiao's hand, but his strength was too great, she had no ability to resist. Since that was the case, she opened her mouth and bit down hard on his arm. The pain caused Hua Yingxiao to violently throw Huahua away. Her back slammed hard against the door panel, making a loud noise. The pulling of her clothes caused the collar to open, and a terrifying scar vividly appeared in their line of sight. Huahua's back hurt badly, but she didn't stop. She pulled open the door and ran outside. The neighbors stood in the courtyard, even more numerous than when she first arrived. The scar on her shoulder was seen by everyone, making their scalps tingle. When she arrived, she had said she was sick and hospitalized. Now, seeing that scar, how could they not guess that the real reason for her hospitalization was not illness? Her swollen cheek told everyone that she had just been slapped very hard. They shouldn't interfere with other people's family affairs, but since things had reached this point, not intervening seemed too inhumane. A few people stepped in front of Huahua and said to Hua Yingxiao, if a child makes a mistake, just scold them a bit, don't use your hands. If this gets blown up, it won't be good for anyone. The sound insulation here is poor. If someone calls the police, you'll be in a lot of trouble. Turning big problems into small ones, and small problems into none. That was their consistent code of conduct. Huahua was familiar with them and guessed what they would do. Making them remember the actions of this family through today's events was enough. Copy, Subway Line 4. Under the chattering of the neighbors, Hua Yingxiao stated that he would no longer lay a hand on Huahua. Back home, Hua Yingxiao gave her the cold shoulder, but thankfully, he didn't physically attack her again. Huayuan made a face at her and said as she passed by, serves you right. Her expression was indifferent, she couldn't be bothered to argue with him. During dinner, there was braised pork on the table, but she knew the dish wasn't prepared for her. She consciously picked only the green vegetables and finished an entire bowl of rice. When she stood up, Jiang Yanhe said, remember to wash the dishes later. Living under someone else's roof. She nodded, MHM. That night, her makeshift bed was set up in the living room. It was close to the kitchen, full of greasy smoke, and certainly not a good place to sleep. Unable to sleep, she took out the card and fiddled with it. Since no one was around, she figured she might as well complete the associated dungeon related to Zhao Ling's will. She had to go sooner or later, the timing didn't matter much. As she recited the words silently, the surrounding scenery began to fade into nothingness. The dark living room was gradually replaced by a brightly lit subway carriage. Game loading complete. Game dungeon, line 4 subway. Game difficulty, F level. Mission requirement, please alight at Xingfu Shatsu Station. Zhaoling's will additional mission, please deliver the will to Building 1, Unit 405 of Happiness Community. If she wasn't mistaken, this game dungeon was the lowest difficulty, F level. The mission requirements also seemed perfectly matched to its level, simply arriving at the station, alighting, and delivering the will. Since this was still an unusual game dungeon, Hua did not let her guard down just because it looked simple. Looking around the surroundings, she saw that the subway carriage was filled with passengers. Some were genuine passengers, and some were players. Most of these players looked like they were experiencing a dungeon for the first time, feeling confused and helpless about their current situation. Of course, there was more panic, and also anger. A young man with dyed yellow hair impatiently grabbed his own hair, glared fiercely at everyone in the carriage, and snapped, "What kind of hellhole is this? Is this the subway? I don't remember getting on a subway." The sound he made was so loud that everyone on the subway turned their attention to him. The non-player passengers had dull eyes and expressionless faces, looking quite eerie. With so many passengers looking at him at once, the yellow-haired youth immediately felt his scalp prickle. Just as he was filled with surprise and uncertainty, a familiar figure entered Hua's line of sight. Zhang Zhengye approached the yellow-haired youth and said kindly, I didn't get on the subway either, but I don't know why I ended up here." He glanced at the station display screen. "Also, I'm a taxi driver, and I've never seen the stations displayed on this subway." This indicated that the subway was at least not within the city he was familiar with. The yellow-haired youth heard his words, but acted as if he hadn't. He went to the subway door, forcefully pounded on it, and shouted, "Open the door! Hurry up and open the damn door, or I'll tear this whole subway apart." His actions were extremely violent, and many players worried that he might actually break open the subway door, resulting in bloodshed on the spot. The players rushed forward to stop him, saying, "Quiet down first. Do you have mania? Can you communicate normally?" The yellow-haired man snorted coldly, "Appearing here for no reason, and you expect me to communicate normally?" Another familiar figure entered Hua's line of sight. "You talk as if everyone else wasn't brought here without explanation. If you insist on seeking death, we won't necessarily stop you, but we hope you die far away and stop scaring us here." Wasn't this Xu Wenyao, who had pressed a small knife against her neck and nearly taken her life just a few days ago? A mere F-level dungeon actually had a C-level player? And she, formerly an F-rank player, had entered a C-level dungeon. It was truly impossible to figure out the rules for entering dungeons. The players all gathered together. Hua counted, this dungeon had fewer players than last time, only 6 people including her. Xu Wenyao, being the most senior, introduced himself casually, "My name is Xu Wenyao, a C-level player." The remaining players, aside from Hua, were all newcomers who hadn't experienced a dungeon even once. Zhang Zhengye was more cooperative and introduced himself second. "My name is Zhang Zhengye, and the crimson screen showed that I am an F-rank player." Only the player themselves could see the screen displayed by the horror game key. After Zhang Zhengye, the newcomer player, spoke, the other players realized that they, too, had seen that crimson screen. They introduced themselves one by one. The names of the man and woman were Lu Hongkai and Fang Chunju, and all were F-rank players. The yellow-haired youth was much quieter now, introducing himself as Qi Jia, also an F-rank player. These newcomers had not yet realized what kind of game they had entered. After they had all finished introducing themselves, Xu Wenyao's gaze caught Hua among the passengers. He narrowed his eyes and walked over, smiling, "I didn't expect you to really be a player." Following Xu Wenyao, the other players also approached Hua. Zhang Zhengye spotted her and exclaimed in surprise, "Why are you here too? Are your wounds better? I was planning to visit you today, but somehow I ended up in this place."
Hua Huai stood up.
Hello, my name is Hua Huai, a D-level player. She turned her gaze to Zhang Jingye and smiled. I was discharged. I called you before I left the hospital, but couldn't get through.
Zhang Jingye was puzzled. I didn't get your call.
When were you discharged?
Hua Huai replied, 1 o'clock in the afternoon.
Zhang Jingye nodded sharply.
I appeared here around that time.
But Hua Huai had entered the dungeon around 10 o'clock at night.
There was a difference of 9 hours. No matter how she thought about it, the times didn't match up. She couldn't help but ask, how long have you been here?
He pointed to the station display screen.
I've been on the subway since the initial station.
Hearing this, the players looked at each other. Lu Hongkai spoke up. I appeared on the subway at the second station.
It was currently the third station. Did this mean that the players appeared on the subway at different times, and therefore entered the dungeon at different times in reality?
Hua Huai looked at the station display screen and learned that this subway line had 18 stations in total, and the required Xingfu Shiatsu station was
the final stop. The subway was steady, and the layout of the surroundings was no different from a regular subway.
Hua Huai's observant and suspicious gaze did not escape Shu Wenyao's eyes.
He said, it's just an F-level dungeon, there's no difficulty. You don't need to be so cautious. If you join our guild, how about I carry you through this dungeon? Let me tell you, I am the young master of the Shu group. I have plenty of resources. Join our guild, and I guarantee you won't be mistreated. Hua Huai didn't care about any of that. But she did have needs in other areas. Can accommodation be arranged?
Shu Wenyao had previously thought she had a powerful backer and shouldn't be swayed so easily by him. He had just said it casually, yet Hua Huai not only made a request but one so simple. Shu Wenyao was slightly stunned, then replied with a beaming smile, of course we can.
Get off at Line 4 subway.
The subway continued to move at a steady speed, but the lights in the carriage began to flicker, creating an unsettling atmosphere. Just then, a small boy ran from the previous carriage, his laughter joyful.
Mom, hurry up and follow.
Behind him followed a young woman, nearly 30 years old.
Slow down, it'll be trouble if you fall.
No sooner said than done, the little boy fell, and the sound of a heavy object hitting the ground echoed, quite muffled.
The object was spherical and rolled. Snap! The lights went out. Everyone was enveloped in darkness, unable to see what had fallen. A small hand grabbed Shi Jie's clothes, and a timid voice spoke, Big brother, I dropped my thing, can you help me pick it up? Shi Jie had a volatile temper, and being quiet for that short while was already his limit. He impatiently shook off the little boy's hand. Don't you have hands? Pick it up yourself. As he moved, something else fell. The little boy seemed startled by his tone, and after a second he suddenly burst into tears. His voice was loud, as if it would pierce the player's eardrums. Besides the crying, there were slightly heavier footsteps approaching, and an old female voice came, What's wrong with you? If you don't want to pick it up, then don't, why scold a child? As her voice fell, many others stood up in agreement. They seemed to be passengers on the subway, and judging by their voices, quite a few were reprimanding Shi Jie. They didn't help the little boy pick up the item, they merely criticized. What did that mean? Did they want the players to pick it up, or else the current situation would continue? The sound was truly jarring, and all the players felt irritated. Lu Hongkai spoke, Shi Jie, just pick it up. Shi Jie snapped, he dropped it himself, why should I pick it up? A fierce look in his eyes, you want me to pick it up, huh? Fine. He never squatted down, but instead used his foot to sweep in the darkness until he touched a spherical object. A cold sneer played on his lips, and he lifted his foot and stomped down hard. It should be a basketball? Or a soccer ball? Anyway, it was a ball. However, why didn't he hear the sound of air leaking when he stepped on it? Instead, it felt like stepping on a piece of flesh, somewhat sticky and mushy. Snap! The lights came on. The players looked at the object under Chi Jie's foot. It wasn't a ball at all, but clearly a head.
The head was stomped beyond recognition, bloody and mangled. Then their gaze shifted to the little boy. Besides missing a head, he was also missing an arm. The passengers looked at Chi Jia as if they wanted to devour him alive. The new players' hair stood on end collectively, feeling the temperature in the surroundings instantly drop below zero, making them shiver. The scene before them, no matter how they looked at it, was not normal. Chi Jia trembled all over, his somewhat numb gaze shifted downwards, meeting a pair of eyes distorted by his stomp. It hurt so much, big brother.
Don't step on me.
The young woman not far away approached, speaking kindly, please return my son's head to me.
I can send you off the train.
The woman's expression was very gentle, maintaining the demeanor of a loving mother throughout.
Her son was treated like this, and she only reacted this way?
Chi Jia was already scared senseless. The scene before him had far exceeded his comprehension.
Were these passengers really human?
Why, after seeing the boy's head fall to the ground, did they not show any fear, but instead looked at him with reproach?
This woman's behavior was also very bizarre. He wanted to get off the train. He had to get off the train.
Chi Jia's voice had lost its irritability and arrogance as he said to the young woman, "Can you really send me off the train?"
The young woman nodded, "Of course, I don't lie."
Chi Jia moved his foot away, he was already paralyzed with fear. The young woman picked up the head and reattached it to the boy's neck, then picked up the arm, as if assembling a doll.
After assembly, she came before Chi Jia. "I'll send you off the train now."
She was smiling, but Hua Huai saw danger in her eyes. The subway hadn't stopped at a station, so how would she send Chi Jia off the train? The answer was simple, she used a safety hammer to break the window, then restrained Chi Jia and brought him to the subway window.
The subway was moving very fast. After the window broke, a powerful airflow swept over all the players.
Chi Jia was the closest, and he probably knew how the young woman was going to send him off the train. Immense fear engulfed him, but no matter how he struggled, he couldn't break free from the young woman's grip.
How could this woman have such great strength? Facing death, he couldn't care about anything else and shouted, "Can't you see? This woman wants to kill me. Everyone here is a player, this is a team cooperation game, right? Hurry up and help me."
Chi Jia's words had an effect. According to the game rules on the horror game key, players cannot kill each other, and in the new players'
understanding, it leaned more towards cooperation.
Moreover, it was their first time experiencing the game, and their minds were still in the peaceful world outside. If they stood by and watched him die, their consciences would be condemned.
The remaining new players were eager to move, wanting to go forward and help Chi Jia.
Xu Wengyao spoke at the opportune moment. He clearly did something wrong to others, and now he wants to drag you all down with him.
You wouldn't be so foolish as to actually want to help him, would you? Even if the price is your own life. Was it worth losing their lives for such a person? Everyone questioned themselves.
The situation turned, and everyone remained rooted to the spot, struggling and contemplating. Chi Jia's head was pushed out the window, and not far from his head was a rough wall. If he was pushed out just a little more, he would be dead.
Hearing Xu Wenyao's words, Chi Jia was both anxious and angry. What the hell are you talking about?
This is a team cooperation game. If we lose a teammate, the difficulty of passing the level increases, and then we all die together.
Can you take responsibility for that? Xu Wenyao calmly replied, how do you know this is a team cooperation game?
In this game, teammates are never important, especially teammates like you. Zhang Zhengye was a good person. He took both their words to heart, but after much deliberation, he still felt he couldn't just watch a living person die. Just as he was about to act, Hua Huai pulled his sleeve, stopping his steps.
Uncle, you can't go.
He made a mistake himself. This game is a bit special. If you die here, you'll also die outside.
I remember you said you have a daughter.
If it were a stranger, Hua Huai wouldn't care about their life or death. Zhang Zhengye was different. He was one of the few people who were good to her without expecting anything in return.
Hua Huai's words stopped Zhang Zhengye's actions.
The others also heard her words and connected them to the text and the rules, finding a complete correspondence between the two.
This was probably not an ordinary virtual game. They had to take it seriously. The smell of burning on Metro Line 4. In the end, no one helped Shijie. As the train sped rapidly, his face scraped against the rough wall, leaving a long streak of blood on it. His death was like a slow execution by 1,000 cuts. His flesh was ground away little by little, down to the bone, until finally, he was completely thrown outside the carriage. Splashes of blood stuck to the carriage window, creating a powerful visual shock. After everything was settled, the young woman turned back, took the boy's hand, and said with a hint of reproach, "I told you not to run around. It's troublesome when your head falls off." The boy seemed to know he was wrong, hanging his head without saying a word. The two returned to their own carriage, and the passengers also returned to their seats, maintaining their original postures. Only then did the players feel the temperature in the surroundings rise slightly. Lu Hongkai pointed at the window and asked, "Did Shijie really just die like that?" It was the first time they had seen a living person struggle and die right in front of them, and the feeling was surreal. But the faint scent of blood permeating the carriage told them that Shijie was indeed dead. XX station has arrived. Passengers getting off, please prepare to exit. The station announcement screen showed the fourth stop. The subway stopped steadily. All the players looked toward the open carriage door. Some passengers boarded, and some passengers alighted, just like during a normal subway ride. Most passengers were forgettable, but Hua Huai particularly noticed a male passenger who smelled of burning. This male passenger carried a briefcase, looking travel-worn, as if he had just finished work and was heading home. He sat down and took a newspaper out of his briefcase. In this day and age, someone still gets news from a newspaper? This strange action drew frequent glances from several players. The passenger, however, seemed oblivious to the players' gazes, concentrating on his own business. Xu Wenyao approached Hua Huai, pointing at the man and saying, "Dungeon natives who act strangely like this are usually important NPCs, related to hidden quests." As a sea-level player, he had accumulated at least 120 days of rest time. It was likely that Xu Wenyao had experienced many dungeons, so the experience he summarized was naturally worth remembering for Hua Huai. But he wouldn't want her to be cannon fodder, scouting the way for him, would he? Facing Hua Huai's suspicious gaze, Xu Wenyao realized that Hua Huai had never trusted him. He said helplessly, "Fine, I'll go, alright?" After the incident with the mother and son earlier, the new players didn't dare to move much, let alone talk to the passengers to gain clues. Now watching Xu Wenyao approach a passenger, they all held their breath and stared intently, afraid of a gruesome scene unfolding. Xu Wenyao was completely relaxed. He walked up to the passenger and said warmly and kindly, "Hello, may I take a look at your newspaper?" His attitude was good. After glancing at him, the passenger handed him the newspaper. However, just as Xu Wenyao was taking the newspaper, it suddenly burst into flames, forcing Xu Wenyao to instantly pull his hand back from the heat. The newspaper fluttered to the floor, rapidly consuming the information printed on it. Vaguely, Xu Wenyao only caught a few keywords: subway, casualties, no survivors. He wanted to see more information, but unfortunately, the flames had already consumed the newspaper entirely. Hua Huai was some distance away from him, so naturally, she couldn't see the text on the newspaper. The rest of the players were even farther away, and only the sight of the spontaneously combusting newspaper made their hearts jump. No one had lit it, so how could the newspaper spontaneously combust? The passenger did not blame Xu Wenyao. He withdrew his hand and closed his eyes to rest. Xu Wenyao returned to Hua Huai's side and told her the information from the newspaper. Hua Huai looked puzzled. "Why are you sharing the information you got with me?" Xu Wenyao stated matter-of-factly, "You are a member of our guild, so of course I should share it with you." She realized that Xu Wenyao, despite his unpleasant exterior, was unexpectedly simple-minded. She could completely go back on her word. Hadn't he considered that? Or did he believe his status was enough to prevent her from backing out? While Hua Huai was pondering, a large hand ruffled the top of her head, shocking her into clutching her skirt tightly. She looked up and saw Xu Wenyao smiling, his eyes curved. Why think so much? Little one, I told you I'd carry you through this. The way you knit your brows isn't cute at all.
Hua Huai fluttered her large eyes, curled the corner of her mouth, and scoffed, "Don't touch my head." Perhaps having been a young master for too long, his actions were unrestrained, and he paid no mind to her words. The subway quickly arrived at the 5th stop. No more horrific incidents occurred during this time, which slightly calmed the players. Accompanied by the familiar broadcast sound, the carriage doors opened.
After a few passengers boarded and alighted, the doors closed.
As a passenger walked past, Hua Huai smelled that burning odor again. This passenger was holding a baby who had been crying non-stop since getting onto the subway. Hua Huai couldn't tell exactly which of the two the smell was coming from, perhaps it was both of them.
5 minutes passed.
The passenger continuously tried to soothe the baby, but no matter how she tried, the infant wouldn't stop crying. The passenger nervously observed the others in the carriage, constantly apologizing, "I'm sorry, I don't know what's wrong today, he just keeps
crying. I hope everyone can bear with us."
The other passengers in the carriage looked at her and the baby in her arms with some irritation. Not voicing their complaints was already the greatest consideration they could show her.
Zhang Zhengye stepped forward and said to the passenger holding the baby, "Children are very sensitive. If he's crying like this, he might be sensing something.
Perhaps you should get off at the next station." The boy who had run into this carriage earlier was clearly not normal. Zhang Zhengye, recalling that boy, kindly stepped forward to warn her. Unexpectedly, the passenger holding the baby looked up at him, her eyes showing an apologetic expression.
"I am not the child's mother. I am currently taking him back to his mother.
His mother is waiting at Xingfu Xiaozu Station, so I must get off at Xingfu Xiaozu Station, or his mother will worry."
Zhang Zhengye tried a different approach. "Then you could transfer to the next subway train. You shouldn't have to wait long.
Generally, subway schedules are tight, and the interval between two trains arriving at a station might not exceed 10 minutes. The passenger said with a strange look, "Within the next hour, only this one subway train can reach Xingfu Xiaozu Station." After that, no matter what Zhang Zhengye said, the passenger always had a reason to reject it, until Zhang Zhengye was left speechless. The baby was still crying. Blood was still congealed outside the glass window. The subway carried everyone at a constant speed toward the next station.
Hide and seek on subway line 4.
5 stations have passed, 13 stations remain.
Apart from the mother and son at the 3rd station, this subway train didn't seem to hold anything terrifying.
2 consecutively peaceful stations allowed the players to relax their vigilance. They stared at the station announcement screen, hoping the train would move faster, and then faster still. Before arriving at the 6th station, a young woman in a uniform walked over from the front carriage.
She kept muttering, "Doesn't patrolling the carriages usually get handled by cameras?
Why do I have to walk from the front of the train to the back?" Hua Huai had never seen a conductor on the subway, let alone one patrolling the carriages. When the conductor passed by her, she smelled the scent of burning again. Smelling this scent repeatedly seemed to be a hint the dungeon was giving the players.
But what did this smell signify? Why did some passengers carry the scent, while others did not?
Combining this with the information Xu Wenyao had given her, Hua Huai guessed that this subway train would likely encounter an accident.
These passengers who smelled of burning must have perished on this subway train.
The passenger holding the infant said she was getting off at Xingfu Xiaozu Station, the terminal stop, meaning her demise was an inevitable outcome. However, the player's requirement for clearing the dungeon was also to get off at Xingfu Xiaozu Station. If they allowed this subway train to continue running, they would be unable to clear the dungeon.
Even an F-level dungeon was not entirely without difficulty. Xu Wenyao observed Hua Huai and asked, "Have you thought of something?"
Upon hearing this, the remaining players all turned their gaze toward them. Under everyone's gaze, Hua Huai said, "Everyone, find the passengers who smell of burning and ask them which station they plan to get off at." First, they needed to figure out the section of the subway where the accident occurred so they could formulate countermeasures. The subway had a total of 8 carriages. After discussion, Hua Huai and Shu Wenyao went to the first 4 carriages, and the rest went to the back 4 to ask questions. In the first carriage, Hua Huai saw the mother and son again. The boy's cheek had now returned to its original state. Previously, she had been far from the pair, and her senses were overwhelmed by the horror and gore, so she hadn't paid attention to their scent. Since they appeared on this subway as anomalies, their presence shouldn't be for nothing. Hua Huai wanted to go forward and ask, but her palms were sweating profusely, and her legs felt nailed to the ground, unable to move an inch. Shi Jie's death was gruesome. It was the first time she had seen such a way to die. But she couldn't let go of any clue, as it might be the key to clearing the dungeon. Shu Wenyao noticed her fear and chuckled lightly, just a kid, after all. He put on his sunglasses and approached the mother and son with a swaggering gait. "Hello, ma'am, may I ask which station you plan to get off at?" The expected gore and horror didn't appear. The woman gently replied, "We're getting off at Xingfu Shiatsu Station." "Is there a problem?" Facing the inquiry, Shu Wenyao made up a story on the spot. "We are conducting social research statistics. I happen to be assigned to the subway train to count the passengers and the number of people getting off at each station." The woman didn't understand, nodded blankly, and asked no further questions. Hua Huai was stunned by Shu Wenyao's performance. As expected of a C-level player, he could even play it like this. Shu Wenyao returned to her side and reached out, intending to rub the top of her head again. "Little friend, you still need more practice." Hua Huai quickly dodged, saying expressionlessly, "I told you, don't touch my head." Suddenly, a small hand grabbed Hua Huai's skirt hem, meeting her gaze when she turned her head. "Big sister, shall we play hide and seek?" It was the boy. Goosebumps instantly crawled up Hua Huai's spine. Her fingers tightened around the subway handrail. She didn't answer, and the boy continued on his own. "Big sister, close your eyes, count to 60, then open them. If you find my head, you win, okay?" What was he saying? Hua Huai's voice trembled slightly. "Can't I look for the whole person? Do I have to look for the head?" The boy laughed happily, saying innocently, "The whole person won't fit, only a head will fit." As soon as he finished speaking, the subway plunged into darkness. The lights had gone out again. The boy didn't give her a chance to peek. The surroundings were utterly silent, even the infant's crying had stopped sometime, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Unable to hear the boy's movements, how was he going to hide his head? Hua Huai didn't know. The only thing she could do was silently count 60 seconds in her heart. When she finished counting, the lights turned on precisely on time. The headless boy stood in front of her, cheerfully waving his arms, signaling her to hurry and search. From his neck opening, Hua Huai could clearly see his network of blood vessels, which were constantly contracting, showcasing their vitality. This sight made Shu Wenyao gasp for breath as well. It was too close, too clear. Hua Huai heard the sound of him swallowing, and immediately afterward, he opened his lips and said, "I'll take her to look now, don't rush." Shu Wenyao took Hua Huai to the second carriage. The boy did not follow but nestled in his mother's arms. With the distance between them, Hua Huai felt she could finally breathe normally. The players in the back 4 carriages broke free from the terror of the darkness and rushed to the front carriages to find Hua Huai and Shu Wenyao. Zhang Zhenye hastily asked, "What happened? It suddenly went dark just now." I counted, and it lasted about 1 minute. The other 2 players wore mournful expressions, their bodies trembling to varying degrees. "When can we get out of this cursed place?" "You were looking for passengers who smelled of burning. Are you suggesting this subway train is going to crash?" "We just split up and asked the eligible passengers in the back 4 carriages. They are all getting off at Xingfu Shiatsu Station." In other words, this subway train will likely have an accident sometime between the 17th station and the terminal stop. But our mission requirement is for us to get off at the terminal stop. Is there any way for us to survive? The 2 new players were overly panicked and spoke many words in succession. The more they spoke, the more despair they felt. One of the players, Lu Hongkai, gritted his teeth and said, "I think this mission requirement is just messing with us.
As long as we can survive, anything goes, right? The other player, Fang Chunju, asked, what do you mean? Lu Hongcai's logic was simple, as long as we aren't on the subway, the accident naturally won't affect us. I don't care, I'm getting off at the next station. The consequences of choosing to get off were unknown. But after getting off, they likely wouldn't be able to get back on the train. This subway train would not turn back. Although Lu Hongcai chose to get off, everyone saw unease in his eyes. The next moment, he asked the others, are you going to get off with me? Xu Wenyao answered without thinking, no.
Hua Huai pursed her lips, no.
Zhang Zhengye hesitated, then I won't get off for now either.
Fang Chunju learned that none of the three were getting off, and after a great deal of internal struggle, she also chose, I'm not getting off
either. They received a comment from Lu Hongcai, cowards. That was probably better than being a reckless fool. Metro Line 4, Revenue and Resources. We have arrived at XX station. Passengers getting off here, please prepare to disembark.
The familiar voice broadcast sounded again, and the subway came to a steady stop. The carriage doors opened, revealing a bright subway platform before the players. Outside, it looked very safe. But it was very unfamiliar. As the passengers finished transferring, Lu Hongcai's happy and smug smile could be seen reflected in the glass of the carriage door.
Unfortunately, this happiness and smugness didn't last long.
As the carriage doors closed and the subway started moving away, the lights on the subway platform suddenly went out. In the pitch-black platform, countless unknown creatures seemed to be lurking. Hua Huai felt like she heard chewing sounds, crunch, crunch, tearing through flesh and bone.
If you asked her how she could distinguish it?
That night, when the evil dog tore at her shoulder, it had made the exact same sound. Fortunately, she had been fast enough, or else her shoulder on that side might have been completely ruined.
The trauma was vivid.
She felt like she saw the evil dog tearing at her shoulder again, and the pain made her involuntarily tremble. Seeing the change in the platform lights, Zhang Zhengye quickly ran toward the rear of the carriage. Besides the sound of chewing, he also heard the cry of pain from that player, which was very short, barely registering his suffering.
It seems getting off early is not an option. Fang Chunju was still shaken.
Fortunately, she hadn't gotten off, or she would have met the same fate as Lu Hongcai. She looked at Xu Wenyao. He said he was a C-level player, and all his judgments so far had been correct. If she wanted to survive, she had to stick closely to Xu Wenyao. Xu Wenyao now had a shadow following him, no matter where he went, the other party clung on.
Wanting to survive was understandable.
But he wasn't a good person, and he wouldn't be nice to a stranger for no reason.
Moreover, he didn't like people following him.
Xu Wenyao turned around, looking at her with a face full of mockery.
Standing still won't kill you either. I advise you not to follow me.
His words had no effect, the other person still followed.
Do you think I run a charity?
If you follow me, I'll use you as cannon fodder first.
Hua Huai asked him, doesn't your guild need people? Xu Wenyao lifted his head, extremely haughty. Do you think our guild takes just anyone?
A newcomer like her would die in the dungeon within a few days of joining. Someone who can't bring in any benefits and only wastes guild resources.
Hua Huai heard a few keywords and asked, benefits? Resources? What are those?
Xu Wenyao was exceptionally patient with Hua Huai and explained, many guilds related to the horror game have been established across the country and
even the world.
The stronger the guild's players are, the more stable their standing in society. Similarly, the stronger a player's personal ability, the more respect they receive, both within and outside this circle. You should know that, so far, the A-level players in the horror game are few and far between.
Our guild's boss is one of them.
No matter what line of work they're in, they have to show some respect when they see an A-level player. The higher the level of the guild members, the stronger the guild's influence in the world. This is the benefit that players bring to the guild. She hadn't expected this to be more than just an ordinary horror game, the implications were so vast. But one thing was confusing.
Why do they respect high-level players more? Shu Wenyao chuckled. You're still young. You might not understand even if I told you. But since you're about to become a member of our guild, I'll just tell you briefly. Horror game players are all over the world. No one knows if they're an ordinary person one moment and a game player the next. If they offend a certain guild outside the game, they might suffer collective retaliation from the guild's players. Once they encounter players from that guild in the game, they will most likely not make it out alive. In the game, rights obtained outside the game are ineffective. They are just lambs waiting to be slaughtered, and the experience of veteran guild players can often deliver a fatal blow. In addition to that, there's one more thing. New players with some social standing usually seek help from guilds. They provide resources that cannot be obtained in the game, perhaps money or power beyond the current dungeon. In exchange, the guild provides high-level players to escort new members through dungeons. These resources obtained by the guild are also benefits. All in all, excellent guild members are the guild's wealth. No wonder Shu Wenyao's attitude completely reversed after he learned she was a D-level player. His initiative to be nice to her wasn't unconditional. Hua Huai felt she had lost out, only asking for lodging was letting Shu Wenyao off too easily. Her regret did not escape Shu Wenyao's eyes. He raised the corner of his mouth. It's too late for regret now, I've got my eyes on you. Hua Huai puffed out her cheeks and said angrily, just lodging is too little, add meals too. Ha! Ha 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 ha. Interesting. A pair of eyes beneath the sunglasses held an intense amusement. Fine. This young master has money, these are minor things. Let's talk about resources now. If there's effort, there must naturally be a return. The guild has collected the game experience of many players, compiling hundreds of dungeon clearing cases. There are many game dungeons, but new players often enter dungeons that veterans have experienced. In such a situation, if they read the previous clear cases beforehand, the probability of successful clearance will exceed 90%. At this point, Hua Huai was curious. How many dungeons does this game have in total? This question truly hit Shu Wenyao's knowledge blind spot. He shook his head. I don't know. Currently, no one knows the total number of dungeons in this game. However, it won't be lower than this number. Looking at the 5 fingers he held up, Hua Huai asked in surprise, 5,000? Shu Wenyao's deep voice replied, no, it's tens of thousands. Hua Huai fell silent for a moment, then found her voice and said, then your guild only has a few hundred clear cases. That doesn't seem very impressive. Faced with Hua Huai's doubt, Shu Wenyao was unusually emotional. These few hundred clear cases represent the blood and tears experience of thousands of players. Our guild doesn't have enough players to clear this many dungeons. Most of them were bought by me with massive funds from rogue players. Shu Wenyao's cheeks flushed with anger, and Hua Huai realized she had said the wrong thing. Whether his actions were for the guild's strength or his own reputation, the result was that he helped their guild members survive better in the game. Since Hua Huai agreed to join the guild, she was also a beneficiary. Admitting her mistake, she said, I'm sorry. Our guild is very impressive. She was a sensitive person, and feeling that her apology might not be enough, she continued, don't be upset, I didn't mean it. Subway line 4, passengers with shoulder bags. Following Hua Huai's apology was Feng Chunju. Gathering her courage, she approached Shu Wenyao and cautiously said, I want to join your guild too. Shu Wenyao, who was currently infuriated, didn't spare her a glance. Feng Chunju didn't give up. It's true that I'm a new player who hasn't experienced a single game, but I'm very smart. At the age of 25, I've already reached the position of general manager in a company. I think games and the workplace are similar. The focus is on discovering problems, identifying them, and finally solving them. She was very good at selling herself, treating Shu Wenyao like an interviewer. Her logic was clear, and she articulated her strengths. If this were in the workplace, Shu Wenyao would definitely have passed her interview. Unfortunately, they were currently inside a game dungeon.
Her petty cleverness, in the eyes of an experienced veteran like Xu Wenyao, was like showing off one's axe before Guangong.
She knew nothing about the game yet dared to boast. Did she think he was brainless? Xu Wenyao didn't reply. He rolled his eyes beneath his sunglasses, pulled Hua Huai along, and said, "We still need to find the head. Please move aside." Xu Wenyao was too arrogant, causing him to miss the look Fang Chunju gave his retreating back. It was a feeling of unwillingness mixed with resentment.
Fang Chunju had always had smooth sailing in her career, no one had ever made her feel this defeated. The game of hide-and-seek between Hua Huai and the boy was still ongoing. She and Xu Wenyao stopped in the third carriage.
Xu Wenyao asked her, "Where do you think his head is hidden?" The boy was a wicked entity.
He made no sound while hiding his head, only offering a hint through his words. A place where his body won't fit means the place where he hides his head is very small, only large enough for his skull. The seats and carriages of the subway were completely exposed, offering no place to hide.
Hua Huai didn't know of any place on the subway that met this condition.
For example, she had never been to the front of the train, had never seen the driver's cabin, and didn't know its layout.
Also,
a passenger hurriedly walked through the subway carriage and bumped into Hua Huai's shoulder, interrupting her thoughts. At the tip of her nose, she smelled that bird odor again.
Hua Huai took another look at the passenger.
He was a young man in his early 20s, carrying a shoulder bag that was bulging, seemingly filled with items. This passenger seemed mentally unstable, his eyes were dull, and he had dark circles, looking as if he hadn't slept properly for days. He squatted down in the area between the first and second carriages, sitting right on the floor without seeming to mind the dirt. After sitting down, his eyes darted back and forth toward the passengers in both carriages, a hint of madness spilling from his expression. Hua Huai fixed her gaze on his shoulder bag, realizing its size was just right to hold a human head.
"Do you think it might be in there?" Xu Wenyao's thoughts were similar to Hua Huai's.
He stepped closer to the passenger, saying as he walked, "The possibility is very high."
His mental state is unstable. "Stay close to me."
This sentence seemed illogical to Hua Huai.
But soon, it made sense.
Xu Wenyao adopted the simplest and most brutal method, snatching the shoulder bag from the passenger's hand, and immediately throwing it toward Hua
Huai after succeeding.
Thinking that a head might be inside, Hua Huai dared not let the shoulder bag fall to the ground, using all her strength to barely catch it in her
arms. "Open it quickly and see."
The passenger who had his shoulder bag snatched was filled with rage.
The normal skin on his face peeled away like paper, revealing a burned core.
The pitch-black charred skin looked as if large chunks would fall off at a touch, exposing the ghastly white bone beneath.
Xu Wenyao's bravery was startling.
Facing such a terrifying existence, he showed no fear at all. He gripped the opponent's jaw tightly, veins bulging on the back of his hand, showing how much force he used to prevent the opponent from biting and
resisting.
His opponent was a wicked entity, he couldn't hold on for long. Although Hua Huai feared seeing the boy's head, she quickly opened the shoulder bag to see what was inside.
It wasn't a head, but an entire package of drinks?
She shook her head. Xu Wenyao instantly let go, ran to Hua Huai, took the shoulder bag, and threw it back into the passenger's hands.
"Here you go. Don't chase us."
After retrieving the shoulder bag, the passenger's mood instantly improved, and the malevolence around him gradually dissipated.
That worked? He was so easy to placate.
Hua Huai was full of questions.
Xu Wenyao explained, "The wicked entities in F-level dungeons are the lowest grade, they don't possess many emotions.
Just like when I snatched his shoulder bag, as long as I return it to him completely intact, he won't hold a grudge." This was likely the real reason for Xu Wenyao's immense bravery. Hua Huai indicated that she had learned something. Afterward, Hua Huai, Xu Wenyao, and the self-nominated Zhang Zhengye split up to search for the boy's head. Time passed minute by minute, and the subway reached the sixth stop and halted. Passengers got on and off, but those passengers who smelled of burning never disembarked.
And among the newly boarded passengers, many more carried that scent.
The smell in the carriage grew increasingly intense, reaching a point where it filled the player's nasal cavities even if they weren't trying to smell. It. Woof woof. In the fifth carriage, a passenger brought a pet dog onto the train.
After the dog entered the subway, it barked frantically in one direction, the front of the train. Ordinary subways do not allow passengers to bring pet dogs on board. Could this also be a clue? Hua Huai looked toward the front of the train and tugged on Xu Wenyao's sleeve. Can we find a way to check the driver's cabin?
On this subway, only the train attendant patrolling the train might obstruct their entry into the driver's cabin. The other passengers were unfamiliar with the driver's cabin and shouldn't think to stop them.
Xu Wenyao understood.
I'll help you stop the train attendant.
Hua Huai smiled. Thank you.
She quickly walked to the exterior of the driver's cabin.
It was a very simple door, without a lock.
She gave a gentle pull, and the door opened. The area inside the driver's cabin was small. 3 panes of glass were installed directly in front, allowing a view of the tracks ahead. On the left side was a small cabinet, where a fire extinguisher occupied all the space. On the right side sat a driver, focused on the tracks ahead. Only the area directly in front of his seat was obscured. To avoid alarming the driver, Hua Huai held her breath the entire time and quietly peeked in. No, it seemed it wasn't inside the driver's cabin. Hua Huai prepared to exit. Just as she opened the door, a head suddenly appeared in her line of sight, barely a centimeter away, scaring her so badly that her hair stood on end. Unable to calm down for a long time, she didn't know how long it took for her to shove her thoughts back into her brain. Her gaze dropped. It was the boy, holding his own head.
"Ah, big sister, you lose. You didn't find my head." Subway line 4, leaving the subway.
The boy didn't lower his voice, and the child's bright, clear tone drew the attendant's attention. Xu Wenyao couldn't stop the attendant, he could only watch helplessly as she strode toward Hua Huai.
What's going on? The driver's cabin is off limits. Where are your parents? Why aren't they watching their child? It's because of irresponsible parents like you that I never get a moment's rest.
The attendant acted as if she hadn't seen the boy holding up his own head, pointing at him and Hua Huai as she lectured them. The young woman quickly picked up the boy and apologized to the attendant. "I'm so sorry, children can be so mischievous." Xu Wenyao led Hua Huai out of the driver's cabin, also apologizing. "She's just as playful, I'll discipline her properly."
Hua Huai opened her mouth but said nothing.
She felt so frightened she was almost speechless. Her hands and feet were ice cold, her mind numb. She let Xu Wenyao lead her out of the carriage. Instinctively, she glanced back at the boy. The boy still held his head aloft. Just as she was about to look away, his eyes snapped open and he mouthed words without sound. Too terrified to look away, Hua Huai stared fixedly, reading his lips.
"Yin Liao. What was that? A drink? Could the passenger's shoulder bag drink be the problem?"
Hua Huai pulled Xu Wenyao into the fourth carriage, made sure the passenger with the shoulder bag couldn't hear, and told him everything she
suspected.
Xu Wenyao said, "That boy set no win or lose rules, he wasn't really playing hide and seek. He was guiding us to spot the subway's problem. The pet dog in carriage 5 barked this way too. What scared it wasn't the boy's hidden head, it was the passenger with the shoulder bag." Zhang Zhenye cut in, and the baby in carriage 4 stopped crying just as the shoulder bag passenger stood nearby. In this dungeon, Zhang Zhenye knew only Hua Huai, so he'd kept his eyes on her and noticed that detail. The answer seemed clear, they just had to check what was wrong with the drink in the shoulder bag.
Xu Wenyao's method of snatching was as blunt as ever.
As the shoulder bag flew toward her, the subway pulled into the 7th station. Hua Huai reached for it, missed, and was shoved off by a pair of adult hands. The push was forceful, clearly an adult's strength. Hua Huai stumbled onto the platform. Before she could stand, the doors had already shut. The carriage doors slid closed. She saw Xu Wenyao's stunned face, Zhang Zhenye's frantic attempt to help, and Fang Chunju's sharp, triumphant gaze.
Fang Chunju showed no shame, certain Hua Huai would die on the platform like Lu Hongkai.
The subway slowly pulled away, the station lights flickering.
Finally, everything sank into darkness.
Surroundings echoed with the scuttling of creatures, big and small, like insects, making her skin crawl. From the sounds, she could tell there were plenty of them nearby. They drew closer, almost within arm's reach. A stench of decay filled the air, accompanied by the sizzle of corrosion ability. A clear, steady voice reached her ears, "Don't be afraid, I'm here."
It was Zhao Ling.
In her panic she'd forgotten Zhao Ling could appear on his own. The horror game's notes had said entities had great freedom inside a dungeon. But she hadn't expected Zhao Ling to show up without her summoning him. She felt no fear, only safety. She had an older brother, and he would protect her. At the snap of his fingers, the dark subway lit up again. The moment the lights came on, the creatures in the darkness fled. They feared the light. The once gleaming floor was now coated in a slimy black substance bubbling noisily. This was Zhao Ling's corrosion ability. Covering such a large area, his corrosion ability was far stronger than she'd imagined. The subway was already gone, she couldn't get back on, let alone complete the task of getting off at Happiness Community Station. She didn't know what failure would bring, the horror game had never said. As she hung her head, Zhao Ling said gently, "Stay close to me."
Where were they going? Hua Huai looked up in surprise but didn't ask aloud.
She trusted Zhao Ling, even without answers, she would follow.
The black substance on the platform sank into the floor, restoring its shine so she could easily keep up. The path ahead was pitch black, but wherever Zhao Ling walked, lights came on. After he passed, the lights behind them went out again.
They walked until they left the subway station and reached the main road.
Strangely, it felt like the real world.
Her game dungeon had been on the subway, but after leaving she could reach other areas.
Zhao Ling took her hand. "From now on, hold tight. No matter what happens, don't let go." Hua Huai didn't understand until she saw what lay ahead.
This was a dim world, beyond the lights, everything looked hazy. In the distance, a hunched creature knelt over its prey. Sensing strangers, it turned to look. Its face was dry and bark-like, features squeezed together unevenly, scraggly hair hanging over its forehead. Blood trailed from its lips as it chewed, pooling at its chin before dripping down. From the bones and scraps of flesh, it looked like a human. In the blink of an eye, the creature vanished. Alarm bells rang in Hua Huai's mind. She pressed closer to Zhao Ling. Behind her, a raspy old voice drifted into her ear, "Little girl, you smell delicious." It grated like a saw, harsh and unpleasant. In the next instant, Zhao Ling seized the creature by the neck and flung it hundreds of meters into a giant billboard. His voice carried a pressure that struck the soul. Scram. Dust rose as the billboard buckled inward, forming a deep dent. 3 seconds later, the creature slid off and limped to its feet. "If I can't eat, fine, ouch, that hurts." It sounded aggrieved as it hobbled away. Zhao Ling led Hua Huai to a bus stop. According to the schedule, one of the buses would pass Happiness Community Station.
Subway Line 4, gasoline smell.
On the Line 4 subway,
Xu Wenyao furiously grabbed Fang Chunju by her collar. "What are you doing?
If you have a problem, go get it treated, don't act crazy here."
Xu Wenyao's dislike for new players wasn't without reason.
Most new players always like to be self-righteous, rashly doing all sorts of unexpected things even when they hadn't clearly memorized the rules of
the game.
Zhang Zhengye was also greatly angered. Not long ago, he had just sent the severely injured Hua Huai to the hospital for treatment.
Fang Chunju's actions were truly inhumane.
Facing Xu Wenyao's rage, Fang Chunju was puzzled, yet held herself with great arrogance. She's a D-level player, but she doesn't seem to have much ability.
Xu Wenyao, she can't join your guild anymore. Consider me, I'm definitely stronger than her.
Besides, she's just a child.
What I can give you, she might not be able to. Fang Chunju reached out and stroked Xu Wenyao's hand.
The sticky, disgusting sensation made Xu Wenyao instantly withdraw his hands. He said coldly, "Don't touch me with your dirty hands. I won't lay hands on players in the dungeon, but that doesn't mean I won't beat you to a pulp outside the dungeon until you can't take care of
yourself. I have no bottom line. I advise you to be sensible."
During their conversation, Zhang Zhenye picked up the shoulder bag that had fallen to the ground. The passenger who had lost the shoulder bag clearly came for Zhang Zhenye. Its arm, devoid of human skin, was extremely rough, scaring Zhang Zhenye into turning and running. He was scared, but he chose not to drop the shoulder bag. The passenger gave chase, but fortunately, its speed wasn't fast, and the two maintained the same distance. In this situation, Xu Wenyao naturally wouldn't continue to tangle with Fang Chunju. He quickly ran towards Zhang Zhenye. His legs were very long, and he seemed to exercise frequently. One stride of his covered the distance of 2 of Zhang Zhenye's steps. When he took the shoulder bag from Zhang Zhenye, he wasn't even out of breath, as if he had just been taking a stroll. He ripped open the shoulder bag and opened a drink can. What wafted into his nostrils wasn't the scent of a drink, but the strong smell of gasoline. At the bottom of the shoulder bag, there was a lighter. Xu Wenyao understood that this subway accident was man-made. The subway was traveling in a tunnel, so these things couldn't be disposed of temporarily. They had to wait until the subway entered a station, and then, during the brief opening of the carriage doors, throw them out for disposal. That passenger, who was frantically chasing them, was a ticking time bomb. If it hadn't been provoked, the accident would not have changed its timing. But now that it had been provoked, it could ignite the gasoline at any moment. They absolutely couldn't return it to it. Xu Wenyao's face was grim. He hadn't expected that he would need to use the power of an item in an F-level dungeon. A rope appeared out of thin air in his palm. He then handed the shoulder bag back to Zhang Zhenye, instructing, "Hold it tight." The passenger quickly approached. Xu Wenyao, with lightning speed, restrained its hands and deftly tied it with the rope. The rope looked fragile, but when it truly bound the passenger, it couldn't break free no matter what. After everything was done, Xu Wenyao turned around and saw Fang Chunju snatching the shoulder bag from Zhang Zhenye. Her actions were sudden, and the shoulder bag was unexpectedly snatched by her. Zhang Zhenye reacted quickly, pulling on the strap, and the two wrestled with each other. Fang Chunju gritted her teeth, "Let go." Zhang Zhenye wouldn't give up, "No, you let go." Fang Chunju narrowed her eyes, "If you don't want me to light this gasoline, then let go." The opening of the shoulder bag was facing Fang Chunju, and she could light it at any moment. Upon hearing this, Zhang Zhenye was furious, "If you light it, you'll die too." In such a confined space, once ignited, the consequences would be unimaginable. "I'm just one person, you two are 2 people. No matter how you look at it, it's more cost-effective for me." Fang Chunju fumbled for the lighter at the bottom of the shoulder bag and placed it next to the gasoline as a threat. Zhang Zhenye hesitated. If this gasoline wasn't ignited, this subway should be safe. He thought that Fang Chunju wouldn't be so deranged as to perish with them for no reason. Just as he was about to let go, Xu Wenyao quickly approached, grabbed the shoulder bag with one hand, and kicked her 5 meters away with his foot. He spoke with cold arrogance, "Who are you threatening? I've never been threatened in my life." He walked step by step towards the fallen Fang Chunju, his leather shoes tapping on the floor with a pleasant rhythm. He looked down upon everything from above, exuding a strong oppressive aura of a superior. He took off his sunglasses, his beautiful, sharp eyes like tempered ice. "Fang Chunju, right? I'll remember you." He bent down and snatched the lighter from her hand. Xu Wenyao's kick had held nothing back, causing Fang Chunju's internal organs to ache. She watched Xu Wenyao approach with a pale face, her whole body feeling as if it were frozen, unable to move. This man was dangerous, a danger on a different level than her. She didn't dare to resist, nor did she dare to continue provoking him. Afterward, during the subway's journey, Fang Chunju stayed far away from him, not saying a word. The subway arrived at the 17th station. The carriage doors opened, and passengers boarded and alighted as usual. However, this time, there was an unexpected person. The dungeon task required them to get off at the final station, so Hua Huai couldn't go directly to the final station.
Seeing her, Fang Chunju blurted out, "You're not dead? How is that possible?"
Hua Huai was well protected by Zhao Ling. Not only was she not dead, but she didn't even have a scratch.
She looked coldly at Fang Chunju. "What? Were you hoping I'd die?"
She saw Fang Chunju's face, which looked as if she were constipated.
Compared to Fang Chunju, Xu Wenyao and Zhang Jingye seemed very happy.
Xu Wenyao reached out, wanting to pinch her cheek to see if she was really alive, but Hua Huai stepped back to dodge him. She said exasperatedly, "You have too many little habits." Xu Wenyao sheepishly withdrew his hand, but a smile bloomed in his eyes. It was indeed her.
Zhang Zhengye seemed much more enthusiastic, asking many questions, such as, "Are you hurt anywhere? What's the situation outside? Were you scared? How did you get to the platform of the 17th subway station?"
Hua Huai's arrival here was not easy. The bus couldn't keep up with the subway's speed, so in order to complete her dungeon task, she ultimately didn't take the bus.
Metro Line 4, 4S store. Time rewound to the moment they stood at the bus stop. Hua Huai gripped Zhao Ling's hand, uneasy.
"My quest says I have to get off at Xingfu Shiatsu Station. If I go straight there, will the quest fail?
If it fails, how do I leave the dungeon?"
Zhao Ling's lashes lowered. He had never bound another player before, so he didn't know the procedure she described. He had chosen this bus stop because he needed to deliver that suicide note. He didn't know what happened when a quest failed, but he wouldn't let hers fail.
"Come with me."
3 gentle yet forceful words. Hua Huai followed closely and arrived at a 4S dealership. The showroom was walled in glass, sleek and upscale.
Brand new cars stood neatly inside. A pot-bellied monster waddled out from behind the counter and asked in a gravel-thick voice, "Are the two of you here to buy a car?" Zhao Ling nodded. "A sports car."
Learning they were customers, the monster grinned, its features squeezing into a horrifying smile. It gestured. "This way, please." The monster led the way, every footfall made the surroundings tremble. Hua Huai stared at the towering thing, it looked like a walking hill.
Could you even buy cars inside a dungeon? What counted as money here? They followed it deeper in.
"This is our best sports car, flashy, cool, and lightning fast."
Zhao Ling cut in. "How fast?"
Clearly this customer cared about performance. 300 kilometers per hour, the monster replied. Zhao Ling looked satisfied. The monster chuckled, "And the price is a bargain, only 50 million.
Come again? Hua Huai had never seen digits that astronomical. And the monster called it a bargain.
The moment it quoted the price, a blood-red screen popped up before her eyes.
Balance, 495,000. Insufficient funds.
Back in the real world, she had spent 5,000 yuan entertaining Zhao Ling for a few days. She hadn't expected that money to work not only in reality but also inside the dungeon.
The figure on the screen must mean it was usable here.
Zhao Ling had never planned to pay, he had no money anyway. In a dungeon, only the strong had the right to speak.
A crushing pressure suddenly filled the air, shattering every pane of glass in an instant.
Icy wind poured in from all sides, making Hua Huai shiver. Zhao Ling struck first, fetid black mud gushed out, devouring the monster.
The creature's bones creaked as it swiped the sludge away, snarling, "A robbery? Ha ha ha, fine. It's been ages since I had a good fight." The terror rolling off the monster rivaled Zhao Ling's own. Enraged, it stamped, leaving craters and long cracks in the floor.
Beneath those cracks bubbled a black-red liquid, frothing non-stop.
Glug glug. Like lava.
Hua Huai picked up a sheet of paper from the counter and dropped it into a fissure. The paper ignited and vanished the instant it touched the liquid.
The stunt was risky.
Zhao Ling swept her up and set her behind the counter.
"Stay hidden."
Even as he carried her aside, a massive fist smashed where he had stood. The monster's bulk made it powerful but clumsy.
Power meant nothing if you couldn't land a hit.
Under Zhao Ling's assault the creature steadily lost ground. Its flesh corroded, bones showing through countless holes. It hurts so much.
Now I'm really mad.
With a roar and blood-red eyes, it launched into a berserk rampage. No longer aiming only at Zhao Ling, it spotted his weakness and charged straight for Hua Huai. 10 of her stacked together wouldn't equal its size, crushing her would be as easy as squashing an ant. But after watching the fight, Hua Huai had spotted a weakness of its own. Even in its fury, it kept dodging around the cars on display. She couldn't dodge in time, Zhao Ling yanked her out of the way. To save her, he took a solid punch from the monster. His aura dimmed immediately. Hua Huai's pupils shrank. Nestled in his arms, she said, "Get into a car, it won't damage the vehicles." Zhao Ling reacted at once. As she'd said, the monster not only avoided harming the cars but even protected them if he tried. Exploiting that weakness, he ground the creature down until it dissolved into the black mud. All that remained was a sheet of paper inside its body, something like a contract stamped with an eerie blood-red seal. The seal glowed. 3 seconds later the contract burst into flame and crumbled into the mud. When the dust settled, Hua Huai worried over Zhao Ling's injuries. "Big brother, are you all right?" She realized she had no idea how ghosts recovered from wounds. Zhao Ling steadied his breath and reined in his icy ghost chi. "I'm fine." They had to hurry, the subway moved fast and nothing could block its tunnel. Once inside the sports car, Hua Huai quickly realized Zhao Ling couldn't drive. He tested every button first, figuring out what each did, only then starting the engine. Luckily the dungeon had no living people, so no matter how he experimented he wouldn't hit anyone. Zhao Ling was a quick learner. Once he began driving he barely made a mistake, racing straight to the Line 4 subway entrance at Station 17. He escorted her onto the platform, and when Line 4 arrived he melted into the shadows as if he'd never been there. Facing Zhang Zhengye's questions, Hua Huai kept the astonishing journey to herself. "I'm fine. I just appeared here somehow. Guess the game couldn't bear to let me die." She looked perfectly calm and open. Fang Chunju snorted. "Sell that to a ghost. If the game can't bear to kill you, it's fine with killing the rest of us?" Before Hua Huai could answer, Zhang Zhengye stepped in. "Kids don't lie. Only corrupted minds like yours spew lies all the time." Zhang Zhengye was wrong, children do lie. She did, and so did her little brother. She'd learned it from Hua Yuan. When honesty brought no good, drifting with the current might be the wiser choice. Hua Huai felt mixed, there was no joy inside her. So this was how it felt to be shielded even after lying. But why did Hua Yuan look so happy about it? Hidden Dungeon, Happiness Community Building 1. The passenger who was previously carrying a shoulder bag was now bound by what appeared to be an ordinary rope. Isn't it a specter? How can it not break free from such an ordinary rope? Hua Huai asked, and Shu Wenyao provided the answer. That rope was an item he obtained from his previous dungeon. It had the effect of binding level D and below specters, and it was a one-time item. He originally wanted to use this item in a D-level dungeon, but the situation was too urgent, so he used it out of necessity. Shu Wenyao's face was full of regret, lamenting the waste in pity. In response, Hua Huai asked curiously, "Do you have a bound specter?" Shu Wenyao's eyes widened. Why don't they eat minced meat? If he had a bound specter, why would he waste this item? All right, Hua Huai understood. Now it was Shu Wenyao's turn to be curious. Do you have a bound specter? Hua Huai silently turned her face away, cough. A very soft sound, Upon receiving the answer, Shu Wenyao's eyes were tinged with something called excitement. When did you bind it? Was it just now? Or in the previous dungeon? Hua Huai said, the previous dungeon. Shu Wenyao mumbled, previous dungeon. Xianglu said you entered a sea-level dungeon, so correspondingly, the highest level of specter inside would be sea level. Tell me, the one you bound is a sea level anomalies. Hua Huai pursed her lips, a sound escaping her throat, Shu Wenyao's voice broke, what? Our guild leader only bound a level B aberration, and you're telling me you bound a C-level anomalies. In C-level dungeons, only the boss-level specters are C-level.
Did you take the boss of that dungeon? And Xiang Lu said that was your first time entering a dungeon, right? Don't lie to me, at that time you were just an F-level new player?
After a moment of silence, Hua Huai still uttered a syllable, Although Zhao Ling was currently C-level, after completing this dungeon's task and delivering the suicide note to Zhao Ling's parents, Zhao Ling would likely rise to B-level. Hua Huai, who had only experienced 2 dungeons, wasn't clear about what the specter levels specifically meant. She only knew that the higher Zhao Ling's level, the longer he could exist in the real world. She wanted to raise Zhao Ling to SSS level so he could appear at any time and exist in the real world. Xu Wenyao felt he had found a treasure.
Hua Huai's conditions as a player were far superior to Xian Lu's.
She might also be the youngest player in the horror game. The station display showed that the subway was about to reach Xingfu Shiatsu Station, so Xu Wenyao quickly asked, "Where do you live?"
"I'll come find you after we leave the dungeon." Hua Huai gave the address of the old building. Xu Wenyao nodded and smiled, "I've remembered it." The subway entered the terminal station and stopped, and the players exited the subway.
At the same time, a crimson screen informed them that the mission was complete. Apart from Hua Huai, the other 3 exited the dungeon world. On the subway platform, passengers got off and walked out of the subway station. The platform lights were bright, extending from the platform all the way to the subway station exit. Hua Huai felt nervous, fearing that the surrounding lights would go out at any moment. But until she walked out of the subway station, the lights did not extinguish.
A completely different treatment than before.
Presumably, because she was still on the normal progression route of the dungeon task, it was safe. The sky grew even darker.
Happiness Community was located not far from the subway exit.
Streetlights illuminated both sides of the street, casting a hazy glow.
The originally deserted street gained a false sense of human activity as passengers poured in.
Their appearance was no different from humans, but they lacked the breath of living people, giving off an incredibly cold feeling. It would be more fitting to describe them as a group of moving puppets.
Following the flow of these passengers, Hua Huai entered Happiness Community Building 1. Why were these passengers walking so fast?
In the blink of an eye, they had all disappeared. The strange phenomenon sent shivers down Hua Huai's spine.
He he he. Ha ha ha.
Silver bell-like laughter echoed in Hua Huai's ears, heard but unseen. A crimson screen unfolded before Hua Huai's eyes.
Entering Hidden Dungeon, Happiness Community Building 1. Dungeon difficulty, D-level. Mission requirement, survive and deliver Zhao Ling's suicide note.
Note, hidden dungeons are special, restricting Spectre Zhao Ling from appearing.
Correspondingly, players will be given direct hints. Hints. 1.
A family in the community had a daughter who died.
2.
When this family's daughter asks you to take her home, please refuse directly.
3. Don't interfere, don't look, don't ask. Dungeon difficulty will immediately decrease by 50%. Hua Huai could understand don't interfere and don't ask. What the heck was don't look? Did it mean she had to close her eyes and grope her way to Zhao Ling's house to deliver the suicide note?
Hua Huai was silent for a moment, then tried to walk with her eyes closed. In the completely dark environment, her heart filled with much fear of the unknown. She didn't know how far she could step, nor how many steps it would take to reach Building 1. The panic in her heart deepened with time, an unsettling feeling as if she was about to fall into an abyss. Not much time had actually passed, yet she was so flustered that she wanted to open her eyes immediately. Suddenly, a child's voice, close at hand, made Hua Huai abandon that thought.
The voice said, "Big sister, can you take me home? Please?" It got stuck at the end. After a while, the other party exclaimed in surprise, "You look about my age. It's been a long time since I've seen a resident about my age. What's your name?"
Hua Huai pursed her lips, giving no response. She steadily moved forward, though her back, covered by her clothes, was already drenched in cold sweat. Zhao Ling couldn't appear, and she could vaguely feel that Zhao Ling's battle in the forest shop earlier had exhausted all his abilities. In that case, she also couldn't use the specter's partial abilities described in the rules. It was called a D-level dungeon, but the tension it gave her far exceeded that of Changxi Quality Education School, which was a C-level dungeon. Hua Huai didn't know how far she had walked, but the specter kept hovering around her.
Are you blind? Looks like she's deaf too.
In this state, even a specter couldn't communicate with her. Hua Huai immediately understood the meaning of the third hint in the dungeon. Without communication, even the chances of triggering the law of slaughter of a specter would decrease.
It was a pity the specter appeared too quickly. Hua Huai hadn't had time to observe the full view of the community. She only knew the approximate location of Building 1. Actually entering it would be quite difficult. She heard the specter say, how boring. Immediately after, Hua Huai's shoulder sagged, and something heavy pressed on her back. Hua Huai suddenly fell to her knees, supporting herself with her hands on the ground to avoid falling too awkwardly. Her palms scraped against the ground, breaking the skin and oozing beads of blood, a faint metallic scent drifting into the air. A childish voice, innocent and playful, came from her back, so fragrant. Xingfu Community, Erosion.
Hua Huai recalled the eerie entity she had seen not long ago after leaving the subway. It was devouring humans.
If the eerie entity eats people, then... She couldn't help but wonder, was blood also one of this eerie entity's law of slaughter conditions?
The dungeon prompt indicated a 50% decrease in difficulty, not an absence of difficulty. This meant that even by following the third hint, she could still trigger a law of slaughter condition. Without her sight, all her senses concentrated on her back, and her panic reached an unprecedented level.
Should she open her eyes? If she hadn't triggered a law of slaughter condition, wouldn't opening her eyes mean she had deceived this eerie entity? But if she didn't open her eyes...
The unknown fear was quickly drowning her. Forget it, even if she opened her eyes, she might not necessarily die. Suddenly opening her eyes, a strong will to survive made her pant continuously. A decayed, worm-infested face abruptly entered Hua Huai's vision, startling her heart into her throat and causing her pupils to unconsciously dilate. For a moment, she truly feared she would faint. But thankfully... After experiencing 2 dungeons, she had seen quite a few types of eerie entities in the dungeon world, and her adaptability had improved. The decayed face, inches away, had holes burrowed by some kind of insect, and the flesh resembled thick sauce that had been marinated for too long. Full of stickiness. The eerie entity's mouth was slightly agape. You can see. As the eerie entity moved, its teeth fell out one by one. Hua Huai's nerves were taut. It's dark, my mom is calling me home for dinner. This eerie entity took her for a resident here, and at her current age, being controlled by her mother was normal. She didn't directly respond to the eerie entity's words. In her understanding, the chance of survival was higher after changing the subject. She couldn't let this eerie entity dwell on her mistake. The eerie entity murmured, "Mom? I don't have a mom." Where its eyes should be were 2 pitch-black holes, yet Hua Huai inexplicably discerned a hint of loneliness within those voids. Mom left me when I was very young and ran away alone. Why was Mom so bad? Why didn't she take me with her? What did Mom look like? I can't remember anymore. At this, it looked up. Can you take me home? It was that same sentence again. The hint clearly told Hua Huai not to agree to this request. Hua Huai shook her head. My mom is calling me home for dinner, I can't not go home. Her age was quite convincing. The eerie entity pondered for a moment and did not make the request again. Then, I'll go home with you. Hua Huai planned to go directly to Zhao Ling's place. After completing the task, she should be able to exit the dungeon immediately. Just fool this eerie entity for a short while, and she could complete the task. Okay, but you have to get off my back first, or I can't walk. Hua Huai agreed to the eerie entity's request, and the eerie entity obediently got off her back.
One person and one eerie entity stood face to face.
The eerie entity was a little shorter and thinner than her, and its clothes were torn in several places, as if cut by some sharp object.
Pus oozed from the torn parts. It looked rather pitiful. Hua Huai averted her gaze and led the eerie entity into building one of happiness community.
Before Hua Huai, there was a choice between the elevator and the stairs. Supernatural occurrences in elevators and stairs hold comparable weight in horror films, except one can usually run in the stairs, but in an elevator,
there's no escape.
Between the two choices, Hua Huai chose the stairs. She couldn't guarantee that the eerie entity beside her wouldn't harm her, so taking the stairs was safer. It was only the 4th floor, a few steps and she'd be there.
But was that really the case?
Each floor she ascended, the floor number would be displayed at the corner of the stairs. No matter how much she climbed, she couldn't reach the 4th floor. After the 3rd floor, the next was the 5th floor. From the 5th floor down, it was the 3rd floor again. Where did the 4th floor go?
Was it eaten?
The eerie entity asked her, "What are you looking for?" Hua Huai said, "Why is the 4th floor gone?" The eerie entity said faintly, "Your home is on the 4th floor, then let's take the elevator." Maintaining the current situation, Hua Huai wouldn't find the 4th floor.
This eerie entity told her to take the elevator. Should she go?
Zhao Ling couldn't appear, and she couldn't use some of Zhao Ling's abilities. This eerie entity could kill her easily, without going to the trouble of tricking her into taking the elevator.
The elevator in this building was new, seemingly installed not long ago.
The 4 sides of the elevator were like mirrors, clearly reflecting human figures.
The eerie entity's figure in the elevator actually took on a human appearance.
It looked about 11 or 12 years old, with 2 pigtails, and the wounds that had previously oozed pus now bled bright red.
The shape of the wounds didn't look like knife cuts. Rather, they looked like cuts from glass.
Its cheeks and exposed arms were covered in bruises, those were
signs of being beaten. Turning back to look at the eerie entity, it itself still maintained its decayed appearance.
This was a game dungeon world. As a player, she should just complete the task and then leave the dungeon.
If she rashly inquired, and accidentally triggered this eerie entity's law of slaughter, the price would be death. Ultimately, Hua Huai did not ask.
Taking the elevator, Hua Huai successfully arrived at the 4th floor.
The 4th floor was very different from the other floors, appearing extremely sinister.
The surrounding lights were cold green, like ghost fires lit in the underworld. The eerie entity stood in the elevator, not following Hua Huai out. It stared intently, seemingly having forgotten about going home with Hua Huai. With apprehension, Hua Huai stepped into the 4th floor corridor, arriving at the door of room 405. Just as she was about to knock, the door next door opened. A burly, scruffy drunk man, holding a wine bottle, squinted at Hua Huai. He seemed drunk and mistook her for someone else.
"Brat, come here and pour me some wine."
This drunk man's eyes were full of malice and ruthlessness. Hua Huai thought it best not to approach him rashly. Seizing the opportunity, Hua Huai took off running. The drunk man saw her move, smashed the wine bottle in his hand, and followed closely behind her. Hua Huai had originally wanted to rush into the elevator, but unexpectedly, the elevator doors closed just as she approached.
That eerie entity deliberately closed the elevator.
In that case, there was only one path left, the stairs. No time for hesitation, Hua Huai rushed down the stairs. She went down 1 floor, but it was still the 4th floor. The drunk man was both at the bottom of the stairs and at the top.
What was going on? Were there 2 identical drunk men?
Hua Huai quickly realized that the stairs here were cyclical. No matter if she went up or down, she would always end up on the 4th floor. Chasing in the stairwell, she couldn't maintain her stamina forever. At the end of the corridor, there seemed to be another set of stairs. If it also cycled, perhaps she could use the time difference to find a way to enter room 405. While thinking, Hua Huai had already started running towards the end of the corridor. Thanks to several days of long-distance running training at Changxi Quality Education School, Hua Huai felt that her endurance and running speed had improved to varying degrees. The drunk man was drunk and not running too fast, so she wouldn't be caught in a short time.
Happiness community, sister.
After trying, the stairs at the end of the corridor also looped. She couldn't leave the fourth floor using the stairs. But by exploiting the time difference, Huahua knocked on room 405's door while passing through the corridor. The drunk man was pressing hard. After knocking, Huahua had to immediately head to the stairs on the other side, shake him off for a bit, and then return to room 405's door. Due to the stairs looping, Huahua could never put a significant distance between herself and the drunk man. If she ran fast, the drunk man could catch up to her from the opposite direction. If she ran slowly, the drunk man could still catch up to her from the original direction. She had to maintain an intermediate speed, keeping the gap consistent within the stairs loop. This meant her time spent knocking was very brief, and when room 405's door opened, she couldn't enter room 405 in time. The resident inside saw no one outside and quickly closed the door again.
Her stamina was gradually draining. This couldn't continue.
That drunk man seemed to have inexhaustible energy, showing no signs of fatigue whatsoever.
Just as she found it difficult to keep going, the elevator doors opened. Huahua rushed into the elevator, frantically pressing the close door button.
She had been too nervous just now, unable to spare the mental capacity to think. The drunk man appeared too suddenly.
And what did he intend to do with that broken wine bottle?
Kill her? On the elevator wall, a specter's face was reflected. Huahua parted her lips. The person he wants to chase, it should be you, right? The specter's wounds matched the sharp object in the drunk man's hand. The big man was drunk and couldn't distinguish who she was, mistaking her for this specter.
Why did you close the door? Are you afraid of him? Or do you want me to become like you? If that's the case, why did you open the door just now?
The specter's dark, hollow eyes turned toward her and said something completely irrelevant. The resident of room 405 does not have a daughter. Upon hearing this, Huahua laughed aloud. As expected, you are the daughter of that drunk man?
If the specter didn't live on this floor, how would it know information like the resident of room 405 having no daughter?
Unable to continue fooling it by saying she was going home for dinner, Huahua confessed, I'm here to deliver something, the suicide note of the
resident of room 405's son.
The specter didn't refute her, tacitly agreeing with Huahua's words.
Unwittingly, a feeling of sadness could be seen in its hollow eyes.
After a long while, the specter said, I'll help you lure him away. You go deliver the suicide note. Given the numerous injuries on the specter's body, it was clear how cruelly it had been treated. The fact that it could say this to Huahua meant it had made a huge decision, indicating that delivering the suicide note was not a small matter to it.
Huahua asked what was on her mind. You know Xiaoling?
The specter visibly slowed down, lowering its head and murmuring, he was a very good person.
No wonder the dungeon restricted Xiaoling from appearing.
The two of them knew each other. If Xiaoling showed up, this dungeon would have no difficulty whatsoever. With the help of the specter, Huahua successfully entered room 405. The room was warmly decorated. Compared to the corridor outside, it felt significantly more like the living world. A middle-aged woman poured a cup of hot tea for Huahua, then sat across from her and opened Xiaoling's suicide note. Steam curled up, but Huahua did not pick up the tea to drink. She saw the middle-aged woman tightly covering her mouth, her eyes brimming with tears.
I never knew he was so desperate inside. That school was wrong, but we were ridiculously wrong too. Our ignorance killed our child. Actually, just being alive is good enough. It doesn't have to be perfect.
A middle-aged man stood behind the woman, his grief no less intense than hers. Unfortunately, we realized it too late. The price was Xiaoling's life. He can never come home.
We know we were wrong.
Xiaoling, Mommy and Daddy know we were wrong. At the same time, a crimson panel unfolded. Xiaoling's suicide note has been delivered, and Xiaoling's parents have genuinely repented.
Task complete. Spectre Xiaoling leveled up. Current level, B rank. Do you wish to leave the dungeon immediately? Hua Huai chose no.
That specter had lured the drunk man away for her, allowing her to successfully deliver the suicide note to Zhao Ling's parents. How could she just ignore that specter? The sounds of beating from the next room were so loud that they made one's heart tremble, even without listening closely. Inside, there were sounds of wooden tables and chairs smashing, glass shattering, and a little girl crying.
Wasn't it a specter? How could it still be suppressed by that man, unable to resist?
Or perhaps, it was so severely suppressed in life that even after death, when it gained the ability to resist, it still dared not fight back. Without hesitation, Hua Huai pounded heavily on the door and shouted, "Open up!" The door opened. The specter was cowering in the corner, like a startled small animal.
Hua Huai shoved the drunk man away.
The drunk man hadn't expected Hua Huai to make such a move and was caught off guard, stumbling.
Hua Huai quickly grabbed the specter's hand. "Let's go."
The hand was sticky, viscous, and something seemed to be surging within it.
Hua Huai's scalp tingled, but she never let go.
She ran, dragging the specter along, rushing straight to the elevator.
She pressed the open door button. It was too slow.
The drunk man was about to catch up. In this situation, even if they entered the elevator, they wouldn't be able to close the door in time.
If they were trapped at the elevator entrance, the outcome would be even worse.
Gritting her teeth, Hua Huai could only take the stairs. She had only rested briefly just now, and her stamina hadn't recovered much. If they kept circling in place, she might literally die of exhaustion. Fortunately, this time, after rushing down, the floor number she saw was the 3rd floor. And when she looked up, she didn't see the drunk man. Hua Huai felt her blood pressure soaring from the fright.
When she finally relaxed, her clothes were already soaked with sweat. "How do you feel?"
She looked back at the specter and realized it had shed its ugly appearance, reverting to a human form.
It stared blankly at Hua Huai. "I'm fine." Unable to hold back, it asked, "Why did you come back to help me?"
Hua Huai released its hand.
"You know Zhao Ling, and he's my older brother now. Since your relationship seemed good, I couldn't just leave you alone.
Besides, you got beaten up by that drunk man just so I could deliver his suicide note. If I had just kept watching you get hit, I would be the heartless monster."
The specter blinked, curiously asking, "Older brother?"
Hua Huai recounted the events that had transpired at Changxi Quality Education School to the specter. It said, "In that case, room 405 could also be your home.
Since you are older brother Zhao Ling's younger sister, can we be good friends? I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Zhang Changchang, and I died at the age of 11.
Zhang Changchang was 1 year younger than her. To return the courtesy, Hua Huai likewise told it her name.
The innocent child's voice asked, "Can I call you older sister from now on?" What does that mean? The crimson panel unfolded the next moment.
Zhang Changchang is applying to become the player's bound specter.
Do you agree? Happiness community, puppet. Free combat strength? I'll take it.
Hua Huai chose to accept. Then she asked Zhang Changchang how she died. As expected, the girl had been beaten to death by her own father. In Zhang Changchang's few memories, her mother had left because she couldn't endure the beatings. But when her mother left, she hadn't taken her daughter along. After her mother was gone, she became her father's only punching bag. Any little thing that went wrong ended with her being violently beaten. Years of abuse conditioned her to fear her father. Just seeing him raise a hand made her flinch. She didn't dare resist. Resistance only brought worse beatings. In her eyes her father was a mountain, immovable and vast. That belief meant even death couldn't free her from his shadow. Since Zhang Changchang called her big sis, she wanted to untie the knot in the girl's heart. Hua Huai asked, "Do you still see him as your father?" Zhang Changchang's gaze blurred. For an instant the yin aura around her thickened.
"Whether I do or not, he's still my father. But I hate him. Every time he hit me, it hurt so much."
Suddenly she looked up.
"Big sis, can you kill him for me?"
Hua Huai felt something odd inside. She couldn't tell if it was her own issue or Zhang Changchang's.
A ghost talking about killing someone sounded perfectly normal.
But she was human, with a human bottom line. No matter how unforgivable the crime, it wasn't her place to judge.
Let alone personally kill an NPC who looked exactly like a real person. How was that different from actual murder?
No, there was one difference. The human world had police to keep order, this place didn't.
It was only a dungeon.
That drunk man was just a game NPC. No matter how human he looked, he wasn't one.
Killing him here would bring no punishment.
Jiang Changchang had been bullied, she'd called her big sis, and her plea was to kill the bully. Could a big sister really stand by? Hua Huai parted her lips.
But right now I can't use Zhao Ling's power.
Jiang Changchang stepped forward.
Big sis can use mine. Before leaving the dungeon, Hua Huai couldn't inspect Jiang Changchang's ability details.
The girl explained, my power is puppet. I can feel you're able to use part of it, not much, but more than enough to deal with my father.
Big sis, hold out your hand and try flexing your fingers.
Under the girl's guidance, Hua Huai curled her fingers. She could clearly feel an invisible thread tied to each one. The threads were formless, invisible to the eye. When she moved them, Jiang Changchang jerked like a marionette, matching the motions.
Hua Huai's lack of skill made the girl twist into grotesque poses.
Her head flopped to her shoulder, one foot on the floor while the other kicked up behind her head, arms dangling at mismatched heights. No human could
naturally look like that.
In that pose, Jiang Changchang bared her teeth in a grin. That's how it works, but for more damage you need to spread your fingers apart. When Hua Huai did, the girl's movements snapped violently, as though she might be torn apart.
Hua Huai didn't dare push further, but Jiang Changchang didn't mind. It's my ability, it can't really hurt me.
Don't worry, big sis. Once she was comfortable, Jiang Changchang led Hua Huai up the stairs. They didn't skip the 4th floor. The glaring floor number told Hua Huai that the reason she'd been looping in the stairwell was Jiang Changchang
herself.
The drunk man hadn't found Jiang Changchang and was wandering the corridor. Hua Huai stood at the stairs bend, out of his line of sight, so he didn't notice her. It was her first real fight. Hua Huai was tense. She spent ages psyching herself up before stepping out of the bend into the corridor. The drunk man saw her and Jiang Changchang behind her. This time he didn't mistake the girl's identity. He glared at Jiang Changchang.
Damn brat, you dare run again. Think you're above the law now?
He frowned at Hua Huai.
You? He pondered a moment. You're the one who shoved me earlier. The little wretch has grown bold, even found backup. Looks like my lessons haven't sunk in. Today I'll beat you to death.
The drunk man charged. Hua Huai stood motionless. Jiang Changchang yanked her sleeve in panic.
Big sis, do it, he's coming.
The moment to act had indeed arrived, only the target wasn't the drunk man.
Finally Hua Huai asked, everything you told me, was it the truth?
A flicker of panic flashed across Jiang Changchang's eyes, but she quickly steadied herself and smiled.
Of course it's the truth. Why would I lie to you? In that case.
Hua Huai spun around and shoved Jiang Changchang straight into the drunk man's arms.
Jiang Changchang shrieked, Big sis, what are you doing?
Hua Huai lowered her gaze.
Changchang, I'm disappointed. You lied to me. I treated you with sincerity, yet you didn't return it.
Jiang Changchang, not knowing where she'd slipped up, panicked and spoke faster.
What do you mean? I'm sincere, big sis. Hua Huai laid it out coldly. If you truly cared, you wouldn't ask me to kill.
At first I tangled myself in faulty logic, thinking that because you called me big sis and your father beat you, I should help. But flip it around, if I were you, I'd never ask someone to do such a thing. From a human standpoint, even without laws, murder still violates human morality and leaves a lifelong psychological burden.
So you've never considered things from my perspective. How is that sincerity? Besides, you could suggest killing your own father without hesitation.
I don't believe you've lost the courage to resist him.
It's not courage you lack, you simply can't fight back. Your father has a power that restrains you. Hua couldn't guess what the drunk man's ability was. She was still new to the game world and had never seen an NPC with powers. Attacking him rashly wasn't wise, and more importantly, Jiang Changchang wasn't worth the risk. What she could do was let the drunk man keep the girl in check so she herself stayed safe. After hearing everything, the drunk man sobered a bit and growled through clenched teeth, "Damn brat, you dare move against me?" He grabbed the back of Jiang Changchang's collar and dragged her off effortlessly. Terror filled the girl's eyes. She kicked and clawed but couldn't break free. Happy community, little ghost. Crying and wailing came from the room. "Sister? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to, I was just in so much pain. I can't escape, sister, help me. Woo. Ah, it hurts so much, father, I was wrong, I won't dare to do it again." The sound gradually became muffled, as if it had been sealed inside some kind of container. The drunk man's voice came through, "If you know you were wrong, reflect properly. Nobody can save you." Strange. What container? The room door was not closed. Hua cautiously approached and saw a pottery container inside the room that was about the height of a person. The opening of the container was covered with a bright red cloth, sealed shut by several loops of hemp rope. Having entered and exited in a hurry just now, Hua hadn't paid attention to the furnishings inside the room. Aside from the pottery container, the layout of the room was also very strange. The large windows looked fake, as if they were just paper pasted onto the wall. Wait, they were pasted on. There wasn't a single window in the entire room that could let air through. A copper coin sword hung on the left side of the window, and a bagua mirror hung on the right. She had seen these in horror movies, but couldn't recall their function. The pottery container emitted muffled thumping sounds. "Let me out, let me out." After the drunk man sealed Jiang Changchang inside the container, he went into the bedroom to sleep, completely ignoring her struggles. "Sister, are you outside? I can feel it." Jiang Changchang suddenly spoke when Hua passed the container. "I know I was wrong. Everything you guessed was right, but I didn't deceive you, I just hid some things from you." Whether it was concealment or deception, it didn't matter to Hua. What mattered was that Jiang Changchang's actions would put her in danger. Hua remained silent. Jiang Changchang continued, "On the cabinet to my left, there is a book with a yellow cover. Sister, you'll understand once you read it." The book was placed in a very conspicuous spot. The cover was frayed, showing that its owner had flipped through it frequently. There were several characters printed on the book's cover, but Hua couldn't understand them. She didn't know what language they were. She tried to open it. The text inside was all the same, scrawled and crooked like ghostly talismans. However, every page in the book had illustrations, and Hua could vaguely make out a narrative through the pictures. The book seemed to describe a sacrificial ritual in a certain village. They were sacrificing not to gods or ancestors, but to a type of worm. Yet, the offerings they sacrificed were young girls. A pottery container was used during the sacrificial process, identical to the one currently in the room. Even the sealing method was exactly the same. Was Jiang Changchang trying to tell her that the man in the bedroom was performing a sacrifice? Flipping further, the scenes were so cruel that Hua couldn't help but frown as she looked. Putting a person into the pottery container, then pouring worms inside. After sealing the opening with hemp rope and red cloth, they hung it on a massive tree, so thick it would take 4 or 5 people to hug it. This book was quite old, the villagers' practices were futile and cruel. Turning to the final page, the pottery container was opened, and a thing, so rotten it was unrecognizable as human, crawled out. The holes bored through its body by the worms triggered intense trypophobia and extreme psychological discomfort. A person wearing a strange mask held and shook a bell, performing some kind of ritual. Closing the book, Hua was unable to shake the images from her mind for a long time. "I can't understand the content inside." Jiang Changchang said, "The village in the book is called Worm Village. This village suffers from perpetual drought, making it difficult to grow crops. Instead of moving away from Worm Village, the villagers try to summon rain through sacrifice. That's ridiculous. How could a sacrifice summon rain? This thought flashed through Hua Huai's mind.
But then she remembered this was a game dungeon. Since even entities like ghosts existed, the possibility of a sacrifice successfully summoning rain was not small. After every sacrifice, the village would have 7 consecutive days of heavy rain, filling the dry riverbeds inside the village. The land in the village would also become fertile after the heavy rain, suitable for planting, and this would last until 2 months before the next year's sacrifice. The sacrificed girl would be taken down from the tree by the villagers after 49 days, but by then she would have been refined into a little ghost, posing a constant risk of harming people. The villagers invite the old priest to perform a ritual on site to restrain the little ghost. The little ghost is controlled, becoming a little ghost kept by the old priest. Unless the old priest dies, the little ghost will forever live under his control.
Sister, will you take me away? It was wrong of me to hide things from you. I'm sorry. The truly terrifying entity in this dungeon turned out not to be Jiang Changchang, who was a ghost, but her father, the old priest. Hua Huai only now fully understood the second hint given to her by the game dungeon.
Ever since she delivered Zhao Ling's will and Zhao Ling leveled up, she could feel Zhao Ling's power becoming abundant.
If nothing went wrong, she could now use some of Zhao Ling's abilities.
Jiang Changchang still hadn't broken the bond with her, but she couldn't sense Jiang Changchang's power. She hadn't been able to sense it since they were in the stairs area earlier. What she sensed was Jiang Changchang deliberately luring her. According to the game rules, players should not be able to use abilities associated with ghosts while a ghost is present. This was one of the reasons she had previously suspected Jiang Changchang. Since Jiang Changchang misled her into believing she could use her abilities, it meant she had another purpose for leading her to the 4th floor. Hua Huai had told her in the stairs area that she couldn't use Zhao Ling's abilities. Therefore, Jiang Changchang's goal couldn't be to get Hua Huai to kill her own father. She still hadn't figured out what the purpose was. Decisively, Hua Huai asked directly, "What was your purpose in luring me up here?" The crying inside the pottery container paused for a moment. It wasn't just concealment, she had clearly deceived her as well.
Faint as a mosquito, scapegoat.
When those few words came out, Hua Huai's scalp tingled. If she hadn't reacted in time and actually attacked the drunk man, she would probably have fulfilled Jiang Changchang's wish by now. Gritting her teeth, "If I die in your place, will you be able to reincarnate?" The pottery container replied, "Your age is very suitable to be my scapegoat.
I know this is wrong, but I really can't stand it anymore. I don't know what reincarnation is.
I just know that if you become the little ghost in my place, I won't hurt anymore."
Sister, you are a good person.
I don't ask you to help me get rid of the little ghost identity now, I only ask you to take over the identity of the old priest. In my father's bedroom, there is a bell beside his pillow. Drop your blood on it, and I will only be controlled by you from now on. As long as you don't make me enter this container and don't let the worms bite me, I will obey everything you say.
That bell is more useful than your own. It can punish me at any time, and I wouldn't dare disobey you. Jiang Changchang must have meant the horror game key.
She didn't know what the horror game key was and couldn't name it, but she could sense its existence. Under the setting of the horror game key, a ghost can break the bond at any time while in the dungeon, leading to a backlash against the player. Possessing that bell, Hua Huai could avoid this situation.
But could Hua Huai trust what Jiang Changchang said?
Happiness community, rib dagger. If Jiang Changchang deceived her once, she could deceive her a second time. Hua Huai's mind stirred, and the crimson panel unfolded.
Do you want to leave the current dungeon immediately?
A knocking sound came from inside the pottery container. Don't go.
I know older sister will go to many dangerous places in the future. I'll give you something, hoping it can help you.
In the drawer to the left of that book, there is a dagger made from my rib bone. It can harm most ghosts. If you stab my heart with this dagger, my soul will instantly scatter. What happened just now was me being possessed by a ghost. I won't deceive you again.
Opening the drawer Jiang Changchang mentioned, a bone dagger indeed appeared.
Because it was made from a rib bone, the blade part of the dagger was exceptionally slender, and the body curved smoothly, resembling a crescent moon.
It looked very fragile, as if it could be easily snapped with a light twist of the hand.
In reality, this dagger had excellent sharpness and piercing capability, and brute force couldn't break it at all. Jiang Changchang sensed her attempt and said, "Unless my soul scatters, this dagger will not be damaged." On this point, Jiang Changchang did not deceive her. It was indeed an item helpful for future game dungeon missions. The snoring in the bedroom suddenly stopped.
The drunken man yawned and got out of bed.
Judging by the footsteps, he was about to leave the bedroom. Jiang Changchang lowered her voice, "He is sober now.
He will get drunk again after 12 a.m. Come back then to retrieve the bell."
Hua Huai had never used Zhao Ling's ability, and she felt unfamiliar with it. If she acted rashly, she wasn't sure she could win.
Following Jiang Changchan's advice, Hua Huai prepared to leave temporarily.
But it was too late, the man had already discovered her presence.
"Aya, a little mouse has sneaked in." "What? Do you want to become nourishment for my daughter?"
The now sober man was full of shrewdness, and the malice in his eyes was palpable. He knew the girl in the pottery container was his daughter, yet he treated her so cruelly. The man's eyes darted around, noticing the dagger in Hua Huai's hand.
"The little mouse is even stealing things. Truly worthy of being a little mouse."
Running now was clearly too late. She could exit the dungeon at any time, but given Jiang Changchang's current state, she couldn't leave with her. When the panel unfolded just now, there was also a message.
Jiang Changchang cannot leave the current dungeon. Choosing to leave immediately will dissolve the binding status with Jiang Changchang.
Jiang Changchang was restrained by this man. If Hua Huai left alone, Jiang Changchang would remain trapped in this dungeon. Jiang Changchang repeatedly begged her to stay, gave her the rib bone dagger, and revealed her own fatal weakness. Intuition told Hua Huai that Jiang Changchang had no more trump cards. If she left immediately, Jiang Changchang's future path would be exceptionally difficult.
In fact, Jiang Changchang wasn't entirely bad, she still remembered Zhao Ling's kindness.
Based on this, Hua Huai decided to take a gamble, betting that Jiang Changchang had some sincerity, and that she was indeed a pitiful ghost whose
previous actions were done out of necessity. Trust is never established by the efforts of one party alone.
She could continue to trust Jiang Changchang, but she hoped Jiang Changchang wouldn't betray her trust again. The man slowly approached, intending to grab Hua Huai with his bare hands. In his eyes, Hua Huai was a turtle in a jar, unable to escape or resist. The consequence of such underestimation was that the moment he reached out, his hand was severely corroded by a pool of black mud. The man screamed and repeatedly backed away. His flesh and skin were corroded away in the blink of an eye, exposing stark white bones. Zhao Ling, after becoming B-class, grew stronger. Hua Huai hadn't expected her first use of Zhao Ling's corrosion ability to unleash such great power. A fleeting sense of satisfaction flashed through her heart. Having suffered a loss, the man dared not approach alone. Instead, he took a golden bell from his pocket. With a slight shake, the bell emitted a crisp sound. Jiang Changchang, inside the pottery container, suppressed her voice and urged, "Older sister, hurry and leave." The air around them chilled, and gusts of cold wind blew through the windowless room. Tear. The red cloth on the pottery container was violently torn open. Jiang Changchang crawled out of the container, her riddled body like a puppet, bound by invisible threads. The man commanded Jiang Changchang's actions, "Go, tear her to shreds." There was another sound of the bell shaking.
Jiang Changchang moved instantly in response.
The speed of the ghost was not something Hua Huai could match.
Even with her full effort to dodge, she was utterly frantic.
The furnishings inside the house were knocked askew by her, clattering and falling all over the floor. The rib bone dagger was clenched in her palm, but she never launched an attack against Jiang Changchang.
Her target was Jiang Changchang's father. As long as he couldn't shake the bell, he couldn't command Jiang Changchang.
But he was too cunning. Every time she was about to get close to him, he would make Jiang Changchang block him. Hua Huai was forced to pull back,
but Jiang Chang, controlled by the man, would not stop. After several rounds, many wounds appeared on Hua Huai's body. Her eyes were filled with ruthlessness, just like on that cold, rainy night when she fiercely slashed the neck of the evil dog with broken glass. Once she decided to do something, she had to see it through. Imagination was beautiful, but reality was cruel. Hua Huai was just a human. Without Zhao Ling's protection, merely using some of his abilities was not enough to fight Jiang Changchang. Unable to move, she lay miserably in the corner, barely clinging to life. Seeing this, the man was no longer in a hurry to have Jiang Changchang finish her off. He walked over and kicked her twice, saying, "She's good material for refining a little ghost. You crippled one of my hands, so I'll put you in a jar every day and make your life worse than death." As soon as he finished speaking, Hua Huai suddenly opened her eyes, grabbed the man's trouser leg, and quickly scrambled up. To finish him off, the neck was the best target for a single hit. Her height difference with the man was significant, she couldn't reach even standing on her tiptoes. The best method was to feign weakness, making the man drop his guard once he thought she couldn't resist. As long as he dared to approach, she could land a successful strike. Hua Huai was very good at climbing trees, and this man was much easier to climb than a tree. In just 3 seconds, she climbed onto the man's back, and the rib-bone dagger unhesitatingly sliced open his neck. Blood immediately splattered everywhere. The man's hand, shaking the bell, stopped, and the bell dropped to the floor. Jiang Changchang's attacking motion froze, and she immediately slumped to the ground. "Whoa whoa!" She covered her face and cried. She was free, finally free. Hua Huai's expression softened slightly. She squatted in front of her and said, "It's all right now." Jiang Changchang threw herself into Hua Huai's arms, her tears soaking Hua Huai's collar. Thank you, older sister." She cried for a long time before finally stopping. Seeing the wounds on Hua Huai's body, she said guiltily, "Older sister, does it hurt a lot?" Of course it hurt, but she curled her lips into a slight smile and said, "It doesn't hurt." Happy community, leave the instance. Jiang Changchang's method of attack was pure physical force, and she did not use the puppet ability that Hua Huai had been introduced to. Otherwise, her injuries wouldn't have been so light. Hua Huai asked Jiang Changchang and learned that she had never revealed this ability to that man, so he naturally couldn't control her to use it. Jiang Changchang picked up the bell the man dropped and handed it to Hua Huai. "I keep my word. Big sister just needs to drip blood onto the bell." Up close, the bell was also engraved with text Hua Huai couldn't understand. She briefly glanced at it, then commanded the black mud to cover the bell, quickly corroding the bell completely. She had no preference for forcibly controlling Jiang Changchang, nor did she stoop to using such an item for control. Jiang Changchang's tightly clenched fists relaxed, and surprise showed in her eyes. "Why?" Hua Huai said, "From now on, just be yourself. You can choose to leave with me, or you can continue to stay here. I won't force you." She released Jiang Changchang from her restraints not for repayment. It was because that man didn't deserve to be a person, much less a father. Jiang Changchang didn't hesitate, blurting out, "I'll go with you. Big sister, don't leave me behind." Hua Huai smiled. "Okay, let's go. Do you wish to leave the current dungeon immediately?" "Yes." Congratulations player Hua Huai for completing the F-level dungeon and the D-level hidden dungeon. Clue unlocked, Worm Village. Received mission reward, rest time increased by 13 days, and a bonus of 107,500 yuan has been deposited into the horror game key. Since Jiang Changchang has left and her father has died, this hidden dungeon is permanently closed. Spectre Trust level 100%. Acquired D-level Spectre, Jiang Changchang. Acquired item gifted by Jiang Changchang, Rib Bone Dagger. Acquired item plundered from Zhaoling, Silver Gray Sports Car. The plundered sports car was surprisingly categorized as an item, prompting Hua Huai to check it curiously. Silver Gray Sports Car, maximum speed 300 km per hour. Can only be used in modern dungeons. The description mentioned modern dungeons, which means there are also ancient dungeons.
This was an important point, and Hua Huai kept it in mind.
Next, she checked Jiang Changchang's panel.
View Spectre, Jiang Changchang. Description: a sacrificial victim of an ancient ritual, tragically becoming a minor spirit. You hunted the old priest and refused to inherit his mantle, so she will trust you forever. Spectre ability, Puppet. Factors such as the opponent's level and her own level affect the number of uses and duration of the ability. Upgrade method: hunt 100 D-level spirits, or 10,000 F-level spirits. Jiang Changchang's upgrade method was completely different from Zhao Ling's. Moreover, a brand new term appeared on the panel: spirits. With a thought, the text refreshed. Most spirits gather in the evil spirit tower, while a small number wander the edges of dungeons. They cannot communicate and only know slaughter. Method to enter the evil spirit tower: A level and above players have the authority to enter alone or bring others in. Low-level players can seek entry channels from high-level players. Well, her level wasn't high enough. Next, she opened the player panel. Player: Hua Huai. Age: 12 years old. Level: D. Money: 602,500. Rest time: 28 days. Items owned: rib bone dagger, silver gray sports car. Bound specters: Zhao Ling, D-level, Jiang Changchang, D-level. The half-month spent recovering injuries, plus the days gained from the 2 dungeons, totaled less than 30 days. It seemed that only by clearing dungeons above D-level could one truly enjoy a period of ease. If players continuously entered F-level dungeons, they could easily fall into anxiety over not receiving enough rest time. She wanted to know if she could choose the level of the dungeon she entered. Players below A level do not have the right to choose the dungeon level, nor will the game arrange game dungeons of B level difficulty or higher for players below A level. For players below A level, the dungeon difficulty is random. No wonder Xu Wenyao, a C-level player, appeared in an F-level dungeon, while she, an F-rank player, entered a C-level dungeon. Xu Wenyao was fine, he was a big shot playing in a novice village. If she, a novice, went into a C-level dungeon, she probably wouldn't have made it out alive if the other players hadn't adopted a mindset of letting her fend for herself. Wounds sustained in the game are not carried over to reality. Returning from the void to reality, Jiang Changchang was no longer by her side. Outside the living room window, the sky was still dark and hazy, dawn hadn't broken yet. Having consecutively experienced 2 dungeons without rest, Hua Huai was now mentally exhausted. She changed out of the damaged clothes she had worn in the dungeon, lay back down in her bedding, closed her eyes, and fell into a deep sleep. She didn't know how much time passed before she started feeling cold all over, as if she had fallen into an ice cellar. She tried to open her eyes, but the heavy sleepiness prevented her from changing her current situation. She slept until broad daylight when someone started moving around in the living room. Dead girl, hurry up and get to work. Dead girl? What a familiar address. Was it that old priest? A rough hand reached under the quilt to pinch Hua Huai's soft flesh. Hands in the cold winter are always icy. The moment the quilt was thrown back, Hua Huai shivered. The rough fingers touched her skin, and she quickly grabbed the wrist. Her eyes snapped open, looking sharply at the person who had touched her. Jiang Yanha froze. She had never seen such an expression on Hua Huai's face. Wasn't she just sleeping with her eyes closed? How could she accurately grab her wrist? And her strength had increased significantly. Had she grown up a bit? Jiang Yanha collected herself, shook off Hua Huai's hand, and said, "Since you're awake, get up and work." Hua Huai weakly replied, "Got it." When her nerves were tense just now, she had used almost all her strength. Realizing she was currently safe, she immediately relaxed. Her eyelids felt heavy, and her head was dizzy. Could she have caught a cold from sleeping in the living room? She went to the sink, scooped up a handful of water to splash on her face, and managed to clear her head slightly. After washing up, she returned to the living room. Jiang Yanha was drinking a cup of warm milk and motioned with her eyes for Hua Huai to hurry up. The kitchen was connected to the living room.
Hua Huai put on an apron and entered the kitchen.
Her height didn't match the placement height of the kitchen utensils, so she needed to stand on a small stool. The routine was 1 fried egg and 2 slices of bread per person, plus some vegetables and fruit, and a glass of milk. Today, her thoughts remained unfocused, and she accidentally cut her finger while slicing fruit.
Hua Huai gasped sharply, endured the pain, and continued making breakfast. Just then, the doorbell rang. It was only 7 in the morning. Who would be calling so early?
Hua Huai felt puzzled and looked back. Jiang Yanhao went to open the door with an impatient expression, but upon seeing the visitor wearing expensive clothing, all impatience vanished. She beamed, saying cordially, "Hello, may I ask who you are?" Following that was a gentle and polite voice, "Excuse me, is Hua Huai here?" So polite all of a sudden? Had he changed his ways? The visitor was Xu Wenyao. She had expected him to maintain his usual arrogant and domineering demeanor. "Hua Huai, you say?" Hearing who he was looking for, Jiang Yanha's enthusiasm immediately dropped by half. "She is here, yes, but what business do you have with her?" Xu Wenyao didn't answer directly, smilingly saying, "I need to speak with her personally first." Eccentric. Xu Wenyao's attire suggested a high social status, not someone their family could easily provoke. Jiang Yanha stepped aside. "Then come in and sit." Xu Wenyao didn't stand on ceremony, walking in openly, and saw Hua Huai busy in the kitchen. A 12-year-old girl was actually doing this kind of work at home. It didn't look like she was helping, it looked like she was preparing breakfast for the whole family by herself. Hua Huai finished quickly, expertly wiped her hands on her apron, took it off, and said to him, "Let's talk outside." Her cheeks were flushed and her lips were pale, she seemed to be sick. Xu Wenyao thought about it and acted. He reached out to touch her forehead, and the scorching temperature made him frown involuntarily. "What's going on? You have a fever, and your mom still made you cook breakfast?" When one is sick, reactions tend to be slow. Before Hua Huai could react, Xu Wenyao had already withdrawn his hand. "So why do you think I need you to arrange accommodation for me?" Leaning against the porch pillar briefly relieved her discomfort. If she didn't do those chores, she would get into a conflict with Jiang Yanha or Hua Yingxiao. This was their home, and the consequence of starting a conflict was that she wouldn't gain anything. She was tired and didn't want to argue with them over these trivial matters. Xu Wenyao considered it, and agreed. "Then I'll wait for you to finish breakfast, pack your luggage, and come with me." Hua Huai looked at him. "I won't eat breakfast. I'll go pack my luggage." "You made breakfast yourself, but you won't eat it?" "No appetite." Leaving that phrase behind, Hua Huai went into the house alone. After she left for a while, Hua Yuan had already finished washing up and was sitting at the dining table eating breakfast. Seeing Hua Huai, he said, "Sister, can you pass me the ketchup?" The ketchup was in the refrigerator, which was on his left. He only needed to stand up and take 2 steps to get the ketchup. Hua Huai had just entered the door and was far from the refrigerator, yet he habitually ordered her around. Regarding this, Jiang Yanha said, "Hua Huai, help your brother get it." Even Jiang Yanha was closer to the refrigerator than Hua Huai. It felt as if flames were burning in her lungs. Hua Huai took 2 deep breaths. "Forget it, better to let sleeping dogs lie." Hua Huai took the ketchup out of the refrigerator and placed it beside Hua Yuan. He picked up the ketchup, shook it twice, but didn't squeeze it onto the bread. The thick, cold sauce sprayed onto her face, neck, and clothes. Yet he laughed merrily. "Wow, sister looks like a clown." Jiang Yanha took the ketchup from his hand and squeezed it onto the bread. "Xiao Yuan, you shouldn't be so naughty." Her tone was gentle, devoid of any sense of reprimand. At this moment, Hua Huai looked exactly like a real clown. This was Hua Huai's family matter, and logically, Xu Wenyao shouldn't interfere. But the reality was, even he, an outsider, couldn't stand to watch anymore. How could someone be this biased? Was Hua Huai not that woman's biological daughter? Just as he was about to enter the room to take Hua Huai away, he saw ice shards contained within her gaze.
She wasn't a turtle, enduring things again and again.
She shoved Jiang Yanha aside, grabbed Huayuan's collar, lifting his upper body off the seat so he was standing on his tiptoes.
You like ketchup, don't you? Have a little more.
The ketchup had been placed on the table by Jiang Yanha. Huai grabbed it and squeezed it all over Huayuan's face.
How does it feel? Isn't this taste great?
Jiang Yanha reacted and pulled Huai away. Huai's strength was less than an adult's, so she was easily pulled off.
Jiang Yanha scolded, Huai, are you crazy?
She looked up.
Yes, driven crazy by you. Look at the good son and good daughter you've raised, you don't deserve to be parents.
And of course, 100 years from now, you rightly won't have anyone to fulfill filial piety. After all, your daughter is running away, and your son probably won't care about you.
Jiang Yanha was shaking with rage, pointing at Huai. If you have the guts to leave, then don't ever come back.
Huai grabbed a napkin from the table to wipe the ketchup off her face.
If I don't come back, I don't come back. It's not like I have Stockholm Syndrome.
After that whole scene, Huai didn't even feel like packing her luggage anymore. Unwilling to remain in such a suffocating environment, she tossed the ketchup-stained napkin into the trash can and left without looking back. Just as she stepped out the front door, Huayuan asked, Mom, what is Stockholm Syndrome?
Jiang Yanha's tone was extremely stiff. Yuan, be good. We don't need to learn about that.
When Huai passed Shu Wenyao, he was still stunned in place, not having recovered from the sudden change of events.
Let's go. You're not packing? As long as I have money, what daily necessities can I buy?
Most of her own clothes had been worn for years and weren't worth taking. The clothes she had wanted to take were the ones Xiang Lu had given her that day. It was the first time someone had given her something, even if the person wasn't good.
If she couldn't take them, so be it, she didn't absolutely have to.
The balance on that horror game key was probably more than what Jiang Yanha and Hua Yingxiao had combined in their cards. She could rely entirely on this money to live a good life. Shu Wenyao arranged a single apartment for Huai, fully furnished and decorated to be warm and comfortable. Midway, passing a pharmacy, Shu Wenyao personally got out of the car to buy her cold medicine. By the time he returned to the car, Huai had already taken the medicine and was feeling very drowsy. The guild members blocking the doorway tried to peek inside but were stopped by Shu Wenyao.
Brother Yao, what level is this newcomer?
I just caught a glimpse, she looks like a kid.
We don't have players this young in our game, do we? Brother Yao, shouldn't we be looking for promising newcomers? A kid won't do.
Facing the barrage of questions, Shu Wenyao slapped the forehead of the leading member.
What won't do?
She is a D-level player, and you're still an F-level.
When are you going to level up? That member clutched his head. You said she's D-level? Don't lie to me, Brother Yao. Rest time in this game gets consumed. Clearing an F-level dungeon only grants 3 days of rest.
If I rest for 3 days and then clear another F-level dungeon, my rest time is still 3 days.
The consumed rest time isn't cumulative, which is tough.
If only I could enter a C-level dungeon once, the reward is 30 days and I'd immediately become a D-level player. Shu Wenyao said, it's good for you to practice more in low-level dungeons. The difficulty of a C-level dungeon is too high for you, dying in there isn't worth it. That member chuckled, I knew Brother Yao was good to me. Shu Wenyao gave a slightly arrogant snort.
It's enough that you know I'm good. Hurry up and stop blocking the way. She's sick and needs rest.
All this noise makes our guild look undisciplined.
The guild members said in unison, yes, Brother Yao, we'll leave now.
Brothers. The apartment mattress was soft, Huai felt as though she were sinking into cotton. Unlike last night's cold, hard floor, the apartment's heating kept the room comfortably warm. Convalescing here was a pleasure, the illness left her quickly. By noon her temperature had returned to normal and her mind cleared. Recalling the morning, she had run away again, this time for good. Since she would never see them again, there was no point dwelling on it. Hungry, she opened the fridge and found it fully stocked.
Prepared by Xu Wanyao?
If so, he was far more thoughtful than she had imagined. She plated a simple lunch. A knock sounded just as she was about to eat. Opening the door, she found several unfamiliar faces. They rubbed their eyes and stared again.
Wow, she can't be older than 14. So tiny. A D-level player?
Didn't see her leave. Did she cook that herself? Arg, next to her I feel utterly useless.
Hua Huai blinked. Who are you?
They crowded the doorway, each eager to introduce himself first. Hello. I'm Shin Lin, D-level player, call me older brother Shin.
Another shoved Shin aside.
Hey, kiddo, I'm Hiyu, F-rank player, call me older brother He.
Someone else squeezed past.
Chiao Xingxue, F-rank player, 5 dungeons cleared, just call me older brother Chiao. Every one of them was noticeably older than Hua Huai. Polite address was clearly in order. We're Demon Guild, everyone in this building belongs to the guild. Not rented, personally owned by Brother Yao. All older than Xu Wanyao, yet calling him Brother Yao, his influence was evident. Xian Lu had mentioned he was some company's young master. Owning the building wasn't surprising. Hua Huai nodded politely. Older brother Shen, older brother He, older brother Chiao. The single word brother sounded distant, but older brother made each feel he had gained a little sister. She was tiny, clear-eyed and adorable. They had always wanted a sister like her. Their voices softened. Yap. If you ever need anything, knock. If we're home, we'll help. Warmth filled her. Thank you, big brothers. Go eat, we won't disturb you. Okay. The door shut, they could no longer hide their smiles. My heart's melting. She called me older brother. Only child here, adorable Hua Huai called me older brother. They exchanged glances and reached a silent agreement. From now on, Hua Huai is our little sister, no one touches her. If anyone bullies her, we won't show mercy. Hua Huai had no idea she had suddenly acquired several big brothers. Guild base. Xu Wenyao knocked on Hua Huai's door the next day. Her spirits were good at this time. Yesterday's discomfiture had long vanished. You didn't bring any luggage. Today, I'll take you shopping for some daily necessities. If Hua Huai went out alone, it would be unsettling, and secondly, there would be too many things for her small frame to carry much. It would be better for him to be a good guy and act as a driver again, settling everything for her in one go. Her illness had just healed yesterday noon, and by the time her clothes were washed and dried, it was already evening, not suitable for going out. Hua Huai had originally planned to go out today, but she didn't expect Xu Wenyao to act so quickly. He had a car, which was indeed convenient, so she didn't decline. However, Xu Wenyao was truly a young master. The shopping mall he brought her to had prices that could instantly scare people to death. They were ridiculously high. These counter salespersons seemed very familiar with Xu Wenyao. When they saw him enter, they would always politely call out, "Young Master Wenyao." Xu Wenyao was accustomed to this. He casually pointed out a few outfits and had the salesperson retrieve them, saying, "Let her try these on." The salesperson handed the clothes to Hua Huai, a perfectly polite smile on her face. "Little miss, please go to the fitting room." After Hua Huai tried them on, Xu Wenyao, knowing the salesperson had estimated her size, said, "Bring out one of every item in this size from the store." What? Could his car even fit all of it? Xu Wenyao received her unspoken message and handed a note to the salesperson, delivered directly to this address. The salesperson respectfully took it. "Yes, young Master Wenyao." So there was a delivery service. Hua Huai was ultimately too narrow-minded. Immediately after, Xu Wenyao took Hua Huai to buy items like toothbrushes and towels. These didn't need to be bought in large quantities, so they were indeed put in the car and taken away, not sent for delivery. Xu Wenyao acted efficiently, and under his guidance, all the necessary items were purchased in one morning. After eating at a restaurant, Xu Wenyao took her to a building. From the outside, it looked like a simple villa. But upon entering, there was more to it than met the eye. It was intricate and complex inside. It was easy to get lost if one wasn't careful, as all the paths looked very similar.
Xu Wenyao introduced, "This is our guild base. All information about dungeons is kept in the reading room of the base.
The reading room is usually supervised by a dedicated person. To enter, you need permission from the guild leader or me. Oh, I haven't told you yet, our guild leader's name is Wei Shui, and we usually call him boss." They stopped in front of a door. "This is the reading room." He turned the doorknob, and the person sitting at the table looked up, smiling when he saw Xu Wenyao. "Brother Yao, you're here."
Then he looked at Hua Huai and hesitated. "This is..."
Xu Wenyao said, "Our guild's new member, Hua Huai, a D-level player." The person exclaimed, drawing out the sound, "So it's her.
No wonder Brother Yao brought her personally."
After just one day, Hua Huai's reputation had already spread throughout the guild, saying that she became a D-level player at a young age and had
cleared a C-level dungeon with Xiang Lu.
One must know that Xiang Lu was an excellent new player whom both Xu Wenyao and Wei Shui wanted to recruit.
That Hua Huai could emerge from a C-level dungeon with Xiang Lu was already not to be underestimated.
Later, in her second dungeon, she happened to encounter Xu Wenyao and miraculously survived a segment that was certain death. These two incidents combined were enough to tell everyone that Hua Huai was not simple.
She was even more worth recruiting than Xiang Lu.
We'll just look at some and introduce her.
You go back to what you're doing. Alright, Brother Yao.
In the reading room, the bookshelves were neatly arranged by dungeon difficulty, with an especially large number of bookshelves for F-level and
D-level dungeons.
There was nearly half as much B-level dungeon information as C-level, and the A-level dungeon bookshelf was so sparse it only had 2 sets of
information. The S-level bookshelf was empty, not to mention the SS and SSS level bookshelves.
Hua Huai noticed this, and Xu Wenyao said, "Too few players have emerged from S-level dungeons. The players I know of are few and far between.
Even the survival rate for A-level dungeons is extremely low.
Our boss has only experienced 2 A-level dungeons." As if remembering something, he asked, "A-level players can choose their dungeon difficulty, you know that, right?"
Hua Huai nodded.
The card had told her this the night before, when she had just emerged from the dungeon. Xu Wenyao chuckled lightly, "But you definitely don't know the details. Only players who truly reach A-level can know all the privileges and restrictions of A-level players. They do have the privilege of choosing dungeon difficulty, but correspondingly, they are not allowed to choose dungeons below B-level difficulty. In the past 2 years, Boss has attempted 2 A-level dungeons, and both times he barely escaped with his life. After each dungeon, he has to recuperate for a period before he can enter a dungeon again.
But he no longer dares to choose A-level dungeons, the after effects are too severe."
In the reading room, besides dungeon information, there were also books on social news, bizarre records, ghost-catching guides, and historical
chronicles.
These bookshelves were fully stocked, and the signs of frequent use were very obvious.
These are collected from currently compiled dungeon information.
The help they provide isn't as good as the dungeon information, but it's better than nothing. Xu Wenyao took out a stamp and handed it to Hua Huai. "This is my credential. With this, you can enter and exit the reading room at any time."
Hua Huai looked at him. "What about you then?"
Xu Wenyao smiled. "I myself am the credential, this is for others to use."
"So you have many stamps?" "Only one."
"If you gave it to me, what about others?" Xu Wenyao shrugged. "Tell them to go find Boss.
The reading room isn't for just anyone to enter.
These materials are more valuable than the entire shopping mall we just visited." Hua Huai frowned. "Such valuable things, you're giving them to me.
What if I lose it?"
Xu Wenyao replied, "Then you'll have to find a way to keep it safe. I'm giving it to you because you're worth it." Suddenly being trusted so much by someone, Hua Huai's heart was filled with mixed emotions.
"Okay, I'll try my best not to lose it."
After finishing the tour of the reading room, Xu Wenyao led Hua Huai to introduce other parts of the guild. After navigating through winding corridors, the two stood in a spacious indoor area. The outer walls were entirely made of glass, allowing excellent light transmission. Inside, many fitness machines were placed, besides dumbbells that could be directly lifted for exercise. She didn't know how to use any of the other
equipment. This is our gym.
Some dungeons have very high physical demands. If you get stuck on a clue, that's one thing, but if you get stuck due to physical strength, that's truly an undeserved death. Therefore, our guild members must perform at least 3 hours of physical training every day. Although you are young, your training duration cannot be reduced.
Dungeons will not ease conditions for you because of your young age. 3 major guilds. Hua deeply understood this.
The dungeon at Chinese Quality Education School had high demands on players' physical strength and memory. It was also her physical limit. If it had been delayed even one more day, she couldn't guarantee she would still be able to complete the mission. At this time, there were guild members exercising in the gym, and they warmly greeted Shu Wenyao. Shu Wenyao introduced Hua to the members and said, "If you don't understand anything, you can ask them. If they don't tell you, just come directly to me." Upon hearing this, the guild members all sighed. "Brother Yao, are we that kind of people? We definitely won't give Hua a chance to come to you." Shu Wenyao made a gesture of throwing a punch. "You brat, are you threatening her?" The guild member shook his head like a spinning top. He wouldn't dare threaten someone in front of Shu Wenyao. However, this was a joke, and no one would take it to heart. The scene looked warm and harmonious. Leaving the gym, the last place they arrived at was the top floor of the building. It was simple and clear, with only one office. Shu Wenyao lightly knocked twice on the door, and an uncle's voice came from inside, "Come in." The office was large, and a man in his 30s sat at the desk, flipping through documents. Shu Wenyao asked, "Boss, are you preparing to enter the next dungeon?" It turned out this man was Wei Shuwei, the A-level player. Wei Shuwei put down the documents and looked at the two. "Yes, if I want to continue leveling up, relying solely on B-level dungeons is still a bit strenuous. I plan to enter an A-level dungeon again." His gaze fixed on Hua. "Is this child the new player with potential you mentioned? Better than Xian Lu?" Hua didn't know that Shu Wenyao's evaluation of her would be so high. She felt she couldn't live up to such praise and didn't dare to move at the time. Shu Wenyao, however, was composed. As a D-level player, she possesses a C-level anomalies. "I think she's not just better than Xian Lu, she might even have a chance to surpass you, boss." This evaluation was even more exaggerated. A-level players need to accumulate 3 years of rest time, and she currently has less than a month. Hua lowered her head, feeling utterly ashamed. "Can Shu Wenyao stop praising me? I can't face anyone." Where Hua couldn't see, Wei Shuwei's eyes lit up. "That's good. There are too few players with anomalies now. Even an F-rank player with anomalies is worth recruiting. But regarding Xiang Lu, do you want to try to win her over again?" Upon hearing this, Shu Wenyao let out a cold snort from his throat. That woman is impervious to reason. "I've tried everything, it's useless. If it really comes down to it, should I just have someone kidnap her? Lest she joins another guild later, which would be very troublesome." Hua noticed the keyword and asked, "Other guilds?" As a newcomer, Hua knew nothing about this circle. Her clear eyes had not yet been tainted by the world's impurities. Wei Shuwei said, "Since you're a player, there are indeed some things within the circle that you need to know." Although this was somewhat cruel for Hua's age. Within the Huagua horror game circle, there are 3 major guilds: the Blood Hunt Guild, the Bounty Guild, and our Demon Guild. The leader of the Blood Hunt Guild is Rao Quan, 33 years old, and like me, an A-level player. Their guild's existence is like a cult, taking pleasure in killing players within dungeons to obtain high bonuses. The game rules do not allow players to kill each other, but they exploit loopholes in the rules, using the law of slaughter of anomalies in dungeons, or NPCs, to eliminate players. Therefore, if you encounter members of the Blood Hunt Guild in a dungeon, you must be extremely careful. The leader of the Bounty Guild is Ran Ping, 40 years old, and the only S-level player in Huagua. Their guild specializes in helping players clear dungeons, provided the player can afford the price. Typically, the Bounty Guild's quote will be about twice the bonus of the cleared dungeon. This price is unaffordable for ordinary people, which led to a second pricing rule, bartering. These items can be social status, or items produced in dungeons. In short, anything that can bring them value can be exchanged. Through this trading method, the Bounty Guild has become the strongest guild in Hwagwa, far surpassing other guilds in both wealth and social
status. The Bounty Guild's operating model was the most outstanding. Hua asked, why don't other guilds emulate the Bounty Guild and also help people clear dungeons?
Indeed, she was young, with a concise and clear way of thinking. Wei Shuwei explained, because the Bounty Guild has an S-level player in charge and does not allow other guilds to imitate them, otherwise it would mean
becoming enemies with their Bounty Guild.
In the horror game circle, player levels are like social classes today. The consequences of lower-level players defying higher-level players are
always tragic. Moreover, I haven't even touched the edge of S-level, so I'm not sure if S-level players have more authority. If he accidentally triggered something, he wouldn't even know how he died.
Wei Shuwei rubbed his temples, a headache brewing. It's one thing if Xiang Lu joins the Bounty Guild, but if she joins the Blood Hunt Guild, it'll be
very troublesome.
She is clever and ruthless, which somewhat aligns with the Blood Hunt Guild's code of conduct. So, he didn't want another opponent and was trying to win her over. Forget it, if she really doesn't want to come, kidnapping her is useless.
I can't really lay a hand on her.
His gaze turned to Shu Wenyao. Last time you entered an F-level dungeon and only got 3 days of rest time.
Are you also preparing to enter a dungeon again soon?
Shu Wenyao responded, yes, F-level dungeons have no difficulty, so no rest is needed.
In his eyes, it had no difficulty?
Although it was much less difficult than Changxi Quality Education School, it shouldn't be completely without difficulty. Hua currently couldn't understand the judgment standards of these veteran players regarding game difficulty.
She listened like an outsider. Unexpectedly, Shu Wenyao turned to her and asked, do you want to go in with me?
Yesterday she was sick, and today she had been shopping at the shopping mall all day. She hadn't had a good rest. However, as a C-level player and a member of the Demon Guild, Shu Wenyao offered a natural condition of trust, and entering the dungeon together would
significantly increase safety.
After considering both, Hua prepared to agree.
Shu Wenyao, however, seemed to have thought of something. How many days of rest time do you still have?
She didn't quite understand but replied, 26 days. Shu Wenyao stared at her for at least 3 minutes. The surroundings were eerily quiet.
D-level dungeons grant 30 days of rest time, and F-level dungeons grant 3 days. Subtracting the elapsed rest time, your number of days isn't right, is it? Let's go to the library.
That's right, Hua entered one more hidden dungeon than Shu Wenyao. Since the 2 dungeons were connected, she hadn't left the dungeon, so Shu Wenyao was naturally unaware. Hua truthfully said, after I left the Line 4 subway, I entered another hidden dungeon.
That dungeon was D-level.
Shu Wenyao was unfamiliar with hidden dungeons. He had never entered this type of dungeon before. Wei Shuwei, however, had some experience. Entering one dungeon directly from another, and the latter dungeon is called a hidden dungeon.
There are many ways to enter a hidden dungeon.
It might be an accidental intrusion, or an item association, or even the strong resentment of an anomaly in the hidden dungeon forcefully pulling a
player in.
However, these possibilities are all very small. Entering a hidden dungeon often provides information related to other dungeons. Correspondingly, players who enter hidden dungeons are mostly alone, which greatly tests their individual abilities. Hua, your next dungeon is very likely to be connected to a hidden dungeon.
When you left the dungeon, there should have been a related clue, right?
Hua had a good memory and directly said, Worm Village.
Wei Shuwei nodded and typed keywords into the computer to search. Related clues quickly appeared on the page.
Wei Shuwei read them first, and the further he read, the deeper his frown became. Seeing Wei Shuwei's troubled expression, Shu Wenyao also leaned in to look. This was a village with a history of 500 years.
Consecutive years of drought led to no harvest.
They adopted the method of sacrifice to pray for rain, with no scientific basis, yet after the prayer, it really rained. The villagers believed that praying for rain was effective, so every year at this time, they would perform sacrifices to pray for rain. The objects they sacrificed were young girls. The stone sculpture for the sacrifice was a type of insect. A thick, large tree hung a pottery container, inside which were young girls and countless insects. Too cruel. Wei Shuwei hadn't seen that kind of insect. After searching with an image, a term appeared. Man-eating worms, they like to build nests in dry, cool soil. They do not pupate and always maintain an insect form. They feed on humans, usually only consuming those who have died and been buried, unable to resist. There are rumors that the old priest of a certain village would refine imps using these insects. Ah, it must be fake. This is the era of science, how could something like an imp exist? As expected, rumors are just rumors, just treat them as stories. Xu Wenyao said, usually, dungeons related to such sacrifices have very heavy anomalous resentment. The difficulty of this dungeon is probably not low. If Xu Wenyao entered the dungeon with Hua Huai, he would very likely enter Worm Village with her. Compared to the dungeon's difficulty, Hua Huai was more concerned about another point: can this kind of thing even be found online? Wei Shuwei was unsure and stated his opinion: game dungeons shouldn't be created out of thin air, they need a foundational basis. The clues provided by hidden dungeons are a benefit to players. If you know some clues in advance, your clear rate will be higher than other players who enter the same dungeon. The difficulty is not low, and the clear rate is high. Hua Huai became a hot commodity. Xu Wenyao looked at her with burning eyes. Little Hua Huai, take me. In the Line 4 subway dungeon, Xu Wenyao had been good to her, and this morning he acted as her driver and a generous spender, buying her a pile of daily necessities and clothes. She had no reason to refuse Xu Wenyao's request. When should we go in together? Receiving her answer, Xu Wenyao was as happy as a blooming flower. To ensure survival and success rate, how about entering the dungeon on the last day of your rest period? The preceding 20+ days would naturally be used for training. This dungeon's difficulty is high, and there might be tasks requiring physical strength. Hua Huai nodded, okay. Immediately after, Hua Huai remembered the evil spirit tower in Jiang Changchang's upgrade conditions. She asked Wei Shuwei and received the answer: indeed, every month, I have permission to open the evil spirit tower once. It is said that the evil spirit tower has 180 floors. The difficulty distribution of the floors is uneven, but generally, the probability of increasing difficulty is greater with each floor ascended. It's somewhat based on luck, but no one has ever climbed to the top floor relying purely on luck. The way to go up is to defeat the boss of the current floor and obtain the key to the next floor. After speaking, he asked, you want to go to the evil spirit tower to upgrade an anomaly? In Wei Shuwei's impression, the anomaly in Hua Huai's possession was sea level, and most anomalies' upgrade conditions involved going to the evil spirit tower to clear a certain number of evil spirits. However, a sea-level anomaly was already completely sufficient for Hua Huai, a D-level player. Entering the evil spirit tower is a huge test of a player's own qualities. Actually, Zhao Ling's condition for upgrading to A rank was also to go to the evil spirit tower. The upgrade required hunting 100 B-level evil spirits and 10,000 C-level evil spirits. Hunting evil spirits below this level would not count. Hua Huai wondered if hunting sea-level evil spirits would count for both Zhao Ling and Jiang Changchang simultaneously. A scarlet panel quickly popped up, indicating no. The evil spirits would be attributed to whoever's ability was used for the hunt. What does that mean? The scarlet panel flickered. The evil spirit tower does not allow summoning anomalies. Players must use their own anomaly abilities to hunt evil spirits. Wouldn't that be extremely dangerous? Hua Huai pondered. Wei Shuwei had one opportunity each month to enter the evil spirit tower. She shouldn't miss it, even if it was just to gain some experience. I want to go. Could you please notify me when you open it? Of course. Wei Shuwei agreed. Anyway, he would also be there when the evil spirit tower opened, so Hua Huai shouldn't be in danger.
The conversation ended.
As he left, Xu Wenyao told her, "Starting tomorrow, I will personally supervise your training."
No slacking off.
Before she could react, Xu Wenyao's long legs had already covered a considerable distance. Having someone supervise was a good thing, in case her willpower wasn't strong enough.
Hua Huai raised her voice high and responded, "Okay."
Xu Wenyao, who had walked far away, curved his lips into a smile. He had thought she would feel resistant. He had, in fact, overthought it.
Friend. Back at the single apartment.
All the items Xu Wenyao purchased had already been delivered to the apartment. As Hua Huai opened the door, she heard rustling sounds from behind her. Her spine tingled a bit, she felt like she had dungeon after effects. This was reality, so there shouldn't be anything strange, right? Even the strange beings summoned could only exist as humans. They were no different from people, in her eyes, they were people too. She didn't turn around, but the sounds behind her were getting louder. Unable to resist, she cautiously looked back to see three big men pulling at each other. They were whispering, only audible to themselves. Judging by their lip movements, it seemed to be "I'll do it." Fortunately, they were all living people. Hua Huai relaxed and asked, "Brothers, is something wrong?" Xin Wenlin pulled hard, snatching a beautifully packaged small cake from Yu's arms. Yu was unwilling. "Hey, I bought this box." Xin Wenlin seemed to have a tail wagging behind him. "I made this cake, you know?" Xiao Xingxue glared. "I decorated the flowers. I spent a whole day learning. Why do you get to give it to her?" They all had valid points. Xin Wenlin reluctantly said, "Then we'll give it to her together?" What else could they do if they were unwilling? This was the fairest way. The three of them solemnly approached Hua Huai, offering the small cake together. A first meeting gift for little Hua Huai. How grand! The moment they offered it, Hua Huai leaned back 2 inches. After hearing their words, Hua Huai looked bewildered. Do I need to give a gift for a first meeting? Then she became flustered. I didn't prepare gifts for you. She looked at them weakly. Can I make it up to you the day after tomorrow? Such a cute reaction. The three of them stifled their laughter, widened their eyes to avoid showing amusement, and waved their hands. No need to make it up, no need. How can 3 grown men let little Hua Huai give us gifts? That would be too improper. This cake was prepared by us personally, just a simple gesture. We hope you don't dislike it. Such warm kindness. She still remembered her first meeting with Xu Wenyao. Her impression of the Demon Guild was actually very poor. But when she truly entered, she found it was completely different from what she had imagined. The guild members she interacted with, especially these 3, seemed to genuinely treat her as a friend. Hua Huai was very touched. Thank you, brothers, I will enjoy it very much. It was a bit mushy, but it didn't matter, they deserved her good words. Upon entering the apartment, Hua Huai temporarily lost her footing. Xu Wenyao was too ruthless, he directly bought an entire store's worth of clothes in her size, piled up everywhere in unopened packages. Humph. He meant well. A little tidying up, and it should be easy to find a place to stand. However, she wanted to try the cake first. She unwrapped it and scooped a spoonful into her mouth. Mmm. She didn't believe it, so she took another bite. It was a bit unpalatable. She lowered her gaze, engaging in a mental struggle. Ultimately, eat it. It was rare for someone to wholeheartedly give her a gift. Living alone was more comfortable and pleasant than Hua Huai had imagined. She slept soundly at night, and waking up in the morning, even the air smelled of freedom. While preparing breakfast, Hua Huai made 3 extra portions. Just as she was finishing, there was a knock at the door. She opened the door, and it was Xu Wenyao. He sniffed. Preparing breakfast? Then I'll wait for you to finish eating. Hua Huai casually asked, have you eaten? Do you want me to prepare a portion for you?
Of course, he had eaten before coming. But, no, I haven't.
He wanted to taste Hua Huai's cooking, although this act wasn't very kind.
Since it was easy to do, she skillfully added another portion.
After everything was ready, she brought one portion to the dining table.
You eat first, I'll be right back.
Xu Wenyao noticed that Hua Huai was carrying 2 portions, and 2 more were placed by the stove. One hand could only carry 1 portion. Hua Huai had done her best. She knocked on Xin Wenlin and the others' doors, and they all opened their doors and peeked out.
Brothers, I've prepared breakfast for you.
Wow, such a small girl. Not only did she make breakfast for herself, but she also made it for them. The brothers expressed their shame. Xin Wenlin and Xiao Xingxue quickly took the plates from her hands. 1 portion was missing, and He Yu didn't get it, his eyes watering.
I want one too.
To this, Hua Huai smiled and said, of course, I prepared one for you too.
I only have 2 hands and can't carry everything at once. I'll get it for you right away.
He Yu quickly said, no need, I'll get it myself. He chuckled, but after stepping into Hua Huai's apartment, he couldn't smile anymore. Who could tell him why Xu Wenyao was here?
Perhaps feeling guilty, he quickly bowed. Brother Yao.
Xu Wenyao was silent for a moment. He said to Hua Huai, it's only been 2 days, and you all are getting along so well?
Hua Huai took it for granted.
Yes, we are. She brought a portion of breakfast and handed it to He Yu, who immediately relaxed.
Thank you, little Hua Huai. Then, full of anticipation, he asked, by the way, how was yesterday's cake?
That. Hua Huai averted her gaze.
Delicious.
The reason Hua Huai chose to make and deliver breakfast to them was that she felt they were pitiful, and the food they usually made had such an indescribable taste. But she wouldn't say it aloud.
He Yu beamed. Wait, I'll make you more later.
Hua Huai looked up in surprise.
She stammered, that's not necessary. He Yu had 1 foot out the door, then turned back and asked, not necessary for what?
Hua Huai blinked and showed a smile.
Nothing, go ahead.
Go ahead.
It's fine. He Yu left with an even brighter smile.
At this point, Xu Wenyao couldn't hold back, covering his mouth with his fist as he chuckled.
Was it really bad? Hua Huai brought her breakfast and sat opposite him.
It's not that it was bad, that would be impolite.
At most, it had a unique taste.
Yes, a unique taste.
Throughout breakfast, the smile in Xu Wenyao's eyes never faded.
Hua Huai's cooking was excellent. It was hard to imagine this breakfast came from a 12-year-old girl. She must have often done chores in her own home. After breakfast, walking to the gym served as digestion. Hua Huai had never received training before, so Xu Wenyao didn't want her to directly use some of the more difficult equipment. In the past few days, Hua Huai had been doing basic strength training and running endurance training. With these 2 as a foundation, Xu Wenyao set a qualification standard for her. Once she surpassed the qualified values on the chart, she could temporarily stop these 2 types of training. It was said that this qualification standard was compiled based on dungeon experience. Most players who fell below this standard and encountered stamina-demanding parts of high-level dungeons had only a slim chance of survival. When Hua Huai heard this, she trained as if injected with adrenaline.
She didn't want to die. She absolutely didn't want to die. Living was more important than anything.
Correspondingly, Hua Huai could eat 2 large bowls of white rice per meal, and as time passed day by day, her eating speed became faster and faster. Aside from physical training time, Hua Huai would spend 2 hours checking materials in the reading room, and then use the remaining time to go to the nearby library to supplement her knowledge.
She hadn't been to school for a while.
Due to the sudden changes during this period, she hadn't asked for leave and didn't know if the school had unilaterally expelled her.
However, the knowledge from school was clearly insufficient for her current needs.
According to the cases of previous dungeons in the reading room, her learning progress had to be much faster than her peers to ensure her survival.
Rate in dungeons. Rejection.
The Hua family, in front of the old building. It had been 7 days since Hua Huai left, and the neighbors finally realized that Hua Huai was no longer at the Hua family's home. A group of women, with nothing to do, enjoyed sitting in the yard and chatting. One of them looked towards the Hua family's main gate, lowered her voice, and asked, "That little girl from the Hua family, have any of you seen her?"
Recently? The other women shook their heads and then curiously asked, "Why? Did something happen to her again?"
That day, Hua Huai appeared before them with injuries, which they saw very clearly. Such hideous scars surely meant she had suffered very serious injuries. Even so, on that day, Hua Yingxiao still wanted to hit her. The women couldn't help but wonder if she had been beaten and hospitalized again. The woman who had asked earlier shook her head. 7 mornings ago, I saw a man take Hua Huai away. He was dressed like he had a lot of money. Do you think the Hua family might have sold Hua Huai? I've heard of favoring sons over daughters before, but this is the first time I've actually seen such a family.
What era is this? Still favoring sons over daughters?
That boy of theirs, those parents have spoiled him rotten. If our children play with him, they'll probably turn bad too. In this old building, the neighbors were very familiar with each other. They all decided that they would not let their children interact with Hua Yuan in the future. And in the following days, even residents of the surrounding apartment buildings received news that the Hua family favored sons over daughters and had sold their daughter. For a time, everyone in the surroundings looked at the Hua family with strange gazes, making them feel uneasy. But when they went to ask for the reason, they avoided them as if they had seen a flood monster, preventing them from learning the truth. On this day, Hua Yuan ran into the Hua family's home, crying, "Mom, the children nearby don't want to play with me." Jiang Yanha said gently and dotingly, "Then Mom will play with you, okay?" She thought she would get a positive response, but unfortunately, she didn't. Hua Yuan pushed her away. "I don't want to play with you." Jiang Yanha staggered back a few steps, nearly falling. Despite this, she didn't get angry and maintained her doting attitude. "Is there something Mom did wrong?" "If I did something wrong, tell Mom, and Mom will change it immediately." Hua Yuan puffed out his cheeks. "Mom is an adult. You don't understand the games I like to play." Jiang Yanha said, "Mom can learn." "Will you teach Mom?" With no one to play with him, he could only settle for the next best thing. But halfway through teaching, Hua Yuan impatiently overturned the Ludo board. "Mom can't learn at all. I don't want to play with Mom." In his frustration, he threw a tantrum, rolling on the ground and wailing loudly. "I want to play with the other children. But they said Mom and Dad favor sons over daughters and sold my sister. They're afraid of learning bad things from me, that's why they won't play with me." "Mom, why did you sell my sister? Please bring sister back, okay, Mom?" "What's sold?" It was clearly Hua Huai who ran away from home herself and found a man from who knows where. At such a young age, she wasn't learning anything good, actually flirting with an adult man. Why bring her back? To anger them? So, these nearby residents thought they had sold Hua Huai, which was why they were rejecting their family. Of course, she couldn't let such a slander continue. That afternoon, she went to the Community Residents Association and spoke into the loudspeaker. "I know that recently, there have been some misunderstandings about our family in the community. I'm here today to clarify this matter with everyone. We did not sell Hua Huai. She ran away from home with a strange man. As for the rumors about favoring sons over daughters, that's simply absurd. We have always been very good to Hua Huai." That day, her father laid hands on her purely out of frustration for her not living up to expectations. That day, as soon as she came home, she said she wouldn't be coming back and would leave with a strange man. Her father's blood pressure immediately shot up when he heard that. At such a young age, she actually said such rebellious things. I admit that her father was wrong to lay hands on her that day. He should have reasoned with her properly. Regarding this matter, I can apologize to her. But I imagine that after being away from home for so long, she probably won't hear my apology.
The loudspeaker at the Community Residents Association could transmit Jiang Yanha's voice to every corner of the community.
When the community residents heard this explanation, they initially thought they had misjudged her.
But upon closer examination, they sensed something was amiss.
Hua Huai was 12 years old.
If she insisted on leaving with a strange man at that age, wouldn't her mother forcefully stop her? That was at the Hua family's home, on their own territory. The other party only brought one person, right? If they hadn't agreed, how could that man have taken Hua Huai away?
It seemed they were willing to lie to cover up their ugliness. This family had poor character. Jiang Yanha had not expected that her explanation, far from resolving their predicament, would instead plunge her family deeper into the mire. The malice from the surroundings grew even stronger. They lived under the cold gazes and ridicule of others, until a major outburst arrived.
Break out. Night fell, and the dim yellow light illuminated every room in the old building.
Inside one of the rooms, there was a loud crashing and banging sound.
Smack. If you don't know how to talk, then don't talk.
This matter was originally only known by the residents around our neighborhood, but you acted like a loudspeaker, and now it has spread to my workplace.
Do you know what kind of looks my colleagues gave me today? In this day and age, traffic is king.
News with such a high degree of buzz quickly circulated after being posted online. Coupled with the fact that nearby residents came forward to tell their stories, their entire family had earned a notorious reputation. Jiang Yanha was slapped and cried tears of grievance.
They are wrongly accusing us. I just wanted to explain things clearly to them. Haven't we suffered enough cold shoulders these past few days? When did we ever sell Hua Huai?
Clearly, she found a man from somewhere herself and ran off with him. Jiang Yanha still didn't understand the crux of the matter. Hua Yingxiao, frustrated, slapped her again, making her eardrums ring. They were only guessing, without solid evidence. If we ignored it, this matter would gradually be forgotten by them. Your words, on the contrary, only increased the accuracy of their speculation. That man came to our house and took Hua Huai away by himself.
Do you think that's reasonable? Are we, as parents, just decorations? A child can be ignorant, but are you ignorant too? You didn't even stop him.
You clearly told everyone that we favor boys over girls and don't care about Hua Huai. I know you prefer Hua Yuan, but in front of outsiders, you should at least put on a show.
What does he mean she prefers Hua Yuan? Wasn't he exactly the same?
After the incident occurred, all the blame fell on her, and he took none of the fault. Her resentful gaze fell upon Hua Yingxiao, and the ferocity radiating from him surged. He was the master of this house, and he would not tolerate any opposition. His wife should be docile and obedient, she shouldn't show such an expression.
The sound of smashing, the impact of flesh, and cries for mercy once again echoed in the room. And the sound of a boy crying. A chaotic mess.
Blood, bruises, and swelling filled Hua Yuan's visual senses.
So, this is how you treat people who don't listen to you. The next day, in a dead-end alley that no one ever passed through.
This was usually a peaceful haven where the children of the neighborhood played. It was very quiet, with no adults coming to disturb them. At this very moment, they were playing hopscotch. The joyful atmosphere completely froze over when Hua Yuan arrived. The leading child, who was half a head taller than Hua Yuan, stepped forward and pushed him.
Hey, we already told you we won't play with you. Get lost.
Hua Yuan looked up, staring intently at the child standing opposite him. You must play with me.
Everyone burst into laughter, as if they had heard a joke. Why should we? Don't be ridiculous, you.
Under intense pain, all the subsequent words were swallowed back down. A brick slab slammed onto his forehead, and blood streamed down profusely. He tried to cover it with his hand, but he couldn't stop the flow. The blood poured out like water from a turned-on faucet, spilling onto his face and neck, and then dripping onto his shirt collar. The other children had never seen such a sight. They stared wide-eyed in horror, their legs trembling uncontrollably.
Someone, unknown, whispered, murder. Wha, mommy, I wanna go home.
Huayuan was standing closest to the alley entrance, and no one dared to bypass him to go home. Hearing the crying and commotion, Huayuan frowned.
Stop yelling. It's too noisy. That sentence worked wonders.
No one dared to upset him, terrified they might be the next person to have their head cracked open.
They obeyed Huayuan.
Huayuan didn't strike again, and they played in the alley for several hours before running out just before sunset. On his way home, Huayuan bumped into a woman. She recognized him and stepped back half a pace in disgust, but she didn't notice the scattered bloodstains on his body. It was common for playful children to accidentally bump or scrape themselves, and she wasn't in the mood to care. The two separated, and the woman headed towards the dead-end alley. Seeing the scene inside the alley, the woman's face crumpled. She rushed to the blood-soaked child and checked for his breath.
He wasn't breathing. Who did this?
Huayuan returned home, and Zhang Yanhe noticed the bloodstains on him. Pushing past her still swollen face, she anxiously checked his body.
Why is there blood? Quickly tell mommy where you got hurt?
Huayuan shook his head, speaking incredibly cruel words with utmost innocence.
It's not my blood. It belongs to Big Stone next door.
He wouldn't play with me, so I hit his head with a brick.
Zhang Yanhe's voice immediately cracked.
What? Her voice was too loud, and Huayuan became resistant, trying to break free from her and go back into the house.
Zhang Yanhe quickly reverted to her usual tone. Mommy doesn't mean to blame you. It's just... How serious are his injuries? Did anyone else see this happen? Huayuan was indifferent. Lots of kids saw it.
Big Stone's head bled a lot, just like that. The place he pointed to was the faucet. Zhang Yanhe felt a wave of dizziness, but she hoped there was still a possibility for remedy.
How long ago did this happen?
Huayuan, wearing a children's electronic watch, glanced at it.
3 hours.
At that severity, it would be difficult for him to survive.
Sure enough, siren sounds approached, and a police car stopped in the yard.
Huayuan was too young, so the price he had to pay might be much lighter than expected. But from now on, they would face countless public criticism and condemnation. The door was knocked upon. After nearly 5 knocks, the door was finally opened. The police officer showed his identification to state his identity and their purpose for coming.
Is Huayuan home?
Zhang Yanhe shook her head.
He hasn't returned yet. Do you need him for something? The police officer couldn't rely solely on Zhang Yanhe's statement, so he entered the house to search.
They were very professional. Even if Zhang Yanhe tried her best to hide him, she couldn't obscure their sight. The physical evidence dropped at the crime scene, the testimony of those present, and Zhang Yanhe's guilty behavior all indicated that the perpetrator of this case was the child right before them.
They took Huayuan away.
After an interrogation that wasn't particularly harsh, Huayuan revealed everything. It was Huayuan's own malice that killed the other child. He was not incited by an adult. His tone throughout was matter-of-fact, and his pure malice sent chills down the listeners' spines. However, due to Huayuan's age, they could not arrest him and could only order his parents to strictly discipline him.
Huayuan returned home.
Big Stone's mother was heartbroken, and on the evening of his return, she came to their door carrying Big Stone's portrait.
You can still sit here eating as if nothing happened, enjoying the warmth of your family?
The good son you raised murdered my son. Why can your family still smile, celebrating that this demon received no punishment? Under the dim yellow light, Big Stone's black and white portrait looked especially chilling. Huaingxiao sat at the dining table, poured himself a glass of wine, and asked, "Well, tell me, what do you want?"
"We won't shortchange you a single penny for the compensation you demand." This was not something money could solve. Even now, their family hadn't offered a single word of apology.
The woman brought the portrait to the dining table, placed it face down on the table, and stood face to face with Huaingxiao. The child in the photo was smiling, but staring at it for too long inexplicably caused terror, making one's hair stand on end. Hua Yingxiao felt uncomfortable with the sight. He snatched the portrait and threw it onto the floor. "Don't go crazy in my house." This was a fair judgment. Jiang Yan had casually placed food onto Hua Yuan's plate, saying, "It's only been one day, how did you get so thin?" Their family was happy and harmonious, in stark contrast to the misery of her own home. Where exactly was the fairness? The woman covered her face and wept. "My son, this family doesn't even have the remorse to acknowledge their fault." As she crouched down to pick up the portrait, she pulled a fruit knife from her sleeve. In everyone's blind spot, she stood up and swiftly stabbed Hua Yingxiao in the abdomen. Breaking down, she said uncontrollably, "For something like this, a life should pay for a life." If they had shown any remorse, she would have only taken Hua Yuan's life today. But there was none, so all of them must die. The incident happened so suddenly that when Jiang Yanhao reacted and tried to run to the kitchen for a knife, she was blocked by the woman, whose heart was filled with hatred. Retreating repeatedly and staring intently at the knife tip, she cried out in terror, "You can't kill us, or you will pay the price." Player Hua Yuan. The woman's pupils were hidden in the shadow of her eyelashes. A smile suddenly curved her lips. "I came today with no intention of returning alive." As the blade swung down, Jiang Yanhao raised her hand to block, receiving a large gash. The woman's actions didn't stop because of her obstruction. Instead, she continuously swung the fruit knife until there was no intact skin left on. Jiang Yan has 2 arms. If she couldn't block it, she was sure to die. The cold knife tip plunged into her chest, and Jiang Yanhao reached the end of her life. The last one, it should be Hua Yuan's turn. But he ran really fast. "It doesn't matter, he's just a little rabbit, she'll catch him sooner or later." Stepping into the night, she began to search for Hua Yuan. She arrived outside the dead-end alley where the incident occurred that day. No way? He still dared to come back here. Isn't he afraid her son will come for his life personally? But the blood on his shoe's sole disappeared at the entrance of this alley. No one passes through the dead-end alley, so there are no streetlights, and it's pitch black inside. Is he trying to obscure her vision to escape a calamity? But he miscalculated, she always carries a mobile phone. She only needs to turn on the flashlight function to see everything inside. As she took out her mobile phone and searched for the flashlight function, the woman was pushed into the alley by a force from behind. The mobile phone fell far away due to inertia, emitting a faint light. Hua Yuan wasn't in the alley but outside it. He was more difficult to deal with than she imagined. She quickly got up, crawling on all fours to pick up the mobile phone. Just as she was about to reach it, the mobile phone was kicked farther away. A shadow stood not far from her. The moment the mobile phone was kicked away, a brick smashed onto the woman's head. Hua Yuan struck with all his might, but an adult's skull is hard, at most causing the woman a momentary dizziness. Taking advantage of her dizziness, Hua Yuan went for the kill. His highly tensed heart eased slightly. Hua Yuan, trembling all over, picked up the mobile phone and shone its faint light on the woman. He discovered that there seemed to be something in her head, like a card. Hua Yuan carefully reached out to pull it out. The card appeared before his eyes, shimmering with colorful light. Horror. What, game? What? Player Hua Yuan, bound successfully. The familiar game rules once again appeared before Hua Yuan's eyes. He had only been in elementary school for a few years, and his academic performance wasn't good, so he couldn't recognize all the characters. After he painstakingly read it many times, the crimson panel continued to flash. Player, Hua Yuan. Age, 10. Level, F. Money, 0. Rest time, 0. Items owned, none. Bound Spectre, none. Detecting player rest time is 0, immediately loading horror game. What is this? Before he could think further, the surroundings gradually became illusory, and he seemed to enter another dimension. The bloody events of that night quickly topped major news headlines. Such a horrifying incident was enough to shock the entire society. When Shu Wenyao brought this news to Hua Huai, she was lost in thought for a long time. Only half a month had passed, and such a major event had occurred in the Hua family. Hua Yuan killed someone, leading to the victim's mother coming to unleash a massacre. But the final result was that the victim's mother died in a dead-end alley. It is said that the alley was also the place where her son died. She vaguely guessed that the doting of the Hua family couple on Hua Yuan would lead to serious consequences, but she didn't expect it to come so quickly. Hua Huai withdrew her gaze, not looking anymore. Shu Wenyao asked, "Your parents passed away, and you don't seem sad at all?" Hua Huai restarted the treadmill. "In my eyes, they are not my family." Shu Wenyao couldn't understand. "But they are, after all, the ones who gave birth to you and raised you." Hua Huai stopped the treadmill again, sat on the edge of the machine's belt, and slowly said, "Since I was little, I've always thought about one thing. I wondered why, if they didn't like girls, they still gave birth to me. Did they have feelings for me as a daughter? Later, I found out that the hospital didn't allow doctors to reveal the child's gender. I was born with their full expectations, and then raised with their full disappointment. At first, I thought they just didn't like children, until Hua Yuan was born. Then I realized they just didn't like me. What's the difference between male and female? I don't understand, so I usually pay special attention to information in this area. In daily life, Jiang Yanha and Hua Yingxia would often say things to make me work, but Hua Yuan didn't have to do anything. They would say to me, 'Hua Huai, go wash the dishes, Hua Huai, it's time to cook, Hua Huai, go sweep the floor.' I didn't understand why only I had to do these things, so I asked them. They replied, 'You're a girl, you'll get married in the future. After you get married, you'll have to do all these chores, so of course you need to get familiar with them beforehand.' At that time, I had a vague concept of getting married. As time passed, this concept became clearer. Actually, girls don't necessarily have to get married. I can do these things, but I don't want to be trapped in such shackles. I told them my thoughts, but they thought I was rebellious and wanted to hit me. That day, my back was full of scars from bamboo whips. In their eyes, I couldn't see even a trace of parental love for their child. But they were different with Hua Yuan. Their attitude was an indulgence I had never seen before. No matter what he said, they would believe him. Even if he slandered me for stealing. Even if I presented the real facts before them, they wouldn't side with me. I was merely a product they were forced to raise under the rules of this era. I have no doubt that when I grew up, they would sell me to someone who could bring them benefits. Of course, sell sounds a bit harsh, it should be married off. Growing up in such a harsh environment, Hua Huai's overall way of thinking was not on the same level as her peers. She was even more mature than some adults, able to look beyond the surface of things to explore their true essence. So, I won't feel sad. They never gave me love, nor did they ever teach me what love is. Hearing Hua Huai say these words, Shu Wenyao was shocked. His own family atmosphere wasn't good, but at least his father loved him. Hua Huai had a complete family, yet she never felt the warmth of family from them, always filled with loneliness. The guild members in the gym had gathered around at some point, listening to Hua Huai's story, and many members had tears in their eyes. They're truly insane. Little Hua Huai, from now on, we are all your family. If anyone dares to bully you, just shout, and we absolutely won't let the person who bullied you get away. Exactly. Our guild members aren't to be trifled with, and besides, we have Brother Yao. He will definitely stand up for you. Shu Wenyao agreed with the members' words, if you're willing, from now on, this will be your home. Tower of Evil. 7 days before the dungeon opened, Wei Shuwei sent someone to invite Hua Huai, saying that the Evil Spirit Tower was about to open. He was supposed to enter an A-level dungeon half a month ago, but because he had promised Hua Huai, he postponed his entry time until after the Evil Spirit Tower opened. For him, an A-level dungeon was still a life or death situation, and he wasn't 100% confident he could emerge from it. Hua Huai arrived at his office, and under his guidance, stepped into a desert where a towering structure stood. Under the scorching sun, the tall tower soared into the clouds, obscured by white clouds, making the upper part of the tower above the clouds invisible. Straight ahead, the tower's main entrance was heavily entwined with layers of thick iron chains, and a huge iron lock hung at the connections of the chains. Wei Shuwei took out a horror game key and inserted it into the iron lock. After he pulled it out, the iron lock fell, and the chains retreated as if alive. Stepping into the first floor of the evil spirit tower, the space inside was more vast than Hua Huai had imagined. Small amounts of magma rolled on the irregularly sunken ground, and flames flickered over the magma. Although there was nothing to fuel the fire, it burned ceaselessly. The aura of living people entering the tower disturbed the evil spirits, who all turned to look at the two, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. On the foreheads of the evil spirits, Hua Huai saw a clear brand, F. Wei Shuwei reminded her, the brand on the evil spirits' foreheads indicates their level. Your bound anomaly is sea level. Logically, dealing with F-level evil spirits shouldn't be difficult. Get some practice first. When she first entered the Demon Guild, Hua Huai was wary of everyone and didn't rashly reveal all her trump cards. To this day, in their eyes, she was still a player who had only bound a sea-level anomaly. These F-level evil spirits were useless for Zhao Ling's upgrade, so Hua Huai chose to use Jiang Changchan's ability. She moved her fingers, and invisible puppet threads instantly wrapped around the evil spirit, immobilizing it. The evil spirit was hideous, without a single strand of hair on its body. When the threads tightened around it, black liquid flowed from the injured areas, emitting a putrid smell. The threads tightened again, like blades, slicing the evil spirit into several pieces that fell, then transformed into a puff of black smoke, gradually dissipating into the air. At the same time, Jiang Changchan's panel showed an increase of 1 F-level evil spirit. Wei Shuwei's eyes showed admiration. Long range, instant kill. The ability this anomaly grants you is very powerful. Out of politeness, Wei Shuwei did not ask about her specific abilities. In the player community, revealing such information could invite deadly trouble. There were always some players who would be jealous of those who possessed anomalies. He didn't ask, and Hua Huai naturally didn't say. Suddenly, an evil spirit lunged at her face, its raised claw about to strike her. Threads instantly wrapped around this evil spirit, stopping it in its tracks. It was too close. Hua Huai saw that the evil spirit's open mouth had no tongue, only a dark, black throat. Initially, she thought this evil spirit was an anomaly, until she cleared all the regular evil spirits on the entire first floor and discovered that none of them had tongues. In the reading room, Hua Huai had once come across a book about the 18 layers of hell. The book stated that the first layer was the Niraya hell, specifically used to punish those who sowed discord and slandered others. After death, their mouths would be pried open by imps, and their tongues brutally pulled out. And the 180 layers of the evil spirit tower corresponded to the 18 layers of hell. It seemed that this was not only the evil spirit tower but also hell. All the regular evil spirits were cleared. The leader evil spirit appeared, its eyes bulging, and its mouth also tongueless, only able to emit angry ah-ah sounds. On its forehead, there was still an F-shaped brand. What was the difference between an F-level leader evil spirit and a regular evil spirit? Threads wrapped around its body, but unlike regular evil spirits that could be instantly strangled, it easily broke free with a raised hand. The thread snapped, losing contact with Hua Huai. So, this was the limit of the ability a D-level anomaly could grant a player. Upgrading an anomaly was not an easy task. Killing F-level evil spirits was more than sufficient, but the required number was too high. After clearing one floor, she had only cleared 100 F-level evil spirits. To continue killing, she had to go to the second floor, but the ability granted by her anomaly was already ineffective against the F-level leader evil spirit at this moment. To go upstairs, her own abilities had to be strong enough, the anomaly's ability could only be used as assistance. Hua Huai's palms were sweating. She had undergone some training, yes, but that was all basic training. Aside from the happiness community incident, she hadn't truly fought in a real sense. Even in the happiness community, she succeeded by relying on deception, making the opponent lower their guard.
Only humans can be deceived, right? Now, she was facing a leader evil spirit. Should she retreat?
Wait until her physical fitness was strong enough to handle most combat situations, then return to avenge herself.
No, absolutely not.
If she retreated once, there would be a second and a third time. The current situation was not yet her limit. She still had trump cards. Zhao Ling's ability and Wei Shu Wei were both her trump cards. Taking out Jiang Changchang's rib bone dagger, Hua Huai said, "Boss, I'll do it myself." Her ability was ineffective against the leader anomaly, and Wei Shu Wei saw it. He wanted to tell her that he could help her deal with this leader and take her directly to the second floor. But her eyes were firm, as if she wasn't entirely without confidence in this matter.
Actual combat was also a form of training. Wei Shu Wei silently stepped back, watching her perform.
The leader evil spirit wasn't like regular evil spirits that only knew how to bare their fangs and brandish their claws. It had no tongue, but it possessed sound-based abilities. When it howled, it emitted decibels at the limit of human hearing, with the ability to penetrate eardrums. "Don't listen to that sound," Wei Shu Wei handed earplugs to Hua Huai.
"Put them on."
As a frequent visitor to the evil spirit tower, Wei Shu Wei was intimately familiar with the abilities of the leaders on the lower floors and had already
made corresponding preparations.
In his eyes, the leaders on the lower floors were no different from being handed to him for free. As long as their sound was blocked, they were just
tougher and stronger than regular evil spirits.
Hua Huai was a D-level player who had experienced only a handful of games, so she naturally couldn't compare to Wei Shu Wei. This leader was a huge challenge for her. She wasn't as fast as it, not as strong as it, and not as tough as it. But she still had advantages, such as her petite figure and excellent agility, always appearing in unexpected places. Getting injured was inevitable, but the leader evil spirit wasn't doing much better. The rib bone dagger in Hua Huai's hand could inflict irreparable damage on evil spirits. Whenever the dagger sliced, a puff of black smoke would rise from the evil spirit's wound. As the battle progressed, Hua Huai became more and more adept against the leader evil spirit. She figured out its combat habits and, at critical moments, used her puppet ability to restrain its movements, then launched a fierce attack until the dagger's blade was fully embedded in the evil spirit's chest. The leader evil spirit died and dissipated, and Jiang Changchang's panel showed an increase of 100 F-level evil spirits. One leader evil spirit was equivalent to 100 regular evil spirits. From the spot where the leader evil spirit dissipated, a metal key dropped from mid-air. Second floor. Having killed a leader spirit by herself, Hua Huai couldn't believe she had actually done it, followed by a surge of intense satisfaction and accomplishment. Wei Shu Wei hadn't expected Hua Huai to still be able to kill a leader spirit even when her specter ability was ineffective. Throughout the battle, he witnessed her powerful tenacity. An ordinary person would have retreated in this situation, but she faced the difficulty head-on. Even when injured, all he saw in her eyes was the word battle. It seemed she was exceptionally suited to be a warrior. Picking up the key, the two arrived on the second floor. This place wasn't much different from the first floor, the only difference was probably the level of the spirits. Wandering among numerous F-level spirits, a few scattered spirits had the letter D branded on their foreheads. There were 180 floors in total, and D-level spirits were already appearing on just the second floor. Hua Huai tried using her puppet ability on the D-level spirits, and as expected, it was also ineffective. The spirits sensed their presence and swarmed them. With D-level spirits mixed in, Hua Huai's abilities were limited, making it impossible to evade and attack so many spirits simultaneously. Wei Shu Wei made his move. Eerie blue flames covered the ground, sweeping up all the F-level spirits. The spirits struggled and cried in the flames, but they couldn't escape until they were burned into black smoke. Hua Huai needs to upgrade her C-level anomalies, so logically, F-level spirits would not be included in the upgrade requirements. On the first floor, Wei Shu Wei hadn't helped clear the F-level spirits because he wanted to see the extent of her abilities. The abilities of sea-level anomalies attached to players vary in strength, and they might be weakened or enhanced due to the unique nature of the ability. There is no fixed value. Therefore, it wasn't strange that Hua Huai was clearly bound to a sea-level anomaly, yet her ability was ineffective against spirits above the F level.
Leader rank.
Perhaps the ability granted by the sea-level anomaly was too astonishing, and corresponding to that, its intensity was weakened. Hua Huai had just experienced a battle, and her fighting spirit had not completely faded. Without waiting for Wei Shuwei to speak, Hua Huai proactively launched an attack against those D-level spirits. There were 4 in total. Their size was much smaller than the spirit leader on the first floor, and their agility was greater, a speed humans could hardly achieve. Hua Huai could vaguely sense the locations of their attacks and subconsciously raised her hand to block. Hiss! The web of her hand went numb, and the rib-bone dagger nearly slipped out of her grasp. But she couldn't stop. They were already fast, and with 4 attacking simultaneously, she barely had time to think. Even though the web of her hand was numb, she had to continuously use the rib-bone dagger to block. As a result, not only was it numb, but the skin and flesh on the web of her hand were torn open, and there was a slight risk of bone dislocation. She couldn't remain so passive. Although the puppet ability couldn't annihilate the D-level spirits, it took them time to break free, which could serve to slow down their actions. They were very fast. Instead of chasing them, it was better to let them chase her. When one of the spirits attacked, she used her ability to slow its movement, quickly sidestepped behind it, and stabbed down with her dagger. Not good. The spirit broke free, and the dagger struck empty air. There was a rush of wind behind her, roughly near the shoulder blade behind her heart. Sizzle. The dagger sliced across, and the spirit's palm released a puff of black smoke. Instantly releasing her puppet ability, she used the forward momentum to plunge the rib-bone dagger into the spirit's heart. This spirit twisted and turned into black smoke. Zhang Changcheng's status panel changed again, 97 D-level spirits remaining, 9,700 F-level spirits remaining. Both types of spirits were counted simultaneously, killing either one would count toward the total. With the experience of killing the first D-level spirit, Hua Huai found killing the second one much easier. She gradually developed a method for fighting, knowing when to block, when to attack, and when to evade. Most importantly, she could seize the opportunity to deliver a fatal blow to the spirit. Gradually, the remaining 3 D-level spirits all turned into black smoke in Hua Huai's hands. This was an incredibly exciting battle. The more Wei Shuwei watched, the more he felt Hua Huai's future was limitless. Perhaps, just as Xu Wenyao had said, Hua Huai would become someone who surpassed him. After all, when he first entered the evil spirit tower, he was far inferior to Hua Huai. He recalled that back then, he had just crossed the threshold of A-level player status, gained permission to enter the evil spirit tower, and couldn't wait to go in and upgrade his bound specter. He never expected that he couldn't even clear all the F-level spirits on the first floor. With more than half of the spirits remaining, he was beaten and forced to leave in a sorry state. The second time, he made ample preparations before re-entering the evil spirit tower. It was better than the first time, at least this time he saw the spirit leader of the first floor. However, he hadn't anticipated that the spirit leader would have a special ability. His eardrums couldn't handle the strain, and he fled the evil spirit tower once more. At that time, the player community was small, and very few players could enter the evil spirit tower. He had no way to gather information and could only test it floor by floor. The spirit leader on the second floor still had the same special ability. Not only the second floor, but up until the 10th floor, the spirit leader's abilities were identical, except that the sound they emitted became increasingly impossible to isolate by physical means. Wei Shuwei had no better solution. The main secret to passing the 10th floor was the word speed. Kill the spirit leader before it can activate its ability. This was a secret he had only grasped after countless failures. Hua Huai's hand web was torn. Continuing to fight the spirit leader would only worsen the wound. Wei Shuwei said, "Leave this one to me. You rest for a bit." Hua Huai wasn't planning on resting. She used her dagger to cut open her skirt hem and tore off a strip of cloth to wrap around the web of her hand.
Again. I'll fight until I can't lift my arms anymore.
Have you heard of a phrase? That phrase is rising from despair. If a person doesn't push themselves, they will never know how great their potential is. During the morning run task at Chintzy Quality Education School, she relied on gritting her teeth and persisting to break through her physical limits. Although the process was exhausting and difficult, the results achieved afterward were extremely satisfying. Her future limits would only be higher than the morning run at Chintzy Quality Education School. Facing the second-floor spirit leader, Hua was no longer as clumsy as she was on the first floor. Her combat positioning was skillful and fluid. She completed the kill in just 10 minutes. Her torn hand web hurt, but this wasn't the first time she had felt pain. The real pain was when she faced the evil dog on that cold, rainy night. This pain was proof of honor. The key fell from mid-air, and before it could hit the ground, Hua caught it. Look, her reaction speed had improved significantly. Turning around, she smiled at Wei Shui and said, "Boss, let's go to the third floor." Return. From the third floor to the 10th floor, the number of D-level spirits was constantly increasing. Relying on her trump cards, Hua unknowingly found herself facing more than a dozen D-level spirits at once. Yet, she still didn't ask Wei Shui for help. After continuous battles, her body showed signs of fatigue. Many times, her mind reacted, but her body didn't. Just as one of the spirits was about to pierce her body with its claws, Wei Shui intervened in time to stop it. At such a young age, entering the evil spirit tower for the first time and reaching the 10th floor by your own ability, you are already strong. Enough. Hua withdrew her hand, and a wisp of black mist dissipated as she clenched her fist. The situation just now was critical. She couldn't gamble on Wei Shui definitely coming to save her, so she had made backup preparations. That was Zhao Ling's ability. As a level B aberration, Zhao Ling's ability was enough to guarantee her safety. Fortunately, Wei Shui saved her, so she didn't need to expose Zhao Ling's existence for now. Wei Shui conjured a ghostly blue flame, and the D-level spirit struggled helplessly in his hand, turning into black smoke. The 10th floor spirit leader appeared and was swallowed by the ghostly blue flame before it could activate its ability, dropping a key to the next floor. You should go back first. It's too dangerous further up, and I might not be able to guarantee your safety. The first 10 floors of the evil spirit tower were a trivial matter for Wei Shui at present, but the higher he went, the more strained his resources would become. Wei Shui was a senior, so if he said it was dangerous, then it was truly dangerous. Hua didn't try to be brave and nodded, saying, "Okay." Wei Shui continued upstairs, while Hua followed the stairs down, all the way back to the tower entrance. The moment she stepped out, a crimson interface appeared. "Are you sure you want to leave the evil spirit tower?" "Confirm." The moment she chose to end, Hua appeared out of thin air in Wei Shui's office. Xu Wengyao was sitting on the sofa, waiting, and was not surprised to see Hua come out first. In his sight, Hua's clothes were tattered, with a large tear on her shoulder, revealing a hideous scar. It was a mark left from that cold rainy night, which made Xu Wengyao frown. From the scar, he could roughly infer how deep the original wound was. Before he could think further, Hua's legs gave out, and she knelt on the ground. She had gone through many battles, and now that she was back in a safe area, the previous battles felt like a dream. Of course, besides the fear that made her legs weak, there was also the reason of exhaustion. She had almost used up all her strength. At this moment, her arms were numb and swollen, making it difficult to lift them. Untying the cloth strip wrapped around her tiger's mouth, the wound that should have been shattered was surprisingly intact. Right, injuries in the game don't carry over to reality. Correspondingly, injuries from reality cannot be taken into the game. The untied cloth strip was bloody. Xu Wengyao asked, "Were you injured in the tower?" Hua honestly replied, "MHM." The next moment, she was carried horizontally. The sudden movement made her grip Xu Wenyao's collar to steady herself. Her heart was startled, and she couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong?" Xu Wenyao explained, if you get injured in the game, you'll get sick after returning to reality. The more serious the injury, the more severe the illness.
So try not to get injured in the game.
So, the second time she caught a cold after coming out of a dungeon was because she was injured in the Happiness Community Dungeon. As a player, Hua Huai still had much to learn.
However, she asked, then where are you taking me now?
Xu Wenyao uttered 2 words, hospital.
It shouldn't be that serious, right? After the doctor's diagnosis, the result was given.
Hua Huai's right hand exhibited symptoms of weakness, as if caused by lifting something very heavy. She only needed to rest well for a week to recover.
Good, it wasn't serious.
Xu Wenyao's actions were too tense. Hua Huai almost thought she had some terminal illness, which scared her to death. As they were preparing to leave the hospital, Hua Huai saw an acquaintance. After not seeing him for about 20 days, Zheng Zhengye looked much more haggard, his entire being full of fatigue. Red blood vessels spread across his eyeballs, his mouth was covered in stubble, and his hair was messy, looking like it hadn't been taken care of for
some time.
In his eyes, Hua Huai saw an emotion similar to struggle. If this emotion appeared on a stage, it would surely make the onlookers unable to help but feel distressed. Hua Huai was certain that Zhang Zhengye saw both of them, but he didn't say hello, turning his head and leaving only a dusty silhouette. He walked very quickly, as if he didn't want to see them, and Hua Huai didn't have the strength to chase him anyway. Xu Wenyao wasn't familiar with him, so naturally, he had no intention of greeting him.
The two watched Zhang Zhengye walk away. What's wrong with him?
Hua Huai was bewildered by his behavior. Xu Wenyao felt some confusion in his heart and said, based on past experience, as new players, there are always several stages to go through.
He might have gone through too many F-level dungeons and is currently in a period of confusion. F-level dungeons only grant 3 days of rest.
If one consistently has bad luck and enters F-level dungeons, they must enter one every 3 days. If his luck was extremely bad, he would have to enter at least 7 dungeons within 20 days. Even if the difficulty wasn't that high, entering dungeons at such a high frequency could still very easily lead to a mental breakdown. What caught Xu Wenyao's attention was Zhang Zhengye's gaze, which didn't seem to be merely a phase. After all, this was Zhang Zhengye's own business, and Xu Wenyao had no intention of probing further.
Hua Huai tugged at Xu Wenyao's sleeve and asked, can you let him join our guild too?
Perhaps the information in the reading room could give him some hope. She didn't know Zhang Zhengye deeply either, she could only try to help him as much as possible based on Xu Wenyao's speculation. Xu Wenyao, who usually treated her extremely well, didn't answer immediately. Instead, he said indifferently, I don't think he can bring profit to the guild. Based on past experience, for whatever reason, Zhang Zhengye's current state was too poor.
He might soon die in the next dungeon. Investing effort in such a player was very unworthy.
But Zhang Zhengye had shown kindness to Hua Huai, and she couldn't just stand by and watch him get into trouble when she knew he was in difficulty. Hua Huai offered a condition, I will try my best to bring profit to the guild on his behalf, count his share on me.
Xu Wenyao's eyes flickered slightly. Is he very important to you?
Hua Huai firmly said, very important. He was the first person to offer me unconditional help. He treated me with sincerity, and I should reciprocate with sincerity. Since that was the case, Xu Wenyao said, I will invite him, but the decision is in his hands.
That was enough. Regardless of the outcome, she would respect Zhang Zhengye's choice.
She only did what her conscience dictated.
Instance, Insect Village.
2 days later, Xu Wenyao brought the results of the invitation. Zhang Zhengye hadn't planned to join a guild, but when he heard Hua Huai was in, he agreed. A dedicated guild member showed Zhang Zhengye around every area of the guild. Hua Huai and Xu Wenyao were still preparing for the dungeon entry.
The night before entering the dungeon, Zhang Zhengye knocked on Hua Huai's door.
When the door opened, Hua Huai saw that Zhang Zhengye still looked as haggard as before, unshaven, clothes thrown on carelessly, like a vagrant. Seeing her, Zhang Zhengye said, I hear your next dungeon is pretty tough, can you take me along? Based on Wei Shuwei and Xu Wenyao's experience, this dungeon would be at least sea level. Hua Huai had trained physically for over 20 days just to boost her survival odds in this dungeon. But Zhang Zhengye was still an F-rank player. This dungeon would be a huge challenge for him. Reading the refusal in Hua Huai's eyes, Zhang Zhengye spoke first, including the time with you guys. I've done 9 dungeons, every one F level. Xu Wenyao is a seasoned player. He guessed how many runs and what ranks I've done.
My mind's been cracking. I've been stuck in an endless loop of entering and leaving dungeons.
Every night I dream of those eerie faces inside the dungeons. Help me, let me join a high difficulty dungeon.
I can't keep going like this. Even the rest days from a D-level reward would let him catch his breath.
His tone was almost pleading. Hua Huai couldn't bear to refuse. 8 tomorrow morning, come to my apartment.
Finally allowed, Zhang Zhengye smiled.
Great, I'll get ready. 8 sharp the next morning, the two arrived at Hua Huai's apartment. They silently recited each other's names. The scarlet panels unfolded together.
Enter the dungeon with players Xu Wenyao and Zhang Zhengye?
Hua Huai confirmed. The surroundings blurred, the three of them appeared outside a village. At its entrance stood a colossal old locust tree whose thick trunk would take 4 or 5 people to encircle. Every building in the village was built of packed earth, thatched roofs keeping off sun and rain, clearly ancient.
Game loaded. Dungeon, Worm Village. Difficulty, B-level. Objective, you are laborers hired by the villagers.
Help them prepare for the sacrifice over the next 7 days and wait for the rite to end.
This dungeon's timeline was completely different from any they'd entered before. An unfamiliar rank, a different era. This dungeon felt like Hua Huai's ultimate challenge yet.
Xu Wenyao had only entered a B-level dungeon a handful of times. He was barely mentally ready.
Hua Huai glanced at Zhang Zhengye. If he was cursed with terrible luck, hers must be blessed. How many dungeons had she even done? And now she was in a B-level dungeon. She was still a D-level player. Hello? Was this game polite? None of the players entering looked happy.
Besides the 3 of them, 5 more players arrived, 3 men, 2 women. Their positions were subtle, as if factions had already formed. 1 man and 2 women formed a group. The man looked about 25, buzzcut, resolute features, upright air. The 2 women seemed nervous, eyes darting at the others, scanning everything, clearly rookies. The other faction were 2 men around 30, hands in pockets, looking ready to draw weapons at any moment. Clearly, the 3 men were veterans, the 2 women, rookies. As they sized the others up, the others did the same. When the looks were done, the man from the 1 male 2 female group stepped forward.
Hi, I'm Chao Chi, C-level player. This is a B-level dungeon, solo strength is limited. Let's cooperate to clear it. The first to answer was Xu Wenyao. Sure, I'm Yaowen, C-level player.
Hua Huai tilted her head. He was lying.
Did this dungeon require hiding real info?
Her mind raced.
I'm Hua Lin, D-level player.
That drew every player's attention. Her age and rank were a rare mismatch.
Next, Zhang Zhengye introduced himself. I'm Zhang Yuyan, F-level player. That was obviously a girl's name. Sure enough, Chao Chi raised an eyebrow. That's your name?
Zhang Zhengye answered calmly. I know it sounds odd, but I was born with it.
Fine, accepted. Whether true or not, what could they do?
Everyone usually turned a blind eye. Chao Chi had only asked out of disbelief. The 2 women with Chao Chi introduced themselves. The short-haired one was Lu Xiyin, a D-level player, early 20s, glasses, simple workwear. The other was Su Shouwen, F-level player, also about 20, long wavy hair, delicate makeup, pricey jewelry, clear eyes. After the 6 finished, the last 2 strolled up. One grinned. Done?
My turn. I'm Chen Ta, B-level player. The gloomier one added, I'm Zhu Tian, C-level player. Quite the spread of ranks in this run.
With introductions done, Chen Ta spoke. I have the highest rank, so I've got the most experience.
From here on, everyone follows my lead. Sound good? No one answered immediately.
Chen Ta continued, like Brother Chao said, we need cooperation, but we also need a leader.
Otherwise we'll all talk in circles and get nothing done.
After thinking, Xiao Qi was first to agree.
Once one leaned, others followed.
Lu Xiying and Su Shuwen nodded. Xu Wenyao knew the risk of sticking his neck out. Now that someone volunteered, why refuse? With Xu Wenyao and Hua Huai and Zhang Zhengye naturally agreed. The last was Zhu Tian, apparently already allied with Chen Ta, so of course he agreed. Discussion over, the group headed into the village. As they passed the big locust tree, a chill swept over everyone. Though the sun blazed overhead, not a leaf hung on the tree, yet they all shivered as if frozen.
Insect Village, Rain God Temple.
Besides the chill, an inexplicable itch crawled over them, as if insects were wriggling beneath their skin, making them want to scratch. The sensation only vanished once they stepped beyond the old locust tree into the scorching sun. Hua Huai glanced back at the tree. She could almost hear Jiang Changchang's soul weeping. They had barely entered the village when a middle-aged man in an ancient topknot and rough hemp clothes hurried over.
"Oh dear, you're finally here, I've been waiting."
"Right, I'm the village head."
"Let me explain, in 7 days we hold the sacrificial rite.
Before that we need lots prepared, paper dolls, talismans, pottery containers fired, all big jobs.
Ordinarily you'd never land work this size.
Now you've got it, do it well, I'll inspect at every stage. Today's day 1, so start with something simple, paper dolls.
8 of them, all boys." The players exchanged looks. None of them were undertakers. How could they make paper dolls? Su Shuwen couldn't hold back. "I've never done this, how do you even make them?"
The village head turned, scowling.
"That's your problem. We paid, we only check on time. If you can't deliver."
He let the words hang, a meaningful smirk curling his lips.
"Creepy."
Su Shuwen bit her lip, fear silencing any further questions. Under the head's guidance they walked from the entrance to the far end of the village and stopped at a temple whose plaque read, Rain God Temple. The thick wooden gate stood ajar. Inside, the players saw not a Buddha but a stone-carved insect.
Nearly 3 meters tall, its chubby body and magnified eyes stared unnervingly clear.
Through those eyes it seemed to watch every person at the door. Besides the stone bug, they spotted split bamboo strips stacked in a corner, a stack of rice paper on a small table, plus brush and inkstone. Everything needed to craft paper dolls. Time is short, finish the dolls within 2 days.
"I'll inspect tomorrow evening. I won't delay you. See you tomorrow evening."
Having delivered them to the temple, the village head turned to leave after those brief words. Before he left, Su Shuwen blurted her biggest worry, "Where do we sleep tonight?"
The head answered matter-of-factly, "Right here. The rain god will protect you." "What rain god? Did he mean this giant bug?"
The players stepped inside, scanning for anywhere they could rest at night. The temple was gray and dusty, the air thick with the smell of earth. No beds, no quilts, not even space to spread bedding.
So the head expected them to sleep on bare ground until the ritual? Do outsiders' lives count for nothing? Why torment the working folk?
As the head's figure receded, the players, led by Chao Qi and Chen Ta, began searching the temple. Hua Huai exchanged glances with Xu Wenyao and Zhang Zhengye and joined the search. The wooden temple door groaned whenever it moved. It was warped. When both sides closed they overlapped, refusing to shut or take a latch. In a dungeon that spelled trouble. Strange things roam at night. A broken door would steal their only sense of safety. Xiao Qi noticed, knelt, and examined the damage.
The door's old, the bottom right corner's worn, making the whole thing sag. We need to prop it.
Su Shuwen and Lu Xiying hovered behind him. Hearing the need, Lu Xiying offered a stone.
Will this work?
The stone fit perfectly, its edges were sharp, as if once deliberately shaped.
For now they wouldn't find a better wedge. Perfect. Xiao Qi took it without hesitation and slid it under the door. With careful handling the door would stay put.
Just then Chen Ta and Zhu Tian rounded the back of the statue.
Chen Ta dusted his hands. Back there are some memorial tablets, all dusty and abandoned. Zhu Tian, hands in pockets, looked disdainful. This isn't an ancestral hall, why leave tablets here? Chenta added, and they're blank, no birth or death dates, just names. Looks like they were dumped. Possibly an important clue, the rest of the players moved behind the statue. A narrow alcove opened on either side of the carving, no doors, just an entrance.
Inside stood an altar crowded with dozens of tablets, all veiled in dust and cobwebs. The space was tiny, 2 people at the altar already felt cramped, so they lined up shoulder to shoulder.
Lucien, farther back, squinted in the dim light and called, "Xiaoqi, find anything?"
Xiaoqi glanced back, faint irritation flickering in his eyes.
Not yet.
When Lucien called, Hua Huai caught the hesitation in her voice.
Had she noticed something?
Before Hua Huai could ponder, Xu Wenyao simply reached out to her.
HM? What did he want?
Turns out Hua Huai, being short and standing far back, had been tiptoeing to see Lucien. Xu Wenyao misread it as her wanting to look at the altar. Only once he hoisted her into the crook of his arm did she realize what had happened. For the first time she viewed everyone from this height, an odd, exhilarating feeling.
Wait.
High on the left and right walls above the altar hung 2 small bells. The gloom had hidden them until now. Following her gaze, the others spotted the dangling bells as well.
Insect Village, making paper dolls.
Zhang Zhenye was well prepared before entering the dungeon. He took out a small flashlight from his pocket, turned it on, and shined its light on one of the bells. The bell was golden, with regular patterns carved on it, resembling some kind of writing they couldn't understand.
Chenta stood at the very edge and said to Zhang Zhenye, "It's hung so high, how can we see clearly? Let's find a way to take it down and examine it.
This dungeon is too difficult, we can't miss any clues." When Chenta, a B-level player, spoke, the other players all looked at Zhang Zhenye expectantly, hoping he would take down the bell. Zhang Zhenye did reach out, but Hua Huai quickly grabbed his wrist. "We don't understand this dungeon well enough, it's better not to touch such things rashly." With just one glance, Hua Huai recognized the bell. The one hanging before them was identical in color and pattern to the one Jiang Changcheng's father held in Happiness Community. Hanging it specifically here probably had some significance. Zhang Zhenye listened to the advice and withdrew his hand. "You're right." Chenta turned his gaze to Hua Huai, a flicker of surprise in his eyes, and asked with a smile, "What?
Are you doubting my professionalism?"
Hua Huai's eyes were clear and frank, she met his gaze without fear.
"No, I'm just offering an opinion. Whether to consider it is up to you. Uncle Zhang is my person, I am responsible for my people. If you want to take down that bell to examine it, I won't stop you."
Although ostensibly they had to follow Chenta's command, secretly, they had already divided into their own factions. Chenta was not a true king, and his words were not imperial edicts. They could be subjects when necessary. But more often, they were princes with subjects. Excessive overstepping would lead to the princes rising up, encroaching on the king's territory, and dividing his power. Hua Huai's words were a reminder to Chenta that his position as king was a result of their support. Without them, he was nothing.
"Want to check the bell?"
"Of course. Please go and take the bell down yourself." The clever people present gradually understood the meaning behind Hua Huai's words, and their gazes towards her completely changed. Her initial impression in the eyes of the unfamiliar players was that of a child, a burden, a useless person who couldn't do anything. Now it seemed she was much stronger than they had perceived. At least in terms of intelligence, she was a strong one. Her words were gentle, yet they effortlessly trampled Chenta's dignity. She did this because she believed Chenta's actions were problematic. He claimed to be a B-level player, he shouldn't be ignorant of the special nature of an item like a bell. Either he lied about his player level, or he was doing it on purpose, using others' lives to test the taboos in the dungeon.
Chenta didn't seem to grasp the deeper meaning and simply said, "It was my oversight."
In the end, no one went to take down the bell, and they all left the small cubicle.
Outside the rain god temple, the scorching sun shone even more intensely on the earth.
Even after taking off their coats, the players were still sweating profusely from the heat. Lucine sat on the ground, fanning herself with her hand, trying to dispel some of the heat.
What kind of hellish weather is this? Why is it so hot?
It was indeed hot. The ground outside was parched and cracked by the scorching sun, the trees were leafless, and no grass grew.
How are we supposed to work in this kind of weather?
Su Shouwen picked up a bamboo strip and tried to form it into a circle. The bamboo strip was flexible and roughly processed. She didn't hold it steady, and it snapped open, cutting her palm. She gasped, staring at her palm with tearful eyes.
I've never done this before. Xiaoqi, can you help me with my share, please?
The bamboo strip was exceptionally sharp, and blood flowed continuously.
The bloody bamboo strip fell back into the pile of bamboo strips, unnoticed by anyone.
Facing Su Shouwen's request, Xiaoqi frowned. For some unknown reason, he endured it.
Okay, I'll help you do it.
As for how to do it, Xiaoqi adopted the most basic method, calculation. Based on the rough outline of a paper doll in his mind, he calculated the required length for each bamboo strip and the exact number of bamboo strips
needed. Once the outer framework was completed, covering it with Xian paper was a simple task.
His hand, holding the brush, was exceptionally steady, and the characters he wrote were neat and tidy. Xian paper and a brush combined to produce a string of Arabic numerals. It gave a peculiar sense of transmigration. Zhang Jingye squatted in front of Xiaoqi, watching, but he still didn't understand what was written on the paper even after the calculations were finished. Except for Xiaoqi, the other players reaped the benefits, receiving a pile of data for free. Hua Huai watched his calculation method, her eyes revealing admiration. So fast, it was a solution she had never thought of. Her expression did not escape Shu Wenyao's eyes.
He glanced at the Xian paper and said with a hint of disdain, "Humph, what's so great about that? I can do it too." "If you can do it too, then why didn't you calculate it?"
Hua Huai kept her thoughts to herself. Shu Wenyao was one of her own, and she had to be more lenient with her own people.
Lucine, however, was not having it.
She said to him, hindsight.
Towards Lucine, Shu Wenyao was not so gentle.
He curled his lips coldly, "None of your business." The air between the two was thick with hostility, as if they were about to fight on the spot.
It was Xiaoqi who interrupted their confrontation.
"We are unfamiliar with the process of making paper dolls, and there isn't much time left, so let's quickly start making them." Shu Wenyao said to Hua Huai, "Bamboo strips can easily cut your hands. I'll do your share."
Hua Huai blinked, "Huh?" Shu Wenyao's accursed competitive spirit flared. What huh? If Xiaoqi can make two, I can make two.
You're just a child, you'll definitely be slow and clumsy making them.
I might as well do it for you. He was kindly helping her, right? Why did he have to insult her?
Hua Huai puffed out her cheeks, her brows furrowed, ready to have a good talk with him.
Thinking she was angry, Zhang Zhenye comforted her, "Let him do it. If he doesn't help you, I will."
Suddenly, she felt happy. Of course, Hua Huai wasn't really bothered. She smiled and said, "Thank you, Uncle Zhang," and, turning towards Shu Wenyao's back, "Thank you."
He turned around and squinted, "What?" Didn't hear clearly.
Hua Huai gritted her teeth, enunciating each word, "I
said. Thank you."
As the words fell, a smile spread across her face, like a long-sealed mountain range melting. Something within Shu Wenyao's heart seemed to melt as well, making him unable to tear his gaze away for a long time. When his thoughts returned to his body, he muttered to himself, "You really should thank me properly." This sentence was too quiet, Hua Huai didn't hear it.
The players worked until evening, stopping only when it became too dark to see.
Looking outside, the sun had set at some unknown time, the sky gradually darkened, their bodies' heat had not receded, and a chill spread in their hearts.
Insect village, nightfall. They needed light.
Nightfall always caused panic, and only brightness could drive it away. A candlestick was lit, casting a dim light. The second candlestick was lit, but the brightness was still too low for the players, who were accustomed to city life, providing very little sense of
security.
However, the rain god temple only had these two candlesticks, and the candles on them were thin, having previously been burned down halfway.
Relying solely on these, they couldn't possibly be enveloped in the candlelight for the entire night. Besides this problem, they also needed food.
Estimating from the time they arrived when the sun was directly overhead until sunset, at least 7 hours had passed. The villagers had invited them to work, shouldn't they prepare food for them?
At this hour, they couldn't go out.
Even if they had to suffer, they needed to make it through tonight first. Xiao Qi and Zhang Zhengye closed the main door and slid the bolt into place. Just as they turned around, the crisp sound of a bell rang in their ears.
Immediately after, the large door behind them was knocked upon, followed by the simple voice of the middle-aged woman, "Hurry and open the door. I've brought you food."
The players' hearts felt like they were suspended high up on a thin thread, they didn't dare breathe.
Xiao Qi glanced behind him.
The door wasn't sealed tightly, and through the crack, he indeed saw a figure standing outside.
There was no movement inside, and the person outside didn't give up. "You haven't eaten all day, have you? I'm here to deliver food. Please open the door and let me bring it in, all right?" It sounded perfectly normal.
Su Xiuwen's stomach grumbled in protest. She came up to Xiao Qi and said, "The villagers invited us to work, so it's only right for them to prepare food for us.
It's just a little late. Should we open the door and let her bring the food in?" Xiao Qi didn't budge an inch.
Su Xiuwen tried to seek approval from the other players. "Listen, that's just the voice of a normal middle-aged woman.
What is there to be afraid of? Aren't you hungry? If you don't eat, how will you have the strength to continue working? If you're worried about danger when opening the door, I can open it."
Saying this, she reached out to touch the door bolt.
Xiao Qi stopped her action. "Missing 1 or 2 meals won't kill you. Just endure it.
Tomorrow, after daybreak, we'll figure out how to find food." Su Xiuwen was confused. "The food is right in front of us.
Why wait until tomorrow? I won't be able to sleep on an empty stomach." Was this the real reason she wanted to open the door? Xiao Qi instantly showed a fierce expression. "Fine, if you can get Chen Ta's permission, we'll open the door."
It had been agreed beforehand that Chen Ta would direct their actions. There was nothing wrong with Xiao Qi saying this. Chen Ta looked difficult to mess with. Su Xiuwen glared at Xiao Qi, turned sideways, and whispered something. The other players didn't hear it and couldn't read her lips. After hearing it, Xiao Qi's expression was strange. He also turned sideways and whispered a reply, which left Su Xiuwen frozen in place, her hands and feet cold. She stopped insisting on opening the door. Several of them returned to their original spots and sat down on the floor. The knocking grew more intense, and the middle-aged woman's voice became sinister and distorted. "I told you to open the door. I ran all this way personally to deliver food, and you ungrateful wretches. People like you should be stuffed into jars and hung on trees."
Had ha. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha.
The sharp, maniacal laughter, accompanied by fingernails scratching the wooden door, was grating and unsettling. Under the dim candlelight, Su Xiuwen's face was deathly pale. Fortunately, Xiao Qi had stopped her in time, or she would probably be a corpse by now.
In contrast, Hua Huai seemed excessively calm. Her dark eyes fixed on the main door. She was wondering, was this wooden door really that sturdy?
Her answer, of course, was no. The bottom right corner of the wooden door was damaged. If she stood outside and pushed it, the bottom right corner would probably collapse without much effort. So, why was the door completely motionless despite the thing outside knocking so hard? Or perhaps, it simply couldn't get in, and as long as they didn't open the door and go out voluntarily, they would be safe. Chen Ta sat on the ground, leaning his back against a load-bearing column, his eyes tightly shut, showing no worry about the thing outside breaking. Well, he was a B-level player after all. He must have gone through many games, so having experience in this regard was normal.
Shu Tian trusted Chen Ta greatly.
If Chen Ta wasn't worried about something, he wouldn't worry either. Xiao Qi's expression was unreadable, but he probably already guessed that the thing outside wasn't human. Xu Wenyao stared blankly at the candlelight, seemingly unafraid of the thing outside the door. Zhang Zhengye took a piece of chocolate out of his backpack and handed it to Hua Huai. I brought this from outside the dungeon.
Eat a little if you're hungry. If that's not enough, I have plenty more. Gulp. It was the sound of someone swallowing saliva. Su Xiuwen eagerly spoke up, you brought food in?
She then mumbled, Xiao Qi, claiming to be a veteran player, yet he didn't even think of this, entering the dungeon empty-handed and leaving me
hungry.
The latter part of her sentence was very soft, but Xiao Qi still heard it. Xiao Qi raised his eyelids. Bringing things in isn't hard, but taking those things back out is extremely difficult.
With clear eyes, Su Xiuwen asked, why must we take them out?
Chen Ta opened his eyes, a slight curve forming on his lips. He said with interest, if you can't take it out, the item from this dungeon might follow you into the next dungeon.
If it were a low-level dungeon, it would be fine.
But if it's a B-level dungeon like this one, once the anomaly tracks you to your next dungeon, you'll basically have a 1 in 10 chance of survival. At this point, Chen Ta chuckled, I was being generous saying 1 in 10. Once an anomaly leaves the dungeon where it belongs, it won't be restricted by other dungeons. It will exert its maximum power. If you don't have the strength to fight it, I can tell you for sure, you are dead. Therefore, the players who entered the dungeon empty-handed were either rookies or veterans.
Rookies didn't bring things in because they weren't aware of the various emergencies that might occur in the dungeon.
Veteran players didn't bring things in because, like Chen Ta, they understood the consequences of accidentally leaving items behind in the dungeon.
Zhang Zhengye happened to be in the intermediate stage.
He had experienced many dungeons and considered that certain items could play a crucial role in a dungeon.
For example, food, light, rope, and so on.
However, he didn't know the consequences of accidentally leaving items behind in the dungeon.
Xu Wenyao seemed to know this, but why didn't he remind Zhang Zhengye? Sensing Hua Huai's gaze, Xu Wenyao said, if you brought it, you brought it. There are benefits to doing so, like you don't have to go hungry right now. He has a point. Insect village, man eating insects.
After about 10 minutes, the scratching sounds outside finally ceased, and the entity seemed to gradually move away. Just as the players let down their guard slightly, knocking sounded outside again. This time, it was a little girl, whose voice was clear and extremely penetrating, reaching the players' ears.
Big brothers and big sisters, my mom sent me to bring you food. It's so dark outside. I fell on the way here, and now my knee is bleeding. I'm so scared. Can you open the door? Mom told me to hand the food to you myself.
The moment before the little girl knocked, the bell inside the small partition at the back of the rain god temple shook again. Whatever was outside hadn't left at all, it had just changed its identity to deceive them, trying to make them open the door. This time, even Su Xiuwen thought that the thing outside was not human. Everyone sat still, quietly waiting for the thing outside the door to leave. The lid of the food box seemed to have been opened, and the aroma of food wafted inside. It's really too dark outside.
I need to go home now.
I'll put the food by the door.
Come out and get it yourselves.
Food is very precious in our village, so you mustn't waste it.
The footsteps outside the door receded, but the aroma continued to spread, filling everyone's nostrils. 10 minutes passed.
It was very quiet outside. Another 20 minutes passed.
It was still completely silent outside. The persistent aroma kept tempting the players, and finally, someone couldn't resist the temptation.
Su Xiuwen said weakly, she seems to have really left. Although she said that, she made no move to act. Perhaps the whispered words Qiao Qi had told her earlier played a crucial role. Now, no matter what she wanted to do, she first had to secretly observe Qiao Qi's expression.
If Qiao Qi didn't move, she didn't dare to move either.
Seeing that it was still a no-go, Su Xiuwen felt wronged, and tears nearly fell. Seeing this, Qiao Qi offered no comfort.
Lucien, who was traveling with them, also maintained a calm expression.
The remaining players had only recently met Su Xiaowen, so it was even less likely they would comfort her, and they all drifted off to sleep in the
darkness.
In the middle of the night, the candlelight died out, plunging everyone into darkness. Rustling sounds came from the ground, numerous and arriving from all directions. In her sleep, it seemed someone was calling Hua Huai. "Big sister, wake up quickly." Hua Huai instantly opened her eyes. It was Jiang Changchan calling her. Something was squirming beneath the ground, a sign of impending danger.
"Everyone wake up quickly, stand up."
It was too dark, and Hua Huai couldn't see the location of the others, so she could only stand where she was and warn them.
"Uncle Zhang, are you awake? If you're awake, can you turn on the flashlight?"
The players woke up one after another, the strange movement causing panic. Chen Ta stomped his foot on the ground.
"What the hell is that noise?
It sounds like a lot of bugs are gathering toward us." Zhang Zhengye rummaged through his backpack, his frantic hands trembling, causing the flashlight to accidentally drop onto the ground.
Everyone heard it.
In such an urgent situation, the flashlight needed to see the current scene had been dropped.
Shu Tian didn't think, and the reprimand slipped out. "How clumsy.
Pick it up quickly." Zhang Zhengye was about to bend down when Hua Huai gritted her teeth.
"Uncle Zhang, it fell by my feet. I can pick it up faster." The purpose of saying this was merely to stop Zhang Zhengye from acting.
Whatever was underground sounded like it could burst out at any moment, and trying to pick up an unseen flashlight right now was extremely dangerous. Hua Huai used her puppet ability, invisible threads wrapped around the flashlight, and the next moment, it appeared in her palm. She hadn't gone to the evil spirit tower for nothing, relying solely on sound localization. She could generally tell where the flashlight had dropped. When the flashlight turned on and shone on the ground, everyone's scalp tingled. Because of the extreme dryness, the ground was cracked, and countless bugs writhed in the fissures, scrambling to crawl out. Terrified, Su Xiaowen grabbed Xiao Qi's sleeve. "I'm scared of bugs.
Can we get rid of them right away?" Lucien stared at the cracks in the ground.
"There aren't just hundreds, or thousands, there are at least tens of thousands, no, maybe hundreds of thousands.
With this quantity, we'll probably be dealt with by them before we can deal with them. Besides, don't you think these bugs look a little familiar?"
Hua Huai moved the flashlight beam onto the stone carving. They looked exactly like the bugs in the ground fissures.
Chen Ta realized.
If these bugs are worshipped as the rain god by the villagers, they must not be simple.
We need to handle this carefully.
Wei Shuwei had previously looked up information. These bugs are man-eating, but usually only consume buried corpses. But since this is a dungeon world, they might very well eat living things.
Since Hua Huai possessed 2 bound specters, dealing with these bugs would be effortless.
However, she didn't do that. Excluding Xu Wenyao, there were 3 players present whose levels were higher than hers. She had trump cards, and they might have them too. Exposing them too early would bring her no benefit.
Chen Ta was dishonest.
Since he wanted to act as the leader and commander, he ought to present something convincing. Hua Huai threw herself into Xu Wenyao's arms, climbing up and saying tearfully, "Brother Yao, there are so many bugs, I'm scared too.
When I was sleeping, I think I dreamed about these kinds of man-eating bugs. Don't put me down."
Hua Huai's first sentence left Xu Wenyao stunned. She had even been to the evil spirit tower, so how could she be afraid of these bugs? Her second sentence made him realize she was acting. Xu Wenyao was a smart person and immediately challenged Chen Ta. "We have to get rid of these bugs.
Chen Ta, you're experienced. You must have a solution, right?"
Xiao Qi chimed in, "I don't have an item that can solve the current predicament."
"Chen Ta, you said you would command our actions, so you must be very confident in yourself, right?"
Aside from Zhu Tian, everyone looked at Chen Ta like chicks looking at their mother. He seemed to have become their only hope. Many bugs underground broke through the soil. They squirmed toward the players and climbed onto their shoes.
After being shaken off, they came back relentlessly.
There were simply too many bugs. If they shook them off the left foot, the right foot would immediately be covered again. The fabric on their shoes was gradually being chewed away, and some climbed into their pant legs, gnawing rawly on their skin, causing the players to
jump in pain. Could it be that these bugs really do eat people? To ensure his own survival, Chen Ta used an item. It was a can of insecticide. He sprayed it lightly at the bugs at his feet, and they immediately lost all vitality. When subsequent bugs climbed out of the ground, they would bypass the area around Chen Ta's feet, as if sensing the power of the insecticide. Soon, Zhu Tian was also freed from the trouble caused by the bugs. However, Chen Ta did not help the other players escape their predicament, allowing them to continue jumping around. He took the lead and questioned Hua Huai, "How do you know these bugs eat people? I don't believe you dreamed about it." Before Hua Huai could speak, Shu Wenyao quickly cut in, "If they don't eat people, do you think all these bugs gathered here are trying to throw a party with us? Insect village, unmasking. Children's sixth sense is sharper, an old man like you can't compare." With a few words, Shu Wenyao pushed back all of Chen Ta's sharp doubts and suspicions. In a dungeon, it's normal for worms to eat people, isn't it? There's no need to make a fuss. Instead, it made Chen Ta, who claimed to be a B-level player, seem less credible. He wanted to be the leader and had an item to solve the predicament, yet he let the other players jump around in distress. Su Shouwen couldn't take it anymore. She was wearing high heels and stockings, but too much of her feet were exposed by the high heels, and the stockings couldn't protect against the worms gnawing. She pleaded with Chen Ta, "Please, can I use your item?" In response, Chen Ta toyed with the insecticide, "I don't think you all really approve of me being your commander. You listen to Qiao Qi so much, why don't you go beg him?" Su Shouwen bit her lip, tears welling up, looking pitiful, "He doesn't have an item like yours." Chen Ta tempted her, "Then if I help you, will you listen to my command?" Su Shouwen was on the verge of breaking down and nodded repeatedly, "Of course, I'll listen to you for all subsequent actions in this dungeon." Chen Ta smiled, sprayed a circle around her feet, and the worms no longer approached. Next, he did the same for every other player, wanting to solidify his absolute position. Lu Xiying, in unbearable pain, also gave in. Chen Ta faced Xiao Qi, "What about you?" This questioning was different from the daytime. If he acknowledged it, it would truly mean bowing his head to Chen Ta, which was a matter of dignity. "I won't die, no need to worry about me." Specks of light drifted from Xiao Qi's palm, like fireflies, yet not fireflies, but very beautiful nonetheless. Where the fireflies passed, the worms became motionless. Hua Huai was very familiar with his technique. That was an anomaly's ability. However, Hua Huai still couldn't discern the specific effect of his ability. Unlike Hua Huai, Shu Wenyao and Chen Ta's focus was different. Chen Ta's lips curved, his hawk-like eyes sharp. "Your name isn't Qiao Qi, is it? You should be Qiao Qixing, a B-level player. This game is getting more and more interesting. Not only do we have to clear the dungeon, but we also have to unmask our teammates in the game." Interesting, truly interesting. Hua Huai was puzzled, what's wrong with being called Qiao Qixing? How does Chen Ta know he's a B-level player? Shu Wenyao whispered in her ear, "Qiao Qixing is a member of the Bounty Guild. As a B-level player, he's bound to a C-level anomaly. He's a rising star in the horror game world in recent years, with considerable fame in China, and is very likely to become a top expert in the horror game world in the next generation." Chen Ta recognized Qiao Qixing mainly because his fame is too great, leading to his ability being well known among insiders. Just by seeing him use his ability, one can guess his identity. Moreover, he didn't hide it well enough. Qiao Qi and Qiao Qixing only differ by one character. Hua Huai asked the question she was most curious about, "Then do you know what his ability is?" Shu Wenyao curved his eyebrows, confidently saying, "Of course, who do you think I am?" His ability is hypnosis. Regardless of species, as long as it's alive, he can hypnotize it. So, those worms were just hypnotized by him, they were actually still alive. From the moment Qiao Qixing used his ability, he had no intention of continuing to hide his identity. He faced Chenta, showing no weakness. So what if you recognized me?
Using the incompetence of the weak to display your own baseness, you'll amount to nothing more than this in your life. Chenta's facial expression froze, he truly couldn't smile.
But I still won.
Your teammates are more inclined towards me, the one who can promptly free them from their predicament. Xiao Qixing looked coldly at the two who had switched sides. They're just two wastes.
Do you really think I care?
Without them, I can still get out of this B-level dungeon. The two competed, and Shen Ta was the first to give in. His gaze turned to Hua Huai and the others, realizing they had become spectators, almost ready to grab a bag of melon seeds and eat while watching.
As for the worms?
The three of them gathered together, the flashlight beam shining at their feet, and the worms didn't approach at all. These worms seemed to fear light. Chenta finally realized that the candlelight in the rain god temple had gone out, and these worms had appeared en masse because the light had disappeared. He had actually wasted a precious item on such a small matter.
The only thing worth celebrating should be that Xiao Qixing's identity could no longer be hidden either.
The players each displayed their unique abilities, holding out until dawn, when the worms burrowed back underground in swarms. They had been standing since midnight and could finally sit down and rest for a while. Having had no peace all night, they were both tired and hungry. By now, the aroma of food from outside the door had dissipated.
Su Xiuwen opened the door and saw a food box outside.
She turned back and said, "It seems that little girl last night wasn't an anomaly, she really brought food." Because it was daylight, no one stopped her. The moment she opened the food box, she dropped the lid and let out a short scream. She covered her mouth and murmured, "It's not food in here." The food box was filled with man-eating worms, writhing and squirming frantically, as if struggling. Under the natural light, their vitality gradually faded, and eventually, they became motionless. Outside the door, the scratches left by the anomalies were shocking to behold.
It was hard to imagine that the anomalies were so frenzied yet still couldn't break through this dilapidated wooden door.
Chen Ta and Zhu Tian stepped outside. "We're going to the village chief's house to demand an explanation. We'd appreciate it if everyone could help make our share of the paper dolls."
They want to go out alone to find clues, leaving them here to do manual labor? This situation is very unfavorable for them.
Xu Wenyao stood up. "Wait, I'll go with you." Xiao Qixing stood up at the same time. "I'm not at ease with just the two of you going."
"I'm coming too." This left only Lu Xiyin and Zhang Zhengye to do the work here.
Su Xiuwen's palm was injured yesterday, so she pushed her share of the work to Xiao Qixing. Xu Wenyao then took on Hua Huai's share of the work. Before evening, it would be impossible for Lu Xiyin and Zhang Zhengye alone to complete all the work. Chen Ta posed the question, "If we all go, who will do this work?" Xiao Qixing didn't humor him, "Either none of us go, or all of us go.
You pick one." Even if Zhu Tian stayed here, there still wouldn't be enough manpower.
Chen Ta shrugged, "Then none of us go.
Anyway, I'm not the only one who'll be hungry. If strange things happen again tonight, I'm afraid you won't even have the strength to stand straight. Especially Su Xiuwen."
Faced with the temptation outside the door, she had tried to open it several times. She seemed delicate and couldn't endure any hardship.
Insect village, summer heat. It definitely won't work if none of them go. They haven't eaten since yesterday and stood guard for the entire second half of the night. If they continue like this, their bodies won't be able to handle it. Hua Huai proposed a compromise, raising her hand and saying, "How about Sister Su, Zhu Tian, and I go? That would be fairer."
Hua Huai and Su Xiuwen haven't contributed labor yet, making them very suitable candidates. More importantly, the three of them aren't familiar with each other, so they will subconsciously guard against one another, reducing the chance of any
one person trying anything sneaky.
As for choosing Zhu Tian over Chen Ta, it's because he is C-class, making him less likely to pose a threat to them.
This way, the remaining workforce can definitely complete the workload on time before evening.
Xu Wenyao was worried about this and hesitantly asked her,
Can you handle it?" Hua Huai laughed and said, "What, are you afraid I can't run fast enough?"
Xu Wenyao had been regularly checking the results of her training. After more than 20 days of training, her running speed had long passed the passing mark. Hua Huai was trained by him personally, how could he have so little confidence in her?
Xu Wenyao looked away. Then if you encounter danger, remember to run.
Hua Huai gave a military salute and replied playfully, Roger that. Su Xiuwen had no objections. She felt extremely hungry and urgently needed food to fill her stomach.
The key was Chen Ta.
His face was gloomy, and he didn't look happy.
Xiao Qixing didn't miss the chance to provoke him. What? Unwilling?
Chen Ta tilted his head slightly, covered his mouth, and whispered a couple of sentences to Zhu Tian.
Xu Tian then nodded and announced loudly to everyone, fine.
The decision was made, it was the best outcome so far. Before they left, Zhang Zhenye handed her another chocolate bar.
Eat this on the road.
Since entering this dungeon, Hua Huai hadn't suffered any hardship. Zhang Zhenye was afraid she would starve and kept feeding her constantly.
So, she wasn't actually hungry.
She accepted the chocolate purely because it was a thoughtful gesture. Su Xiuwen watched enviously, feeling like she had swallowed her saliva countless times.
Xu Tian's stomach also let out a timely grumbling sound.
They were hungry, but she had no intention of giving away this thoughtful gift. In front of them, she opened the wrapper and slowly put pieces into her mouth.
It tasted delicious. Su Xiuwen looked away, and Xu Tian walked ahead without glancing sideways.
In the village, all the ground was cracked open, and there were no crops whatsoever in the nearby fields. They passed a riverbed, which was also cracked and completely devoid of water. The sun gradually rose from the east, about to scorch the earth. The villagers had all closed their doors and remained inside, only the three of them were walking on the road. They didn't know exactly which house belonged to the village head, so they randomly knocked on a villager's door. The villager who opened the door was a woman in her 30s, her head wrapped in a cloth scarf, under which she wore a simple bun, looking at them
with some alarm.
After sizing them up, she asked, Are you the workers hired by the village to prepare for the sacrifice?
Xu Tian said, That's right. We'd like to ask for directions to the village head's house. The woman replied, It's the easternmost house in the village. He keeps several pigs in his yard, so it's easy to find.
Before they turned to leave, the woman stopped them. I was supposed to bring you food yesterday, but my Nan was sick, and I got delayed taking care of her. In our village, no one is allowed to go out after dark for 7 days before the sacrifice, so I couldn't deliver your meals on time.
I am truly sorry. Oh, right, you must not have eaten yet. Would you like to come in and have a bite to tide you over?
Su Xiuwen's stomach was protesting. Almost as soon as the woman finished speaking, she immediately stepped forward and followed the woman into the house. The house was very simple, light even shone through the edges of the roof. The stove was constructed of piled-up earth, and this ancient stove was the tool used for making food. The woman lifted the lid and brought out 3 bowls of white rice porridge. The grains of rice were distinct, but it was mostly liquid.
Su Xiuwen couldn't help but complain, how is this different from water?
She didn't realize that even this watery liquid was hard-earned. The woman took a bag of rice from the rice jar. The bag was only slightly larger than a palm. This is the maximum our village could gather. The village is suffering from drought, as you must have seen when you arrived. There isn't a drop of water in the river, and we ourselves are reluctant to drink this water.
We are giving it to you because you are guests, workers performing important duties before the sacrifice.
The woman's lips were cracked and peeling, a result of not having consumed enough water for a long time.
Hua Huai carried her portion over to the woman.
Here, this is mine. Since it was so precious, it would be a waste for her to drink it. Anyway, this wouldn't fill her up, and she wasn't thirsty.
The woman stared blankly at the white porridge, asking with hopeful uncertainty, Are you really giving it to me?
Hua Huai nodded. Yes, for you. The woman blinked her dry eyes, moved to tears, yet unable to express the emotion because her body lacked moisture. She knelt down excitedly.
Thank you, thank you. The rain god will bless you.
No, the man-eating worms wouldn't bless her, they would only consume her. The woman cautiously took the porcelain bowl, tasted a small sip, and then carried the bowl to the inner room. Hua Huai followed her inside and saw that a simple wooden plank placed in the inner room served as a bed. A young girl lay on the bed, her cheeks flushed red, and her lips cracked and peeling just like the woman's. The woman brought the porcelain bowl to the girl's lips and fed her the liquid. With the hydration, the girl's complexion visibly improved. She asked the woman, "Mom, who is this elder sister?" Facing the question, the woman's eyes flickered slightly. "This elder sister is a good person. She gave us precious water." The woman did not explicitly tell the girl Hua Huai's true identity. This left the girl feeling confused despite her gratitude. She softly said, "Thank you." Hua Huai walked to the bedside and asked her, "What illness do you have?" She seemed wary of strangers, backing away slightly before replying, "It's summer heat." What did that mean? Before entering the dungeon, Hua Huai went to the library and reading room every day, and she seemed to recall seeing this term in one of the books. It seemed to mean heat stroke. Getting heat stroke in this kind of weather was quite normal. With modern medical conditions, heat stroke is a minor ailment. But since they were in a village that appeared unusually impoverished, she had to ask, "Have you called a doctor to examine her?" The woman sighed, her face full of worry. "We don't have a doctor in our village." Hua Huai asked again, "Can't you go hire one from an outside village?" The woman clenched her empty fists. "Before the sacrifice is over, no villager can leave the village, or the rain god will punish us and refuse to send rain." So, this meant they had to tough it out? If they couldn't tough it out, wouldn't they die? Insect village, all-inclusive. As for whether the rain god would punish them or not, Hua Huai offered no comment. Anything was possible inside the dungeon. They needed more information and clues to make the correct judgment. For now, as an outsider worker, it was better for her to focus on her own job first. Leaving the inner room, Zhu Tian held the original bag of rice. She wasn't sure if it was an illusion, but she felt like the amount of rice in the bag had increased. The woman took a food box to the stove and poured the remaining bowls of white rice porridge into it. "Although I shouldn't refuse, you are going back, aren't you? Please trouble yourselves to bring this to the others." No one reached out to take it. Zhu Tian commanded, "Su Shouwen, you take it." Su Shouwen was unconvinced. "Why me? I didn't even eat enough, and now I have to work." Zhu Tian pointed at Hua Huai. "If you don't take it, should we let her take it? Do you think she can hold it?" Hua Huai. She felt insulted. Su Shouwen glanced at her, decided Zhu Tian had a point, and took the food box. Originally, the group had gone to the village chief's house to solve the food problem. Now that the problem was solved, there was no need for them to go to the village chief's house. Before leaving, Zhu Tian said to the woman, "You don't need to bring food anymore, we can cook it ourselves." He took the bag of rice. After walking about 100 steps, villagers approached the woman's house, carrying 2 white lanterns. Hua Huai noticed that 2 identical white lanterns were already hanging outside the woman's house. The villagers took down the original 2, replaced them with new ones, and lit candles inside. Why were they lighting candles in broad daylight? Nothing was hanging outside the doors of the other villagers. What strange custom was this? Withdrawing her gaze, the 3 returned to the rain god temple. Lu Xiyin ran over excitedly and opened the food box in Su Shouwen's hands. The food inside shocked her. "Is that all?" she asked incredulously. The rest of the players also walked over, and upon seeing the food in the box, they couldn't help but frown. This food was nowhere near enough to fill them up. Lu Xiyin's gaze turned to the bag of rice in Zhu Tian's hands. "What is this?" "It's rice, right." There was white powder at the mouth of the bag, looking like broken rice flour and rice bran. "Since we have rice, hurry up and cook it. I'm starving to death." Once all the rice in the bag was cooked, it would be enough to fill their stomachs. But Zhu Tian's next sentence shocked them again. This is all the rations we have until we leave the dungeon.
Lu Xiying truly couldn't hold back.
What did you say?
Say that again?
Are they trying to starve us to death? A dungeon so strict about food was rare even in games.
Aside from Zhang Zhenye, no one had prepared for this.
Now, they were filled with regret. However, their thinking was still too naive.
Shu Tian tucked the bag of rice under his arm and stood behind Chen Ta. This is only rations for the two of us. You guys are on your own. I won't fight you for the white porridge in the food box.
Drink it sparingly, maybe it will last until you leave the dungeon.
When resources start to become scarce, human nature is exposed sooner. Lu Xiying glared at Chen Ta. You said that if I followed your command, I agreed, but now you're going to starve me? Even a cornered rabbit will bite. Compared to Zhu Tian, Chen Ta chose to de-escalate the conflict. Of course not. You are one of us, and you definitely deserve a share of the food here. Zhu Tian was displeased.
Chen Ta, we don't even have enough for ourselves.
Chen Ta reassured him, cooperation leads to mutual benefit. We can eat a little less, as long as we make it out of the dungeon alive. Chen Ta's level was higher than his, so even if he was unhappy, he had to comply. Only then did Lu Xiying's anger subside slightly. Immediately after, Su Xiuwen asked, "What about me?" "What about me? I also agreed to follow your command."
Chen Ta looked at Su Xiuwen with a hint of disdain.
As for you, eat a little less.
Thus, the only person who ended up with no food was Chao Qixing. Currently, his situation was the most difficult. But Chen Ta and the others seemed to have overlooked one thing: Chao Qixing was a player with a strangeness. He could just steal it. Just as Chao Qixing was about to make a move, the bag of rice in Zhu Tian's hand suddenly vanished. Zhu Tian said smugly, "You have the ability of strangeness, and I also have my special item. Even if you kill me, this food won't fall into your hands." Unexpectedly, Chao Qixing sneered the next moment, "If we're all going to die anyway, I don't mind taking you with me.
If I can't get out, none of you will either." He then turned to Hua Hua and her group. "Can the food you brought in really last until you leave the dungeon?"
What should have been provocative words were smoothly intercepted by Hua Hua.
"Yes, it's enough. Why don't you join us? We provide food." Appearing troubled, she added with slight hesitation, "You'll have to eat a little less, though, since you're new."
Zhang Zhenye had prepared plenty of food for this trip, partly because he had prior knowledge about the dungeon's contents. Everything was thanks to the dungeon hint Hua Hua had received before entering. Chao Qixing suddenly had nowhere to direct his anger. He was like a cat with its fur bristling, instantly smoothed down. He asked, puzzled, "You're willing to share food with me?"
Hua Hua nodded. "Our goals are the same, completing the mission and leaving the dungeon."
Under these circumstances, it was rare for players not to kick someone while they were down. Chao Qixing had seen too much malice inside dungeons, and the sudden feeling of goodwill made him uncomfortable. He stated solemnly, "All right, I'll join you." The original 3 factions had now become 2. They didn't waste the white rice porridge, they drank it all and then continued working. The frames for the 8 paper dolls were complete, leaving only the steps of pasting the Xian paper, drawing the faces, and painting the clothes. Pasting the Xian paper was not difficult, and Hua Hua and Su Xiuwen could also join in the activity. While pasting the Xian paper, Hua Hua noticed bloodstains on the frame of one of the paper dolls. It must have been the bamboo strip that scratched Su Xiuwen's palm yesterday.
Why use this specific one?
She looked down at the remaining bamboo strips on the ground. They were mostly damaged and none were intact. All the bamboo strips had been used up to construct exactly 8 frames. In that case, even the bloodstained bamboo strip had to be used.
Otherwise, the framework would be flawed.
Pulling her thoughts back, Hua Hua focused on pasting the Xian paper.
Half an hour later, the Xian paper pasting was finished.
Next, they needed to use a brush to draw the doll's facial features and clothes.
So, who knows how to draw?
Silence stretched for a long time, it seemed no one knew how. To successfully clear the level, Xiao Qixing held back his frustration and said, "I'll draw." He had never drawn before, but he had seen it done and had some impression. If none of them would draw, they shouldn't blame him if his drawings were ugly.
Insect Village, Live Doll.
Since Xiao Qixing was drawing all the dolls by himself, it took a lot of time.
Fortunately, he managed to finish drawing them before dusk.
The village chief arrived punctually at the rain god temple, stepping in with the last rays of the evening sun. He walked up to the 8 dolls, inspected them one by one, and nodded in satisfaction, saying, "I suppose you guys showed some work efficiency."
Xiao Qixing was skillful, the dolls he drew were quite presentable and showed genuine ability. Xiao Qixing's contribution was indispensable for successfully making these paper dolls.
After the village chief finished inspecting, he pulled a white talisman out of his pocket. "For the next 2 days, you must copy this talisman and draw 1,000 of them.
Remember, you cannot make a single mistake.
As for the materials for drawing the talismans, I've already had the villagers bring them over, so you don't need to worry." Suddenly changing the subject, he continued, "However, blank talismans are very precious, so you only have 10 chances for waste. Be careful every time you put your brush down."
This meant he only prepared 10 extra blank talismans.
Furthermore, it was getting dark.
Chen Ta asked, "Village chief, do you have any extra candles?"
The village chief countered, "What do you need candles for? After what happened last night, Su Xiuwen's instep still hurt terribly, and she couldn't help but speak with some irritation, don't you know there?
Are bugs at night?"
The village chief narrowed his eyes. "What bugs?
I don't know anything about that. There are none."
It wasn't that there weren't any, it was that Su Xiuwen's question was flawed. Since the village chief asked a counter question, it indicated that he could provide candles, but they needed to give a reasonable explanation.
The flashlight Zhang Zhengye brought had limited battery life and couldn't last for so many nights. Chen Ta's item couldn't maintain its effect for that long either.
Even Xiao Qixing's ability couldn't be wasted so frequently, or else it would be extremely tricky if he encountered a real predicament and couldn't
use it.
All in all, every one of them needed candles. While the others struggled to provide an answer, Hua Huai said, "Village chief, with so many talismans, it will be hard for us to finish drawing them all during the day, especially since we can't make mistakes. We want to rush the work at night too, but without candles, we can't see, so we can't draw. Wouldn't it be better if we finished the task sooner so you can be reassured earlier?" This reason was acceptable. The village chief nodded in approval and said, "All right, I'll have someone send a few more candles over." Not long after the candles were delivered, the sky completely darkened. Learning from last night's experience, they immediately closed the main door and lit the candles after dark. The light shining on them dispelled some of their fear. They originally thought something would come knocking tonight as well. Unexpectedly, tonight was eerily quiet, so quiet that it made them feel sleepy. Gradually, they fell asleep. Su Xiuwen was woken up by the urge to urinate. She groggily opened her eyes, and a pair of eerily fake eyes was the first thing to enter her vision. The entity had skin like white Xian paper, and its eyes looked as if they were painted on with a brush. It was pressed creepily close to her face, barely an inch away. Instantly, fear caused her blood to rush backward and surge to her head, turning into a piercing scream that broke the silence. Ah! What was going on with this paper doll? Shouldn't it be placed in the corner? Who on earth was playing a trick on her? Su Xiuwen tried to push the doll away, but unexpectedly, her hand went right through, piercing the layer of white Xian paper. Woo-woo! What was that sound? Was it coming from the thing right in front of her? The sound was so close, it must be coming from it. Su Xiuwen trembled all over. It wasn't someone playing a prank on her, the doll was alive. She tried to pull her hand back, but she couldn't move it at all. Furthermore, a powerful suction force was dragging her inward. Su Xiuwen panicked, tears and snot streaming down her face, constantly yelling, "Help, help! Wake up, all of you! Chen Ta, Chen Ta!"
I followed your instructions, you have to guarantee my safety. Chen Ta, wake up. It was useless, he couldn't wake up. She switched to calling someone else, Xiao Qixing. Wake up. I am your employer, you can't just abandon me. If you do this, my father won't let you off. Please, someone save me. It was useless, useless. Whether she threatened, roared, or pleaded, they were all trapped in a deep sleep. All Su Xiuwen could do was watch herself slowly being swallowed until she could no longer make a sound. The moment Su Xiuwen vanished, the damaged spot on the paper doll also repaired itself. The doll's weeping face broke into a smile, and after chuckling twice, it walked step by step back into the corner. When the sky brightened completely, the players gradually woke up. They seemed to have slept exceptionally comfortably tonight, having heard no strange noises. When everyone got up to stretch, Su Xiuwen's complete stillness seemed highly unusual. She was delicate, it was unlikely she would sleep soundly in this environment, and she certainly shouldn't still be asleep after hearing their movements. Xu Wenyao stepped forward to check, manually turning her over. Su Xiuwen's bloodless face and terrifyingly white lips appeared before them. Xu Wenyao reached out to check for her breath and concluded, she's dead. How could this be? Lu Xiying asked, utterly confused, I didn't hear anything last night. How did she die? Could it be that only I didn't hear anything? She turned her gaze to the others, and the answers she received were the same, none of them had heard anything. Xiao Qixing speculated, could it be that this dungeon has a forced sleep mechanism? Immediately, he dismissed his own suspicion. Impossible. How could a dungeon where annihilation can occur at night force us into a deep sleep? If so, the meaning of this game dungeon ceases to exist. If the dungeon wanted to annihilate us, it wouldn't need to go to such lengths. Su Xiuwen must have violated a forbidden condition within the dungeon. Su Xiuwen was under their noses most of the time. What forbidden condition could she have violated? Xiao Qixing asked Zhu Tian, when you went out yesterday, did you encounter anything strange? Zhu Tian pretended to ponder for a moment. No, everything seemed pretty normal. After a slight pause, he said to Hua Huai, tell him, isn't that right? There was a subtle threat in his eyes. Unfortunately, he threatened the wrong person. Hua Huai recounted every detail of what they experienced yesterday. Other than the villagers changing the woman's lantern outside her door just before they left, nothing else seemed unusual. At least, it shouldn't be related to Su Xiuwen's death. Suddenly, Lu Xiying pointed to the paper dolls in the corner and hesitated, saying, do you guys feel like the expression on that one doll is much more lively? All the paper dolls had smiling expressions, but the one she pointed to made people feel that its smile emanated from within, causing an inexplicable sense of dread. There was a persistent feeling that it was about to come alive the next moment. Insect Village, important NPC. Everyone remembered that Su Xiuwen had been cut by the bamboo strips, and her blood had stained the bamboo strips. Later, those bamboo strips were made into dolls. She was killed by the doll. Realizing everything, Lu Xiying instantly retracted her hand, staring at the doll in horror. It's alive. We need to find a way to move them outside, right? Otherwise, we might also be in danger. Living creatures made of paper sounded eerie and terrifying. Lu Xiying did not want to share a room with such things. Chen Ta said indifferently, then move them out. Xu Wenyao disagreed with their view. We cannot move them. You said it's alive. If it runs away, will you take responsibility? This was the first stage of work entrusted to them by the village chief, and it was an important item for the sacrifice. Naturally, it couldn't be lost. Lu Xiying squeaked, run away? Do you think it's better if it runs away, or if all of our lives are lost? Perhaps Su Xiuwen's death had stimulated her nerves. Her expression was agitated, and she had a strong impulse to move those dolls out immediately. But doing so wouldn't achieve the result she wanted. Forcing herself to calm down, she softened her tone. We'll just move these dolls to the doorway.
they won't get lost. The doll was able to silently take Su Shouwen's life, Yaowen. You cannot gamble with all of our lives. Chen Ta, enjoying the drama, said, exactly. You can't be so selfish. Shu Wenyao glared at him. Do you have the nerve to say that? First, tell the person next to you to spit out the food. Chen Ta fell silent. It was impossible to ask Zhu Tian to spit it out, they didn't even have enough food for themselves. Among the people present, only Lu Xiying insisted on moving the paper dolls outside. But one person's persistence was useless. The minority must always submit to the majority, and even if she was unwilling, she could only endure it. After all, this was not her game alone. Just as the matter came to a close, they saw a figure rush over. After scanning everyone, she knelt at Zhu Tian's feet. It was the woman from yesterday. Her eyes were red, and she desperately clutched Zhu Tian's trouser leg, crying and pleading, "Did you take extra grain? The rice in the rice vat is all gone. That was our life-saving grain for the next few days. You can't do this. Please, give the rice back to me. And the water in the water vat, I don't know how you did it, but all the water is gone too. Without food or water, we will die. It doesn't matter if I die, but my Nan cannot die." So, Hua Huai's feeling earlier wasn't an illusion, the grain in the rice sack had indeed increased. Zhu Tian was completely unmoved by the woman's pleas, his expression cold. "I didn't take extra. Don't lose it yourself and then come here to frame me." The woman easily refuted his claim. "Yesterday, only you and they entered my house. That little girl was with me the whole time, so I know she didn't do it. That leaves only you. I remember you were holding the rice sack." The woman ignored Su Shouwen. She was with Zhu Tian at the time, but why was she excluded? Hua Huai subconsciously turned around, her pupils contracting. Su Shouwen, who had been lying on the ground, was gone. They hadn't moved her body at all. Moving her lips, Hua Huai asked the woman, "How many of us went to your house yesterday?" The woman replied, "Wasn't it just you and him?" The him referred to Zhu Tian. Then, Hua Huai asked again, "How many workers did you invite to the village?" The woman answered again, 7. That's wrong. How could it be 7? Including Su Shouwen, there were clearly 8 people. She had excluded Su Shouwen. Looking at the woman's expression, it was natural, showing no sign of lying. Su Shouwen seemed to have vanished into thin air from the NPC's memories, existing only in the minds of the players. After answering Hua Huai's question, the woman returned to her previous state, desperately clutching Zhu Tian's trouser leg and pleading. Zhu Tian, annoyed by the noise, raised his leg and kicked the woman in the shoulder, sending her staggering backward. "So noisy! I told you, I didn't take extra grain. I only took the portion you gave me. If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do." The woman was not stupid. She said, "Then show me your rice sack. If I was wrong, I will kowtow and apologize to you." Zhu Tian grabbed the woman by the collar and said viciously, "Who wants your kowtow apology? Get lost." His actions were too extreme. He dragged the woman, intending to throw her outside, but Xiao Qixing stepped in front of him, briefly stopping his behavior. "Xiao Qixing, don't think I'm afraid of you just because you have a bound specter. You should know that players cannot kill each other. You cannot use your ability on me." Xiao Qixing sneered, "Who says I can't? My ability isn't some highly lethal weapon that will kill you instantly if I use it. I can absolutely hypnotize you and then beat you up." Zhu Tian was choked by his words. It seemed he wasn't wrong. Reluctantly, he asked, "Then what do you want?" Xiao Qixing had extensive game experience. After the previous conversation, he mostly figured one thing out. She is an important NPC. Return the rice and water to her. Zhu Tian's eyes flickered. Her? An important NPC? How can you tell? Xiao Qixing didn't give a direct answer, but instead mocked slightly, "Guess why she was the one delivering food to us, and not someone else?"
And why are there 2 white lanterns hanging outside her house, while other villagers' doors are empty? Doesn't that prove her unique status? Right, your brain is like a pig's brain. It's normal that you wouldn't figure this out. Hua Huai could see that Xiao Qixing was quite vengeful. If Shu Tian monopolized the grain, Xiao Qixing's chances of leaving this dungeon would have been close to zero without Hua Huai and her group accommodating him. He and Chen Tao were the ones who almost cost him his life. Shu Tian looked sinister, but in reality, he lacked initiative. Faced with this situation, his first action was to look at Chen Tao's expression. Chen Tao walked over smiling. If you really did it, quickly return her rice and water to her. No matter how difficult things are for us, we can't steal from others. If they hadn't gained some understanding of Chen Tao over the past 2 days. Hearing this, they might have mistakenly thought Chen Tao was a very kind person. Zhu Tian nodded. Got it. As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of someone falling came from the doorway. A little girl accidentally tripped over the threshold while stepping through the door. At the same time, the stone block wedged under the bottom right corner of the door fell off due to the impact. Insect Village, playing games. The stone rolled once and stopped in front of the little girl. The edges of the stone were sharp, like a ground blade. She secretly picked it up and hid it in her sleeve. Immediately after, she pursed her lips and cried, running to the woman's side, pushing Zhu Tian away, and hugging the woman, saying, "Mom, are you okay?" The woman hugged the little girl tightly. "I'm fine, Mom is fine, Nan, don't cry. Did you hurt yourself when you fell? You're still sick, how can you run around? Be good, let's go home." Shu Tian promised to return the food and water, and went back to the woman's house with her. The rest of the people struggled where they were. Yesterday, there were 8 players, and after the assignment, each person only had to draw 125 talismans. Now that one person was missing, rounding up, everyone had to draw about 143 talismans. The quantity wasn't the biggest problem, the issue was the risk of making a mistake with every extra one they drew. Initially, they didn't dare to try directly on the blank talismans. They continuously drew on the wall surface with their fingers, only starting to use their brushes formally after confirming they were correct. Carefully drawing one sheet took nearly 15 minutes. At this speed, unless they drew day and night, it would be impossible to complete the task on time. They still needed to increase their speed without sacrificing quality. So far, they had no efficient method, they could only rely on practice making perfect. When concentrating intensely, time always passes quickly, and in the blink of an eye, it was evening again. By this time, Zhu Tian had already returned, and Xiao Qixing came to the front door to close the main gate. But the main gate wouldn't close. The stone block in the lower right corner had disappeared sometime without notice. Xiao Qixing was somewhat flustered. He turned back and reminded everyone, "Quickly find something we can use to prop up the lower right corner of the main gate." The main gate was overlapping, and the door bolt couldn't be inserted at all. Without something to prop it up, even if they forced the 2 doors into the correct position, they would collapse on their own without constant human support. The sky was gradually darkening, and they didn't have much time. While the players were in a state of chaos, the sound of the bell rang out from the small partition room. It was clear and pleasant, yet it made people involuntarily stare intensely at the main gate, their hearts pounding with extreme panic. Based on the experience from the first night, this sound of the bell meant that something was coming. Xiao Qixing immediately let go of the door and retreated several steps. A strong, chilling wind blew, forcing the main gate wide open. An aberration shaped like a little girl stood outside the door, dressed in white and gray ancient clothing, her hair tied into 2 small buns, with dark circles under her eyes and a pale, ashen face. She slowly raised her head. Her deep black eyes were pupil-less, and the corners of her mouth curled into a chilling arc. "Oh dear, why isn't the door closed today?" Her voice echoed, as if resonating in some empty, secluded valley. "Big brothers and big sisters, come out and play. Yuan loves playing games the most. How about we play a game today where whoever gets caught dies, okay? This aberration appeared right before their eyes just like that. Along with its voice, most players couldn't control their legs and started walking out of the rain god temple, with only Hua Huai remaining in place. Hua Huai realized that the player's movement outward was not voluntary. She stepped forward and simultaneously grabbed Xu Wenyao and Zhang Zhengye's arms, pulling them back. However, with her strength, she couldn't move them even an inch. She was dragged a few steps, her shoe soles carving a deep, long scratch on the ground. Xu Wenyao looked at Xiao Qixing, then at Hua Huai, and asked through gritted teeth, "Why are you fine?" Hua Huai's cheeks were flushed red from strain. "How should I know? I can't pull you guys back." If she kept pulling them, not only would they go out, but she would also be dragged out with them. But she couldn't let go. The candle light flickered, and the chilling wind extinguished the candles. Only the moon hanging in the sky outside provided a sliver of light. Seen this way, the aberration looked even more terrifying. At the same time, a scalp-numbing sound came from beneath the ground again. The worms squirmed and struggled, breaking through the surface and gathering toward them. They were truly facing trouble both internally and externally. Pressing against the threshold, Hua Huai couldn't hold on any longer. Her heart was undergoing a massive challenge. The aberration was very close to her, and she felt its gaze turn and focus on her. Oh my god! This was a B-level dungeon. If the aberration in front of her was the dungeon boss, it must also be level B, and she definitely couldn't beat it. What should she do if she couldn't beat it? Hua Huai's answer was, "Can you move now? Run." After stepping outside, Chen Ta and Zhu Tian had already run a distance. Just as the aberration said, since it wanted to play a game with them, it naturally wouldn't restrict their movements once they were outside the door. Xu Wenyao didn't immediately turn and run. He looked back and asked, "What about you?" Hua Huai stated a heartbreaking fact, "I don't have to leave the door." As long as she didn't leave the door, the aberration couldn't do anything to her. Because it couldn't come inside. Hearing this, the aberration's pupil-less eyes stared at her even more deeply. The next moment, the aberration headed toward Xu Wenyao and Zhang Zhengye not by running, but by instant movement. In just a few breaths, it had reached Xu Wenyao's back, its sharp fingernails attempting to pierce his heart. When Hua Huai saw this, she wanted to curse. She stepped out of the main gate, shouting, "Your name is Yuan Yuan, right? I'll play with you." The instant her words fell, the aberration withdrew its hand, flickered a few times, and appeared before her, startling her into tumbling back onto the threshold. No way, this ability was too fast, no human could outrun it. Xu Wenyao naturally felt the chilling presence behind him. When Hua Huai shouted in his direction, he guessed the aberration was right behind him at that moment. Hua Huai suddenly stepping out was to save him. He was a grown man, why did he need a little kid to save him? He quickly turned around and ran toward Hua Huai. The aberration was about to attack Hua Huai, but at the critical moment, it failed. A young man appeared out of thin air beside her and grabbed the aberration's wrist. The aberration was surprised by Zhao Ling's appearance. It turned its head and said to Hua Huai, "He is not the one I wanted to see." Oh, this aberration was targeting her because it wanted to see Jiang Changchang. "I sense the same aura on you as I have." Zhao Ling did not back down, his expression cold. "You think you can just see her when you want? You hurt my younger sister, let me tear you to shreds first." When that aberration attacked Hua Huai, it was clearly intending to kill. Zhao Ling was all too familiar with the murderous aura emanating from it. True to his word, black money substance churned up from the ground and quickly surged toward the aberration. The ability of a level B aberration should not be underestimated, especially when exerted by Zhao Ling's true form. The black muddy substance surged even more violently. As it attacked the aberration, it was like the stampede of 1,000 armies, carrying intense killing intent. Since the aberration and Zhao Ling were both level B, Hua Huai thought they would at least fight to a draw. In reality, that was not the case. The aberration retreated repeatedly, and then, instantly, vanished without a trace. It ran away? Insect Village, Offerings. From Hua Hui's perspective, that eerie entity did indeed run away. But in the eyes of the other players, the game dungeon had just begun. In the vast village, every household's door was tightly shut, and the players scattered, desperately searching for a hiding place. The wind blew through the village path, swaying the white lanterns, causing the shadows they cast to also sway. In the entire village, only this one household had lanterns hanging. It must be the woman's house from earlier today. Silver bell-like laughter approached from afar, forcing the players to take frantic, desperate steps. Xiao Qixing was drenched in sweat. Although he had bound an eerie entity, it was only C rank, and even if the eerie entity bound to him attacked, they wouldn't win. He had to find a way out himself. And that woman's house with the lanterns was his way out. Without a moment's pause, he rushed to the woman's door and knocked hard. "Hello, are you home?" He thought the woman was home. Candlelight flickered inside the house. Such a simple question wouldn't work. Based on the information Hua Hui had previously recounted, he continued, "I know your daughter is sick but cannot leave the village. If this continues, your daughter might not last until the end of the sacrifice. If you are willing to let me in now, I will leave the village first thing tomorrow morning to find a doctor for you." His words had an effect. The door, which shouldn't have been opened at night, opened. The woman opened the door a crack. "Quickly, come in." The door closed, and all airy phenomena were shut out. Xiao Qixing finally relaxed, wiping the sweat from his forehead. After several deep breaths, he observed the indoor environment. 2 bells hung on either side of the main door. The interior furnishings were simple, with only a stove, a table, and 2 stools. The floor was cracked earth, just like outside. No wonder there were several candles on the table, ready to be quickly lit one after another as soon as one burned out. However, next to the candles, there was a stone. Xiao Qixing remembered this stone. It was the one propping up the bottom right corner of the rain god temple's door. No wonder it was gone. It seemed the woman had taken it. Recalling the woman's actions after entering the temple, no, it wasn't her who took it. Instead, the little girl who stumbled over the threshold later was the one who took it. Why did she take the stone? Xiao Qixing had a faint guess in his heart. He said to the woman, "Can I see your daughter?" The woman hesitated. "You can, but her condition isn't very good." Xiao Qixing looked towards the inner room. "It's all right, is she in there?" The woman nodded. "Yes, she is." Xiao Qixing walked into the inner room. The little girl's face was even redder than during the day. Her condition was indeed not good. But he had a very important question that he needed to confirm. Approaching the bed, he said gently, "Nan Nan, this morning, did you take a stone from the temple?" Facing the question, the little girl remembered his identity as an outsider and resisted. "No, I don't know what you're talking about. You are all bad people, bullying my mother. Sister Yuan Yuan will teach you a lesson." Upon hearing this, the woman's face changed. She stepped forward with concern and pulled the little girl into her arms. "Nan Nan, why are you talking nonsense? You don't have a sister named Yuan Yuan, you shouldn't talk nonsense." The little girl pouted and said aggrievedly, "Yes, I do. She often stands under the big locust tree at the village entrance and plays games with me." Under the big locust tree. The woman shivered with cold. She didn't refute the little girl again, only comforted her. "Okay, Nan Nan, be good and rest well first." The woman walked out of the inner room first, and Xiao Qixing followed. Once out of the little girl's sight, the woman collapsed onto a stool, muttering, "Yuan Yuan left 20 years ago, is she still in the village?" This sentence seemed contradictory at first glance. But recalling that the eerie entity outside the rain god temple also called herself Yuan Yuan, it wasn't hard to guess that left meant died. Information about this eerie entity might be an important clue to clear the dungeon. Xiao Qixing didn't let the clue slip away and asked, "How did she leave?" The woman recalled the past. 20 years ago, she was chosen as a sacrifice and brought a year of favorable weather to the entire village. Originally, I was supposed to be the sacrifice. 20 years ago, the woman was just a little girl herself.
She clasped her hands tightly, trying her best to warm them, but even after her hands became sweaty, she couldn't alleviate the cold.
My mother didn't want me to become a sacrifice, so she secretly bribed the old village chief, asking him to change the chosen sacrifice. And after the change, Yuan became the sacrifice. Yuan's family was poorer than mine. Her elders often disliked her for being a girl, considering her a money-losing burden.
After she was chosen as a sacrifice, her family would receive a year's supply of grain from the entire village. For the next year, they wouldn't need to work. So, her family was very happy about this, both getting rid of Yuan and receiving a year's worth of grain. In this village, human lives were too cheap. A year's worth of grain could exchange for a child's life. Xiao Qixing felt extremely uncomfortable. He tried to sort out his thoughts and then asked, "Do her family members still live in this village?" The woman shook her head. Not long after the old village chief passed away, her family members also died mysteriously. The clue seemed to end there, but Xiao Qixing didn't give up. "Then can you tell me where her house is?" The woman replied, "Towards the village entrance, the first house on the left. No one has lived there for many years, it's already abandoned." Since it was abandoned, finding her house shouldn't be difficult. As Xiao Qixing pondered, the woman suddenly pleaded, "Can you take us out of the village with you? Actually, this year's sacrifice is my Nan. I can't just watch her die. If we successfully leave the village, I can repay you by working like an ox or a horse." As she spoke, the woman knelt before him, and Xiao Qixing quickly helped her up. To be honest, his earlier promise to the woman was a deception to get her to open the door. This place was just a game dungeon to him. He only wanted to complete the dungeon mission alive and leave safely. If he were to leave the Worm Village dungeon area in the game, the dangers he would face would certainly be no less than those within the dungeon. He dared not gamble with his life. After a moment of silence, Xiao Qixing said, "Do you remember the routes to the surrounding villages?" The woman looked bewildered. Yes. He couldn't leave, but that didn't mean he couldn't help her at all. "Do you have paper and a pen?" The woman quickly went to get them. "Yes, I do." Xiao Qixing instructed, "Draw the routes in your mind, and don't miss any details on the routes." The woman was very familiar with the surrounding villages and quickly drew several route maps. Piecing them together, Xiao Qixing calculated the optimal route in his mind. Half an hour later, he redrew a route map. This was the optimal solution. Follow this path, keep walking, and absolutely do not stop. Insect Village, Shield. Moonlight spilled across the ground as the bedraggled players raced for their lives. Chenta and Zhu Tian had been running for hours. The grim presence stalked them, never striking, perfecting the essence of the word game. Cat and mouse, and they were the two little mice. Exhausted, yet unable to stop. Clenching their teeth, they searched the moonlight for a way to shake off the anomaly. A shadow flashed. Chenta recognized Zhang Zhenya. He nudged Zhu Tian. "Let's steer the anomaly toward Zhang Yuyan, her bag's full of food." Zhu Tian grinned wickedly. "Fine by me. Actually, I'd rather lead it to Yaowen, he looks tough." When they first stepped out of the temple, they'd sprinted without looking back, missing Zhao Ling beside Hua Huai. Naturally, they had no idea Hua Huai and Shu Wenyao were perfectly safe. If they dared steer the anomaly that way, Zhao Ling would be first to teach them how to be ghosts. Leaving the Rain God Temple, Zhang Zhenya had outrun Shu Wenyao, too tense to hear Hua Huai shout. At night the village was eerily quiet, every rustle spooked him. A natural breeze felt like icy specters. Soon he realized his senses had been wrong. When Chenta and Zhu Tian rushed him, the bone-deep chill made him shudder. They circled behind him. A ghostly laugh whispered, "3 men, who shall I pick? Why not draw lots?" The anomaly appeared, a tube of folded slips in hand. Forced to halt, they watched the tube tilt. A slip fluttered out. No one stooped, an unseen force unfurled the paper. "Chenta, tag, you're it." A pale face lifted, pitch-black sockets fixed on Chenta, then vanished. Panicked, Chenta activated an item. A swap item, briefly exchanged positions of two nearby people. works on NPCs and anomalies of any level, single use. One time only, but worth it in a B-level dungeon.
The anomaly's logic glitched, the strike aimed at Chen Ta veered towards Zhang Zhengye. Fresh from F-level dungeons, Zhang Zhengye had no item to block.
He didn't know why the anomaly had called Chen Ta yet struck at him.
No escape, he would die. Legs trembling, death was certain. Unless, a scapegoat? He yanked Zhu Tian in front, the anomaly's nails pierced Zhu Tian's chest.
Too fast, where did Zhang Zhengye find such strength? Zhu Tian never saw it coming, blood flooded his throat, gushing when he opened his mouth.
Chen Ta stared, stunned.
He'd used the item, yet Zhu Tian paid the price.
The anomaly withdrew blood-soaked hands, announcing, game over. The chill dispersed, the anomaly vanished. Free of the anomaly, Chen Ta exploded, grabbing Zhang Zhengye's collar, fist poised. Zheng Yuyan, you got Zhu Tian killed. The punch never landed, Zhang Zhengye gripped his wrist, fingers digging in. Where did Zhang Zhengye find such strength?
No wonder Zhu Tian had become his human shield. If Zhang Zhengye had grabbed him, he couldn't have resisted.
Zhang Zhengye showed no guilt, calm and clear. You brought the anomaly to me, any better intentions?
Blame his lack of ability, dungeons are survival of the fittest. Hua Huai and Xu Wenyao arrived just in time to hear. Blood still oozed from the corpse. This Zhang Zhengye felt alien to Hua Huai.
On Line 4 subway dungeon, Zhang Zhengye had feared death.
Barely 20 days later, he was unrecognizable. Whatever he'd endured, it was more than she imagined. Seeing Hua Huai, Zhang Zhengye offered his usual gentle smile.
You all right? Hua Huai smiled back. We're fine. Trouble now belonged to Chen Ta, loyal Zhu Tian was dead.
The grain bag had been hidden in Zhu Tian's item.
With Zhu Tian dead, his items were null. 4 days until the ritual. Without food or drink, Chen Ta wouldn't last. To survive, he had 2 choices. 1. Raid villagers' homes for grain. 2. Swallow pride and beg Zhang Zhengye for food.
Instead, he chose a third option. Back at the Rain God Temple, Chen Ta drew a fighting knife, its edge singing as it left the sheath. He lunged at Zhang Zhengye, closest to him, blade flashing.
Armed, Chen Ta outmatched Zhang Zhengye. As the blade fell, Xu Wenyao kicked Chen Ta's elbow, stopping the strike.
Unrelenting, Chen Ta turned on Xu Wenyao, the fighting knife lethal in his hands. Unarmed, Xu Wenyao was outclassed.
Zhu Tian's dead, and you still want to fight? Planning to stay in this dungeon forever?
Only 6 players remained, lose more and no one would leave.
The village chief's talisman deadline, tomorrow evening. 3 days left until the ritual, the chief might assign more tasks. Fewer players meant lower odds of success. After the exchange, Chen Ta sensed Xu Wenyao's disadvantage. Of all players, Chen Ta feared Xiao Qixing most, yet he hadn't returned.
Next, Xu Wenyao, if he could cripple him now, one less threat.
Not kill, just remove his ability to resist.
In short, cripple him. Chen Ta accelerated, the blade carving silver arcs through the air.
The strongest player in Insect Village. Xu Wenyao twisted aside again and again, a sleeve slit open by the passing blade.
Chen Ta seized the chance, reversed his grip on the fighting knife and slashed only for his hand to freeze a hair's breadth from Xu Wenyao's skin. Invisible threads seemed to puppet his limbs, the tightening wires forced the knife from his grasp, clanging to the ground.
What kind of power is this?
Chen Ta's eyes flicked across the 3 people present, the one pinning him was the girl he'd dismissed, Hua Huai. Disbelief flooded him, raw terror surging through his veins. Chen Ta fought to keep his voice from cracking.
You, also have a bound specter?
To players, a bound specter is an almost mythically rare asset. Normally, dungeons below A rank never spawn 2 players who both command bound specters.
When it happens, the scenario's difficulty can rival an A rank.
Worse still, Hua Huai looked so young, for someone her age to reach D rank was already shocking. Xu Wenyao picked up the fallen fighting knife, inspected it, and pocketed the sheath. So you're with the Bloodhunt Guild. As blades slid into sheath, the hilt dash and sheath patterns merged into the unmistakable Bloodhunt emblem. Bloodhunt members are cloaked in secrecy. Any player who's seen them in a dungeon either died with the rest of their party, or the Bloodhunters themselves were wiped out, so almost no intel ever leaks. Yet their sigil is known industry-wide. Hua Huai stepped beside him, curious. Let me see, what does it look like? During her 20-plus days in Demon Guild she'd trained non-stop. Knowledge of other guilds came only from Wei Shuwei's briefing that day. She remembered Wei Shuwei calling Bloodhunt a cult-like outfit that slaughtered players inside dungeons for fat bounties. He'd warned them to tread carefully if they ever crossed paths. The knife's hilt and sheath were a dull metallic crimson, the crest a ravenous man-eating bloom bristling with fangs. Even the emblem radiated Bloodhunt's bloodthirsty aggression. In hindsight, Chenta and Zhu Tian's every move here had been shamelessly self-serving. On the first night, amid the man-eating worm crisis, Chenta had tried to leverage an escape item to seize command of the player group. Had Xiao Qixing lacked a bound specter and had Hua Huai not discovered the worm's feared light, Chenta might have succeeded. If they'd been weaker than Chenta, the whole situation would look very different now. Having secured the fighting knife, Hua Huai released her hold. Want to stay alive? Chenta smirked nastily instead of answering. Planning to kill me, little girl? Kid, could you actually do it? He didn't cite any player rule. Staring straight at her, he assumed she'd faint at the sight of blood, let alone murder. But Hua Huai smiled innocently. Why would I have to do it myself? You attacked Uncle Zhang and Brother Yao just to snatch the food in Uncle Zhang's backpack. With Xiao Qixing away, you'd grab the food and later use it to control him, turning the whole game around. You failed, the food's still with us, so now you answer to us. Behave, and we won't let you starve. So, do you want to live? Her logic was airtight, her predictions spot on, she'd even mapped out what might happen next. Chenta's heart pounded. The strongest player in this dungeon would emerge from either Hua Huai or Xiao Qixing. He was the underdog. To survive he had to bow his head. Yet bowing to kids half his age felt like a savage blow to his pride. After a long silence he forced out, I want to live. Night wore on. They had been running all night without a moment's rest. Hua Huai sat on the ground, Xu Wenyao settled beside her. He had a dozen questions but hadn't found the moment until now. Was that just now your bound specter? Only C rank? Zhao Ling's aura had felt overwhelming, its chill no weaker than the girl ghost specter. By now Hua Huai knew she couldn't keep secrets from him. When the specter lunged at her, Xu Wenyao had dashed back, practically throwing his life away. That alone made him a comrade for life. Collecting her thoughts, she said, I have two bound specters, one B rank, one D rank. The B rank is Zhao Ling. After my first dungeon he became my big brother, from now on he's family to me. When we first bonded he was C rank, I wasn't lying. The second dungeon linked to a hidden side scenario, and I entered it because of him. Inside, I upgraded him and bound a second specter, Jiang Changchang. She died because of Worm Village. I figure that's why I got the prompt for this dungeon. After clearing only 3 dungeons, Hua Huai already commanded 2 bound specters. Her uniqueness was unheard of. Tell anyone and they'd swear it was bragging. But Xu Wenyao believed her. She radiated a light that made everyone else feel dim. She had stepped out of Rain God Temple, terrified of specters, yet saved his life. Seeing her rewarded, he felt only joy. And he was proud she belonged to Demon Guild. Before entering this dungeon he'd heard Wei Shuwei emerge from Evil Spirit Tower saying Hua Huai, using only a pair of earplugs and sheer will, had reached the 10th floor with the very threat ability she'd just used on Shen Ta. Unlike Zhao Ling's earlier display, inside the tower she had relied solely on Jiang Changchang's power. A mere D-rank specter contributed little, her own grit and adaptability were the true marvels. He had, without doubt, unearthed a treasure. Yet the flip side was bruised pride. He'd played this game a full year without binding a specter, stuck teetering between C and B rank. He desperately needed a tough run to push him into B rank. And this very dungeon was exactly that chance.
Insect Village, talisman paper sold out. At dawn, Hua noticed the Zhaoling's status bar had been starkly stamped with 4 crimson words: cannot be summoned. Cannot be summoned. Inside the dungeon, summoning Zhaoling once was equivalent to gaining a single-use get-out-of-death-free card. The game would never let her spam that card, otherwise players who owned a Bound Spectre would outclass everyone else, destroying the very point of the game. Bang! The Rain God Temple's doors were flung open. Lu Xiying stood panting in the doorway, pointing toward the village entrance. The paper doll's gone. It's standing right there. Everyone rushed to check the corner. Last night had been so chaotic they'd lost track of the paper dolls. Now one was missing. Xiao Qixing pushed past Lu Xiying and, spotting the bloodstained doll, identified the absent one. Let's go look. A bad feeling coiled in his gut. All players sprinted to the entrance. The paper doll stood beneath the big locust tree, arm outstretched toward the road out of the village. The villagers had seen it too and gathered around the tree, muttering. Who put that doll there? Why's it posed so weird? Every paper doll was supposed to rest with hands flat against its thighs, never raising an arm to point. Their skeletons were only bamboo strips, they couldn't move. Force the limbs and the bamboo would snap. Yet this doll showed no damage at all. The village chief arrived, took one look, and barked, "The offerings escaped, find her and drag her back." The offerings escaped? To the villagers, nothing could be worse. The offering guaranteed Worm Village a year of good harvests. They grabbed tools and, under the chief's orders, charged out of the village. Xiao Qixing wondered, if they're caught, will they sell me out? This is a dungeon, anything can happen. He approached the chief. I heard villagers can't leave before the ritual or the rain god will be angry. The chief snorted. Without the offering, the rain god will be far angrier. We're making amends. Outsiders, stay out of it. Before Qiao could reply, Xu Wenyao cut in, that doll, why is it posed like that? We didn't make it that way. The chief shrugged. The rain god's miracle, perfectly normal. Xu probed, should we carry it back to the temple? The chief waved him off. When it's time, it'll return on its own. Let the doll walk back by itself? Lu Xiying pictured it and shuddered. The players' questions ended, the chief countered, finished drawing the talismans? You hand them in at dusk, not one short. Of course they weren't finished. Yesterday the whole group had managed only 450. Today they needed 550, who had time to gawk? The chief's grizzled brows rose. Then get back to work. Not a single sheet missing, not a single stroke wrong. Yesterday 7 players, today only 6 remained. Roughly 92 sheets each. They hurried back into the temple and resumed painting talismans. Haste bred mistakes. Today's error rate soared above yesterday's. Yesterday 3 blanks had been ruined. Today, moments after starting, Chen Ta, Lu Xiying, and Zhang Zhengye each spoiled 2 more. Only 1 spoiled sheet left to spare, no room for another slip. Sweat beaded on foreheads, palms grew sticky. Rie up. The last blank talisman sheet was gone. Lu Xiying, nerve shot, let sweat dampen the paper. When she lifted it, the fragile sheet tore in half. Panic rippled through the group. Chen Ta lost his temper. Yesterday 1 sheet, today 3, you've wrecked 4 in total. I've seen clumsy, but this is something else. We've got 500 left and 0 margin for error, how are we supposed to finish? Lu Xiying went white. I didn't mean to. I'll be careful from now on. Promises were empty, no one believed them. Anger was pointless, they couldn't stop just because the blanks were gone. Between the scolding, Hua noticed something different about Lu Xiying. Her face looked off. Then she saw it. Lu Xiying's glasses were missing. In the morning rush, no one had noticed. Everyone was painting, Hua kept quiet to avoid another costly mistake. But the tally was huge and time short. Before dusk, Lu Xiying spoiled 3 more. Chenta ruined 1, Zhang Zhenya ruined 1. 5 sheets missing in total. Dusk arrived. The chief stepped inside, hands behind his back, ordering villagers to count. Chief, we're short by 5. Count again, we can't blame the newcomers unfairly. Second count still shows 5 missing.
The chief's gaze drifted over the players.
I told you, not 1 sheet missing. So, how will you make this right? No one answered. The blank talisman paper was unique, ordinary Xian paper couldn't replace it.
That was why the chief had called it precious.
Lu Xiying, the worst offender, asked, "What can we do?"
The chief turned, eyes glinting.
Simple. Take a patch of skin the size of a talisman sheet, paint the runes on that instead.
What?
Lu Xiying stepped back, horrified. They're just talismans, you can't. The chief advanced. We paid you. Taking the money and failing the job, should we applaud that?
From behind his back he produced a pair of glasses and tossed them casually to the floor.
Miss, you left these in my courtyard. Lu Xiying's blood ran cold. So that's where they'd been. Insect village, peeling.
The village chief stared fixedly at Lu Xiying, then shifted his tone. Still, count yourselves lucky, with those injuries you're hardly fit to keep crafting the next pottery containers.
So I'll give you another option. That mother and daughter have been dragged back.
All you have to do is carve 5 pieces of skin each the exact size of a talisman off that woman, and I'll count your task complete.
His gaze never left Lu Xiying, even the pronoun before the order was the singular you. He meant for Lu Xiying herself to slice the woman's skin. What a sick joke. That was a living, breathing human. Skinning someone alive, how savage could you get?
Lu Xiying shook like a leaf. The village chief had clearly sensed something, for every word was aimed at her. Her mind was mush, cold sweat trickling down her temples. If she refused, it wouldn't be hard to guess who would be flayed next, herself.
The agony of being skinned, she didn't dare face it.
The village chief stepped out of the rain god temple, unhurried.
When you've thought it through, follow me. I'm not waiting around.
No time to think, Lu Xiying strode forward, limbs stiff, trailing behind the chief.
Lu Xiying, you're not seriously going to peel that woman's skin, are you?
The instant she crossed the temple threshold, Xiao Qixing shouted.
Lu Xiying looked back, trembling. Otherwise? Peel mine instead?
In her eyes, Hua Huai saw the color of death.
Xiao Qixing, this is a game dungeon. When an NPC gives a quest, failure brings a penalty.
Rather than have the knife fall on me, I should count myself lucky to be the one holding it. Everyone who enters a dungeon just wants to get out alive, don't act so self-righteous. She tugged the corner of her mouth. Besides, you're no saint yourself. Lu Xiying walked off. Xiao Qixing's face was ashen. He hadn't expected the mother and daughter to be recaptured so fast. Logically, the route he'd planned should have kept the villagers from finding them. And with so many paths out of the village, how could the searchers know which one the pair had taken? Judging by how quickly they were caught, the villagers hadn't taken a single wrong turn. Truly a case of fate deciding life and death, riches and honor granted by heaven. He'd never had 100% certainty, only done the utmost he could. He'd helped them once, repaying the woman for opening her door the night before. What happened to them next was none of his concern. After Lu Xiying and the chief left, the rest tried to follow, but the villagers blocked the way and tossed them a pottery container diagram. Stay put and memorize this shape. For the next 3 days you'll be making identical pottery containers. Making those vessels required clay, water, and temperatures over 1,000 degrees. The most precious ingredient was water. If even the villagers had none to drink, where would the water for the pots come from? Xiao Qixing asked, is there a place to fire them? A villager answered, our village has a small kiln built especially for pre-sacrifice firings. Xiao Qixing pressed, can you take us there? The villager nodded. Sure, follow us. There were plenty of villagers, the players were ringed by them with no chance to slip away.
Since no opportunity existed, one would have to be created.
Hua Hui crouched, clutching her stomach, her face contorted. Everyone stopped, looking at her in puzzlement. Shu Wenyao knelt beside her, frowning.
What's wrong?
Hui sniffled.
Brother Yao, my stomach hurts, I need the latrine.
Expecting something serious, the group rolled their eyes at her words. A villager waved.
Hurry up then.
The kiln's straight ahead, when you're done, catch up on your own.
Hui bobbed her head.
Got it. Before leaving she told Shu Wenyao, you guys head for the kiln first. As Chao Qixing had said, the woman was a key NPC in this dungeon, she couldn't be left to Lu Xian's knife. Once she broke away, Hui ran halfway across the village and finally spotted them beneath the big locust tree at the entrance. A cage now sat beneath the tree, imprisoning the mother and daughter. Disheveled inside the bars, they watched Lu Xian advance step by step, flaying knife in hand. The woman hugged her daughter tight, eyes wary as she stared at Lu Xian. Stopping at the cage, Lu Xian shook all over. I'm sorry, please stretch out your hand. Under the tree's shade, the chief curled his lips in scorn. Just get on with it, why waste words? He turned to the woman. Your daughter was chosen as an offering, you should feel honored. Yet you sneaked out of the village and enraged the rain god. If the deity blames us and withholds rain, flaying you 1,000 times would be too light a punishment. Now I only want 5 patches of your skin, your life is spared. Kneel and thank the rain god for his mercy. The woman lunged at the bars, grief blazing. What rain god? He's no god at all. A god should love the people, not take their lives and then drip year after year of so-called vitality. Some words have been buried in my heart for 20 years. Chief, what we're doing, how is it any different from drinking the sacrificial blood or gnawing the sacrificial flesh? We should leave this village and found a settlement where drought never comes, that's what normal people would do. That's the thought of a sane human being. She had lived in this village since birth, back then she hadn't understood what a sacrifice was or why they offered one to a god. Only when she herself became the offering did her mother fight tooth and nail to spare her that fate. But the price was Yuan, her best friend, taking her place. She watched Yuan hang from the big locust tree's branch, crashing inside a pottery container for 3 whole days. How was that any different from death by 1,000 cuts? When the man-eating worms nipped her, she would yelp for half a day. Yet that container had been full of nothing but man-eating worms. She began to question sacrifice, to question the right, to question the rain god. At last she understood. What they needed was not to appease the so-called rain god, but to abandon this twisted, absurd village. Alas, she had lived here too long, even after seeing the truth, old chains of thought still bound her to the place. Had the fire not come to consume her, she might have stayed here for the rest of her life. Insect village, rescue. The woman's thoughts were solidified, and so were the villagers. However, the fire hadn't reached the villagers yet, they only knew that her daughter was the sacrifice, the source of vitality for the entire coming year. The village chief's eyes flickered, and he stepped forward. If we go somewhere else, won't we encounter other disasters? Abandoning the rain god and losing the rain god's protection, if we encounter other disasters later, which deity would be willing to save us from our misery? At least here, we are familiar with the rules, and the price we pay isn't that great. You're so stubborn. If you lose a daughter, you can always have another one. How cruel, yet how light-hearted, those words were. Have another one? The woman gripped the wooden bars of the cage, almost embedding her fingernails into them. The village chief urged Lu Xian to open the cage and quickly complete the task. The chains fell. Lu Xian was about to drag the woman out of the cage forcefully. If you don't want me to make more cuts on you, come out. I've never done this before, so don't blame me if I cut crooked. The woman's fate seemed unchangeable. Nan, don't look. It was too bloody, seeing it would cause nightmares. The girl clutched the woman's hand, crying, Mom, Mom.
No, it will hurt a lot. Bad person, let go, let go. Taking advantage of Lucien's momentary distraction with the girl, she ran between the two and bit Lucien's arm, which was holding the woman. She used all her strength, wishing she could bite off a piece of Lucien's flesh. The pain caused Lucien to shake her hand, sending the girl flying. She was supposed to hit the trunk of the big locust tree, but unexpectedly, a chilling wind rose, causing the branches of the big locust tree to tremble wildly. The ghastly figure drifted over and caught the girl. It still had two small buns in its hair and wore a grayish-white ancient garment. On its pale face, a pair of dark, pupil-less holes stared at Lucien. Lucien felt her blood flowing backward, subconsciously letting go of the woman and retreating several steps. The skinning knife dropped to the ground, but she had no time to worry about it. The village chief, with a rare serious expression, immediately pulled out a golden bell from his. It was identical to the two bells hanging in the rain god temple's partition. The village chief gently shook the bell, and the ghastly figure immediately showed signs of pain. In its dark holes, there was something called malevolence. As the bell continued to ring, the ghastly figure's energy spread further. It opened its mouth and said, "Old man, with this broken bell, you still want to restrict my movements?" In an instant, it appeared less than 2 meters in front of the village chief, brandishing its sharp claws to gouge out his heart. In front of it, there seemed to be an invisible barrier restricting its movements. The closer it got to the village chief, the more unbearable pain it felt. Ah! The ghastly figure was forced to retreat, crying out in unbearable pain. Its sharp fingernails and the front half of its 4 fingers visibly receded, turning into a puff of black smoke. It was not hard to imagine that if it continued to approach, more than just a few fingers would disappear. As the village chief shook the bell, he also muttered something. Was it some kind of spell? Hua Huai, from the shadows, used her puppet ability to wrap around the bell, and the invisible threads were instantly burned to ashes. At the same time, Jiang Changchang's soul also felt a burning sensation. This bell also had a restraining effect on Jiang Changchang. "Old man, if you have the guts, don't use that broken bell of yours." The village chief didn't stop, raising his eyelids to say, "Why haven't you reincarnated yet?" The ghastly figure curled its lips, "I want to, but the people in this village haven't all died yet, especially you. My resentment is hard to dispel. If you want me to reincarnate, offer your life first." The villager took a step closer, "Then come and take it yourself, but from the looks of it, I should be the one to subdue you first." The ghastly figure instantly retreated 10 meters, "Then come and subdue me, old man. Someone like you should be childless, and even if you had descendants, they would be trash who would shove their own daughters into jars to refine them into little ghosts." These words enraged the village chief, and he quickly followed the ghastly figure, determined to subdue it. As the village chief and the ghastly figure moved away, Lucien quickly picked up the skinning knife. Her task was not yet complete. Judging by the confrontation between the ghastly figure and the village chief, the ghastly figure should not be the village chief's opponent. Therefore, she still needed to complete the village chief's instructions. Hua Huai was about to step out from the shadows when she noticed 5 bloody human skins placed at her feet. Where did these come from? Hua Huai was horrified, she hadn't noticed them at all. Along with the 5 skins was a blood-written note. "Give this to your companions. Don't touch that woman, or I'll kill you all tonight." The note had a strong smell of blood, and Hua Huai guessed it was the ghastly figure's doing. Its previous actions were intentionally to draw away the village chief to save the woman. Picking up the skins, the strange, hair-raising sensation made her wish she could throw away her own hands. Before Lucien could act, Hua Huai stopped her in time and handed her the pre-cut skins. Lucien asked suspiciously, "Where did you get these?" Hua Huai didn't dither, saying directly, "Don't ask. Don't touch her. Smear this blood on her, and later you can just tell the village chief that you're done cutting." The current situation was not suitable for explanations, the village chief could return at any moment. After a brief explanation, Hua Huai left in a hurry. She had been separated from the team for a while, and if it was too long, the villagers there might become suspicious. At the fastest speed, Hua Huai ran back to the team.
Of course, before rejoining the team, she paused for 2 minutes, aiming to appear less frantic and thus less suspicious.
Upon rejoining the team, the kiln was not far away.
A villager saw her return and asked, "Why were you gone for so long?" Hua Huai rubbed her stomach and said apologetically, "I had diarrhea, and I'm not very familiar with the roads here, so I looked for a while." To hide the bloodstains on her hands, Hua Huai grabbed a handful of dirt to rub off the blood, making her hands dusty.
Zhang Zhengye asked with concern, "Did you fall?" Hua Huai blinked, "Yes." Xu Wenyao understood and smiled slightly, "Are you alright?" Hua Huai nodded, "I'm fine."
What seemed like a normal conversation had actually conveyed information secretly. Xu Wenyao guessed where she had gone and asked if the woman had been skinned. Hua Huai answered him, indicating that the woman was safe and sound. Led by the villagers, the players arrived in front of the kiln room. Pushing open the door, bells jingled. The players entered the kiln room and turned to see 2 bells hanging on either side of the door. Having seen these bells multiple times, no one spoke immediately, but they all had a conjecture in their hearts. These bells probably served to restrict ghastly figures from entering. From this, it was not difficult to conclude that the villagers knew there were ghastly figures in the village and feared their existence.
Insect Village Ceramic Jar.
Inside the kiln room, all the materials for making pottery containers were ready, just waiting to be processed into finished products. Even the most crucial element, water, was available in a full vat. When the villagers saw the open water vat, their eyes all showed longing.
But no matter how much they longed, they forcibly held back. Xiao Qixing asked, "Since it's a drought, how do you still have so much water saved up?"
The villagers said frankly, "The annual drought always happens at a fixed time, so it's normal to save some water in advance." After 2 consecutive months of drought and scorching sun, even water stored in a vat would evaporate over time. The fact that it could be stored until now, and the villagers had such a strong desire for water, indicated that they didn't know how to store water. Effectively, merely keeping it in vats. The water before the players' eyes was probably the maximum the villagers could offer. Making pottery containers exactly like those in the blueprint would consume a lot of water resources. They had no room for error. So, the question arose.
Chen Ta asked, "Who will do it?"
Only one person was needed for the actual crafting, while the others would assist. Hua Huai had never learned, and with her stature, she couldn't possibly make such a large pottery container.
Xu Wenyao slacked off, "I've never done this kind of work." "Who among you can?"
Indeed, he was the young master of the Shu group, accustomed to being waited on hand and foot, so it was normal for him not to know how to do such
things. Zhang Zhengye stated, "There's no firewood in the kiln room."
"I'll go chop some."
Chen Ta's gaze fell on Xiao Qixing, "What about you?" "Don't tell me you can't either." Xiao Qixing really wanted to say he couldn't.
He rolled his eyes, "I can, but you guys are really too useless. How do you usually clear dungeons?"
To survive in the game, shouldn't players learn a little bit of every type of knowledge to increase their dungeon clear rate? How is it that after these past few days, they can't do any work that requires technical skill? It's truly a headache.
Hua Huai counted on her fingers, "To be precise, this is my 4th game, and I'm still learning." Chen Ta looked at her expressionlessly. How unbelievable, to have a bound specter in only her 4th game.
Why couldn't he have one? Comparing oneself to others only leads to frustration. Xiao Qixing became interested, "This is only your 4th game?" Not many players can enter a B-level dungeon in their 4th game. Unexpectedly, Xu Wenyao's next words made him even more intrigued. Her first game was a C-level dungeon, and 2 people survived. A complete newcomer, a C-level dungeon, and seemingly very young, the buffs were stacked. To survive under such circumstances was truly a miracle.
Hua Huai was definitely a newcomer with great potential.
Xiao Qixing's eyes lit up with excitement and he asked, "Hua Lin, interested in joining the Bounty Guild?"
Our Bounty Guild is the leader among the 3 major guilds. The only S-level player in Huagui is our guild leader. Join our guild, and I can tell you the privileges of an S-level player. Only the senior players of our bounty guild and all of Huagua know this.
Shu Wenyao's face was almost as black as the bottom of a pot. He was showing off, couldn't Xiao Qixing tell?
He gritted his teeth, she's my person. Don't poach her in front of me. If it were any other ordinary guild, Shu Wenyao wouldn't be worried, but the temptation before them was the bounty guild, which their guild couldn't
contend with.
Xiao Qixing raised an eyebrow. People strive for higher ground, just as water flows downwards.
You should let go when it's time.
Shu Wenyao snorted coldly, no, even if she dies, she'll be mine. Young master, I don't follow rules or martial ethics.
If you snatch my person, I will definitely overturn your lair.
Hua Huai was silent for a moment, then said, I have no intention of changing jobs.
Brother Yao's treatment is quite good.
She had food and lodging, and a large single room at that. Life is about being content. She didn't have grand ambitions or ideals. Staying alive was her consistent goal. First, save up for 100 years, which calculates to about 36,500 days. Once she accumulated that many days, she wouldn't enter the game anymore and would peacefully retire. By then, the balance from the game rewards would also be enough for her to spend lavishly for the rest of her life. Xiao Qixing sighed regretfully, all right then.
After answering the players' questions, the villagers had already dispersed.
By then, the sky outside had completely darkened. The players did not plan to return to the rain god temple in the dark.
They could only spend the night in the kiln room.
Candles were lit inside the kiln room, freeing them from the trouble of man-eating worms. Just as everyone was dozing off, the bells on both sides of the door jingled, instantly startling everyone awake. Their first thought was that the specter had arrived. After all, on the first night, the specter had knocked on the door twice in a row, leaving a deep impression. However, this time, the person outside was Lu Xiying. She pushed the door open, then quickly turned back to lock it tightly. Completely bathed in the candlelight, her trembling body gradually stabilized. Chen Ta's gaze fell on her hands and clothes, all stained with blood.
You really did it? I didn't expect you to be so ruthless.
Lu Xiying subconsciously glanced at Hua Huai, then wiped the blood from her hands onto the wall.
She didn't speak.
After scanning the kiln room, she found a corner and squatted down. The room was silent. After an unknown period, a knocking sound came from outside the door. The bell on the door didn't jingle, but the knocking continued. All the players were within their line of sight. The person outside didn't speak, just kept knocking, making everyone feel annoyed.
Finally, Chen Ta couldn't hold back and impatiently asked, "Who is it?"
The only response was still the knocking. It was late at night, and yesterday's desperate escape was still fresh in their minds.
No one was foolish enough to go out and investigate.
Hearing the same sound repeatedly, it began to feel like a hypnosis lullaby, lulling people to sleep. The players, at some unknown point, vaguely fell into slumber.
Xiao Qixing, I have a clue to share.
The other person's voice was very soft, but the sleeping environment in the kiln room was so poor that Hua Huai couldn't fall into a deep sleep and
happened to hear it.
Opening her eyes a crack, she saw Lu Xiying squatting beside Xiao Qixing. Last night, I accidentally ran into the village chief's courtyard.
Guess what I found?
Lu Xiying's face was serious, as if she had returned to the scene she witnessed last night. Without waiting for Xiao Qixing to answer, she continued on her own. In the village chief's courtyard, there were more than a dozen pottery jars. And to hide from that specter, I lifted the red cloth on one of the jars, wanting to hide inside. At this, she shivered violently, but inside the jar, I saw a decomposed body.
From its outline, that decomposed body was human. Do you think, in the village chief's courtyard, all those jars, are they all filled with a person? Hidden quest in Insect Village. Pottery container. Xiao Qixing took out a blueprint and displayed it before Lu Xiying.
Her heart skipped a beat, and she plopped down onto the ground. That's it.
How do you have the blueprint for this container?
Lu Xiying had been taken away by the village chief earlier, so she didn't know that the third task the village chief had given them was precisely to
make this kind of pottery container.
After Chao Qixing explained, Lu Xiying said, in that case, this container must be used for the ritual, and the person inside the container is the sacrifice. As one confusion was slightly resolved, a greater one followed immediately. Why would the village chief put the sacrifice in his own yard? As if remembering something, a chill ran down Lu Xiying's spine. These sacrifices are ghouls. When that strange entity lured the village chief away, it had mentioned words like container and ghoul. Chao Qixing's guess didn't differ much from hers. He nodded and said, that should be the case. In this dungeon, that strange entity is very dangerous, but the village chief's danger level definitely won't be inferior to that strange entity. Lu Xiying murmured, so we still have to make this container. She felt uneasy. If we make it, and the ritual ends, can we really leave this dungeon? Chao Qixing frowned. Based on the current mission requirements, we should be able to leave. He felt that something wasn't quite right, but he couldn't pinpoint what was wrong. The night and the knocking continued. The knocking only stopped when dawn broke. The door was opened, and the shocking bloody handprints on it came into the player's view. It seemed that whatever was outside the door last night wasn't human either. But why didn't the bell ring? Judging by the size of the bloody handprints, they were more consistent with an adult man's palm, suggesting they were not made by the strange entity they had seen before. Huawei felt confused but couldn't figure out the reason. Analyzing the fact that the entity knocked all night, it couldn't get in, so there shouldn't be much danger. What was more important now was completing the task of making the pottery container. Given the current era's setting, the method for making the pottery container was relatively old-fashioned and complex. Chao Qixing researched it for a while before formally starting work. The rest of the players discussed going together to chop some firewood. According to Chao Qixing, firing the pottery container would take a long time, and the firewood couldn't run out during that period. There were no trees around the village, so to get enough firewood, they had to go to the distant mountain. Xu Wenyao inquired with the villagers and learned that the mountain also belonged to the scope of Worm Village. In this way, their trip up the mountain to chop firewood would not count as leaving the dungeon area. Huawei was young, and everyone implicitly agreed not to include her in this trip to the mountain to chop wood. Even if she went, how much firewood could she carry? Huawei knew that she still had deficiencies in strength training, and due to her age, her bones were not fully developed, so she indeed couldn't handle the heavy labor of moving firewood. She said, then you all be careful. If you encounter danger, remember to run. Since Chen Ta was accompanying them this time, Huawei was still a bit worried. But on second thought, Chen Ta needed food, and the backpack storing the food was with her. If he didn't want to go without food and water for the next few days, he shouldn't attack them. Furthermore, Xu Wenyao now had the fighting knife, and if the two fought each other, he wouldn't be at a disadvantage. Xu Wenyao originally wanted to refute why did he, a grown man, need a child to remind him to run away? But seeing the concern in her eyes, he swallowed all his dissenting words. He spoke, feeling slightly uncomfortable, understood. We'll definitely come back safely. The four people left, and Huawei walked over to Chao Qixing, who was tinkering with the clay embryo. Where were you the night before last? That night, Chao Qixing and Lu Xiying were outside the entire time. Chao Qixing might have made some discoveries, just like Lu Xiying. But during their conversation last night, Chao Qixing mostly acted as the listener, while Lu Xiying selflessly shared the clues she had obtained. The relationship between the two of them was probably not what the players usually perceived. At least, Lu Xiying was in a state of extreme trust toward Chao Qixing. Was her usual behavior just an act? Chao Qixing, sitting on a small stool, stopped what he was doing and looked up at her, saying, "Why are you suddenly asking this?" He was questioning her back, truly worthy of an experienced player. Unless absolutely necessary, he probably wouldn't give her an answer. So, Huawei said, "You said you joined us. I thought we were friends. How can friends hide things from each other everywhere? If you accept favors, you're indebted." She didn't use verbal threats but spoke gently, saying words he couldn't refuse. Chao Qixing chuckled softly. I think I know why you managed to survive the previous dungeons.
Clever. It was clearly an aggressive move, yet it didn't make him feel angry.
Xiao Qixing stopped concealing the information and said, "The night before last, I was at that woman's house. I discovered that it was the woman's daughter who took away the stone block wedged under the bottom right corner of the front door. Taking the stone block with purpose means the woman's daughter knew the function of the stone block."
Hua Huai said, "They know each other." They referred to the girl and the strange entity.
That's right. Not only does the woman's daughter know it, but the woman knows it too. Next, Xiao Qixing shared the information he had obtained that night with Hua Huai.
A hidden clue was about to surface. B-level dungeons have hidden tasks, right?
Surprise flashed in Xiao Qixing's eyes.
You even know about hidden tasks? Hidden tasks are not displayed on the mission panel when entering the dungeon.
Typically, players need to uncover these tasks themselves. If they succeed, they might receive decent item rewards. If they can't uncover it, they can still leave the dungeon after completing the normal tasks. For most players, being able to complete the normal task and leave is already a blessing.
Digging up hidden tasks is very taxing, and the rewards are often not as good as simply entering the dungeon again.
Hua Huai said, "I heard other players mention it."
Observing her expression, Xiao Qixing obtained a piece of information and asked uncertainly, "So, you mean you want to do the hidden task?" Hua Huai looked back at him. "Don't you want to?" Xiao Qixing shook his head. "No.
If it were a C-level dungeon, I might try to uncover the hidden task, but this is a B-level dungeon.
Every step we dig, the danger level will increase exponentially.
Ultimately, I am just a player who wants to leave the dungeon alive. I won't gamble with my life." Hua Huai raised the corner of her mouth, smiling. "So you're that cautious. However, sometimes the more careful and cautious you are, the easier it is to fall into danger. I always believe that the more information you obtain, the greater your hope of survival.
It's better than shrinking back and praying that danger doesn't come knocking. Insect Village, the bell is missing."
Xiao Qixing really didn't want to admit that he had been lectured by a small child. Hua Huai's last two sentences seemed to pierce the darkness before him, letting in streaks of light.
It was a moment of sudden enlightenment.
When Lu Xiyin shared the clues with him last night, he always felt that something was wrong, but he didn't know how to explain it. It turned out that a few clues were missing, causing the currently presented clues to appear intermittently, making it impossible to link them
together completely.
Xiao Qixing felt that sharing the clues with Hua Huai this time was worth it. Furthermore, he said to Hua Huai, full of joy, "Thank you for the reminder."
"You're welcome. This is a win-win." Xiao Qixing spent the entire day making the ceramic jars by himself.
The other four spent the entire day chopping firewood on the mountain, only returning to the kiln room near dusk.
Chen Ta returned the latest. Lu Xiyin casually asked, "Where did you go?"
Chen Ta replied carelessly, "A man has 3 urgent needs." It didn't matter that he came back late, as long as all the firewood was in place.
To complete the mission as quickly as possible, the players planned to fire the kiln overnight.
Since everyone except Hua Huai had worked all day, it was most logical for her to handle the firing at night. But she was too young, she didn't look capable of handling such a big responsibility. Facing the suspicious gazes of the crowd, Hua Huai said to Xiao Qixing, "Tell me the required heat level."
"I usually cook for myself, so I should be able to control the temperature."
Still, it was hard to feel reassured.
Xiao Qixing rubbed his forehead. "How about this, I'll watch you fire it from the side." This required firing all night. Hua Huai couldn't help but ask, "Can you handle it?" Xiao Qixing chuckled, "If I'm not doing the work, what is there to handle? It was just staying up all night. If she could do it, why couldn't he? After all, he was an adult man." It was thus decided that Hua Huai would be in charge of the firing work tonight. During the firing, the kiln room would be very hot, not a suitable environment for sleeping. The others had worked all day, and their body odor could be smelled hundreds of miles away.
Water was scarce in the village, making it impossible to bathe.
If they stayed here tonight, it would probably be unbearable.
Therefore, the other players prepared to return to the rain god temple to rest. As for the damage to the bottom right corner of the rain god temple's main door, they had found stones to use as padding while they were on the
mountain. Halfway there, Zhang Zhenye couldn't help but ask Xu Wenyao, little Hua is still so young. Is it really okay for us to leave her to fire the kiln while we go to sleep? Xu Wenyao laughed, firing the kiln isn't heavy labor.
A little bit of practice won't hurt her.
Zhang Zhenye sighed, I just feel like she's about the same age as my daughter.
If she were my daughter, I wouldn't bear to let her do this kind of work.
But you're right. Getting a chance to train is a good thing once you enter this game.
They returned to the rain god temple, closed the main door, fastened the bolt, and lit the candle. When everything was ready, Xu Wenyao turned around, his expression tightening involuntarily.
Where is Chen Ta?
The team of 4 was missing one person without them realizing it.
Lu Xiying looked around blankly. He was just behind me. When did he disappear?
Zhang Zhenye said, he seemed to be walking at the back of the line the whole time, apparently making it easier for him to leave the team.
Why did he leave the team? Could it be that the outside is safer than the inside?
Xu Wenyao quickly ran into the partition room and found that the 2 hanging bells were gone.
Just as expected. Xu Wenyao reacted quickly, but it was already too late.
The sky outside had completely darkened, and that chilling feeling drifted in.
Clang!
The main door was violently opened in a familiar way, and a cold wind extinguished the candle. Under the moonlight, a girl with her hair tied into 2 small buns stood outside the door, the curve of her mouth stretching to her ears.
Today, let's continue playing the game of catch who dies.
This time, it didn't chase them. Instead, it shook the lottery tube it held in its hand.
A slip of paper fell out and automatically unfolded.
Oh, you've been selected today, Lu Xiying.
He. Ha ha ha.
It suddenly leaned closer, its head twisted at a 90-degree angle, its dark, pupil-less eyes less than 5 centimeters away from Lu Xiying. She could clearly see the strange skin, the strange eyes, and the strange curve of the mouth.
Lu Xiying's legs went weak, and she fell to the ground. Why? Why me? The anomaly actually answered her question.
Because your luck is bad.
But do you want to live? Was there still a chance?
Lu Xiying nodded frantically.
I want to live. The anomaly gave a strange laugh. Then give me the most valuable thing you have on you. The most valuable thing on her? She wasn't carrying anything. How would this anomaly determine if the thing she offered was the most valuable?
Hesitantly, she took off her glasses and handed them over.
This is the most valuable thing I have. Perhaps it didn't matter what she handed over, the important thing was following a procedure. The anomaly took the glasses, crushed them, and laughed strangely, then I'll draw again.
The lottery tube shook in its hand again, and another blank slip of paper fell out.
Because the distance was so close, Lu Xiying could vaguely see the content on the paper using the moonlight outside.
It was a kind of writing she had never seen before. This time, it was still 3 characters.
Shao Qixing. Oh dear, he's not here. How did he get put into the lottery tube too? But I can't draw again, Lu Xiying. You take me to find him. Otherwise, you'll die in his place. The anomaly's sharp voice suddenly rose, stinging Lu Xiying's eardrums. Xiao Qixing was in the kiln room, which the anomaly couldn't enter. It needed a stepping stone. Lu Xiying was its stepping stone. Of course not, she couldn't die.
After a long internal struggle, Lu Xiying said, I'll take you to find him. Inside the kiln room, not only was Xiao Qixing present, but Hua Huai was too. If she led the anomaly there, Hua Huai would be in danger. Xu Wenyao and Zhang Zhenye wanted to stop her, but unexpectedly, the main door started banging again. The fierce wind violently slammed the door against the wall repeatedly until the door, unable to withstand the force, fell to the ground. A figure appeared outside the door, its head lowered, its stature tall, dressed in modern attire, and covered in blood. The figure in view wasn't clear, but based on the clothes the figure was wearing, Xu Wenyao recognized this person as Zhu Tian. The hole in his chest was still bleeding, and 5 pieces of skin the size of talismans had been gouged out from his arm, leaving the flesh bloody and exposed. Xu Wenyao suddenly remembered the knocking sound outside the kiln room last night. The handprint size matched that of an adult man, which corresponded exactly to Zhu Tian standing before him. His target was Zhang Zhengye. Zhu Tian didn't speak, he only moved numbly, violently destroying everything until his prey was dead. Since Zhang Zhengye had joined the Demon Guild, he was a member of the Demon Guild. Since Xu Wenyao entered the instance with him, there was no reason to abandon him. He's targeting you. You run first, and I'll hold him off for you. The anomaly's target was deviated due to Chen Ta using an item, causing the target to lock onto Zhang Zhengye. Zhu Tian shouldn't have died. Zhang Zhengye used him as a shield, causing him to die and become a scapegoat. Passive death is different from active death. For example, when Fang Chenju moved against Hua Huai in the Line 4 subway station, that was also passive. If Hua Huai failed to survive, Fang Chenju would not be far from death. They failed to understand the boundary between the two, and inadvertently violated the game rules prohibiting players from killing each other. Insect Village, Judgment. Tonight, it was very quiet outside the kiln room. The knocking that had lasted all night yesterday did not appear. Due to the drought, the village was still very hot at night. Coupled with the fact that the two of them were sitting in front of the fire pit, the heat was unbearable. Hua Huai was sweating profusely but never uttered a single complaint. With focused mental energy, she could grasp exactly the heat level Xiao Qixing requested. She understood immediately. Xiao Qixing thought that if he were a teacher, he would definitely like a student like Hua Huai. His thoughts had drifted quite far, but a voice from outside the door pulled him back. Brother Qiao, something happened. Yaowen and Zhang Yuyan are in danger. Should we go and help them? Outside the door was Lu Xian's voice. It was already night. Did Lu Xian run outside the kiln room without fearing the specters? Or, as she said, Xu Wenyao and Zhang Zhengye truly encountered danger, and the specters were preoccupied with the two of them, leaving no time to harm Lu Xian. But besides the specter shaped like a girl, there seemed to be other presences in the dungeon. The bloody handprint outside the door was proof of that. Lu Xian appearing here indicated in every way that the Rain God Temple was unsafe. But why did she not mention Chen Ta in her words? Or perhaps Chen Ta was safe. If the Rain God Temple was unsafe, Chen Ta could certainly not be safe if he were inside the Rain God Temple. The conclusion was drawn, Chen Ta was highly likely not in the Rain God Temple. Then, reverse engineering the reason Lu Xian was outside the door, combined with Chen Ta being the last one to return after going up the mountain to chop wood. This is bad. Chen Ta took the bell from the Rain God Temple's partition, allowing the specter to enter the Rain God Temple. Lu Xian, Xu Wenyao, and Zhang Zhengye were all in danger. In this dungeon, there was more than one specter, and they might have encountered danger simultaneously. This was the worst outcome Hua Huai could imagine. Actually, there was another possibility: the specter could mimic a player's voice to trick players into opening the door. The continuous appearance of different voices on the first night was the best proof. First, they needed to determine if the person outside the door was truly Lu Xian. Hua Huai was not familiar enough with her to make an accurate judgment, so Xiao Qixing had to handle this. If nothing unexpected happened, the two of them knew each other outside the dungeon. Just like Chen Ta and Zhu Tian. And just like her, Xu Wenyao, and Zhang Zhengye. As an experienced B-level player, Xiao Qixing naturally understood that the person outside might not be Lu Xian herself. He stood up and went to the side of the main door. How many days ago did you become a member of the Bounty Guild? Information from outside the dungeon was impossible for the specter to know. The voice outside the door answered, not counting the time spent inside the dungeon, I joined the Bounty Guild half a month ago. Hua Huai stared intently at Xiao Qixing's expression.
After receiving the answer, he nodded at Hua Huai.
It seemed the person outside was indeed Lucien. The worst-case scenario had still occurred.
Hua Huai came up to Qiao Qixing and said, "You watch the fire, I have to go out."
The ceramic pot was still being fired and could not be left unattended, or it would be ruined, and there was no second jar of water. Qiao Qixing was absent that night, so he didn't know that Hua Huai possessed a bound spectre.
He couldn't help but blurt out in surprise, "You?" Going out now is no different from seeking death.
The spectre we saw earlier is likely level B, and its Yin energy is extremely heavy. Hua Huai had used the death immunity token once and currently could not summon Zhao Ling. For her to go out, it was indeed a near certain death. However, Hua Huai raised her eyes. "My friends are in danger, I have to go out and help them."
Qiao Qixing frowned deeply. "What can your small frame possibly do to help them?"
"You'd be better off staying here obediently and waiting for them to escape on their own." Hua Huai stated clearly, "You yourself said the one outside might be a level B aberration.
If ordinary players are targeted by them, is there any chance they can escape?"
Qiao Qixing knew the answer, he just couldn't bear to let Hua Huai sacrifice herself. She was a rare talent whom he genuinely admired. A rib-bone dagger appeared out of thin air in Hua Huai's palm. It was light and sharp, though its only perceived flaw was that it looked too fragile. However, the fact that it could appear out of thin air meant this rib-bone dagger was a game item. She grabbed the door bolt, and Qiao Qixing braced himself against the door.
"If you open the door, I will be in danger too. What if the spectre is right behind Lucien? That would be letting it inside. Are you going to kill me for the sake of your friends?"
Hua Huai said confidently, "I won't let it enter the door.
Besides, isn't Lucien a member of your guild? Is it really okay for you to disregard her life like this?"
Qiao Qixing's hand bracing the door loosened slightly. "There's no concept of mutual aid among members of our guild, everyone relies on their own ability to clear the dungeon."
That was truly cold-blooded.
Hua Huai's fingertips moved slightly, using her puppet ability to restrain Qiao Qixing, forcing him away from the door.
Against humans, the ability never failed.
Even if the opponent was a high-level player, his body was still human and could not resist a specter's ability. The moment he was restrained, Qiao Qixing realized that Hua Huai also had a bound spectre.
So young, yet she already possessed a bound spectre.
Excitement flashed in his eyes, but it quickly faded. It would truly be a pity for such a talent to die in this dungeon. In his understanding, although Hua Huai had a bound spectre, it was impossible for her to contend with a level B aberration. Unless the one she bound was also a level B aberration.
But how could that be possible? Could it be that one of the few dungeons she had cleared was a B-level dungeon, and she had managed to bind the abnormal boss within it? That kind of luck would be too heaven-defying. There was another possibility, upgrading a low-level spectre. But the upgrade requirement for most specters was entering the evil spirit tower to slay evil spirits. Low-level players, however, do not have the authorization to enter the evil spirit tower.
If she wanted to upgrade a low-level spectre, she would definitely need the help of an A-level player or higher.
Among China's players above A-level, there was only one S-level player, who was their guild leader.
He had never met Hua Huai, so that possibility could be ruled out.
That left only A-level players as options.
A-level players in China were rare and hard to find. The two most famous were Wei Shuwei and Rao Quan.
Hua Huai's actions did not resemble those of someone from the Bloodhunt Guild.
That left only one final guess: she was a member of the Demon Guild, had entered the Evil Spirit Tower, and upgraded her spectre to level B. These were merely speculations based on Hua Huai surviving.
If she didn't survive, his conjectures would all be wishful thinking.
Although the bell had not rung, Hua Huai prepared herself for the spectre being right outside the door. Perhaps the spectre shaped like the girl was only observing from a distance, which is why the bell didn't ring. It could also be the entity that left the bloody handprint on the door panel last night. It had been present all night, and the bell still hadn't
rung. Hua Huai gripped the rib bone dagger tightly and silently counted to 3. Comparing the two, she was still more wary of the specter shaped like the girl. Its speed was too fast. If it was outside, she would have to instantly intercept its movement. She was going to save people, but she couldn't let Xiao Qixing die because of her. She had to intercept it, even if it took all her strength. Insect Village, Game Backlash. 3, 2, 1. The door was opened, and the bells hanging on either side immediately jingled. The bell rang. It was the eerie entity in the form of a girl. It instantly closed in, its sharp claws swinging. Using a familiar combat style, Hua Huai blocked with her rib bone dagger. The force was so immense that she nearly flew backward, taking a few airborne steps before landing and stumbling back, her back hitting the wall. Taking advantage of this gap, Lu Xiying quickly ran into the kiln room and slammed the door shut. Xiao Qixing was safe. He didn't die because of her. Her arm was numb, and her internal organs were vibrating, but what filled her heart was relief. The eerie entity's bones creaked and twisted, saying, "I didn't draw you, so why did you come out?" Under the eerie entity's gaze, a chill surged from all directions, freezing Hua Huai to the point where she lost the ability to run. However, running would be useless. She couldn't outrun an eerie entity. It seemed to have no intention of attacking her for now. Hua Huai mustered her courage and asked, "Draw what?" "Drawing lots?" The eerie entity's eyes curved into an arc, smiling, yet utterly creepy. "Yes, Xiao Qixing was drawn, but he's hiding inside. Can you help me trick him out?" Without answering, Hua Huai continued to ask, "If he's drawn, will he die?" The eerie entity seemed very unhappy, black mist emanating from its pupil-less eyes. "You haven't answered my question yet." Hua Huai tried to twist the eerie entity's logic. "I asked first." "You answer all my questions first." The eerie entity thought for a moment, not noticing the flaw in her words. It just had a faint feeling, as if it was being taken advantage of. But it was indeed she who asked first, so it should be correct for it to answer her questions first. The eerie entity said, "Of course they'll die. Whoever is drawn, dies." Hua Huai asked again, "Tonight, can you only kill him?" The eerie entity blinked, looking a bit dazed. "How did you know?" Hua Huai let out a long breath. She had guessed correctly. Most of the time, the players stayed in the same area. It didn't make sense for one person to open the door and everyone to suffer. Moreover, they had experienced a night of chase games. The eerie entity was fully capable of killing most of the players, but in the end, it only killed one person and stopped. That night, the eerie entity did not appear again. Presumably, this dungeon had imposed restrictions on the eerie entity. In each of its games, it selected a player by drawing lots and took that player's life. Hua Huai's gaze shifted to the eerie entity's face. That chilling feeling still lingered. She tried her best to suppress this feeling and said, "I remember I helped you before. Shouldn't you help me once too?" From the eerie entity's answers, it seemed to be somewhat reasonable. Hua Huai pushed her luck, testing the eerie entity's reaction. The eerie entity pondered for a while and asked, "Help you with what?" It actually wanted to help her. That was perfect. Hua Huai said, "First, get a little further away from me. I can't move." The Yin energy was too strong. She felt like she was about to freeze over. The eerie entity indeed retreated a short distance. Hua Huai stood up and moved around, feeling her body temperature return, and she felt much more comfortable. "I'm going to the temple first." "Don't stop me, that would be helping me." The eerie entity had followed Lu Xiying to the outside of the kiln room. Xu Wenyao and Zhang Zhengye were with Lu Xiying in the Rain God Temple earlier, so there was no reason they wouldn't know she would be in danger here. Given their characters, she didn't believe they would abandon her. So, there was only one remaining possibility. They were also in danger and stretched too thin. Hua Huai couldn't help but wonder what kind of monster the owner of that bloody handprint was. No time to think further, getting there was urgent. She ran to the Rain God Temple as fast as she could. The main door was already broken, scattered on the ground as splinters of wood. The interior was dim, and Hua Huai couldn't see the environment inside. She called out, "Brother Yao." "Uncle Zhang?"
Listening carefully, she heard heavy breathing inside. Hua Huai walked towards the source of the sound, calling out to them again. In the darkness, a pair of eyes opened, weakly calling her name, Hua Huai.
"Why did you come here? It's very dangerous outside." By the voice, it was Xu Wenyao. "How did he get so injured?"
His voice was weak. Hua Huai crouched beside Xu Wenyao and helped him up.
"What did you two encounter?"
Xu Wenyao took a moment to catch his breath, then said, "It's Xu Tian."
Zhang Zhengye suffered a game backlash, and Xu Tian came back to take revenge on him. I couldn't stop him. Zhang Zhengye is in great danger now. Someone who had already died came back to seek revenge on Zhang Zhengye. Had he become a ghost?
So, this was the backlash for violating that game rule. Zhang Zhengye was in great danger, and Xu Wenyao was also not safe. Hua Huai summoned Jiang Changchang, an 11-year-old girl who appeared out of thin air beside her. She said to Jiang Changchang, "I'd like to ask you to help me look after Brother Yao." Jiang Changchang was very worried.
"No, I want to follow Big Sister. I have to protect Big Sister's safety." After summoning Jiang Changchang, she couldn't use Jiang Changchang's abilities.
Dark matter condensed on her fingertips. "Don't worry, I still have my brother's ability." Although Zhao Ling could no longer be summoned, his ability hadn't been exhausted, and she could still use it. "Brother Yao is an important friend to me, Changchang. Please help me take care of him, okay?" Faced with Hua Huai's second request, Jiang Changchang kicked her toes, bowing her head and reluctantly saying, "All right, then." Having received her consent, Hua Huai asked Xu Wenyao, "Which direction did they go?" Xu Wenyao hesitated, saying, Can you do it?" Jiang Changchang puffed out her cheeks and interjected, "Why can't my big sister do it?" "She can, but you can't." Well, there was no need to argue about that. Hua Huai said, "I'll do my best. Just tell me the direction." In her heart, Zhang Zhengye had shown her kindness, and she would certainly not stand by and watch something happen to him. Xu Wenyao had considered pointing her in the wrong direction, at least to save her life and keep her from danger. But what then? How would she look at him afterward? Finally, Xu Wenyao gave her the correct direction. With the information, Hua Huai quickly ran in the indicated direction, searching for Zhang Zhengye. Halfway there, she saw bloody footprints on the ground, gradually disappearing. From their size, they belonged to an adult man's shoe sole. Was it Zhu Tian? Hua Huai followed the direction of the footprints. The further she went, the deeper the color of the prints became. Until she reached the village entrance, the blood color was almost turning into a pool of blood, once again beneath the big locust tree. Insect Village, Grief. Under the moonlight, a beast-like figure attacked Zhang Zhengye, blood flowing from the hole in its chest, and 5 patches of skin the size of talismans missing from its arm. It turned out that the human skin sent by the aberration was cut from Zhu Tian's body. At this moment, Zhang Zhengye struggled to evade Zhu Tian's attacks, suffering multiple injuries that made movement difficult. Hua Huai did not hesitate, gripping the rib bone dagger in her hand and stepping forward, simultaneously using the corrosion ability on Zhu Tian. This was the ability of a level B aberration. Although it was significantly weakened when she used it, she thought it would at least have some effect. In reality, it had no effect at all. A black mud-like substance seeped out from underground, wrapping around Zhu Tian's ankles, then his legs, but it did not slow his movement in the slightest. As he moved, the black mud fell off him like dirt. The ability was completely ineffective. Could Zhu Tian's level also be very high? There was no time to think. Just as Zhu Tian furiously attacked, about to inflict another wound on Zhang Zhengye, the rib bone dagger slashed across Zhu Tian's attacking palm. The rib bone dagger had an effect on him, black smoke rose from his palm, and he let out a low growl. He became even more furious, his gaze never leaving Zhang Zhengye, as if he wanted to tear Zhang Zhengye to shreds. The one who wounded him was Hua Huai, but he did not shift his target of attack. Zhang Zhengye was unsteady on his feet. He supported himself against the trunk of the big locust tree with one hand, panting heavily as he asked, why are you here?
Leave quickly. You can't defeat him. I am his target.
I don't want you to get hurt for my sake, like Shu Wenyao.
It's not worth it.
Huai felt uncertain, but she did not back down.
We won't know unless we try. He probably can't appear during the day. We just need to hold out until dawn. The bloody handprint outside the kiln room last night was undoubtedly Zhu Tian's doing. Since the knocking stopped after dawn, it's easy to infer he cannot appear during the day. Judging by the moon's position in the sky, there are about 5 hours left until daylight.
Zhang Zhengye only entered this dungeon because he followed her.
She absolutely wouldn't abandon him.
If they want to be safe, they must leave together. Huai gritted her teeth, gripping the hilt of the rib bone dagger with both hands, fiercely resisting Zhu Tian's attack. His strength had long surpassed the human realm, it was much greater than Huai had imagined. After continuously blocking several rounds of his attacks, Huai's stamina quickly diminished. Given this situation, let alone holding on for 5 hours, even 1 hour would be tough. Unlike Huai, Zhu Tian was like a tireless, pre-programmed machine, his attack speed showed no reduction whatsoever. This situation was extremely disadvantageous for them. Huai had to use the fighting pauses to think. Zhu Tian's target was Zhang Zhengye, so if Zhang Zhengye entered a safe area that Zhu Tian couldn't access, he might survive the night. A place that could be called safe, and one that Zhang Zhengye could enter. Firstly, the kiln room.
Secondly, the woman's house.
Tonight, the aberration's target was Chao Qixing, so the kiln room could not be opened again.
That left only the option of the woman's house.
Huai said to Zhang Zhengye, go to the house of the villagers in the village who have 2 white lanterns lit in front of their door, and don't open
the door until dawn. Zhang Zhengye hesitated, not moving immediately. If I leave, what about you?
If we leave together. Normally, if Huai heard this line in a TV drama, she would definitely be moved to tears. But the situation was urgent now, and she truly had no time for emotional appeals. She said, his target is you. Once you are safe, I will be safe too.
Uncle Zhang, I was the one who brought you in. I hope you can get out safely. Zhang Zhengye turned and left.
Huai's stamina was almost depleted, making it difficult to resist Zhu Tian's attack. Her arm was scratched by his sharp claws, and beads of blood rolled down. His gaze followed Zhang Zhengye's departure. Before Zhang Zhengye was out of sight, he suddenly erupted in violence, throwing Huai aside.
This is bad. With Zhu Tian's current monster-like physique, he would quickly catch up to Zhang Zhengye.
She had to stop him. When Zhu Tian threw her off just now, Huai could feel that Zhu Tian's strength had increased. The impact made her internal organs ache painfully, and a sweet, metallic taste rose in her throat. She was currently a 12-year-old girl, this body was very delicate. After that collision, she didn't know if her internal organs were injured. It was merely a fleeting thought. Huai quickly scrambled up and followed the traces on the ground, searching for Zhu Tian.
Zhang Zhengye was injured and couldn't run fast.
As he ran, he kept feeling something following him. Zhu Tian's speed was too fast, almost as soon as the thought crossed his mind, he smelled blood.
Not far ahead was the woman's house. Just a little further.
Just as Zhu Tian was about to touch Zhang Zhengye, a rib bone dagger flashed past, causing black smoke to drift up from the back of Zhu Tian's hand.
Uncle Zhang, hurry inside.
Zhang Zhengye saw the wounds on Huai's body and her disheveled clothes. Reluctantly withdrawing his gaze, he finally pushed open the woman's door, shutting out the scent of blood outside. The woman's door was unlocked. A candle was lit inside, but the woman and her daughter were nowhere to be seen. Zhang Zhengye walked into the inner room and found the 2 of them confined in a cage, placed there. Seeing the newcomer, the woman quickly rushed to the edge of the cage and pleaded, "You must be a worker from outside the village too.
Can you let us out? My Nan can't hold on much longer." This address seemed to be her daughter's name.
He looked at the girl beside her, her cheeks were flushed, her lips cracked, and she was unconscious. He remembered the woman saying her daughter was sick. Had she still not received treatment? Since sacrifices were always meant to die, it was reasonable that the villagers didn't care whether the sacrifices lived or died. Zhang Zhengye also had a daughter, and he couldn't bear to see this situation, so he opened the cage without a second thought. The woman was surprised that her plea had gone so smoothly. After emerging from the cage, she repeatedly thanked him and prepared to carry the girl out through the front door. At that moment, the door panel let out a loud bang, quang. What could be outside the door? Hua Hua is in danger. The woman was at a loss and hesitated to open the door. Zhang Zhengye worried about Hua Hua and anxiously opened the door. The instant the door opened, a hole burst open in his chest, and a cold hand pierced through his sternum. Uncle Zhang! Hua Hua called out to him, but he could no longer hear clearly. His body temperature was rapidly draining away, and all the images before his eyes dimmed. In his final moments, he saw Hua Hua rushing toward him, her face filled with sorrow. Barely managing to lift his hand, he wanted to touch her cheek and feel her warmth. Ultimately, he couldn't feel it anymore. His arm fell limply, he had only maintained the position for a moment. Hua Hua, you are like my daughter. If only my daughter could be as healthy as you. Insect Village, the White-Eyed Wolf. After Zhu Tian took Zhang Zhengye's life, his figure began to dim and gradually vanished without a trace. He was the punishment the game gave to Zhang Zhengye. Now that the punishment was over, there was no need for him to exist. The woman hadn't expected the person who was fine just a moment ago to turn into a corpse in the blink of an eye. While terrified, she still forced herself to say to Hua Hua, "My condolences." Hua Hua didn't respond. Her mind was filled with the fact that Zhang Zhengye was dead, and that she was the one who had brought him into the game. If it weren't for her, would Zhang Zhengye still be alive? Regret wrapped around her like a giant swamp, attempting to drag her into the abyss. Coldness spread outward from her heart, freezing Hua Huai's fingertips until they were numb. Her mind was muddled until dawn, when she finally realized one thing. Chen Ta definitely did it on purpose. As a B-level player, he must be more familiar with the rules than she was. Perhaps he had recognized long ago that the bloody handprint outside the kiln room belonged to Zhu Tian. Now that dawn was approaching, she guessed Chen Ta would return to the Rain God Temple, hang the bell back up, and casually admire his achievement. After setting Zhang Zhengye's body down properly, Hua Hua ran toward the Rain God Temple. The main door was pushed open. Hua Hua stood in the light of the rising sun, her gloomy face casting a silhouette. Chen Ta had indeed returned. He was surprised by the unfamiliar figure beside Xu Wanyao, and feeling that the other party was a child, he felt a strong impulse to attack Xu Wanyao. When Zhang Changchang saw Hua Hua return, she smiled and called out, "Jejie." Zhang Changchang hadn't used her ability all night, so she was still able to maintain her human form and stand before her. Upon getting closer, Zhang Changchang saw that Hua Huai's clothes were tattered, she had multiple wounds on her body, and the bloodstain at the corner of her lips hadn't been wiped clean. Hua Huai's pupils shifted slightly. She opened her mouth toward Chen Ta and said, "I shouldn't have raised you, you ingrate." The next moment, the rib-bone dagger appeared out of thin air in her palm. She rapidly approached Chen Ta, and the raised dagger slashed toward his neck. It shifted as he dodged, ultimately slicing across his cheek and leaving a bloody mark. The blood stained the dagger and was devoured by it at a visible speed. It seemed greedy for the taste of blood. When it came to fighting technique alone, Hua Hua was naturally inferior to Chen Ta. Just as Chen Ta attempted to counterattack, puppet silk threads bound him. Zhang Changchang had made her move. She sneered, "You want to attack my Jie? You need to ask me if I agree first. If my Jie wants to hit you, you should stand still and let her hit you until she's satisfied." Hua Hua had used the puppet ability on Chen Ta before, and Chen Ta remembered it clearly. Now that someone else was using this ability on him, he immediately understood that the unfamiliar girl in front of him was Hua Huai's bound specter. Chen Ta couldn't move. Hua Hua raised the dagger high, wanting for a moment to stab his neck and end his life.
The arm holding the dagger was trembling.
Before she could strike, Shu Wenyao spoke up to stop her. "You can't kill him. If you kill him, he will return just like Zhu Tian. You cannot sacrifice your own life for a person like this." Hua Huai understood this principle, so she had no intention of killing Chen Ta directly. The dagger fell, slicing open his skin. After several cuts, no vital organs were damaged. It looked somewhat gruesome, but it was far from life-threatening. Chen Ta was pushed to the ground, and Hua Huai viciously stomped on him several times, still unable to vent her anger.
"My head hurts so much, bastard, bastard."
Footsteps sounded outside the door, one light and one heavy. There were two people. Hua Huai looked up and saw that Xiao Qixing and Lu Xiying had returned. When the two of them saw the situation before them, they were quite shocked. Xiao Qixing thought that Hua Huai, who should have been in trouble, seemed to only have superficial injuries. Even Shu Wenyao's injuries were more severe than Hua Huai's. Logically, when a specter kills someone, it doesn't usually beat them up first. Judging from the layout of the surroundings, last night was chaotic. Xiao Qixing couldn't figure out the cause, so he asked directly, "What happened last night?"
Lu Xiying noticed someone was missing.
"Where is Zhang Yuyan?" At this question, Hua Huai's expression darkened further. Shu Wenyao had guessed that something bad had happened to Zhang Jingye the moment he saw Hua Huai's state when she entered. Sure enough, she opened her mouth and said, "He died. From now on, until we leave the dungeon, I will no longer provide Chen Ta with food." Although the amount of food Zhang Jingye had prepared was sufficient, it was only meant for 3 people. Even when distributed evenly, they were already eating less, yet Chen Ta turned out to be so troublesome. She still didn't have a sufficient understanding of the evil of human nature. This loss was enough for her to remember it forever. Only 2 days remained until the time of the sacrifice. Chen Ta was certain he wouldn't starve to death within these 2 days, so he didn't even struggle or protest. Hua Huai lowered her eyelashes and chuckled coldly, "The dungeon is full of dangers. I don't necessarily have to be the one to act. For example, you secretly taking the bell yesterday was also a method. I guess your original idea was to let Brother Yao, Uncle Zhang, and Lu Xiying die at the hands of the specters, and then hang the bell back up as quickly as possible after dawn. Then find a place to hide and create the illusion that everyone was wiped out. But you didn't expect Brother Yao to survive and stay put, giving you the chance to attack the injured him. However, you were unfamiliar with Changchang, which made you hesitate in your actions. Of course, even if you had genuinely tried to attack, you wouldn't have succeeded. Chen Ta, you are utterly rotten." Human lives were insignificant things in his eyes. Therefore, he deserved the same treatment. Hua Huai searched him and, as expected, obtained 2 bells. Lu Xiying was uncertain and asked Xiao Qixing in a low voice, "What is Chen Ta's background? Why is his style of doing things so much like someone from the Bloodhunt Guild?" Xiao Qixing gave Chen Ta a deep look. The number of B-level players in Huagui is not that large, and most of them are distributed within the 3 major guilds. His style of action is very similar to Zhu Tian's. Since they could team up as 2 to enter the dungeon, they are likely members of the Bloodhunt Guild. The 2 of them weren't there that night, so they didn't see the logo on the fighting knife. Hua Huai put the bell into Zhang Zhengye's backpack, walked up to Shu Wenyao, and asked, "Can you still stand up?" After resting for a whole night, Shu Wenyao believed he could stand up without any issue. Xiao Qixing stepped forward to help him. "I'll help you walk." The number of players was decreasing. Chen Ta was in a state of being abandoned. No player would continue to treat him as a companion. Xiao Qixing didn't want anything to happen to Shu Wenyao or Hua Huai before they were 100% sure they could leave the dungeon. He would try his best to help them, provided it didn't put himself in danger. Jiang Changchang's figure dissipated where she stood. Hua Huai noticed that the words "cannot be summoned" had also appeared in her information panel. It seems every specter can only be summoned once in the dungeon.